Chapter 1, Donating Hope Primary School, Charity Movie Star System. Hello? Yes, this is Ringu. That's right, I want to donate a Hope Elementary School. $500,000, right? Good, send me your bank card number. 62210048 is it? The money has been credited to you, check it. The name of the Hope Elementary School? Does it have to be named after me? Well, let's call it Guline Hope Elementary School. In the rented house, Ringu, with a calm face, used a second-hand touchscreen machine and dialed the phone. On the other side of the phone, it was someone from the charity. After confirming the donation, Ringu did not agree to the charity's request to go to the elementary school to cut the ribbon. After all, he didn't have much left on him for airfare. After hanging up, Ringu sighed deeply, a helpless look appearing on his face. Dog system, you are not going to leave me any money at all. That's right, Ringu is a traveler. It's been a year since I traveled to this world that is 90% similar to Blue Star. When he had just crossed over, he had awakened a mysterious system. It's called the Charity Movie Star System. The system required Ringu to constantly complete various tasks, such as starring in certain movies and so on. Instead, the money earned while completing these tasks must be used by Ringu for charity. Left to himself, a paltry 10,000 out of every million for daily living. This kind of pitiful system, Ringu had never seen it at all, even in the online literature of his previous life. Well, the system is not without its rewards. Every time he completed some quests, the system would reward Ringu with the opportunity to extract skills. The reason why Ringu became a supporting actor in those plays was because he drew the master acting skill in the reward draw at the very beginning. 1 year on, Ringu has done 5 movies, each in a supporting role. Because the system had extremely high requirements for the completion of the mission, he had to put his best foot forward to star in it. This also makes Ringu already have a good reputation in the circle. And that's $500,000 earned in a year. Just now, it had all been donated by Ringu. Currently, he only has $1,000 left on his bank card. After completing this donation, Ringu also got a chance to draw a system reward. Took a deep breath. Ringu directly began to draw. Extracting. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level prosperity. Seeing the skills drawn this time, Ringu's eyes instantly brightened for a split second. Trying to make it in the entertainment industry, acting is naturally paramount. However, professional attitude, presence, etc., are just as important. For example, if you are asked to perform a crying scene, if you are not in a good state of mind, it is very likely that you will not be able to pass dozens of NGs. Such an actor is, naturally, unqualified. And this time, the skill that Ringu drew was the one that allowed him to have a master's level of prowess. No matter what kind of role he's going to play, Ringu's prowess will be the perfect kind for it. With master-level acting skills and master-level clinical condition, in the entertainment industry, one should be able to develop quickly. Only by perfectly completing those tasks required by the system and doing more charity can I end up leaving money that is truly my own. Ringu muttered a few words to himself and finally sighed deeply. He can't help it if he is in such a dog system. Was about to make myself some dinner. Suddenly, the second cell phone in Ringu's hand twittered. On the numbers memo, it says Sister 1. Ringu hurriedly picked it up. Sister 1, what did you want to see me about? Ringu, hurry up and come to Hangdian. There's a big production here, and the director has agreed to let you audition for the male lead. Hear that? How could Ringu care about eating? Big production, male lead. That means money. Though the money earned has nothing to do with him, it all goes to the system for charity. But Ringu also had to do it. He was still waiting to finish all of the system's missions and live his own little life in peace. Okay, Sister 1, I'll be right over. Sister 1, named Zhao 1, is an agent who was still well known in the circle. When Ringu first put together a supporting role, he saw his potential and signed on the spot to be his manager. On the other side of the phone, Zhao 1 also smiled slightly. Ringu, a handsome young man, is low-key, understanding, and polite. The bottom line is that he acts really hard. Acting skills have also improved very quickly. All of this made Zhao 1 take Ringu seriously. Otherwise, how could she have given the male lead of such a big production to such a rash youngster like Ringu, who had been in the industry for only a year in total? After hanging up the phone, Zhao 1 went to find the director. The director of this big movie, titled Bright Sun, is Xiaofeng,
who is known in the industry as Director Yen.
After hanging up. Unsurprisingly, the system's voice came at the right time. Please ask the host to act as the male lead in Blazing Sun Bright Heart. It's all about the system's mission. Ringo packed up, put on a duffel bag, and left the rental house. After sweeping a random shared bike on the side of the road, he drove directly towards Yokohama. It's not that he doesn't want to take a cab or buy a car. Rather, the dog system really doesn't leave him much money. A total of $1,000 for my entire body, and I still have to worry about next month's rent and food. If you don't save it, you'll really go hungry. Chapter 2, Director, I can start the audition now. Not much longer. Rinku then arrived at Yokohama.
In order to save money and make more money from filming, Lingu rents a black rental house near Hangdian.
Cheap, but the environment is poor to the core. Many young people with dreams of breaking into Hangdian live here.
As soon as he entered the set, Lingu hurriedly parked his shared bicycle and immediately ran towards the inside. Along the way, everywhere you look, you see stars that you normally only see on TV. Among them, there are both veteran actors and fresh meat.
In fact, Rinku's look is no different from that of a fresh meat. Handsome, sunny, and in very good shape. But no way. The requirements of the dog system were there, and Ringu really couldn't rely on his face to make money. Come to the appointed place. A red-clad Zhaowen was already waiting for him. Shizuku. Ringu smiled and greeted.
Zhaowen smiled and nodded slightly, then she grumbled.
This is an audition for the male lead, why are you still wearing this dress? As I recall, you've made a lot of money this year, haven't you?
Ringu, people depend on their clothes and horses depend on their saddles. Take care of yourself in order to draw more attention from others.
Lingu knew that Zhaowen was being kind, so he could only smile and nod. But who knows the bitterness in his heart? Made $500,000 right. But for himself, it's only $5,000 in total. Save your money and only have $1,000 left over. What kind of good clothes can I buy with this amount of money?
Zhaowen said a few words and then stopped continuing. She helped Rinku fix her hair, then whispered an admonition. This time, it's a movie directed by director Chao Ping, called Blazing Sun Bright Heart. Chao Guan is famously strict, so you'll have to be a little polite in the past and bring your full acting skills to bear.
Ringu was busy nodding his head. The two of them then headed inside like this. In the studio. A middle-aged man in a vest and hat was looking gravely at the screen in front of him. On the screen, it's a young man in his 20s, lying on a bed with a constipated look on his face. This middle-aged man, naturally, was Chao Ping. After a few seconds, Chao Ping took off his glasses and his face twitched a few times. A hard slap on the table followed. Bang! What the hell is this show? Are you constipated? I asked you to play being executed, not to play having a stomachache. Off! Upon hearing Chao Ping's voice, the entire studio was silent, no one dared to touch him. The freshman who was auditioning sat up from his bed with an aggravated look on his face. Eyes are already red. Seeing this scene, Chao Ping was even more furious. He slammed the script down on the table with a loud snarl. I asked you guys to get me Xin, haven't you all read the script? Xin Xiaofeng is the one who carried a human life lawsuit for 7 years without being found out and became a co-cop. And you guys are fooling me with this pussy? Chao Ping is very grumpy. This was clear to everyone on the set. So no one dared to come up and say anything more. And agents silently claimed that fresh meat. And at this point, Ringu and Zhaowen, who happened to be outside the studio. Before he even went in, Lingu heard a roar from inside. Immediately afterward, there was an agent, with a crying little fresh meat walking out. This scene slightly stabilized Lingu's heart. His greatest fear is not that the director is strict. Rather, there are jerks in the theater together. That feeling of being paired up with a jerk is really who knows what to expect. I can't do anything, and I've got a lot on my plate. And a director like Chao Ping obviously wouldn't let that kind of person into the group. Fixed his mind. Ringo directly followed Zhaowen into the studio. As soon as Zhaowen entered, she revealed a smile and laughed. Director Chao, I've brought Ringu here. Chao Ping had just finished his anger when he saw Zhaowen come in, followed by a handsome, sunny-looking young man. A frown creased his brow. He turned his head to the assistant next to him. Is this the daring Rinku? The assistant looked at it carefully for a few moments and nodded vigorously. That's right, Director Chow, that's him.
Xiaoping was suddenly puzzled.
With that face, how can you settle down and polish your acting?
Although there was some suspicion in his heart, Xiaoping still nodded and said to his assistant, "Give him a copy of the script and the audition starts in 10 minutes.
Take the script."
Immediately, Ringo turned to the page where he was going to audition.
This scene is the scene where Xin Xiaofeng, the male lead of Blazing Sun, is executed.
There's not much of a plot. All Ringo had to do was lie in bed and act out a death row inmate being injected with drugs.
But it's easier said than done.
In this world, as long as one is alive, one has never died.
It's a load of crap though.
But it just goes to show how hard it is to act out what it's like to be close to death. After looking through it, I briefly looked at the rest of Xin scenes. Rinku slowly closed his eyes.
A few minutes later, his face calmed down, his eyes became deep and frank, and his entire aura instantly became heavy. Director, I can start the audition now. Chapter 3, Ka. Quick save.
Xiaoping raised his head and looked at the calm expression on Lin Gu's face, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes.
He didn't expect that Ringo would be so quick to get into the act. Xin does have a calm demeanor from start to finish in the Blazing Sun.
Even when he chose to pretend to be a male tongue in order to fool the criminal police officer Ichuan, Xin had never shown a look of panic. Xiaoping leaned his body back and pointed at the bed in front of Lin Gu.
Okay, let's get started. Ringu nodded. Lay straight up.
With that, he felt himself falling into true silence, and nothing in the outside world could affect him anymore.
This is the moment when the mastery of proximity kicks in.
Ringo mimics the very panic, helplessness, fear, and the natural reactions of the body that are not controlled by the mind just before one's death.
At the same time, Ringo synthesizes Sin's biography. That feeling of penitence for your past self and, after despairing, wanting to ask for death.
That feeling of not wanting to give up on her daughter Tails, but not wanting Tails to grow up knowing that her 3 fathers turned out to be the ones who broke up her family.
That feeling of preferring to keep the truth hidden forever and give Tails a bright future. Eventually.
His eyes were dull, but with a hint of yearning. Facial muscles quivered naturally, and strands of hair seemed to tense up. The bruises on his neck were visible, as if a drug had actually been injected into his body. Even though his hands and feet weren't bound with straps, Rinku still hadn't left the bedpan in the slightest. The trembling of the body, the quivering of the lips, the obstruction of the breath, the relief of the eyes.
At this moment, it was as if Lin Gu was really that Xin Xiaofeng. This scene. It shocked everyone in the studio. It's like they're really watching an execution. It was as if Xin Xiaofeng was alive and well in front of them.
Even Xiaoping could not help but stand up. The eyes no longer fell on the screen, but looked straight at Ringu.
At this second, Xiaoping seems to see the scripted Xin Xiaofeng, what the reality is really like. It played out for 3 minutes. Xiaoping only shouted as an afterthought. Ka! Help!
The others hurried to the bed on hands and knees.
Who knows?
After Xiaoping shouted click, Lin Gu actually returned to normal so naturally.
That's when people responded.
Surprisingly, they subconsciously assumed, under Rinku's performance, that he had really been injected with drugs. For a moment, all the gazes that looked at Lin Gu seemed as if they were looking at a monster.
A performance that actually immersed the entire studio. What the hell kind of monster is this? With this kind of acting, it's not too much to say he's a movie star, right? Xiaoping was even more agitated at this point and kicked over his chair. Your name is Rinku, right? That one, whoever it is, bring me the contract. Lin Gu, sign the contract now, you'll be the male lead in this movie.
I'll give you $3 million for the salary.
How about that?
Rinku sat on the bed, still somewhat in the state he had just been in.
I heard the number 3 million.
His eyes brightened momentarily.
Okay.
$3 million is a very high paycheck, even for a big production like Blazing Sun. After all, the movie was never intended to go the route of a traffic star from the very beginning. Hearing that Lin Gu had agreed, Xiaoping was instantly delighted. He walked over and patted Lin Gu's shoulder hard with emotion.
Young man, you're an excellent actor.
Just now, if I hadn't known you were auditioning, I'm afraid I would have thought you were injected with drugs.
This movie, I have a feeling it's going to be a big hit because of you. Rinku smiled modestly and didn't say much. As opposed to a big fire. He values that $3 million more. though only 30,000 of them were his own. But it's a good way to improve your food and buy new clothes.
When Xiaowen saw the scene, a pleased smile appeared in her eyes as well.
Was about to go up and say something. Suddenly,
there was a cacophony of noise coming from outside.
Whose crappy shared bike? Does Yokohama still let these bikes in? Do you know you're blocking our little Han's nanny van? Who stopped? Hurry up and move over. Or I'll kick your ass. Hear that voice? Everyone in the studio froze. Not all of these people are actors, but no one can afford a car. Besides, even if you can't afford it, it won't cost you much to take a cab. And just then, Lindu suddenly smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I should have stopped. I didn't realize you couldn't park a shared bike here. I'll move it." Listening to Ringu's words, the crowd was stunned. Ringu actually came on a shared bike? This young man is so handsome, so good at acting, and he lives such a simple life? Which window did God close for him, anyway? And looking at Lin Gu's figure as he hurriedly walked out, the look in Xiao Ping's eyes became even more satisfied. He's looking for actors like Ringu who can work hard. And thinking of his next superbly produced movie, Xiao Ping's eyes looked thoughtful. He seems to have found the starring role. Chapter 4, If you can't hold it in, the toilet is in the back. Not a moment too soon. A heavily made up, strutting woman then walked into the studio with a young man with dyed yellow hair and handsome looks, but with a slight hint of softness. Seeing these two people, the crowd instantly revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. The reason is simple. The woman's name was Yang Weiwei, a well-known agent in the circle. She's notorious, not for her business skills, but for being extremely snarky and assholish. And following her was Luo Han, who was jokingly called Miss Han. Recently, the hottest fresh meat. With just a face, neither acting skills nor business skills, they can't even memorize their lines, and yet they still manage to get paid sky-high salaries to be a grandpa on various film sets. Who would like these two when we all make a movie together? The crowd also realized that the shrill voice just now should be Yang Weiwei's. As soon as Yang Weiwei came in, he came in front of Xiao Ping as if no one was there. A hint of condescension appeared on his face. "Director Chow, long time no see. Earlier, my assistant contacted you, right? I'll send Xiaohan for an audition. In the circle, there are countless directors who want to make money with traffic stars." Yang Weiwei naturally didn't care much about Xiao Ping. "If it weren't for the fact that I know this drama is really a big production and it's got all the well-known veteran actors, it looks like it has the potential to be a big hit. She doesn't bother coming here." Looking at Yang Weiwei's haughty demeanor and nonchalant movements, and that careless, casual tone, everyone on the scene was instantly enraged. The agent beside Xiao Ping was about to lose his temper. Suddenly, Xiao Ping raised his hand with a smirk and blocked him. "You sent Luo Han over for an audition? To audition for Xin Xiaofeng?" Yang Weiwei nodded, unconcerned. "Yes, that's the male one." "What? Director Chow doesn't think my Xiaohan can act?" Xiao Ping looked at her cheerfully with an odd expression on his face. "Act it or not, try it, won't you? Luo Han, right? Here, give him a copy of the script." Only after hearing this did Yang Weiwei nodded in satisfaction and sat directly on Xiao Ping's previous chair, not being polite at all. Showbiz is very real. With an artist of Luo Han's caliber under her command, Yang Weiwei naturally felt superior. Xiao Ping didn't say anything either, just quietly looking at Luo Han. After 10 minutes, Luo Han finally put down the script, her face torn. Xiao Ping asked indifferently, "Can we start the audition?" Luo Han nodded hesitantly. Xiao Ping pointed to the bed in front of him and said, "Get up there and start auditioning." Hearing this, Luo Han subconsciously glanced at Yang Weiwei, a hint of difficulty appearing in her eyes. Yang Weiwei was a bit puzzled for a moment and wondered, "Luhan, what's wrong?" "It's just an audition." Luo Han opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The script was for him to play the execution of a death row inmate. But how can he act it out when he doesn't even know the process of execution? But that's a good thing to say. Luo Han also does not want to lose face in front of so many people. Gritting his teeth, he lay straight down on the bed. Then it was an effort to play the death row inmate. But acting is all about fitting in. With Luo Han's level of business, who can't even memorize his lines, asking him to play a death row inmate, isn't that a joke? Especially There's still the Ringu comparison in front of us. After 10 seconds or so. In the studio, a crew member finally couldn't hold it in. A small laugh. The stomach really hurts and the restroom is in the back. Everyone burst into laughter at that statement. Yang Weiwei's face also became ugly. She exclaimed as she slammed the table hard. Why are you laughing? Isn't that a good act? Director Chow, come and judge, is there anything wrong with Xiaohan's acting?
Chao Ping was also somewhat unable to hold back at this point. He took a deep breath, and didn't let Yang Weiwei leave his seat, but directly leaned down and pulled up a video from earlier. Is there a problem? Here, you read this first. On screen. It was Ringu's previous audition footage. Watching Lin Gu's movements and demeanor on the screen as if he had actually been injected with drugs, Yang Weiwei's face suddenly became brilliant. Both angry, stifled and, at the same time, kind of hateful. No way. Even she can't talk with her eyes open. There's a gap between Ringu's and Luohan's acting skills, to put it nicely. To put it mildly, that's a cloudy difference. Lin Gu is a real death row inmate being executed, Luohan is clearly constipated and can't find the toilet. Without waiting to finish reading, Yang Weiwei stood up angrily. Luohan. Let's go. We don't care to shoot this crap movie. Luohan sat up from the bed with a helpless look on her face. As it happened, at that moment, Rinku also finished parking his car and returned to the studio. One in. He then realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Yang Weiwei and Luohan, both of them were looking at him with a look that wanted to bite him to death. Rinku had an innocent look on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do anything. Chapter 5, The Blazing Heart begins filming. Humph. Seeing Lin Gu come in, Yang Weiwei coldly grunted in an unkind manner. And then, directly tugging Luohan's wrist, he walked out of the studio. It was a scene that made many of the staff members stifle their laughter. Mainly, Luohan's performance just now was too comedic, especially with Lin Gu's jewel in the front, the contrast was even more obvious. Seeing Rinku return, Chao Ping laughed and looked at Zhao Wen, cheerfully saying, Zhao Wen, you kind of sent me a good seed. As you know, this time, the funders of Blazing Sun are not involved in the production, and all the actors are under my control. Ringu is good, I remember if you have 2 more people under you? Call them all over, out of the 2 supporting characters. Hear that? Zhao Wen was instantly delighted. Under her, there are more than 2? There are not 1,000 but 800 agents who hang out in a place like Hengdian. She was able to get the audition for the male lead in Blazing Sun, and it was all a lucky combination of good timing and good fortune. How could Zhao Wen not hear it? What about Chao Ping's willingness to give 2 more supporting roles solely because of Ringu? This point also caused Zhao Wen's expression to look at Lin Gu to become softer and softer. Lin Gu, on the other hand, nodded secretly in his heart. He knows. In the entertainment industry, filming is certainly not a matter of having a director, coming in with a few actors, and a few $1 million. The cast, the financiers, the director, the actors, the costuming, all the way to the final distribution, the theaters, and so on. That's what makes it a process overall. And in the process, most importantly, it's the funding side. After all, what's the point of making a movie without money? In order to get the investment, some directors often agree to some not so reasonable demands from the funders. For example, to promote some fresh meat, like giving a few important roles. And the movie Blazing Saddles is a movie that, surprisingly, the financiers are keeping out of the production altogether. It's not even rare anymore, it's almost non-existent. After all, it's basically some entertainment company that pays the money. Stuffing a few connections in is all casual. It's a great way to promote your own artists and it doesn't hurt the big picture, so why not? This time, Lin Gu had picked up a great deal of luck when he met Chao Ping. After all, there would be no jerks in such a crew. Although Lin Gu was doing it to make money and complete the system's tasks, he didn't want to ride with those second masters. Of course. The premise is still that he's overacting. If it doesn't pass muster, why would he be wanted as a jerk in a crew that doesn't even have connections to the management? Thank you, Director Chow. Oh, then Ringo, I'll leave it here for you? Zhao Wen's eyes narrowed with laughter. She knew that she hadn't made a wrong investment. Other than that, 30% of Rinku's paycheck is hers. Artists and agents are, more often than not, a mutually fulfilling combination. Obviously, Zhao Wen and Lin Gu are the 1 plus 12 combination. Xiao Ping was kind to Zhao Wen. The reason was naturally Ringu. He nodded, cheerfully. Good, then I won't see you off. After Zhao Wen left, Xiao Ping came to Lin Gu's side with a satisfied look in his eyes. And then, in a hushed voice. The whole crew, they're waiting for you. I auditioned for 3 days for the role of Xin Xiaofeng. Ringu, how soon can you get into shape? When Lin Gu heard this, he slightly pondered for a few seconds before speaking directly. Director Chow, we can start shooting tomorrow. The satisfied look on Xiao Ping's face intensified. After nodding slightly, he patted Lin Gu's shoulder vigorously. Then we'll start tomorrow. Early the next morning. Ringu then arrived at the shooting site on time. There are a lot of scenes in this play, Blazing Saddles. Examples include sewers, highways, mountains, forests, underwater, and even the roofs of buildings. Overall, it was a huge test for the entire crew. But, after all, Ringu has been in the ring for about a year now. He is very familiar with the actors' standing and running positions, the director's requirements, and so on. The first scene is the highwayman scene. It's also the scene where Xin Xiaofeng, who has become a co-policeman, is on the highway with Ichuan and can tell at a glance that something isn't quite right with the cab next to him. In this scene, the most crucial point is the shot of Xin Xiaofeng subconsciously pinching out a cigarette with his index finger and thumb after smoking it. The average actor, on this scene, does a split screen. After all, it hurts too much to pinch a cigarette out on your fingertips. But in the pursuit of authenticity, Ringu stiffly put out the cigarette with his direct hand while keeping his facial expression calm. Then, with very subtle expressions and looks, he portrayed the feeling of calmness and composure that Xin Xiaofeng had in explaining himself in the face of Ichuan's suspicions. This was originally a scene that needed to be shot in multiple strips. With Ringu's near-perfect acting skills, it was a straight pass. After Xiao Ping shouted click, the staff accompanying the group rushed over to help Ringu check his fingers. After seeing that on both fingers, blood blisters had been burned. Even the staffer couldn't help but bare his teeth. Ringu, doesn't it hurt? Lin Gu smiled and said. If it doesn't hurt, how do you perform that feeling of holding back the pain and being calm? Hear that? All the staff members stood in awe of Ringu. They also finally understood how Ringu's acting skills had improved. This dedication, at least, is something that many actors just can't match. Next, Ringu shot some more exteriors with the group. At the end of the day, even with Lin Gu's physical strength, he had a feeling that his back was aching. After all, the play is really quite athletic, with quite a few sequences requiring running, hanging, or going underwater. Eventually, he bids farewell to the cast of the show. Sweeping up a random shared bike, he returned to his rental house. At that moment, it so happened that Xiao Ping and his assistant were walking out of the venue. Seeing Ringu's back riding a shared bicycle, both were somewhat silent. A few seconds later, Xiao Ping said with emotion, These days, there aren't many actors who are as dedicated, capable, and good at acting as Ringu, and who live such a low-key life. His assistant stepped aside and nodded approvingly. It is also at this moment Xiao Ping has finally decided on the main character for his next movie. Chapter 6, Dedication that Earns the Respect of All. Filming is boring and tedious. Especially a movie with a rather dim tone like Blazing Saddles. There is masterful acting on the side. While Ringu has no problem handling the various shots, there are some instances where he gets too immersed in the plot to get out of it. One of the scenes, for example, is when Tails gets sick. Lin Gu as Xin Xiaofeng needs to carry her for a long distance. Then there are the complex emotions of whether or not to give up the tail, stopping the car, and multiple shifts in internal emotions to mix into the process. It's safe to say, for a scene like this, even if a real movie star was allowed to come, I'm afraid it would take 2 or 3 days of filming to reach the point of perfection in Xiao Ping's mind. And it only took Ringu 1 day, for a total of 3. Just completely conquered Xiao Ping. Faced with the serious injury of his elder brother Yang Dao, Xin Xiaofeng panicked. He carried his big brother to bed with all his might and nearly collapsed as he found various first aid supplies. The look on Ringu's face during this process was almost textbook. And after, when discussing with his big brother Yang Dao about whether to discard his daughter's tail, Lin Gu also portrays all of the kind of kinks and pain that Xin Xiaofeng feels. As Yando left with his tail, Ringu's I play made a few of the female staff members purse their lips uncontrollably. It was as if they could all feel Xin Xiaofeng's inner torment. And all the emotions erupted as Xin cried out in pain and stopped in front of the car.
Lingyu's clinical form was equally explosive.
While running down the road, he also, quite coincidentally, nearly tripped over himself and hit his head on a car window.
The blood that instantly flowed from his forehead made Xiaoping almost shout "Ka!" Results. Even so, Ringu still finished the rest of the scene perfectly. After the shoot, Ringu was sitting on the side of the road as he let the crew treat his wounds. When he didn't notice, tears came to his eyes. It wasn't until the staff reminded him that Ringu came back to his senses. And the scene was watched by all the other actors. Many of the actors were nodding in secret. To know. This time, the cast of Blazing Sun is basically all veteran actors. But even so, how many can be as committed as Ringu? In him, it was as if these people understood what a real actor should be like. Now that it's in the group and it's the number one male, then Ringu either because of the final paycheck or to have a better career in the entertainment industry. Or maybe it's to bring up the rating of a system mission even higher. He's all but certain to bring out the most serious attitude to his scenes. In this, of course, masterful acting and masterful presence played the most significant role. But Ringu's personal interpretation of the script and characters, as well as being very scrappy in the process, is a very big plus. Ringu had known that for a long time. The system brought him skills that were permanent though. But that is only an outline. Trying to apply these skills vividly and visually in acting is also something he needs to work on himself. When dangling a wyvern, Ringu never used a double. At the most, he was on the sling for 50 minutes and barely stood on his feet when he came down. For the underwater scene, Ringu filmed hard for more than 20 minutes underwater at a temperature of less than 10 degrees. During the rooftop scene, Ringu even completely portrayed the feeling of trying to save Itsumi even if he had to fight for his life. At the same time, he was torn in his mind as to whether he should put him down so that no one would know about his crime. All of this is shown through shots of almost disliked faces, with eyes and facial movements that are detailed to a fault. Put in the old days of filming. Even Xiaoping can't actually be strict to the extreme with his actors. Something like a dislike face shot. It's more like it's basically not going to be used on young actors. Subtle facial language, which is simply not something a young actor can manage. A slip. The pain becomes constipation. Rapture becomes a giggle. But on Ringu, Xiaoping is getting bolder the more he shoots. By the end of the movie, even those three veteran actors playing Ichuan the criminal police officer, Yang Dao the older brother, and Shenju the second brother were all blown away by Lingu's performance. A few times while observing Ringu filming, these veteran actors have to be called evil. And finally, after a full month and a half of filming, the main shots of the entire movie, basically, have been shot. The only one left is the last one. Also known as the movie's most climactic scene. Xin Xiaofeng was executed. This scene could almost be considered a one-man show for Ringu. Even during the previous audition, Xiaoping had already seen Lingu's rendition of the scene. But when it came time to actually shoot, he still sweated for Ringu. To know. Even those movie stars who are very good at acting can't always be perfect. And such a scene with almost only expressions, eyes and facial movements. There's no way to shoot without being in perfect condition. Inside the setup scene, Xiaoping asked in a deep voice, "Ringu, will it work today?" Ringu lay on the bed, looking around at the cold machines and feeling the touch of the needle tips on his skin. At the top, a ghastly white light, and on the hands and feet, strapped tightly with bindings. The moment. Ringu is thoroughly integrated within the character of Xin Xiaofeng. He stared wordlessly, his whole body twitching slightly. Seeing this scene, Xiaoping did not hesitate to shout. Ready. Chapter 7, Holding Back Tears for Status? What's it like to be executed by lethal injection? This question, I'm afraid, will be an eternal quandary. Because, it's impossible for someone to come back from the dead and describe the feeling in detail. Even the most sophisticated instruments and the most accurate laboratory tests cannot measure what is going on in a person's mind just before he or she dies. The movements can be interpreted and the look can be controlled. But how can the thousands of emotions that can be expressed in the window of the eye perfectly approximate this feeling? And today, all the people in the studio who had gathered around to watch Lingu act out the scene seemed to know what a person who was actually being executed was supposed to look like. He lay on his back, the needle point sticking into his arm. The cold liquid slowly flowed into the veins, and goosebumps rose in layers as it passed by. The veins quickly went into a state of exposure.
Lingu's lips had dead skin bursting out, his face was pale, and his lips were black and blue. These, only a very small portion of them came from makeup, most of them were Rinku's body's natural reactions. The makeup artists were shocked when they saw Rinku's state. Thought he really couldn't make it. The body was trembling slightly, irregularly, and the strands of hair were throbbing one by one.
The moment.
Ringu vividly expresses the various involuntary reactions of the body of a death row inmate as he is about to leave this world.
As of this point,
his acting skills have crushed most of the actors in the circle. That feeling of despair, pain and reluctance, but only to die, was expressed by Lingu through his body language. Between the camera wraps around Ringu's chest, in the absence of any other explicit support, it suddenly shook violently twice. This scene caused Xiaoping to stand up. He stared at Ringu dead in the face, and after a few seconds, he gave a forceful wave of his hand. Pull up close and give close-ups of the eyes and face.
Put it on other actors. This is a step that Xiaoping would likely have just pulled the centerfold ambiguity.
I play is, to put it mildly, the simplest, but also the most complex. Every audience member, who can see through the eyes of an actor, is different. The level of acting is most evident in the eye scenes. Like certain freshmen who can't memorize their lines. Let them play against some of the older actors, even if both are saying the same lines and doing the same moves.
Even the shots are all given to just one eye at a time. The audience can still tell who is acting well and who is not.
Lingu, on the other hand, is one of the most invincible eye plays Xiaoping has ever seen in his directing career so far. He even found it hard to believe that Ringu is only 22 years old this year. Even if you've been honing your acting skills since your mother's womb, that kind of eye play is a little too scary.
So, in the face of this last shot of Ringu,
Xiaoping didn't hesitate to give the close-up. And it's an all-encompassing, no death angle, inquisitive dislike face shot kind of thing. Looking at the screen, Xiaoping could even see the fluttering of Ringu's eyelashes and the tears rolling trembling from the corners of his eyes. Even in such details, Xiaoping still can't find any fault.
The camera is rotating.
Rinku's state was getting more and more involved. His breath began to catch. His body began to tremble violently and irregularly. His hands began to struggle. His muscles began to look stiff. It was also at this moment that the tears in the corner of Lingu's eyes violently slipped. With such timing, Xiaoping didn't even know if it was a coincidence or if Lingu's acting skills had really reached such a frightening level.
And at this point,
the assistants and staff surrounding Xiaoping, they also saw the ultimate eye candy that will last them a lifetime.
Tails, Daddy's sorry. Tails, Daddy can't let you go. I didn't kill anyone, but I'm guilty. I may not be guilty, but I can't live.
Tails, I begged them, you won't remember who we are when you grow up.
Tails, you must be happy, you must grow up happy and joyful. Tails, 3 dads, can only do so much for you.
We're sorry for you, for your family, and I had to die.
Only this.
So you can have a bright future without us getting involved.
Tails, girl, daughter. Goodbye. Last minute.
Lingu's chest trembled very violently 3 times, and the veins on his arms softened down before violently rising again. The neck, the face, the lips, were all pale. His eyes, frozen for a second. There, with fondness, with reluctance, with repentance.
But at the same time,
it also comes with relief, with hope, with blessing, with ease.
This second.
In the studio, there were already a few staff members who couldn't hold back their tears.
It's not that they don't know it's staged, it's fake.
But under Ringu's acting skills, even if it's fake, it has an extreme impact that makes people can't help but cry. Xiaoping also held his breath. Looking at Ringu in the screen for a long time, he was speechless. For the nearly 15 seconds that the picture was frozen,
Ringu's eyes stayed absolutely frozen,
and all of his body's reactions were almost a perfect rendition of what it felt like to lose one's life.
Finally,
Xiaoping wiped his eyes and clapped his hands hard.
Ka! 1 through. Upon hearing Xiaoping's voice, many people cheered.
Only a small portion of that was because the play was killed.
For the most part, it was because he was completely bowled over by Ringu's acting skills.
Among them, a few actresses, even with their hands clapped red and their eyes moist, ran directly to Lingu's bed and carefully helped him up. The tears in Lingu's eyes had never gushed out with force until this moment.
Xiaoping was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Just now, only 2 tears slipped from Ringu's eyes. And it took filming the movie to make that repression explode. Has Rinku been suppressing his emotions just to play out this death scene? It's too much of a monster, isn't it? Chapter 8, Textbook Acting. Acting out.
Crying scenes are generally harder to perform. After all, the actors have a script and there are tons of machines, onlookers, etc. around them. If you can't get fully into the state, it's just a hard thing to cry out with all these influences.
Can you say tears in plain sight?
The ability to come to a crying scene at any time is also used as an acting threshold by many directors. Xiaofeng has directed a number of movies.
There is no shortage of literary and war movies.
It can be said that Xiaofeng is very vocal when it comes to the point of crying scenes. He knows how to get an actor in the zone fast and cry at the most appropriate time.
But after so many years of directing, he really hadn't seen an actor who was actually in a state of acting and holding back tears. This is equivalent.
Many people are still at the level of can't cry, but Ringu has reached the level of too much into the drama, but in order to fit the plot can't cry.
How many floors do we have to cross in between?
To make sure Rinku wasn't physically pushing too hard, or something else.
Xiaofeng asked specifically. Rinku, is everything okay?
Lingu sniffed and shook his head, his voice a little low.
It's okay, got immersed in Xian's character and kind of didn't come out.
He said, raising his head and wiping his tears. He asked.
Director Chow, can this one pass? I was holding back tears, will that affect the camera? Hear that. It was only then that the crowd in the studio reacted in the same way as Xiaofeng. A trace of dismay and horror immediately surfaced on everyone's face. Rinku was filming the tears he's holding back because he's trying to perfect the execution scene? The tears, too, were caused by him being too deep in the drama? I've heard of good acting like anything. But I've never heard of a demon like Lingu who can control himself perfectly. At this moment, a young girl standing beside Lingu also couldn't help but cover her mouth tightly.
Her name is Luden Wang, and she is considered the heroine of this movie.
But that's because Blazing Saddles is itself a crime drama with multiple narrative threads, multiple male protagonists, and a weak female lead. So Luden Wang doesn't have much of a part in it. As a debut 10 years of senior, Wang Luden is not seen good acting actors. He has even been paired with movie stars like David Tong and Wen Zhang.
But when she heard Rinku say that she was holding back the tears that flowed out of her eyes from dipping into her character, she filmed the scene just now.
Wang Luden was still completely dumbfounded. What level of acting is this? Is this ING acting? This is clearly demonic magic. How can a normal human being have such terrible control and judgment? Tell the truth. In Wang Luden's mind, if she was allowed to do this execution scene,
then she must have felt that in the end it wouldn't matter if the tears flowed, it might even be a plus.
But Ringo just so oddly held back. Thinking of this, Wang Luden couldn't help but ask. Mr. Ringo, why are you holding back your tears? Wouldn't it be more impactful for the execution to end with tears in your eyes? Hearing Wang Luden's question.
Not to mention the other actors, even Xiaofeng strained his ears, waiting curiously for Lingu's answer.
Ringo forced a smile, he was still immersed in that state and couldn't pull himself out of it.
After a few seconds of thought, he whispered. Because Xin wasn't really scared, sad, or in pain to be executed. It was his willing death. This is Xian's redemption for herself and her daughter. He died with a lot of hope and aspirations for a better future.
I think people like that don't shed too many tears, except for the body's natural reaction. Too much emotion would ruin the scene instead. Rinku spoke slowly. The crowd in the studio was listening very carefully. These guys have basically followed the shoot all the way through and have roughly read the script. And when they followed Lingu's thoughts and substituted themselves into the role of Xin Xiaofeng, they realized abruptly that it's amazing how much sense Rinku makes. Until the moment she lay on the bed, Xin Xiaofeng did not have much real fear in her heart. Those tremors, those two tears, they were just the body's natural reaction. After Ringo finished speaking, there was silence in the studio. I don't know how long it's been. Xiaofeng was the first to applaud. Applause ensued. Looking at Lingu's tear-stained face, Xiaofeng's heart was filled with emotion. He had a premonition that Rinku would definitely be red. It's going to pop. Even, in the future, it could be a record-setting, textbook entry existence. Not because of anything else, but because of this dissection of the script and interpretation of his character,
which made Xiaoping himself feel ashamed of himself.
Facing the applause of the crowd, Ringo smiled in a low-key manner.
Even though acting was a task of the system, Lingu did like the feeling of being fully engaged. It would be nice if this dog system would leave him more after making money.
Read this.
Lingu stood up from the bed and looked at Xiaoping.
Director Chow, there are 2 in the front, I don't think it's quite enough, let's reshoot it.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoping nodded his head without hesitation.
Lights, camera, set. Come on, move it. Listen to Ringo and go through it again.
NG, always one of the staff's least favorite things. Because once you reshoot, it means all kinds of messy situations that have to be rearranged. But, for once, every staff member was heartily untroubled. They all sensed Lingu's seriousness.
And seriously, it's respectable. Chapter 9, Ringu's next plan. Finally. After another 2 busy hours, all the major episodes were shot. This also meant that Ringu's scene was completely killed.
Next, he has little else to work with, except for a few shots that may need to be made up.
At the moment when Xiaoping announced the finalization of the movie, Ringu heaved a sigh of relief. There were a lot of cheers from the crew, too. And just then, the system's voice, in due course, came. Congratulations to the host, the mission has been completed.
Evaluating mission completion. Evaluation complete. This time the host is cast as the male lead of Blazing Heart, with an acting score of 91, an emotional score of 94, an action score of 80, a script comprehension score of 81, and an overall score of 85. This increases Shadow Emperor proficiency by 2.1%, and has accumulated 7.9% proficiency.
That's right.
In a whole year, Lingu's overall Shadow Emperor proficiency had only accumulated 7.9%. He had to accumulate 100% proficiency before he could complete the task of being a charitable movie star given to him by the system. After completing this quest, the money Ringu earns can be completely his own.
Let's just say that there is a long way to go.
However, being able to get 2.1% proficiency still brought a small smile to Lingu's face.
To know.
Before, when he was running the show, he could only get 0.1% proficiency each time. Even those 5 significant supporting roles were less than 1% each time.
This time, it was a full 2.1%, and Ringu was already satisfied. At least there's something to look forward to, muttered to himself. Next to him, there suddenly came a kind voice. Ringu, what is there to look forward to?
Lingu raised his head, and it was none other than Xiaoping. He hurriedly stood up, but to his surprise, Xiaoping directly pressed him back into his seat.
You're welcome, sit and talk. Xiaoping looked at Lingu with a kindly expression. He saw the potential of a future movie star in Lingu. And such a young man with unlimited potential is naturally worthy of Xiaoping's friendship. In the entertainment industry, the winds are changing, and it may be that at some point, some obscure character will take off. And similar to Lingu, such as superb acting skills, know how to fight, dare to fight, Xiaoping is even more determined. Within a year, he will become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of all the directors. Looking at Xiaoping's happy face, Lingu smiled coyly and said, Nothing, first time in a male role, a little uncomfortable. Xiaoping smiled even more. The first experience of acting as a male lead fell on his head. How could Lingu still not have a little incense for himself in the future? It's a relationship that might come in handy later. After a pause, Ringo asked curiously again. By the way, Director Chow, what do you want to see me about? Do you need to make up any shots?
Xiaoping shook his head and said,
No need. Where are the shots of Ringu that need to be made up? It's basically one line over. The few NGs that were there were also problems with the rest of the cast.
Once Lingu came, it caused all those old actors and actresses to have big heads, fearing that they wouldn't be able to keep up with Lingu's pace. It's amazing that this is happening to a young actor in his first male role. Xiaoping pondered for a few seconds and asked,
Ringu, I'd like to ask, what are your next plans? Got another scene to shoot?
A hint of thought appeared in Lingu's eyes.
From the very beginning, Ringu was actually not short of drama.
Or, if there is investment, Ringu can come up with many works destined to make money no matter what. But all the system gave were time-limited tasks, and the purpose was clearly to let him hone his acting skills beforehand. So even though there are quite a few script prototypes in my head for good movies from my previous life, Ringu, however, never put it into practice either.
Sure.
Not being able to memorize that many scripts, coupled with less than stellar directing skills, is one of the reasons Ringo didn't move on this. Again, it's a similar situation with songs and stuff. Lin-gu knew that many classic movies, songs, variety shows, and so on, had not come out in this world compared to his previous life. He could be said to be holding on to the gold mountain. Not to mention doing it, even just mentioning the idea, I'm afraid I could make a fortune. But with the system in place, Ringo can only take things step by step. Since it's a system of philanthropic movie stars. Then in addition to letting him do charity, the system should also provide those godly scripts from his previous life, right? After all, it's not at all uncommon for a movie star to take the path of a director. All these messy thoughts swirling around in his head. Lin-gu shook his head and laughed. Not yet. I don't know many people in the circle besides one. Xiaofeng nodded in understanding. That's the way it is in the entertainment industry. Without connections, it's hard to move an inch. Acting is important at some points, but at others, it's not the deciding factor. After thinking about it, Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. Next, I have another movie coming up, costing about $60 million or so. I'd also like to cast you as the male lead. Would you be interested? Hearing this, Lin-gu directly stood up. How could he not be interested? Not to mention the extra money, but a $60 million production like this will definitely increase the proficiency of the movie star in a way that the previous ones could not. Director, I'm interested. No, I do. Lin-gu wasn't that excited, it was just that he could have such a good opportunity in front of him, he didn't want to lose it because of his attitude. After all, it's not like he's the only one in the entertainment industry with good acting skills. Why did people Xiaofeng have to have him? Xiaofeng smiled faintly and said. Not yet, I have conditions. Lin-gu's face remained unchanged as he calmly nodded his head. Director Chow, you said. Chapter 10, An Olive Branch Handed Over by Huai. Xiaofeng pondered for a long time. But instead of making his terms directly, he continued to ask. Ringu, I asked Xiaowen before, you haven't signed with a company yet, have you? Ringu nodded. In the entertainment industry, signing up with a company is no easy task. Running the gauntlet is, at best, hanging out with some movie and TV unions. It's only when you get to the point where you can be a supporting actor that someone will come to you and sign you. Lin Yu and Zhao Wen's relationship was similar to this. However, Zhao Wen is not behind any entertainment company, she is just an old geezer in the Hengdian quite a few years, contacts can be quite good, so they signed a few potential acting skills of the actors. In this way, you can also make a little bit of money in the matchmaking. The entertainment industry is very hierarchical, and in the eyes of big directors and big companies, you can't see any dragon sets or supporting roles. Now, what Xiaofeng was asking about was naturally a more formal signing. It's the kind of signing where there's a signing fee and all kinds of strict contracts, where the company has to provide resources and the artist has to obey the company's arrangements. Seeing Lin-gu shaking his head, Xiaofeng smiled slightly. And then, in a hushed voice. Have you heard of Huai Entertainment? Huai Entertainment? Ringu's eyes brightened for a moment. How could he not have heard of Huai Entertainment? Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or in this world, Huai Entertainment was a top entertainment company that could be ranked in the top 5 in the entertainment industry. Huai has many movie stars and fresh meat under its banner, and also has a perfect operation system. The entertainment industry didn't know how many people wanted to get on the big tree of Huai. Without much hesitation, Lin-gu directly said. I've heard of. How is it possible that Huai has not heard of it? Xiaofeng nodded slightly and said. To tell you the truth, some time ago, I jumped ship from my original company and went to Huai. Jumping ship? Lin-gu's face was pensive. It's not uncommon for directors to jump ship in the entertainment industry. As long as you have the ability and have done good work, then there are companies that want to scoop you up. The prices offered, too, are often prices that can't be refused. But why is Xiaofeng talking to himself about this? Did Lin-gu gradually had some guesses in his heart. The entertainment company that Xiaofeng Yuan was originally from, even if they let him go, they couldn't have released those actors and crew members that he was familiar with to him. Xiaofeng himself may have few restrictions. Or if there was, Huai must have helped him block it. But those artists and crew, even if Huai is rich, it will not take over all of them. Because it's all replaceable. Plus, the Chinese art to dig Xiaofeng over, not to let him come here as a king of the mountain. Being able to go over there in vain is naturally a more favorable option for Huai.
So, is Chao Ping preparing to sign himself at Huai as his squad at Huai?
After roughly thinking about it, Lin Gu gently nodded. Nor did he pretend not to understand, but said directly.
What Director Chao means is that he wants me to sign on with Huai and film under you in the future?
A hint of appreciation appeared in Chao Ping's eyes. He likes smart people the most.
Good, that's my condition.
In fact, this blazing sun is my knock on the door and pitch to Huai. As long as this one comes to fruition, then in the future Huai won't meddle too much in my directorial works.
At this point, no other director in the biz can do it.
Chao Ping was naturally talking about directors at his level. And top directors like Zhang Yimou and Feng Xiaojiang are naturally not in this range.
Those directors are basically coaxed and cajoled by their funders to make movies. After all, who doesn't want to make solid money?
Zhang Yimou's name is worth $500 million at the box office when you take it out. Since the words had already been spoken, and Chao Ping could see that Lin Gu was a smart man. Solely, he then sat directly across from Lin Gu, and with a deep sigh, he continued. I've been in the industry for many years and have good connections, but the entertainment industry is not good without big trees. By signing with Wahini, a lot of paths will be smoothed out quite a bit, and that's something I'm pursuing. Lin Gu, I can see that you're a promising seedling. Maybe with this movie, you'll be able to win some newcomer awards.
I think so highly of you that I want to receive you under my wing. As for the treatment, feel free to mention it. I'll talk to Huai.
When it came down to it, Chao Ping was considered to be very sincere. Lin Gu could also tell in the past month or two that Chao Ping was a straightforward person. Usually he praises the actors when they do well and scolds them when they don't, straight to the point, not hiding anything. He could also tell that Chao Ping was genuinely interested in signing himself up.
But the problem is, Rinku's future can't really be tied to Wei. Without mentioning anything else, let's talk about the system alone. In the future, what if the system's mission conflicts with the contract of Huai? The breach of contract system wouldn't help Ringu out.
This dog system only sucks blood, it doesn't explode gold. Plus, Lin Gu had the intention of moving in the direction of directing, and if he really signed with Huai, all of these would become hidden dangers in the future.
After a few seconds of silence, Lin Gu asked in a deep voice. Director Chao, what is the approximate length of the contract you can get me?
Chao Ping smiled faintly.
I can see that you want short to medium-term contracts, yes? Ringu nodded matter-of-factly. Chao Ping thought for a moment and held out a finger. A year. The shortest.
A company of Huai's caliber, even if it wanted to appease a director like Chao Ping, could not offer two outrageous conditions.
That would be a blow to all the other artists under Huai.
So, all Chao Ping can fight for is a one-year contract at the minimum.
1 year. Lin Gu thought about it. If he wanted to complete the movie star mission, 1 year might not be enough. It would be a good choice if we can rely on such a big tree as Huai during this grassroots period.
In that case, there was nothing for him to hesitate about.
Okay, Director Chao, I promise you. But could you sign one along? Hearing Ringu's words,
a trace of dismay appeared in Chao Ping's eyes, and then, a look of emotion surfaced on his face.
Ringu, there aren't many young men as sentient as you. No problem, this little thing, I'll help. Chapter 11, you can't afford a plane ticket for a $3 million movie? 2 days later. In a cafe near Yokohama.
When Zhaowen saw the formal brokerage contract laid out on the table in front of her, her eyes instantly turned red.
She started working her way up the ladder at the age of 19 in Yokohama. Once upon a time, I wanted to be a star and be admired by millions of people.
But dreams are plentiful and reality is bone-chilling. After some messed up, she gave up on her unrealistic ideas. He has changed his profession to become a so-called broker. There's no company behind it, not many resources on hand, and not a few contacts in your phone. To put it nicely, Zhaowen is called an agent. To put it bluntly, she's just a fixer. About 2 or 3 years ago, she had taken a list of artists she had under her belt but a medium-sized entertainment company to seek employment,
hoping to get a real broker contract. As a result, the receptionist didn't even let her in.
That sarcastic, taunting look, to this day, Zhaowen couldn't forget.
And today, unprepared,
Chao Ping then found her and told her, from now on, you will be Huai's agent. In the future, you can borrow some of Huai's resources. Ringu, the first officially signed general under her command. In the future, as long as Lingu climbs high and does well, Huai will not treat her poorly, and Xiaoping, himself, will not treat her poorly.
A dream that just came true.
After her lips trembled a few times, Zhao finally couldn't hold back. She turned her back and wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Afterwards, he looked at Xiaoping with an apologetic face.
I'm sorry, Director Chow. I got a little excited. It's okay. It's human nature. Xiaoping nodded cheerfully. He knows very well that it's hard to be a fixer without a background in the entertainment industry.
When encountering a character like Yang Weiwei Luohan's agent, under normal circumstances, Zhao Wen wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. Otherwise, if these agents with big companies at their backs moved their lips, Zhao Wen might not be able to receive any work in the future. No one would risk offending Yang Weiwei to help someone like Zhao Wen who had no background.
The saying that it's good to have your back against the wall is exemplified in the entertainment industry.
Wiped another tear from his eye. Zhao Wen picked up the contract on the table as if it were a treasure.
Read it word by word. When she saw the words Huai's agent, Zhao Wen, she actually felt like she was in a dream. Xiaoping didn't rush. He came to deliver this contract in person for Ringu's sake. Since we're giving away favors, naturally we can't be impatient.
10 minutes later, Zhao Wen put down the contract and without hesitation took out a pen from her own bag. Signed his name solemnly at several signatures on the contract.
From this moment on, she's Huai's agent.
Huai will pay her a reasonable salary, share many public resources to her, and have all kinds of insider information available.
Even Zhou Wen's business cards are all on their way. All of this.
It gave Zhao Wen, who had never fought alone and didn't know how much she had suffered and how many blank stares she had received, an unreal feeling.
After a while. Only then did she ask softly. Director Chow, where's Ringo?
Went to Shangjing, there's an old friend over there who really couldn't find a suitable actor, and it just so happened that Lingu was free, so he let him go over first.
Go over to him when you've got everything cleared up on the Huai side. Zhou Wen nodded.
The only thought in her mind right now was to thank Lingu properly. If not for her age, she even had the idea of drilling Ringu's room in the middle of the night.
And at this point,
Ringu is sitting on a bam 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 green train, looking at the beautiful scenery along the way.
All the way towards Shangjing. It's not that he doesn't want to fly.
Rather, it's surprising that peak season airfare costs over 4,000. Out of the $3 million Lingu got for Blazing Sun, only 2.1 million was left after taking out the 30% given to Zhao Wen. Here, only 21,000 belongs to Ringu himself.
Anything else, it has to go to charity.
And when Lingu made this donation, he learned that the previous Hope Primary School had been roughly completed. It happens to be in a small town not far from Shangjing. So it was just as well that he took the opportunity of coming to Shangjing to shoot a movie and wanted to visit the scene.
After all, it is the Hope Elementary School that you donated. Ringu naturally wanted to pay attention. He didn't say yes before, just because he really couldn't afford to buy a plane ticket. Now, it's a coincidence. Almost 10 hours later. Sanzhou Airport.
A young man in a black suit with a big back haircut called his boss with a puzzled look on his face.
Director Chen, that Lingu you mentioned.
I've been waiting here for more than 2 hours.
Didn't see him come out.
On the other side of the phone, a voice with a strong Shangjang accent came out.
Didn't see it? Wait, I'll call Director Chow. Shangjing, Shadow Emperor Mansion. Renowned Director Chen rose and dialed Xiaoping with a puzzled look on his face. He asked suspiciously once the call was answered.
Old Chow, the actor you mentioned, I had someone pick him up at the airport.
But how come I didn't receive it? Didn't get it?
Xiaoping was also a bit confused. He hurriedly said,
Wait a moment, I'll ask Ringu.
After saying that, Xiaoping hung up the phone and directly called for his assistant. Today, it was his assistant who sent Ringu away.
I asked you to send Ringu, where did you send him? The assistant scratched his head, an innocent look in his eyes. I sent Mr. Lin to the train station. Train station? Xiaoping was dumbfounded. How did it go? The train. And it seems to be a hard seat, I watched him buy the ticket and get on the train. The assistant said as he spoke, invitingly.
I came back at your command, after watching Mr. Lin leave. The corners of Xiaoping's mouth twitched a few times.
If he's not out of his mind, wasn't it just yesterday that he paid Ringu the $3 million for the movie? $3 million? Can't even afford a plane ticket?
Speechless for a long time, he waved his hand and let his assistant leave the office. With that, he called Chen Rosen and said,
"Old Chen, you have someone, go to the train station and take a look. Ringu, it seems to have gone there by train."
Hearing this, Chen Rosen was also dumbfounded.
Chapter 12, Director Chen picks up someone in a Lincoln train station? New drama One Man's Martial Arts.
The entertainment industry is certainly not everyone is worth hundreds of millions of dollars and everyone goes out in a luxury car.
But
Lin Gu is at least Xiaofeng's borrowed, the main actor level up.
As for not even being able to afford a plane ticket?
Moreover, Chen Rosen was aware of the fact that Xiaopeng had signed with Huai. Lin Gu such an actor, not to mention going out with a few bodyguards and nannies, right, but the airfare, how Huai will be reimbursed
Could it be that there's something else going on here?
After Chen Rosen hung up the phone, he thought about it for half a day but couldn't figure out the logic.
Is Rinku poor to this extent?
After a moment, he shook his head and picked up the phone to call.
Don't wait at the airport, Ringu should be coming by train. You go to the train station.
Shinjing Airport, the young man with a big back comb was full of confusion.
Didn't they say that the actor was auditioning for the lead role? Didn't you say that it was Director Chen who persuaded Director Chow to borrow this big shot? In order to greet Lin Gu, he even drove a Lincoln just to match Lin Gu's status. But what kind of respectable person would come by train? More than half an hour later,
when this youth, named Jia Yunda, saw Lin Gu, who came out of the train station wearing a decent but ordinary casual dress, carrying a rod of luggage in his hand whose edges were worn out, and stepping on ordinary canvas shoes on his feet, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily.
This star is living too simple a life, isn't he? It's fine if the bodyguards and nannies don't bring them. Where's your agent? Just came alone? This was a situation that Zhao Yunda really hadn't seen much of.
Usually, the eye-over-the-top, bossy stars have seen more, seemingly low-key, in fact, often luxury cars and watches, in and out of high-grade restaurants have also seen more. Coldly and unexpectedly see Lin Gu such a poor star, Zhao Yunda really a little uncomfortable.
But the photo is the same one, and he shouldn't be mistaken. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, here. Director Chen asked me to pick you up.
Zhao Yunda jogged all the way to Lin Gu's side and was about to take Lin Gu's suitcase. Then he heard Ringo smile very politely.
It's fine, I'll do it myself. Trouble, it's so late. The corner of Zhao Yunda's mouth twitched.
He's embarrassed to say he even ran to the airport and waited for 2-3 hours.
Mr. Lin is too polite.
Zhao Yunda didn't forcefully snatch the suitcase over, but only added one more point of respect for Lin Gu in his heart. In any case, those who can be lent by Director Chow to Director Chen must be famous figures in the circle. Such a man, dressed so plainly, and not even wanting to trouble himself with luggage.
Zhao Yunda really couldn't feel any ill will towards Rinku.
After coming to the car and placing their suitcases, the two of them drove towards the Shadow Emperor mansion. On the way, Lin Gu called Xiaopeng to report his safety.
Received a call from Rinku. Learned that he really did go by green train. Xiaopeng was also a bit teary-eyed.
Lin Gu was already a contracted artist of Huai, and travel was reimbursed at the highest level.
Exaggerate. As long as the lingua bitantan 82 la fight, 3 Michelin stars.
That's similar to business class on airplanes, star hotels, etc.
Huai reimbursement doesn't even ask for specific itineraries.
Xiaopeng didn't worry about this, mainly because he had just paid Lin Gu $3 million for the movie.
In his mind, how could it be more than a 10-hour ride on a green train? Results. Rinku did just that. When asked for the reason, Lin Gu also returned helplessly. Director Chow, I
have some personal matters that require money, and don't have that much free money to waste.
Isn't the train comfortable? And you can walk around.
Xiaopeng was a fastidious person and immediately asked Lin Gu if he needed any monetary support.
Ringu naturally refused. He has no money, solely because the dog system doesn't leave him any. But the basics of life, it's not so bad that you don't have enough to eat or wear. There's just no way to pose and show off your wealth. To be honest, it was also true that Rinku didn't really like that kind of high-profile life. Nowadays, with this kind of peace and quiet, filming, honing acting skills, and gradually standing firm in the entertainment industry, there is a bright future, and there will not be any messy crap coming to the door. Rinku was already satisfied. Car. listening to the conversation between Lin Gu and Xiaoping. Zhao Yunda is also a sigh. This one, what a strange man.
Halfway through the line, Zhao Yunda remembered as if in a flash and hurriedly took out a copy of the script from the center locker and handed it to Lin Gu. Mr. Lin, Director Chen said that it's too late today, so we'll pick you up tomorrow.
This script is the scene we're going to shoot next. Hi.
You don't know, the play has been in preparation for over a month now, and the rest of the cast is basically in place.
But the only role that Director Chen couldn't find a satisfactory one was that of Feng Yishio.
Director Chen said that he'll give you a pick-me-up tomorrow and try out the camera, so you can read the script first.
Lin Gu nodded slightly and took the script.
And then, it was time to take a closer look in the car. The name of the movie is called One Man's Martial Arts. The genre is an action movie that combines various elements such as crime, thriller and drama, and it is very much a test of the actor's martial arts skills.
The specific storyline is not the core of this movie. The great martial arts scenes are the real center point of this movie.
Through the duel between the two male protagonists, the audience is gradually guided to think deeply about the development of modern martial arts, the underlying ideas, as well as the martial arts, kung fu, whether it is a killing technique or self-protection techniques. Then there is the main vein of this movie.
After spending roughly half an hour skimming through the script, Ringu's eyes were bright. The reason is simple.
He played Feng Yishio in this drama, which is almost equivalent to the male number one, with a very large role. After this kind of scene, the proficiency of the movie star mission will definitely not be lower than that of Bright Heart of the Sun.
And, since he's the male lead, Ringo reckons he won't be paid less.
It's unlikely to get to the point where it's like $3 million for Blazing Saddles, but it's going to be tens of thousands of dollars a day anyhow.
Most importantly,
Lin Gu had completed the system's charity mission today, and was given the chance to be among the skill extraction opportunities. It just so happened that the skills related to action and martial arts scenes were drawn.
Grandmaster level martial arts. Chapter 13, Did you pick up Ringu or a murderer? Grandmaster level martial arts. Technically, this is not a form of acting. Instead, it's real kung fu.
The moment he extracted this skill, Lin Gu had the feeling that his physical quality had improved a lot and his mind had become much clearer.
And that feeling continues until now.
After all, what the system gave was only an outline. To truly comprehend martial arts, Lin Gu needed to keep training. And this time, in One Man's Martial Arts, Lin Gu plays the character Feng Yishio, who is a martial arts nerd. In order to practice martial arts, he disregarded his congenital disability and endured pains that were simply impossible for normal people to endure. In order to practice martial arts, he gave up his career, his family, and all pleasures. In order to spare himself any further weakness, he kills his wife, who is suffering from cancer and destined not to be with him until the end.
And this incident became the last rag to wipe away Feng Yishio's sanity. Since then, Feng Yishio never had any softness in his heart.
He went to face the heroes of the world with ruthlessness, determination, and venom.
A strike will result in blood, a strike will result in death.
After beheading several martial arts elites one after another, the situation finally caught the attention of the police.
The story, too, probably starts here. Anyway,
playing a martial arts nerd definitely did more than just improve his acting skills and broaden his repertoire for Lin Gu. He can even really improve his martial arts. In the entertainment industry, no matter how good the fight looks on screen, it's actually a flowery affair for the actors themselves.
Going through the entire entertainment industry, one would definitely not be able to find a person with real martial arts skills on his side. But not so much now. Because, what Ringu extracted from the system was really ing kung fu. Send Ringu to the hotel that he had booked long ago. Zhao Yunda also stayed in the room next to him. If Ringu needed anything, he was on standby.
However, Lin Gu wasn't any kind of pretentious person, and since he was a bit tired physically and mentally after sitting on the train all day, he naturally went to bed early.
Day 2.
Waking up from the big luxurious bed, Ringu was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. After crossing over, he doesn't have quite enough money even to rent that black rental house that only costs $800 a quarter note, 13 years of prices.
How do you get to stay in a luxury hotel like this?
And when he came out of the door of his room, fully dressed, he happened to meet Zhao Yunda, who was waiting outside the door and had just lit a cigarette.
Morning. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Zhao Yunda was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Gu would get up so early.
Showbiz star Big Shot, in addition to those really dedicated veteran actors and actresses, but any other but a bit of fame and status of the actors and actresses.
The most common fault is lateness. This has even become a trend in the entertainment industry.
The sooner it comes, the smaller the wrist.
The later you come, the higher your status. And lingua.
The status is there, and so young and handsome.
I'm surprised you don't have a problem with being late. For a while, Zhao Yunda didn't even know what to say.
Panicking and extinguishing his cigarette, Zhao Yunda hurriedly said, "That, Mr. Lin, Director Chen has a scene in the morning and said he wants me to take you directly to the set and give you a reception at noon."
Lin Gu smiled and nodded, saying, "Go. No breakfast? Just get anything out there.
Hotels that serve breakfast.
Oh, I'm not sure. Then go take a bite. Finish eating."
The two went straight to the set on the outskirts of Shangjing. More than an hour later, Zhao Yunda parked his car and pointed at the studio that had been set up in front of him and laughed. "Everyone has been waiting for Feng Yishou's actors to be in place for over a month, and after you arrived yesterday, Director Chen started the movie straight away."
Director Chen is a director who seeks efficiency and is quite demanding.
Zhao Yunda, this was also a good view of Lin Gu, which was why he subtly reminded him. Put in someone else's place, how could he spread his boss's temper around?
Lin Gu nodded slightly and said, "I know,
thanks for the reminder, brother Zhao."
Zhao Yunda grinned with some emotion in his heart. Handsome, young, knowledgeable, and polite. And life is so simple that you take the green train to catch a show. It's too damn good, isn't it? Facing Lin Gu, Zhao Yunda couldn't even raise his jealousy. Can't help it, that's how anyone feels when they see someone who is too perfect. Not yet waiting to enter the set.
Lin Gu then heard a voice with a thick Shangjiang accent roaring angrily.
"Run for position. Run for position. What are you doing? The field manager. Get your stuff together, this one's a reshoot. If you don't pass these 3 this morning, don't even eat."
Hearing this voice, the corner of Lin Gu's mouth twitched. Worthy of being a director who had a good relationship with Chao Ping, this temper was grumpy to a fault.
Zhao Yunda also laughed dryly and said, "Mr. Lin, let's go in." "Aha!"
Entering the studio, Lin Yu instantly saw the middle-aged man who wasn't too tall, with slightly graying hair and a serious face, who was wearing a white shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and grasping the script and slapping it hard against the tabletop.
This person, naturally, is Director Chen Rosen. "Director Chen. I brought Mr. Ringu here." Zhao Yunda opened his mouth respectfully and greeted.
Chen Luoshan turned his head and didn't think about Zhao Yunda at first glance, instead he looked at Lin Gu.
Looked up and down several times. Finally, he actually frowned deeply.
Lin Gu looked at him with some confusion and was about to ask when he heard Chen Luoshan speak.
"You're Rinku? Did old Chow not hear my request clearly? I want Feng Yishou, not fresh meat."
"Young man, go back, this role is not for you." Lin Gu didn't get sharply annoyed, nor did he loudly retort anything. He just gently set the suitcase aside. Then he stepped aside and grabbed a handful of dirt and wiped his hands. A scratch to the face followed.
In the next second, the assistant behind Chen Rosen's face changed abruptly. "Chen. Director Chen, look." Chen Luoshan turned around suspiciously and looked at Lin Gu.
Only Lin Gu's eyes were calm and his face was bland, and he didn't even change his costume. But the stature, already clearly somewhat skewed, the slowly widening corners of the mouth, the muscles in the face bulging from clenched teeth. This was coupled with a metaphysical aura that enveloped Lin Gu's body. The character of Feng Yishou has been thoroughly and vividly portrayed.
Chen Rosen's eyes instantly brightened.
And when he was about to say something, Lin Gu fiercely stepped forward, his fists clenched, and slowly made an arching motion. A hoarse, low voice, containing a bizarre madness, rang out from his throat.
"Feng Yishou, come to ask for advice."
Along with the voice, Lin Gu's eyes, too, completely changed. The kind of madness, the insanity, the agony of even killing your own wife with your own hands in pursuit of being number one in the world. The kind of arrogant, condescending, who, in order to prove that they are the best in the world, use their best kung fu when challenging every master in the martial arts. The kind of person who is tough on others and tougher on himself, enduring pain comparable to bone scraping and cramping, and hardening his atrophied left leg into an impeccable length. Everything flowed out in the transformation of Lin Gu's eyes.
Chen Rosen slowly swallowed.
His eyes turned to Zhao Yunda, almost opening his mouth to inquire.
"Are you sure it's Rinku you're picking up? Don't really bring me back a murderer." Chapter 14, Donnie Yen, what the do you call a martial arts scene that's just okay? What do the eyes of a murderer look like?
Sheep TV had a documentary that captured the eyes of dozens of murderers. Among them, there was remorse, peace, madness, pain, and double-mindedness. The eyes may not be the most important thing when trying to play a murderer. Because it's the character's experiences that are the most important part of shaping the persona during the filming process. Even if a harmless young man, after the director shoots a lot of scenes of him killing and burning people and puts them on the screen, the audience will still have an initial impression of him as a murderer.
But until today, it was only then that everyone in the studio realized that as long as one's acting skills are good, one can really portray a murderer perfectly with just one look. Especially since Ringo plays more than just a murderer. This is a lawless, ruthless, kung fu masterful demon who sees himself as the best in the world. Madness is Feng Yuxiu's biggest label.
The moment Chen Rosen turned his head, he already regretted what he had just said.
He understands.
It wasn't that Chao Ping hadn't heard him clearly.
Instead, they actually sent him the best actor for the job.
And when Lin Gu arched his hand and clasped his fist, he said the words Feng Yuxiu, come to ask for advice.
The kind of eyes that would give one a feeling of coldness in the body and a feeling of weakness in the hands and feet just by looking at them. Even more so, it made Chen Rosen's heart beat wildly. The Feng Yuxiu he was waiting for came.
This one man's martial arts was not cheap to film, and because of the large number of martial arts scenes, it was very demanding in terms of special effects. In order to pursue perfection, Chen Rosen has enabled the main actors, who are basically veteran actors. For example, the other male lead, who plays opposite Lin Gu, is Donnie Yen, a well-known martial arts star in Hong Kong. Then there were the martial arts elites who fought against Feng Yuxiu as he challenged various masters. Again, all are old faces on screen. It's safe to say that these guys basically come from a martial arts background and have little problem with action sequences. The reason why such a lavish lineup dragged on for a month before opening. It was because Chen Rosen was slow to find an actor to star as Feng Yuxiu.
Too old, no. Too young, no. Too strong, no. Too skinny and it won't work.
Before seeing Lin Gu, Chen Luoshan had the rough outline of Feng Yuxiu in his mind.
And after seeing Ringu, this outline, in an instant, overlapped with Ringu.
Taking a step forward, Chen Rosen arched his hand rather Jianghu-like and said in a deep voice.
Ringu is it? I spoke too soon just now. You have acted as a criminal before?
That look was too intimidating, and Chen Rosen could only guess in that direction.
Lin Gu shook his head, resuming his usual posture and demeanor, and laughed. Never acted in it. I read the script and got a general idea of the character of Feng Yuxiu. Just now, let's call it a rendition of my understanding of Feng Yuxiu. Director Chen, what do you think? The corner of Chen Rosen's mouth twitched. How the hell do you get that look in your eyes when you've never even played a criminal? Don't tell me you've actually killed someone. However, this was obviously just a slander in Chen Rosen's mind. After carefully looking at the young man in front of him, who was able to perfectly portray such a difficult role as Feng Yuxiu with his own understanding based only on the script, without even using the director to speak about the scene, Chen Rosen actually felt some emotion for a moment. He walked over and gently patted Ringu's shoulder inside. Young man, genius. Other than that, Feng Yuxiu is yours. Also, let me ask, how was your martial arts scene? Asking this, Chen Rosen didn't take it seriously. The scene, not to mention the martial arts instructors, the actors alone are basically from the martial arts industry. With this kind of lineup, even if Lin Gu isn't very good at martial arts scenes, he can still pull it back hard by the camera. As long as Ringu can keep that crazy feeling, everything else is fine. Ringu scratched his head and lowered his voice. Still. It's okay. There's a foundation, right? Just have the foundation. Come on, groundskeeper, get Donnie Yen over here and spar with Ringu, I'll check out the moves. The director has the most power during the shoot. Even those heavenly kings and movie stars must obey the director's orders. Hearing Chen Rosen's words, the groundskeeper hurriedly ran out. In a short while, it returned with a well-mannered looking man. Director Chen, you're looking for me? Jin Dan Ah. Come on, this is the actor who sealed Yuxiu. Just arrived today, and this young man, he's a very good actor. How about you two pair up for a martial arts scene, and if his moves aren't up to par, you try to help out, okay? Donnie Darko smiled and nodded. Sure. He is considered an old-timer who has been in the industry for a long time. He used to be in Hong Kong,
but later came to the mainland for development, and by relying on his excellent acting skills and a few action movies, he jumped to become a movie star. This time, with the filming of One Man's Martial Arts, Donnie Yen is returning to his old ways. It's only natural to get on and try out Rinku, who is playing opposite himself.
Right here? Ringu asked curiously. Chen Rosen nodded his head with a look of amusement. Donnie raised his hand, cheerfully.
Let's have a sparring session. In martial arts theater, the most important thing is to match the movements. It doesn't have to be too fast, but it must be stable and accurate.
Ringu nodded slightly and took off his jacket, revealing a long sleeve with a mess of letters printed on the inside. He bought this for $20 at the ground floor. Not to mention, the quality is pretty good. The two stood facing each other.
Rinku extended his own hands as well, his body relaxing naturally. And then, naturally, those movement essentials and tricks in the master-level martial arts came to mind.
It is also at this moment. A huge pressure enveloped Jindan, causing him to instantly tense up. Momentum is a subtle thing to say. In fact, it does become apparent in the high and low pressures of the movement, the eyes, the stance, and the body rhythms. For example, a 6'9" strong man facing children. Just by standing, I'm afraid that even a small child would be scared to tears, and that's the simplest kind of aura. The pressure that enveloped Jindan came from the aura that Lingu unconsciously emanated from his body. Next, Rinku made a direct move. Chapter 15, Guiding Donnie Darko to an Exhibition Match. Jintan doesn't count as a martial artist. Let's just say that after playing so many martial artists, he still has at least some eye for kung fu. Whether or not the opponent is a Philistine or has no foundation in martial arts is something that can be seen at a glance. And it was at this moment when Lingu made his move. Donnie Darko could then be completely sure. This person in front of me is definitely a martial arts theater expert. That kind of severe but not lose the style of movement, that punch and kick, and even the pace of the rhythm, although it is some indeterminate feeling. But Donnie Yen feels an extreme sense of beauty in it. In other words, Lingu's moves can be used as a textbook for martial arts instructors. Jindan didn't dare to be slow, and the moment Lingu made his move, he assumed the standard starting stance. Lingu smiled faintly and bullied his way up. Then so very smooth in Jindan sparring up. It looks like a sparring match to outsiders though. But only the two parties involved, Lingu and Jindan, knew that the initiative had actually been in Lingu's hands all along. This includes the direction of the punches and kicks, the movement. Oftentimes, Jindan even felt like he didn't even want to do that, but under Lingu's guidance, he subconsciously did it. Donnie Yen feels like a flatboat being fiddled back and forth by Ringo. The two sparred for 3 minutes. The crowd in the studio was discerning. At least, it's still obvious if the action is good or not. Moreover, there were 2 martial arts instructors among them, one of whom was standing right next to Chen Rosen. Chen Rosen asked in a small voice. Xieying, how about you check out Ringu's moves? Xieying, a well-known martial arts instructor and martial arts stunt double in the industry. Many of the classic on-screen martial arts moves were designed by this man. Hearing Chen Rosen's words, Xieying nodded slightly, a hint of approval on his face. It's obvious that both Ringu and Jintan are grounded, their movements are smooth and they work very well with each other. At least, it should be okay to do the fight scenes for this movie. A hint of a smile appeared in Chen Luosan's eyes. Rinku, this young man is good. Young, handsome, and polite enough to leave it at that. And living a simple life, traveling on a green train for a business trip. Most importantly, it's amazing that he's still a good prospect who looks so good in all his martial arts scenes. That's a talent that's not common in the biz. Martial arts drama is not something else. Actors with poor physical coordination and comprehension can't perform martial arts drama at all. Otherwise, some of the movies that use fresh meat. Why do those freshmen only act cool and pose? Isn't it because if you don't add martial arts, it's unorthodox? Clapping his hands, Chen Rosen cheerfully said. Well. Oh, Ringu, I can see that you have a good base in martial arts theater as well, so that's not a problem. In a while, let's go to the hotel next door for a meal, as a welcome treat for you. You'll rest at the hotel this afternoon, study the script, and start shooting tomorrow. Is there a problem? Ringu stopped his hand and shook his head with a smile. What could be wrong with him? It was a play he enjoyed, and even though he was playing a villain, the feeling of soundly releasing his madness was quite addictive. Who doesn't have a little darkness in their heart? Rinku was no saintly mother, and many of the things he encountered after crossing over didn't go well. It was nice to have such an opportunity to vent and let off steam, and he was up for it. When he saw Lin Gu nod, Chen Luoshan smiled back. Was about to say something. But suddenly, he heard Jin Dan, who was standing opposite Lin Gu, speak loudly. Director Chen, I have a problem. Chen Rosen looked over suspiciously. Mind, what could be wrong with you? You're not even in the movie today. Who knows, this look over, Chen Rosen felt that something was wrong. Jin Dan's expression at this moment was strange. It was both bewildering and exciting, with a hesitation in it that is hard to put into words. On top of that, his body seemed to be trembling slightly. This is tired? As a martial arts star, can you be so tired just by trying your hand for 3 minutes? Chen Rosen was a little puzzled, but still gave this movie star all the respect he needed. Jin Dan, what is it? Go ahead. Director Chen. This little brother, is it true that he has learned Kung Fu before? Kung Fu? Chen Rosen was momentarily confused, his eyes blank. What kind of question is that? Seeing that Chen Rosen did not understand, Jin Dan hurriedly added loudly. Director Chen, you don't know, just now when I was practicing with him, the whole process was guided by him. In other words, it wasn't even that he and I were trying our hands, it was that he was pulling my movements and putting on a show. I can't even fully control my movements myself anymore. This statement was made. There was silence in the studio. Quite a few people showed a dumbfounded look. Chen Rosen hasn't said anything yet. Xiying beside him fell instantly wide-eyed. Mr. Shun, you. Are you saying that Mr. Ringu was guiding your movements from start to finish? Donnie Darko nodded vigorously. Xiying looked as if he had seen a ghost in his gaze towards Lin Gu. He thought it was Ling Yu and Donnie Yen working well together. In hindsight, where was that tacit agreement? That's Rinku performing a puppet show. Chen Luosan also reacted, his eyes shining brightly. Ringu, you've studied Kung Fu? Real Kung Fu, and the show of fancy fists, that's a totally different thing. Not to mention foreigners, even if they were from the Dragon Kingdom, no one had really seen Kung Fu. It's a wonder these people aren't more strange. Ringo smiled bitterly and nodded frankly. When he had just tried his hand against Jin Dan, he had subconsciously utilized a master-level martial art. After the system rewarded him with this thing, it was equivalent to a syllabus, and without a lot of practice, there was no way for Lin Gu to master those real martial arts. Then, once it was out, there wasn't much control. Took Donnie Yen straight to a show. Let's just say that it's from the system after all. In just these 3 minutes of work, Lin Gu had a feeling of a stronger physique and more coordinated movements. Before, learn some. Rinku spoke humbly. Chen Rosen's mouth immediately began to twitch. This kid, isn't he a little too much of a monster? Acting so well and being a real Kung Fu master? For a while, Chen Rosen was moved to dig Lin Gu over. Chapter 16, $500,000 martial arts instructor. However, after thinking about scooping up Ringu, not only Chao Ping must be anxious, Huai may even make a move, Chen Rosen still shook his head and gave up. After a few seconds, his eyes sizzled as he looked at Lin Gu and asked in a deep voice. Lin Gu, tell me the truth. Your Kung Fu, is it the kind of real killing technique? Rinku scratched his head. The system gave it to him. Is that a killing technique? In a sense, it does count. After all, it's not fancy and it's not for show. Lin Gu could clearly feel that those martial arts that were slowly reviving as if they were engraved in his DNA were basically of the clean and sharp school. In other words, it's basically the kind of thing that can put someone to death in 1 or 2 moves. He nodded and said. Sort of. But it's not much use in the modern world. After all, there isn't that much need for chivalry. Rinku smiled lowly. And hear his words. Chen Rosen's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. What he's looking for is a talent like Ringu. Why is the role of Feng Yuxiu so hard to find? It's not that there aren't people in the ring who can do martial arts theater, and there are a lot of people who look good doing martial arts theater. The hardest point to find is the idea. It's hard to design his moves because once you use a lot of flowery punches and kicks, it's hard to reflect the ideas that Chen Rosen is trying to convey. Martial arts, is it a killing technique or a self-preservation technique? His persona, too, is difficult to design and interpret.
A murderer isn't so hard to play, but one who knows he's killing and doesn't feel guilty about it. He was only pursuing the pinnacle, pursuing the limits of martial arts.
Strike out and kill.
But in the process, Feng Yishou would even take the initiative to save the person just so that this person would fight him fair and square.
He doesn't deliberately target the innocent.
But once it helped him in his martial arts, then Feng Yishou wouldn't care about social ethics and morals at all. For example, in the movie, when Feng Yishou threatened Xiahou was played by Donnie Yen's sister with his full power.
He even said something like, "He'll be stronger when you're dead." This is a complete martial arts nerd and lunatic. That feeling was what Chen Rosen was really looking for. And it's as if Ringu appeared as if he was, in the underworld, made specifically for this role.
He knows real martial arts, and real killing techniques. His acting was flawless, even to the point where a look alone made the uninformed mistake him for the real murderer. He's good looking, but the act of grabbing a handful of dirt and smearing it on his face at the drop of a hat. It shows without a doubt that Ringu is not at all a pampered actor who can't take the pain.
Is there anyone else who would be better suited for the role than Ringu? Hearing Ringu's reply,
Chen Rosen suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice,
"Lingu, I don't know if you're willing to be the martial arts director for the play One Man's Martial Arts?
As long as you're willing, I'll give you an extra $500,000 on top of the $2 million you were paid for the movie." Normally, martial arts instruction is not a costly part of the process. Most martial arts instructors can only make money for specialized moves, about $1,000 per move. In one scene, minus the actor's own improvised and the director's intentionally designed actions,
the meat left for the martial arts instructor is probably only about 20.
And in order to make this one man's martial arts film what you really feel in your heart,
Chen Rosen directly put down $500,000 in blood. How could Lingu refuse such a good thing? He nodded and smiled. "Okay, no problem. I'm going to act anyway, and it's not really a hassle to design my own moves for the rest of the cast." Chen Luosen smiled and patted Lin Gu's shoulder. A moment of emotion. This young man, he's too good.
Xiang, who was robbed of his job, was not the least bit discouraged or jealous.
"You're getting angry with someone who actually has kung fu on his side, isn't that a joke?"
On the contrary, Xiang even came directly to Lin Gu's side.
Worked as his assistant. To be able to look for opportunities and see if I can steal a couple of real moves. After a pick-me-up meal.
The next day, the crew of One Man's Martial Arts went into a busy filming schedule.
Rosen Chan is a very efficiency-oriented director. In just the first day, it allowed Rinku to take 6 shots.
Of those 6 shots, 2 are fight scenes and 1 falls into the water.
Put it on someone else, I'm afraid you can't even finish half of the shots.
But Lin Gu's masterful acting skills, so professional that it surprised movie stars, and his masterful presence, smoothed it all out.
In the fight scene, Ringo designs his own moves for himself.
It's basically very much the movements of the character of Feng Yishou himself, including straightforward whip kicks, lurid to the point of being appalling takedowns, elbow strikes, slams, and so on. In the process, Lin Gu even really one-handed finger a prop wall buckle broken.
It was a scene that startled the crew on the set. The actor he was playing opposite looked at Lin Gu with even more fear in his eyes. It's almost like saying, "Dude, this is a movie, don't take it seriously." Acting that basically doesn't go wrong ensures that the shoot goes smoothly. A series of 3 once through, let Chen Rosen's mouth almost crooked smile. You know, the boot is just burning money.
While One Man's Martial Arts has a high cost budget, who wouldn't want to save when they can? If a different actor comes in, I'm afraid the cost of one NG would be thousands or tens of thousands of dollars.
Lin Gu's joining in really satisfied Chen Luosen to the point where he couldn't be any more satisfied.
Of course. Speed was not what surprised Chen Rosen the most.
It's Ringa's acting that does it. Whether it's a fight scene or a falling water scene or a running scene.
Every time Lin Gu faced the camera with his look and movements, it gave Chen Rosen the feeling that Feng Yishou had stepped out of the script.
It might not be hard to keep that feeling for a few minutes. But all day?
And that's with the full knowledge that you're filming, surrounded by a large crew, and surrounded by a large number of cameras.
You can't say that's good acting anymore, can you? It's going to be sorcery. Ringu's inhuman level of play also drove the atmosphere of the entire crew.
Almost every actor, riveted just to keep up with Ringu's play.
Back in the day, NG was the normal thing to do. But after Ringo came, whichever actor NG'd would look guilty. There's no way around it. People never NG Ringu, every NG is because of them. Once or twice is fine, too many times must be hard on their hearts. And face it. The best thing about it was Rosen Chan.
He didn't even need to be prodded, the actors were already working on the script on their own.
Near the end of the shoot, Chen Rosen subconsciously lamented. If only all the actors in the entertainment industry were like Lin Gu, how great it would be.
Beside him, his assistant nodded thoughtfully.
Chapter 17, The Blazing Heart is set.
While Ringu was in full swing in Shangjing filming One Man's Martial Arts, Xiaopeng and others, too, are working intensively on the post-production editing of Blazing Sun Bright Heart.
This movie uses a very large number of special effects. This also makes the role of post almost comparable to the footage during the official shoot. Flames, explosions, high-rise green screen, all of these basically need to be snapped frame by frame. Every second is a graphics card burn. And when those post-editors see footage of Ringu, they basically subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. None other.
It's just that because of Ringu's acting, it's really not very wasted late in the game. Eyes, feel free to be bold and add close-ups and details.
The action, don't even worry about wearing out or being fake, just add BGM and be done with it.
Moreover, because of Lingu's good style of hard work and not being afraid of getting dirty, many of the shots in this movie were shot in real life.
Like running with a bloodied hug.
Like stopping directly in front of a 20 or 30 miles per hour car.
Like pulling hard on another actor's hand and bruising.
Most of these places, when placed in other movies, would require post-processing. Ringu, on the other hand, doesn't need it at all. The original movie tops it off and is comparable to special effects.
The editors can't argue with that alone.
Xiaopeng, on the other hand, with his own assistant, ran 7 dinner parties and made appointments with 14 theaters in more than half a month. These resources were not originally used for him to run personally. But with Lin Gu's acting skills, the movie has been completed beyond Xiaopeng's expectations.
And it's far more.
In this case, he certainly didn't want the movie, which was likely to take both box office records and various awards, to lose out on distribution.
Movies that are good and well received, that's a ing rarity. General. Halfway down. Xiaopeng has lost a whole lot of weight. But the results are also promising. The Blazing Sun is officially scheduled for May 1st. During the same period, basically nothing else could be touched except for one Feng Xiaojiang movie. It is reasonable to say that with a production by a famous director like Feng Xiaojiang, the theaters can at least take more than 50% of the schedule. But coincidentally, the movie is called Do Not Disturb 2. And when you give a movie to a theater, people will look at it. Despite having the smash hit Do Not Disturb in front of it, Do Not Disturb 2 still failed to get the expected schedule. It was finally set at 35%. This is partly due to the fact that Misfits 2 is just too watered down. The other part of the reason is Xiaopeng's efforts. That's why he's a famous director, but he's running the dinner himself. On May 1st, Bright Heart of Fire and Do Not Disturb 2 are the only two heavyweights. After Xiaopeng's tireless efforts, Bright Heart of Fire likewise took 35% of the movie schedule. But Xiaopeng is confident that as long as the movie airs, the theater's schedule for his movie will definitely go up. The reason is simple. There's Ringu.
His acting skills were Xiaopeng's greatest source of confidence. Even, Xiaopeng already had the idea of sending this movie to Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers.
As for the Golden Horse and Golden Statue,
it can only be said that, at present, the Bay in Shangjiang is not willing to completely bow down, go to these two awards. Xiaopeng has little confidence.
Everything, steadily.
On the 4th day of shooting, Zhao Wen came to Shangjing to find Lin Gu.
As soon as they met, they gave Ringu a big hug. Good hanging didn't buy the Li Ning dry open line for Ringu spelling Yuzu. These days,
Zhao Wen sort of understood why those agents from the big companies would show a condescending posture every time they saw her. That's a real resource to give them courage. Immediately after receiving Zhao Wen's signing contract, Hua Yi lined up a special person to hand over to Zhao Wen. The main contents of the handover were some information on the entertainment industry, an address book, the category of the company's public resources, and a detailed arrangement for her. This includes fixed wages. It also includes a cut of the artists under Zhou Wen. Overall, she definitely didn't get as much of a cut as the 30% she'd gotten here in Ringu before. But, the difficulty of getting this money has been correspondingly reduced by an unknown amount.
Nothing else.
The name Hawaii would allow her to travel to all the film sets in the country.
Can't say I necessarily got the role.
At the very least, meeting an assistant director and getting an audition is still not a problem.
Plus some other information.
Zhao Wen can only say that it is indeed good to have a big tree at your back.
These resources cannot be bought with money. Or why be an agent of any kind if you really have the money to buy this material? Wouldn't it be nice to buy a chateau and become a rich woman?
Anyway, after taking care of everything, she immediately rushed to Shangjing to join Lin Gu. From now on, she's nominally the agent of Huai, and in reality, the agent who specializes in Lin Gu. After all, it's not like Huai assigned her another agent.
That's the other price.
It didn't take long for the two of them to catch up, and Ringo told him about his situation over here. Then he refused Zhao Wen's invitation to dinner and continued to devote himself fully to the shooting. With Zhao Wen here, Ringo's life must have gotten a lot better. At least, some of the mess won't affect his shooting anymore. Of course, even if Zhao Wen doesn't come, Lin Gu is still the absolute meat and potatoes in the crew. After all, no one has ever seen a tough guy who just pulls off a 1/4 of the shooting schedule by himself, either. One man's martial arts has a lot of action, a lot of scenes, a lot of chases. The original shooting schedule was expected to be 2.5 months. Once Rinku came, only half a month later, the shooting progress is more than 1/3 of the way through. At the top of the day, the movie will be finished in less than 2 months. Even Chen Rosen, who was very much in pursuit of efficiency, had been looking for Lin Gu to chat with him a lot lately.
As soon as it opens its mouth. Ringu, are you tired? Why don't we give you a day off? No, 2 days of vacation? That's all for today. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll take you to eat. Give yourself a break tonight, it's not worth it to tire yourself out.
If other actors who had worked with Chen Rosen heard him say that, I'm afraid that each one's eyes must fall to the ground.
When did the efficiency-seeking Rosen-chan ever feel sorry for an actor? He hated to split an actor in half and use it. And Ringu's reply basically meant only one thing. Director, I'm fine, keep filming. That wasn't very good earlier, let's do it again.
For a whole half month, Chen Rosen's mouth smiled crookedly, and the other actors were basically exhausted. But there was no complaint in each man's eyes.
Because Rinku would only be more tired than them.
Plus, he works harder, plays harder, and does everything himself.
Who would be lazy with such a role model in front of them? So, a month and a half flew by. Chapter 18, the last scene. Both to divide the high and the low. Also determines life and death. April 19th.
The sun is shining. Inside a film and television base in Shangjing, Lin Gu was in the middle of shooting the last scene.
This scene, too, is the biggest buy of the entire movie.
He's going up against another star, Donnie Yen, in a showdown on the highway that's close to 10 minutes of pure fight scene alone.
And that's not even counting the various runners and mouthpieces.
All in all, for a scene like this, even if those well-known martial arts stars in China came, I'm afraid it would take a week to finish it. After all, with Chen Rosen's demand for quality, a bad shot will definitely not be given a pass.
However,
Lin Gu and Donnie Yen have only been filming for a total of 3 hours, and the progress is already over halfway through. With such efficiency, Chen Rosen was a bit silent for a while. He even felt that if there were no problems with the progress, he might even just wrap up and kill it today.
On the road.
Ringu was dressed in tattered clothes and had a pair of thick-soled rubber shoes on his feet. To create the image of a limp, he still added insoles of varying heights to his shoes. No point in wasting his acting skills in a place like this.
Ringu's acting skills are in 2 main areas. The first is the eyes. The second is the action. The eyes are self-explanatory.
This one comes down to the portrayal of character details. From the start of this drama, until now, Lin Gu almost every night to set aside half an hour to an hour to study the script, and even wrote a special character biography for the role of Feng Yixio.
Masterful acting brings him more than just acting like something.
Rather, every aspect of the persona, psychology, expressions, movements, and so on, elevated Rinku's perception and understanding.
In other words, Ringu is able to mine a script for information that the average actor can't. He is also able to tap into the details of his character that other actors can't tap into while acting.
1 or 2 details that may have little effect on the character as a whole.
But what about 10? How about 100?
I can't tell you how many details of Feng Yixio's character Lin Gu has unearthed during these close to 2 months of filming.
At a later stage, Ringu is basically filming according to his own understanding of Feng Yixio. If in another play,
This job is usually the director's. The director needs to talk to the actors about the scene, and when he encounters something that the actors can't understand, he has to personally describe that feeling in detail.
But Rinku didn't need it.
Even Chen Rosen didn't find a chance to open his mouth from the beginning to the end.
There's no way around it.
Lin Gu's portrayal of Feng Yixio is the crazy devil in his mind. Any minor modification by Lin Gu was, in Chen Rosen's opinion, very appropriate. When he met such an actor, Chen Rosen even felt that it would help his directing career.
And the action.
There would be even less need for Chen Rosen to worry.
At first, he was a little apprehensive.
Worried that Ringu, despite his real kung fu, doesn't know some of the rules in action movies.
Just because you kill people fast doesn't mean they look good.
The martial arts scene, in and of itself, is not real kung fu, it's just fancy footwork for the audience. But soon, Lin Gu used his actions to completely reassure Chen Rosen. A grandmaster-level martial arts skill would definitely bring more than just a killing technique to Lin Gu. More than anything, it improves Rinku's vision. It allows him to stand on a higher plane to judge whether an action is lethal or not, to judge whether an action is necessary or not. It is equivalent to the basis of the flowery fists. Lin Gu can distinguish at a glance which movements are effective and which movements are purely scrappy or even delayed.
That kind of thing.
Reducing the flowery fist to a murderous technical difficulty.
But isn't it easy to add a killing technique to a fancy punch? Lingua is almost in a high-level view.
In a word, Rinku's casual pointers can be taken from a number of perspectives, including ergonomics, line of sight, composition, and so on. Tell those actors what kind of action really looks good.
You can't even keep your arm straight when you throw a punch, can you look good?
A sword is flung over, you play it like using a machete, how can the audience buy it?
Less than 2 months.
The two martial arts instructors, including Qi Ying, were now on the verge of becoming Lin Gu's little followers. Usually nothing to serve tea and water, see Lin Gu is too hard, and even whacking the back and legs to do it.
For the sake of that, I can learn more from Ringu. That's a good thing to be used for the rest of your life.
But Lin Gu had crossed over for more than a year, and was considered to be used to simplicity, and was really not used to being served like this.
He didn't accept any of those messy additional services. Anyway, after filming today's scene, Lin Gu's part will be completely killed.
The shoot was supposed to last 2.5 to 3 months.
Hard to shorten Ringyura to less than 2 months. On the road.
He crooked his body slightly, a frantic but exhausted look in his eyes.
Because that man called Xiahou Wu was finally willing to face him head-on.
This was an event that had been anticipated for an unknown amount of time for Feng Yixio, who lived to pursue the #1 position in the world. He was eager, but cautious at the same time. He's mad as hell, but at the same time, he wants to bring his full form to the table. In order to provoke Xiahou Wu, so that he will no longer be a shrunken head turtle, Feng Yixio even used his senior sister to threaten. Such a person, in this state, has become almost completely insane. Today, Feng Yixio is fulfilling his ultimate goal with his life. If he wins, he's the best in the world and has no regrets about dying. If he lost, he was convinced to die. The situation of certain death, in the eyes of Feng Yixio, but it is nothing.
Xiahou Wu, you're finally willing to face me head-on.
Today, we will divide both high and low, as well as life and death. Lin Gu's voice was hoarse, the color in his eyes met with demonic fervor, and his body could no longer suppress a slight tremor.
It's not fear, it's excitement. That kind of pouncing madness. It even made Donnie Yen, who played Xiahou Wu, subconsciously swallow his saliva.
In the back of his mind, an even more ludicrous thought came to mind.
Damn, Lin Gu wouldn't really want to split life and death with me here, would he? That's a horrible look in that eye. Next moment. 2 people did it at the same time.
Chen Rosen stared tightly at the screen, the script crumpled in his hands.
It's a well-shot scene that could pull this movie all the way up. Can you get the kernel and idea of this movie across? This scene is a top priority. Chapter 19 Asian Dance Trembling.
In Lin Gu's eyes was killing intent.
Z.
The car's sharp brakes sounded. Xiahou Wu got down from the car and came to Feng Yixio with a face full of hatred. Feng Yixio stood still, facing the car with a speed of 70 to 80 mph, his eyes didn't even twitch. He's not afraid to die. And he was sure that the man in the car would not let him die like that. You didn't run me over, so you must have been ready to duel me. The corners of Lin Gu's mouth grinned slightly, the skin of his mouth dry and his face vicarious. This is partly because of the makeup, and partly because Rinku never went through any touch-ups in order to portray the character from start to finish. In order to do so, it is to reflect the state of Feng Yishio after being chased. The voice rumbled from his throat. Raspy, epileptic, the killing intent wasn't obvious. But behind this madness lies expectation, excitement, and relief. In his own way, he forced Xiaohu out. Even if that way, it's murder, arson, crime. And today, this will all be over. No matter who lives or dies, Feng Yishio's quest will have a perfect ending now. This matter, in Feng Yishio's mind, was much more important than life and death. Hearing Ringu's words, Yan Dan subconsciously pursed his lips. He spoke in a hushed voice. It's too cheap to run you over. I'm here to beat you to death. Ringu nodded cheerfully. A face of indifference. Good, both to divide the highs and the lows, and also to decide life and death. The sentence, only 9 words. But in Ringu's mouth, it seems to go through 3 stages. The first stage. Good. Representing Feng Yishio's summation of the past, he finally forced the strongest man in front of him out in his own way. The second stage is both high and low. This represented that Feng Yishio had completely said goodbye to anything other than dueling from this moment onwards. What he was fighting for was to kill or be killed by the man in front of him. And also life and death. This is the third stage. These words meant that Feng Yishio was ready to die. He's not afraid. But must die at the hands of this man in front of me. Or beat him to death and become number 1 in the world yourself. Rinku's eyes, his look, even the curve of his mouth and the veins on his neck. All in this moment, the 3 phases are perfected. Less than 5 seconds. The aura on his body had gone from calm with a hint of relief and openness. It turned into a near madness of abject murderous intent. That kind of killing intent even made Jindan, who was standing opposite him, was startled. If he didn't have years of education in him, he would have even really thought that this second Lingu had moved to kill him. This is acting, this is acting. Donnie Darko forced himself to stabilize his mind. And through the screen, Shen Rosen, who saw the scene, couldn't help but feel a little trembling in his heart. That look came back. Crazy, insane, condescending, indifferent to everything. This was the Feng Yishio he had in mind. Even though Ringu had already given him a lot of confidence, a lot of surprises before. But when it really came to this most crucial scene, Shen Rosen still couldn't control his inner excitement. Camera, get me a close-up. Pull the close-up. All angles pull. I want this footage. Highway. Ringu finished. Then he slowly arched his hand. At this moment, the aura on his body changed again. The change is a one-way street. Become fearless. Turn completely insane. He is a martial artist who seeks to be number 1 in the world. He was cautious, ruthless, and unscrupulous about everything until he could truly be number 1 in the world. But to this moment. To the point where all it takes is a good fight to get that name that you've been chasing all your life. Feng Yishio had completely let go. He just wants to fight. At this second, Rinku's master-class prowess possessed him. In his mind, a scene from the previous shoot, every line from the script, came to mind. In order to practice, Feng Yishio endured pain that could make an adult cry in pain and made his left leg impeccable. He strangled his own wife with his own hands in order to practice. In order to practice his kung fu, he sought out martial arts masters and brutally killed them one by one. For the sake of practicing, he even disregarded the rule of law just to provoke Xiahou Wu out. Morality, law, any bondage, could not bind him. Even if it was already the end times, Feng Yishio still wanted to pursue the world. The body tensed involuntarily, as if longing for something. The fists slowly clenched as if they were ready for an endless attack. The look in Lingu's eyes climbed once again. It was as cold and determined as the 9 specters. Today, either he dies or Xiahou Wu dies. This once again climbed up in his eyes, causing Genten to subconsciously tense his arms. Fortunately, this does not conflict with his character's actions, and Shen Rosen did not yell click. But only Donnie Yen knows. Just now, he was truly frightened by Lingu's killing intent. At this moment, Jin Dan's blood was also burned. Is this the real martial artist? Is this the real killing intent? This is the real Feng Yishio? Nothing more needed to be said, after a 2 or 3 second stalemate. Lingu and Jindan made their moves at the same time, directly charging towards each other. punching and kicking, every punch to the flesh. By this moment, Donnie Yen even felt that he, too, had fully integrated into the role. His senior sister, threatened by the man in front of him. Feng Yuxiu was seeking to be number one in the world, how could he, Xiaohu, not be? Those that died were proven to be less strong than the man in front of them, so what about yourself?
Doesn't he crave a fight? Drink!
Ha! In the past, being hit by a punch to the chest would hurt, even if Donnie Yen was a martial arts star. In severe cases, you even have to stop filming. But today, he felt as if every blow he received was stuck on the line between pain and no pain. It caused the blood in his veins to flow faster and faster. Along with that, the movements became more and more skillful.
The battle between the two is no longer considered slow motion.
I don't know from what second on, Yantan was so completely in the zone that he didn't even know how the hell he was doing certain moves.
Anyway, Chen Rosen had been completely dumbfounded. These two, is this a real fight? You can't fake the sound of that punch. Nothing's going to happen, is it?
The corner of his mouth twitched. Chen Rosen didn't dare to disturb the two people in the field, but instead directly called for a medic. Taking care of everything, when Chen Rosen's perspective landed on the screen again.
The eyes have taken on a burning heat.
This real fight can be so much more real than a late acceleration.
Chapter 20, I'm ING lying down too, so you guys see Ringu, right?
All around, 8 cameras kept shooting. The figures of Lin Gu and Jindan had gone from a physical fight in the center of the main road. It turned into a duel with a long pole. The pinging sound made many of the staff turn pale. That's a lot of injuries if you miss one. But, since Lin Gu was in possession of a grandmaster-level martial art, how could he let such a thing happen?
He's been controlling Donnie Yen's movements. Control is an exaggeration. How about guided?
As in the very beginning, he was guided when he tried his hand with Donnie Yen. Nowadays, he was also constantly trying to guide Jindan's movements with the help of his master martial arts skills. Looking at the two dueling, that's how they both move, with little to no change from when they were designed.
Because it was basically designed by Rinku. This fight scene is also all controlled by Rinku. And from the outside,
the visual effects of this fight scene are at their peak. Other than that, in real life, where do you find a fight scene that's so organized, moves in place without being slow, and packs a punch? It's impossible for two martial arts stars to work so well together.
Normally, a play like this is composited and edited slowly. Rinku was good. A 10-minute fight scene that looks like it's going to be one line over? Meet wrestling and long pole dueling. Next, a running play. Addicted to his role, Donnie Yen is basically running and chasing subconsciously. And Ringu was equally engrossed in the role of Feng Yuxiu. Is he trying to escape? No.
It was an evenly matched battle, and every detail that could be exploited, he had to take advantage of.
Only then will there be no regrets.
When, at some point, the long pole in Donnie Yen's hand was designed to fall to the ground.
A trace of disappointment subconsciously surfaced on his face. Disappointed, not going to lose.
Rather, his weapon was off, and the ensuing duel was no longer fair. And Ringu, too, made a torn choice within himself.
Give him back the wooden pole. That's fair duel. Do not return it, and you will win. After hesitating for 2 seconds, an expansive look appeared in his eyes. Is he in it to win it? To kill Hahu Mo? It's not.
Feng Yuxiu was to become the true number one in the world in the martial arts of the end times.
Since it is truly the best in the world, then it has to be in name only. There is no excuse for utilizing every means and detail available.
But it wasn't fair. Feng Yuxiu didn't agree, and neither did Lin Gu.
Bang!
He picked up the long pole straight away and flung it into Jenten's hands. Jenten's grip tightened almost subconsciously. This scene, if it is another actor real shooting, no 3 or 4 times is impossible to pass, and may even appear all sorts of unexpected situations, such as injuring people. But, under Ringu's subtle control, Donnie Darko doesn't even know how he received the long pole. No one yelled stop and the staff held their breath. It's as if they all felt something from this more than real ING showdown, too. Feng Yuxiu, a crazy demon who seeks to be number one in the world in the age of the end.
Xiahou Wu, a master of blundering to death and being brought to justice.
Both of them were equally strong in martial arts. But one is pursuing himself and one is bound by the law.
What does that mean? Martial arts, is it a killing technique or a self-preservation technique? Is practicing martial arts for the sake of being number one in the world, or for the sake of protecting yourself? No one knows.
But subconsciously, every staff member was watching intently. The three field controllers were constantly adjusting the camera angles, while Chen Rosen's only job as of now was to stare at the camera and see the quality of the film. The situation in the field was too thrilling and exciting. Let Chen Rosen even have the illusion of actually watching a live duel. Fortunately, the rest of the staff, on the contrary, were doing their jobs conscientiously. They didn't want to miss out on such a matchup that could be considered the pinnacle because of their mistakes. And the crew can be so frugal, in fact, without Ringu's contribution. After all, he's too curly. Reeled in to the point where even the staffers were too embarrassed to paddle. Have you ever seen an actor who arrives the earliest every day? Have you ever seen an actor who pedals a shared bike back to his hotel every day to sleep? Have you ever seen an actor who eats a boxed lunch and has to throw the trash in the trash can? Have you ever seen an actor who passes around 3 dresses for 2 months? Ringu is one such actor. In close to 2 months of filming, the crew saw definitely more than just his acting skills. And what it means to be a truly dedicated actor. Of course. Ringu was now also an artist with an agent. Zhao Wen naturally couldn't watch him suffer. However, those preparations that were spread out and wasteful were all rejected by Lin Gu. For one thing, the system wouldn't allow him to be so wasteful. Every penny Lin Gu earned would be converted into system funds, of which only 1% truly belonged to him. The remaining 99% goes to charity. In this case, even the portion of the money that Zhao Wen treated and Huai reimbursed, Ringo basically had to cover. Ringo don't even know how the hell this dog system converts. Anyway, at the time he received a cell phone specially allotted to him by Huai. All of a sudden the system told him that if he took it, it would deduct $3,000 from his personal funds. Frightened, Ringu returned his cell phone to Zhao Wen on the spot. That's only $10,000 or $20,000 total free on him. No more food? No drink? You don't live here anymore? A $3,000 cell phone is still a bit of a luxury for Ringu. Anyway, his second-hand crappy cell phone still worked, so at least he didn't have any problems making calls or sending wikis. 2 to come. It's also true that Ringu doesn't look like he's being so wasteful. On top of maintaining an okay life, he was very resistant to the very thing of waste. Previously, when making charitable donations, Lin Gu had looked up the lives of those mountain children and poor people on the internet. There's one to say. After reading it, Ringu was somewhat silent and heartbroken. Not the Virgin Mary. Rather, it's the kind of life that does actually happen right where people can't see it. It is also for checking out this information. Although Lin Gu usually always slandered the dog system in his heart, but when it was time to donate, he would not hesitate at all. Although he himself was a traveler, who said that a traveler had to fight and kill and be a man of 10,000? Ringu wasn't interested in that anyway. In contrast, being able to play different roles in the movie and deeply experience the souls of those roles was rather a bit more interesting to Ringu. Anyway, in the past 2 months, Lingu's simple, low-key image has taken hold. Everyone in the crew, including Chen Rosen, was convinced of Lin Gu. Good-looking, low-key, simple life, no waste, know how to be polite and calm. Even in the increasingly ominous world of showbiz. And of course people want to see someone like Ringu who makes you feel good about yourself. Plus the fight scene was so important and the performances by Ringo and Donnie Yen were just wonderful. Thus, Chen Rosen is much more relaxed. He realized how easy it was to make a movie when the crew stopped slacking off. This even gave Chen Rosen an idea. Otherwise, whenever we make a movie in the future, let's pull Ringu over. It doesn't matter if there's a role or not, it's good to be used as a mascot for the crew. Sure. This is just a joke now. While watching Lin Gu and Donnie Yen on the screen, using the former's well-designed moves, they fight a martial arts scene that you can't help but slap. Seeing the look in Ringu's eyes, and when Yentan matched him perfectly. Seeing this 10-minute fight scene, it seems like it's about to be one that's outdated. Chen Rosen had no more doubts. Today, it's definitely a damn good day to wrap it up and kill it. 10 minutes later. Ringu was lying on the ground, shot 3 or 4 times in the body, completely out of breath. With Chen Rosen's click, passed. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. A few actresses, moreover, rushed to the middle of the road and helped Lin Gu up. The scene caused the corners of Donnie Yen's mouth, who was also lying on the side, to twitch. You guys just saw Ringu, didn't you?
I am also lying down. Chapter 21, Chen Rosen's exorbitant cornering fee.
But even the actresses ignored themselves, with only Rinku in their eyes.
Donnie Darko still couldn't raise any jealousy towards him. This man, he's just too good.
In 2 months, Donnie Yen feels like he's learned all the previous 2 decades of martial arts for nothing.
That one move that clearly felt good enough on its own.
But as long as Lin Gu slightly mentions a sentence or two shown on the screen, it is a gap of almost heavenly difference. If it weren't for the fact that he's not getting any younger and has made quite a name for himself in the movie industry.
Saying anything, Jin Dan would simply worship Lin Gu. Not looking for anything else but to learn some real skills. And just now this fight scene, Donnie Yen is even more of a mouthful. It wasn't until the fight scene was completely finished, and Donnie Yen lay on the ground for almost a minute, that he was able to completely come back to his senses. And the moment he looked back, he understood. The whole scene. It's all about Rinku leading him in the fight. In other words, I'm afraid it doesn't matter whether it's him or some other cat or dog standing here today. Rinku can take him all the way and make perfect level plays. This. What the hell kind of monster is this? Donnie Darko was a bit helpless. But the feeling in his heart for the scene he had just witnessed made his blood boil with excitement. Struggling to stand up, Jin Dan came to Lin Gu and shook his head with emotion. Ringu, just now, you were the one who led the fight, weren't you? To be honest, I'm still a little underwhelmed. I've learned so much from you. Donnie Yen is a movie star, in the circle of martial arts, is more box office guarantee. To be able to say such words in front of a newcomer in junior like Rinku. One could imagine just how much of a shock Lin Gu had given him in these 2 months, as well as in this scene just now. Rinku shook his head and laughed while casually taking the hand of an actor who helped him up. Nothing, just progress together. Come on, go over there and see how this one is. Good. Jintan and Lingyu walked together towards Chen Rosen's side. In place, only one actress remained, staring blankly at her hands, her face slightly flushed. Her name is Bai Binger and she plays an unassuming supporting role in the movie. At this point, Bai Binger's heart was filled with panic. Just now, Rinku held my hand? His hands are so warm. Ah, what was I thinking? Women, in the entertainment industry, are both good and bad at the same time. The former, corresponding to people in general, are more tolerant of women. This, among other things, includes less than stellar acting and making more mistakes. The latter, on the other hand, corresponds to the beauty. Good looking, then everything is fine. There are not a few who rely only on their face to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. Bai Binger wasn't this kind. Although she had good looks, she wasn't from the science class, but rather was considered a college graduate who was eventually tapped by a talent scout to enter the entertainment industry. It made her private life a lot purer. But correspondingly, she has far fewer resources. Filming for a few years. Ice White is signed to a good entertainment company and usually intentionally declines less than reasonable requests. This has made Bai Binger's theater career has been lukewarm. Sort of famous, but definitely not recognizable to the general public at first glance. This time, coming to the cast of one man's martial arts is considered a regular company arrangement. Looking at his hands, and then at Ringu's already distant figure, Bai Binger pursed her lips, and her expression hesitated for a moment before immediately changing to a determined look. She directly chased after Lin Gu's figure. Looking at the figures of Lin Gu and Jin Dan walking over, Chen Luosan's eyes carried a few feelings and a few excitement. The rest, all frenzy. He had 10,000 questions to ask Rinku, and his brain was buzzing by now. After all, even as a director, he was completely bowled over by the fight scene. Hot-blooded. But in the end, he just gave a thumbs up and looked at Ringu. Ringu, awesome. Rinku smiled lowly. Director Chen, how's it going? Can we pass? Can. How can't I? Chen Rosen laughed out loud. How can you pass if you can't even pass a ing line? After more than 10 years of directing, this is the first time he has encountered this kind of 10-minute fight scene a line over. If all the actors under him were like Ringu, how much work would be saved? Didn't just praise Rinku either. Chen Luosan looked at Jin Dan and cheerfully said, Donnie Darko, you did a great job this time too. I can't believe you didn't get stuck once during a fight scene, and to work so well with Rinku, you deserve it. Listening to Chen Rosen's compliments that clearly placed him in a secondary position and Ringu in a primary position, Jintan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't want to take the credit. Director Chen, you've misunderstood. To be honest, these 10 minutes just now, I feel like I didn't even fight myself. The whole time I was down, it was Ringo who was carrying me through the fight. Possibly, any random person who comes on the field, Ringo can lead the fight out of this scene, so don't flatter me. This statement was made. The set was dumbfounded. Chen Rosen was even more completely frozen. With that, a look of having seen a ghost appeared in his eyes. What does Donnie Darko mean by that? Meaning that 10-minute fight scene was all controlled by Rinku?
This makes Chen Rosen subconsciously recalled when Lin Gu just entered the group, and Yen Dan that practice hand.
You mean?
He looked over at Jen Dan with excitement in his hesitation.
Donnie Darko nodded vigorously. Ha ha ha.
Chen Rosen completely lost control of himself.
He patted Lin Gu's shoulder so hard that he was a bit incoherent for a while. Ringu. What do you make me say here? That's awesome, isn't it? How the hell did you do that? Can you give me a hand? I want to feel that feeling too. In the face of Chen Rosen's request, there was nothing much going on anyway. Ringu then agreed with a smile. 3 minutes later, Chen Rosen stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Then, looking to the assistant next to him. Taped it for me? The assistant had the same mommy come out and see Superman look. Recorded. Yes. Chen Rosen laughed twice more. Then, a hint of despondency appeared on his face.
He looked at Lin Gu and hesitated for a while before speaking in a deep voice.
Ringu, I'm sorry I didn't sign you sooner. But I couldn't resist asking. Would you like to come to my entertainment company?
All other expenses, on behalf of the company, I promise to carry you, and, for the signing fee, I'll give you that.
He held out 3 fingers. $30 million.
3 years. After a pause, Chen Rosen gritted his teeth.
And, I can talk to the company and the paycheck is 28 off from you. And
I'll give you half of the proceeds of this movie that belong to me.
Listening to Chen Rosen's words, the entire set, all the crew members had their jaws dropped. Chapter 22, by Binger's Loss, One Man's Martial Arts Kills. Chen Rosen, this is kind of a bloodbath.
Entertainment companies, after all, are meant to make money, and it can be said that the offer he has made, on the face of it, is unlikely to make any money at all. That $30 million signing fee was all going to go into Lin Gu's pockets. In these 3 years, if Lin Gu can't help the company earn back this $30 million exponentially, then the company is a blood loss.
Chen Rosen is sincere enough to offer such a deal. Not to mention the payroll. That's top movie star treatment in the industry.
Generally speaking, there are 3 types of splits between an entertainment company and a signed artist.
375528.
They correspond to average actors, movie star actors, and top movie star actors.
A 28% contract basically means that the actor is a guarantee at the box office.
Even if he's playing a piece of, the audience will buy his name at the drop of a hat if it's brought to the screen.
Such an actor. It can be a rarity in the entertainment industry. Finally, there's the profitability of this movie. Chen Rosen directs his own entertainment company's movies, and he takes a cut. It's safe to say that the higher the movie ends up at the box office, the higher he gets. But even if you count lower, this movie Chen Rosen can at least get about 10 million. And he, directly, was going to share half of it with Ringu. That's at least $5 million. When you do the overall math, Chen Rosen is basically saying that he's going to sign Lingyu for 3 years for $35 million, plus a top of the industry contract. This kind of treatment was unheard of by everyone in the room, including Donnie Yen.
He all froze for a moment when he heard Chen Rosen's conditions.
Donnie Yen has been in the entertainment industry for many years and is a movie star in his own right. But even then, his split with the company is only 50-50. The signing fee at the beginning was only $3 million. But, turning to think about the shock Lin Gu had given him during this period of time, Jin Dan then bitterly smiled and shook his head. There's no comparison. There's no need to compare. What's the comparison with a monster? Is Ringo worth $35 million? If he can keep acting like that, it damn sure is worth it. It can be said that a movie that may have originally grossed only $100 million can rush $300 million or $500 million under the leadership of Lin Gu. How can the interests involved be represented by $30 million to $40 million?
The company signs other actors and has to worry about getting that investment back.
But with Ringu, it's not necessary at all. As long as the other actors in a movie don't pull their crotches too much, Ringu can take everyone with him. And at this point, Bai Binger also came behind Jindan and Lingu. He happened to hear Chen Rosen's words. For a moment, Bai Binger completely froze. During these nearly 2 months of filming, Ringu's handsome, polite, perfect acting skills, and dedicated attitude, all of them make Bai Binger's heart sway. I don't know when it started, but she subconsciously traced Lin Gu's form with her gaze every day. This is something that other actresses have laughed at her for more than once. Bai Binger has never been in love, but after all, is an adult, naturally know what this is the case. She seems to, already, like Rinku. The relationship, rather than coming out of nowhere, was gradual over the course of 2 months. Rinku is too good. It's hard not to be impressed by such a wonderful person.
In just a moment ago, Lingu pulled her hand to stand up, and that electrifying feeling made by Binger no longer be able to control her inner feelings.
She trying to add Rinku a waiver. If she could, she'd like to invite Rinku to dinner and a movie.
The best result, naturally, would be to become Lin Gu's girlfriend.
But after hearing Chen Rosen's words, Bai Binger suddenly realized
Ringu, it seemed, was not something she could handle. This person is a born king, even if he is just entering the circle now. I'm afraid it won't be long before he rides the wind and goes straight to the top.
Bai Binger asked herself, could she keep up with Lin Gu's footsteps? It's hard. She's got nothing else to show for it other than a pretty good skin.
Such self-knowledge caused Bai Binger to freeze in place, staring blankly at Lin Gu's back.
After a few seconds, she lost it and left. Rinku was still a newcomer when he appeared in her life.
But in just 2 months, it had grown into a tree she couldn't climb.
Hearing the conditions given by Chen Rosen, even Lin Gu somewhat couldn't help but smack his lips for a moment. $30 million signing fee. 2 contracts.
This movie Chen Rosen's own half of the proceeds.
If you look at the money alone,
then this must be a temptation that is often hard to resist.
$35 million on the ground and no one can even carry it. But Ringu is not a person who only looks at money.
In a sense, he was on good terms with Xiaofeng. After all, Blazing Hearts was his first step in doing a male drama. Moreover, it was also Xiaofeng who was the first to offer to sign him and gave good terms. Also signed Zhaowen directly to Hawaii. This favor wasn't heavy, but in Lin Gu's case, it could already be a reason to reject Chen Luosun. Of course, it's also because no matter how much money he earns, he only gets 1% himself.
What's left over will be taken by the system for charity. Although $300,000 is also a huge sum of money, but obviously cannot let Lin Gu risk infamy in the entertainment industry. Think carefully for a long time. Lin Gu smiled and shook his head, saying, Director Chen, thank you for your kindness. But please forgive me for not being able to say yes.
Director Xiaopeng has treated me with kindness, I can't just be ungrateful. However, I've only signed with Hawaii for 1 year, so how about we work together again in a year's time if there's a chance? A trace of disappointment flashed in Chen Luosun's eyes as he listened to Lin Gu's words.
But then also nodded with emotion. Lin Gu, I wasn't wrong about you. You are indeed a very dedicated and very good actor.
In that case, I won't impose. Like you said, you've only signed with Hawaii for 1 year, so let's wait until after that.
Also, this movie wouldn't be as finished without you.
I'd like to personally give you another 30% of my earnings from this movie on top of the $2 million fee, and I hope you won't refuse.
It's a pure giveaway. After Lin Gu thought about it, he directly agreed as well.
In the future, if he had the chance, he would repay this kindness back exponentially. Chen Rosen clapped his hands happily, then laughed loudly.
All right.
I declare that one man's martial arts is officially closed.
Killing it. At once, everyone in the crew cheered. And from Ringu's cell phone came a text message and an address.
It was a notice of the official completion of the Hope Primary School he had donated earlier.
Chapter 23, Village Chief, you donated all the money you made before? The next day, after a celebratory meal,
Lin Gu refused Chen Rosen's kind offer to take him to play in Shangjing for a few days.
With Zhaowen in tow, the two of them boarded the green train and headed straight for Xingyuan town.
It was a small town roughly 500 kilometers from Shangjing.
The prosperity of Shangjing only represented Shangjing itself as well as several large cities around it.
And in those further afield, poverty is still the dominant theme.
The Hope Primary School donated by Lingyu is located in Xingyuan Township. 5 hours later.
Zhao Wen carried her bag, and Lingu dragged his suitcase and walked off the train. Looking at the train station in front of him as if it was from the last century, Lingu was a bit frozen for a while.
Is there another train station like this in the country? At a glance.
There aren't many travelers here. The waiting room is a red brick bungalow, and the walk back and forth is on a dirt road. Not too far away, there were a few buildings under construction, but they looked as if they were just small buildings with a few floors. It doesn't look like a train station, more like a bus station from the 80s or 90s.
Ringu, what are we doing here?
Zhao Wen looked puzzled.
Rinku's charity work was not proclaimed with the others. There's no need to make a big deal out of this kind of thing.
Although there are a lot of actors in the entertainment industry who create a charitable persona, Rinku doesn't want to be like that.
The system is not explicitly forbidden though.
But once labeled as such, every move is watched and monitored by many.
Rinku still wanted to polish his acting skills in peace.
He smiled and pointed to the middle-aged man who was holding up a large sign outside the station.
Come see the elementary school I donated. Endowment? Elementary school?
Zhao Wen was a bit confused for a while. She is no stranger to donations, and a lot of information in the entertainment industry is related to charity and donations.
But to put it politely, 90% of it is hype.
The money donated may only be a few $100,000, but I am afraid that all the money spent on hype and buying hot searches will amount to millions and millions of dollars.
This is not uncommon in the entertainment industry. After all, the charity persona sucks traffic. Ringu this himself hasn't made much money yet, what's he donating?
In his days, Lingu had already walked forward.
Zhao Wen could only follow suit.
The two exited the station and came to the middle-aged man.
Ringu smiled. Hello, I'm Ringu, your village chief Deng, right? Deng Xinghua is holding up a sign and looking into the station.
A warm youthful voice then came from the side. When he looked over, he froze. This, the one who donated a Hope Elementary School to their village.
Rinku? Didn't you say that Rinku is a big star? Why do you have one person with you? On TV, don't those big stars travel with several bodyguards in front and behind them?
There will also have to be a cameraman following the whole thing, and maybe interviews with people in the village or something.
But to be able to say that he was Rinku, I guess that's right. Deng Xinghua hurriedly nodded, his rough hands outstretched.
There was a rich smile on his face.
Yes, I'm the mayor of Dengjia village. Mr. Ringu, right? I'm here to pick you guys up. That, just the two of you? Ringu nodded, puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong? Deng Xinghua hurriedly shook his head. No problem.
I thought when big stars came to us, they were bringing lots of people with them, photographers and all.
Ringo smiled kindly and sincerely.
Village chief, you've misunderstood. I didn't come to our village to do publicity, I just came to see the completion of that elementary school. Hearing Lingu's words, Tang Jingu froze for a moment. However, when it comes to elementary school, he is instantly beaming again.
Finished, all finished. Just waiting for Mr. Ringu. That, to cut the ribbon. Come this way, I've hired a car.
Following Deng Xinghua, Zhao Wen and Lingu made their way to the side of the road.
A Volkswagen is pulling up steadily.
Deng Xinghua came to the back, opened the car door respectfully, and smiled.
Mr. Ringu, take a seat. Here, give me the suitcase.
Lingu didn't refuse, and after handing the suitcase to Deng Xinghua, he sat in the back row with Zhao Wen.
Trunk closed.
Deng Xinghua sat in the driver's seat and cheerfully said, Mr. Ringu, when we heard you were coming, we specially killed a pig. The village is full of left-behind children, and the young and strong ones have all gone out to work, so usually the little ones have to walk more than 10 miles up the mountain if they want to go to school. This elementary school you donated is considered a big solution for our village. The young and old in the village heard you were coming, and they're all at the entrance to the village to greet you. Lingu said with some tears and laughter.
Mayor, what's with all the pomp and circumstance? I'm really just here to look around, not to advertise. Deng Xinghua nodded and drove while lamenting. Mr. Ringu, I can see that you really want to help us poor people. Made a trip and didn't even bring a video camera.
Don't worry, we're not pretending either. That pig, indeed, was killed as a thank you. It's also a way to improve the food for the kids.
Upon hearing this, Lingu could then only nod his head, not knowing what to say. Having lived 2 lives, he didn't really know what real poverty really looked like. Possibly, it was all soon to unfold before him. And until now. It was only then that Zhao Wen completely understood. Ringu, surprisingly, donated a Hope Elementary School on his own? Ringu, when did you donate? You. Where did you get the money? Zhao Wen asked in a low voice in Ringu's ear. Lingu smiled and said, I'd saved up some money from the previous year of running the show and playing supporting roles. Kept some for myself for dinner and donated the rest. Zhao Wen was stunned. She, the agent, knew best how much money Lingu had made in the previous year. After all, most of the time before, Ringu had also worked under her hand. In total, it's only $400,000 to $500,000, right? It's a lot, but I'm afraid it's just enough for a Hope primary school. Rinku really left himself only a little bit. In Zhao Wen's impression. Do it for charity or do it for hype and build a persona. Either that, or they are really rich and want to reap spiritual fulfillment beyond the material. But neither of these 2 points were satisfied by Ringu. He neither made a big deal about being a charitable persona. Not much money either. All that money, he earned it by busting his ass acting. It sounds like a lot of $400,000 to $500,000 a year, but only if you've seen Ringo act, you realize that's not at all something the average person can do. What's with Ringo Tutu? She didn't know that Lingu had no choice. With the system in place, Lingu could only take 99% of the money he earned for charity. What can be done about it? Of course, Ringo just felt that the dog system left him too little. After all, there are times when you have to be smart about even eating and renting an apartment. There is no resistance to the idea of being charitable. To be able to help some people who really needed it through his own efforts, Lingu felt that this was perhaps his responsibility in his real life. Looking at Lingu's calm demeanor, Zhao Wen was silent for a moment. And after hearing Lingu's reply, which was not deliberately whispered, Deng Jinghua also froze. Mr. Ringu, you donated all the money you made before to the Hope Primary School? Ringu nodded openly. There was nothing to hide about this. Only left some money for food and rent. Tang Jinghua's face twitched twice, and suddenly felt his eyes heat up a bit. There was even more guilt about his earlier skepticism. Mr. Ringu, I apologize to you. I thought before that you were a big star and donated the elementary school to us because you wanted to hype it up. I'm sorry, it's my little man's fault. Lingu shook his head and laughed. It's fine, as long as the elementary school is built and the children can attend classes properly. Deng Jinghua huffed and nodded vigorously. He decided that he would make sure that all the children in the village would remember Ringu as a benefactor. When you have the chance in the future, you must repay him. Chapter 24, Uncle, we want to take a picture with you. A bumpy ride. By the time Lingu and the others arrived at Xingyuan town in Dengjia village, the time had come to noon. From a distance, Ringu saw a large group of people at the head of the village, and it seemed like they had gotten a banner going. Rinku, who had never experienced a similar scene even in his 2 lives, was a bit nervous. Village Chief Deng, this is too grand, isn't it? Deng Jinghua waved his hand and laughed. Mr. Ringu, you're here to help us, we can't chill you. It's all the older people in the village who have come forward. Everyone has seen this elementary school, no corners have been cut, it's been built properly. Greet you all with this thought, and take it. Listening to Deng Jinghua's words that were sincere although with a slight accent, Lingu felt a warm current surging in his heart. This feeling of helping others seems good? Get out of the car. People gathered around at once. Is this Mr. Rinku? What a handsome young man. Donating an elementary school at such a young age. Mr. Ringo, thank you. Is Mr. Rinku seeing anyone? Thank you, Mr. Rinku. Those who spoke were older people. Ringo didn't see too many young adults in the crowd. As Deng Jinghua said, the younger people in the village have all gone out to work. All that was left of the village, besides the old and infirm, were the children. Tang Jinghua waved his hand, making the crowd disperse a bit, and shouted. Folks, Mr. Lingyu came all the way by train, he's exhausted, let's not crowd around him. Come on, let's all go to the east end of the compound to eat, we're killing pigs today. If you have children at home, bring them all along so they can get to know Mr. Rinku.
When Deng Jinghua finished speaking, people dispersed. He turned to look at Lin Gu and smiled.
Mr. Ringu, let's go over there as well.
There are 2 master chefs in the village who have made a lot of dishes, so you'll have to drink well today.
Ringu nodded, though he hadn't come here for the seating.
But he naturally wouldn't refuse a piece of goodwill from others. Many people were already seated when several people arrived at the large courtyard on the east side of the village. But the moment Lin Gu appeared,
everyone, including the elderly, including the children, stood up.
They both knew what this meal was about today.
All also knew who the young man dragging the suitcase was.
A pair of eyes full of gratitude looked towards Lin Gu. A little girl in a red cotton jacket came to Lin Gu's side hesitantly, her childish voice ringing out.
Uncle, are you the uncle who built our elementary school?
Lin Gu squatted down and touched the little girl's hair, nodding his head and speaking warmly.
Yeah. You guys see that elementary school? The little girl burst out laughing and happy.
Uncle, we saw it, right in the middle of the village.
There's heat, the desks are new, and there's a flagpole. I am the one who raised the flag today. Deng Jinghua came from the back and softly lamented.
This child's name is Yu Xiaoya, we all call her Xiaoya. Her mother died when she was 3 years old, and her father works outside and comes back only once or twice a year. She lives with her grandmother, but is a very good student and has the best grades in several nearby villages.
Ringo listened with a pang of sadness.
He looked at Yu Xiaoya's clear gaze, nodded, and smiled.
Good, then Xiaoya will finish eating in a while and take uncle to visit that school, okay?
Yes. Yu Xiaoya smiled happily and gave Lin Gu a young pioneer salute. Holding her small hand, Ringo came to the very center. Sat down at the table that had been set up just for him. The table, the most honored position. But the food was no different than any other table. Killed pork dish, stewed chicken, sautéed baby bok choy, peanut rice, cold cucumber.
There's also a little shochu that the village headman makes himself.
They are all everyday country dishes, but as soon as they look, they are appetizing.
Yu Xiaoya understandably gave Lin Gu a piece of chicken leg and said seriously, Uncle, thank you for building us a school.
Ringa shook his head, his eyes a little moist for some reason.
No need to thank.
As long as you promise your uncle to study hard in the future, that's all.
Don't worry, uncle, we'll study hard.
In the future, to be a person who contributes to the country and society, and will definitely return the favor to uncle.
That might be something to read from a textbook.
But at this moment, Ringo suddenly realized what being charitable really means.
Pass on that sincerity and kindness. Let the flower of the nation not wither because of poverty. Let's eat. After the meal,
Lin Gu held Yu Xiaoya's hand and headed to the Hope Primary School under the leadership of Deng Jinghua, the village head.
All the way.
The sight of the village made both Lin Gu and Zhao Wen a little silent. True poverty can only be felt when you see it with your own eyes.
Not long after, an elementary school appeared in the sight of several people.
It was a flat piece of land that had been purposely carved out of the village, and it was not a small area. All around, the courtyard walls are newly built. Inside, stood a small 3-story building, 2 white brick and red tiled bungalows, and a not-so-large playground. At the very front of the playground, a flagpole stood against the wind. At the top, there was bright red color floating around. On the doorposts in front of the door, the words Gulin Hope Primary School were written in large and elegant letters. When Yu Xiaoya arrived at the door, she let go of Lin Gu's hand and walked underneath these large letters. Seriously, I saluted the pioneer salute. When Lin Gu saw this scene, he felt as if his heart was stuffed with something.
Deng Jinghua introduced.
Mr. Ringu, the Hope Primary School has allocated money to the village earmarked for this purpose, and it cost more than $200,000 to build these houses, and the rest was spent on tables, chairs, and benches, books, and the construction of the cafeteria. The biggest problem for the children, besides the school being too far away, is malnutrition. The village decided to apply for some money from the town in addition to this money to hire a special cafeteria and to cook for the children. That way, the old people in the village won't have to work so hard.
Lin Gu nodded slightly.
These detailed funding plans have already been spoken to him on the side of the Project Hope Charitable Foundation. Ringa did come here this time just to see for himself what this school was really like.
Deng Jinghua added.
Mr. Ringu, the school was actually constructed over a week ago and the children are already attending classes here.
It's the weekend, no classes.
But the boys said they wanted to have a surprise for you, so come with me.
Surprise?
Ringu was a bit puzzled. However, after seeing him finish, Yu Xiaoya also came to his side and held his big hand, saying seriously, "Uncle, we want to take a picture with you. The students are coming over." Chapter 25, Xiaowen is moved to follow suit and donate. Take a picture? Rinku didn't refuse. He also wanted to take a picture with these cute kids, not for publicity or hype. Just a thought to keep in mind. Followed by Yu Xiaoya and Dang Jinghua. Ringu made his way into the school building. The building had 3 floors, but it wasn't too large after all. There were probably only 100 or so village children of all ages combined. And when Ringu walked through a half-hidden door, he was flabbergasted. Behind the door, a group of children, large and small, were standing neatly in 4 rows. Each of them wore their best clothes and carefully tied their red scarves. The naughty monkey child washed his face. Pretty little girl in a ponytail. The older children stood at attention, their faces serious. The little dolls tensed their lips, their little hands pressed close to their sides. Yu Xiaoya took Lin Gu's hand and said softly, "Uncle, we want to take a picture to put in the classroom. In the future, seeing you gives us motivation to learn. When we grow up, we want to be like you and be able to help others." Ringu pursed his lips. Not sure why. He was a little unable to control his tears at the sight of these earnest children. He's a great actor and can cry whenever he wants. He was even able to hold back tears while filming Blazing Hearts for the last shot. But here, Rinku couldn't hold back his tears. He nodded and came to the children. Looking at these pairs of sincere with gratitude, with determination, with the innocent eyes of the future aspirations, he spoke softly. "Uncle isn't a big man, and I'm happy to be able to help you. I hope that when you grow up, you will pass on this love. Okay?" The children exclaimed in unison. "Yes." Lin Gu nodded and took out his own cell phone, looking at Zhao Wen. "Wen, take a picture of us." Zhao Wen looked at Rinku's second-hand, broken cell phone. There was a bit of a break in the laughter. "Use mine." She took out her cell phone and recorded the precious scene. Zhao Wen also finally understood why Lin Gu wanted to do charity. There are no other additional reasons. Just because he wanted to pass on the goodness. In Dengjia village, Ringu didn't stay long. It came close to noon. In the afternoon, a piece of red cloth specially prepared by Deng Jinghua was cut off as after the ribbon cutting. Then he departed directly. After seeing this Hope Primary School, Linggu's heart was much more settled. He also stopped complaining about why the system only left him 1%. Because, even the 1% he left behind, it's also an unknown number of full meals for these kids. On the way, Lin Gu said to Zhao Wen, "Wen, why don't you wash out this picture, keep one for me, and send one to each of these kids? And don't ever pass this picture around. I don't want this to be known." Zhou Wen was silent for a moment and nodded. She understood what Ringu meant. He just wants clean charity and doesn't want it to be laced with pandemonium. "So after that, you're going to do charity?" Zhou Wen asked softly. Lin Gu smiled and nodded without hesitation. "Do, of course. This time, the Blazing Sun Bright Heart movie paycheck is $3 million. In addition to the share for you, there are still more than $2 million left. There's also $2 million for the film One Man's Martial Arts, $500,000 for the martial arts director, and there may be some share of the box office to follow. All of this, donated to Project Hope." Hearing Lin Gu's words, Zhao Wen couldn't help but ask, "You not keep some for yourself?" Lin Gu pondered for a long time, and finally, said seriously, "Sister Wen, it's fine if I can get enough to eat and wear. Other than that, every extra $10 might keep a child happy and fed all day. In the future, I'll still make a lot of money, but the kids will only have one childhood." Zhou Wen got it. She bit her lip and whispered, "Lin Gu, before. Previously on the movie Blazing Heart, I split $900,000 from you. I was going to give all this money back to you. After all, I couldn't have signed up for Hawaii without you. Now, I'd like to donate this money, as you did, to Project Hope, is that okay?" Looking at Zhao Wen with heartache, but at the same time, she forced a look of open-mindedness. Rinku smiled. "Sister Wen, if you really want to donate this money, donate half of it. Keep the rest for your own betterment. Kindness doesn't change based on how much money you have, and I don't think any less of you because you didn't give it all." If you're poor, you're alone. If you're rich, you're both. Just do your best. Zhao Wen sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
And I can't help but want to ask the question. What about you? Why don't you keep it for yourself at all?
This sentence, Zhao Wen did not ask. Including the previous paychecks for Blazing Sun, including this one for one man's martial arts, all of them will be credited to her card. In the end, she didn't listen to Lin Gu, but still chose to donate all $900,000.
She just added her name after Ringu's byline. Strike out the one man's martial arts play share of Wahi. 2 people, a total donation of $3,600,000. When Project Hope received the donation, they even sent a special commissioner over to verify the situation. Upon learning that Lin Gu and Zhao Wen didn't want to publicize and hype this matter, that commissioner's eyes moistened. Eventually,
on the Project Hope bib, just a proof of this donation was also sent. Lin Gu and Zhao Wen's names were listed.
But naturally, it was a mediocre donation for Netflix. Back in Yokohama. It was already the afternoon of April 21st.
Learning that he had returned, Xiaoping immediately called him over.
As soon as they met, he excitedly patted Ringu's shoulder.
Lin Gu, old Chen told me that your acting in this movie is perfect. Blazing Sun Bright Heart plus one man's martial arts, 2 dramas, I'm afraid you're completely on fire.
Also,
Xiaoping paused and lamented. Old Chen also told me that he offered you that kind of deal and you didn't even jump over.
Ringu, I wasn't wrong about you. Ringu smiled lowly. Director Chow, it's nothing, it's all part of my job. Xiaoping looked at Lin Gu with satisfaction.
This young man is both knowledgeable and polite, and his acting is so perfect. Chen Rosen sent him some clips of some of Lin Gu's performances, and Xiaoping was shocked when he saw them. Especially the 3-minute martial arts video of him and Lin Gu practicing, but also Xiaoping's eyes almost shocked out.
He didn't expect it.
Ringu is also a master of real martial arts. In short, Xiaoping was now more and more satisfied with Lin Gu the more he looked at him.
After a few moments of small talk,
he said in a hushed voice, I called you here this time for 3 things.
Ringu nodded seriously. Director Chow, you said. Chapter 26, New Script Invitation. I am not the god of medicine?
First thing, Blazing Heart will be released soon. Take a good rest in these few days, and for the next period of time, you'll have to accompany me for roadshows and promotions.
There is no excuse for this. Ringu is, after all, one of the main actors. Several other lead actors, including Duan Hong and Guo Tao, will follow the roadshow.
There is no subsequent cut of this movie, but that kind of business activity, itself, is in the contract.
Lin Gu nodded and smiled. Okay, no problem.
Xiaoping laughed and teased.
By the way, you need to start a scarf too, otherwise, where are the fans going to gather?
Lin Gu was a little sweaty, his second-hand broken cell phone, installing a wizard sometimes stuck. Scarf is the kind of software he's never even installed.
Okay, I'll go back and start one.
Xiaoping nodded and continued. The second thing, I'm going to send the movie Blazing Heart to Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers. You're one of the leads, and there's a chance this movie could win an award, but don't get your hopes up.
If you really win the award, you'll have to buy everyone dinner. Ringu's eyes lit up.
Although he is not keen on winning any awards, but if he can really win at the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers, then the future of the theater will be wider.
Even just a nomination would bring him more resources now. If you do win the award, of course you're invited.
Ringu smiled lowly, but didn't have much hope that he would win the award. Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers, after all, are the highest movie awards in the country.
It's only held once every 2 years again, so what are the odds of winning?
Movies and actors, they are mutually fulfilling. Instead of dreaming of winning the lottery, I'm looking forward to a handful of blazing saddles at the box office.
In his previous life, Ringu had also seen a lot of movies. The lesser-known kind may not be known, but I've seen Blazing Saddles. I was under the impression that the movie ended up taking in like $300 million at the box office?
The two worlds are similar though, and there's quite a bit of overlap in terms of actors, directors, productions, and so on. However, Lin Gu wasn't really familiar with the entertainment industry in his previous life, so after coming over here, he didn't deliberately try to remember or arrange anything. Xiaoping, for example. In his previous life, Lin Gu didn't know that he had directed Blazing Sun Bright Heart, but seeing the script, he naturally knew. Then there's One Man's Martial Arts. This is a movie that Ringo has not seen, but has some memory of director Rosenchan.
And actors like Donnie Yen and Duan Hong were only familiar to Lin Gu. In short, Ringu felt that before he was ready to become a director and make a movie. Knowing so much about the entertainment industry doesn't seem to help. Those actors and actresses who were famous in their previous lives are not necessarily popular in this world. Every actor's development path is unrepeatable, and no one can guarantee that the emergence of a butterfly such as Lin Gu will not have an impact on the world. All these jumbled thoughts spun through his mind. Ringu asked curiously. And the last thing? Xiaoping smiled, then, in a deep voice, he said. One last thing. I'm ready to cast my next movie. That fast? Rinku was surprised. After all, the post-production of Blazing Sun has been completed, but it hasn't been released yet after all. With a May 1st release, a 7-day box office peak, and a few other events as well as secret key time, I'm afraid it's going to be mid-May. This is still almost a month away. Xiaoping nodded, his eyes serious. I've been preparing for this play for a long time, and before, I never made up my mind to take it down because the script was a bit difficult. But your acting in Blazing Hearts has strengthened my resolve. I talked to the original writer of the script some time ago and finally decided to make it for my next movie. After a pause, Xiaoping said in a deep voice. However, the subject matter of this movie is a bit sensitive, and I'm afraid it won't pass muster. So I'm afraid I'm going to need a few more directors of substance to back me up. In short, the movie was so demanding that I had to find all the actors ahead of time. One of the reasons I'm talking to you about this is because one of the lead roles in this movie, and one of the most difficult ones, I'm going to give to you. On the other, I want you to help me find actors. Rinku scratched his head. Looking for an actor? I'm afraid I'm not very good at it, am I? Xiaoping laughed out loud. Ringu, to be honest, your acting skills are the most outrageous kind I've ever seen. If you can't, who can? If you had been in the industry 3 or 5 years earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to afford you now. Lin Gu smiled helplessly, then nodded his head in agreement. Well. The two of them chatted for a few more moments, and then Lin Gu ate at Xiaoping's house in the evening. Although there was quite a bit of difference in their ages, it was evident that Xiaoping did not treat Lin Gu as an elder or a director. He was more like a friend to Ringu. After all, in Xiaoping's opinion, I'm afraid that in a few years, Lin Gu would be a top actor in the entertainment industry. There's nothing to be gained by posing with him now, and it's easy to make enemies. Wouldn't it be better to be friends? And when he saw that Ringu was actually still using that second-hand crappy cell phone. Stunned. Lin Gu, I gave you $3 million for the movie, and old Chen's side didn't give you less. Can't you get a new cell phone? Rinku smiled indifferently. Putting it before, he might have felt a bit uncomfortable using such a phone indeed, blaming the dog system for not leaving him more. But now, after seeing the innocent smiling faces and eyes of those children, Ringo feels that he has access to a cell phone, a hot meal every day, and a warm place to stay. It has been overwhelmingly blessed. Those kids, the previous school, even the desks and chairs were broken. In this case, Ringo's cell phone, as long as it's not broken, he doesn't want to replace it at all. It's fine, it works. This miscellaneous brand, durable. Hearing Lin Gu's words, Xiaoping's mouth twitched as well. And I don't know what you're saving so much money for. Forget it, I'll give you one someday. No. Rinku hurriedly waved his hand. A gift from someone else is the same as buying it yourself, and it will be on his own tab in the system. There's really no need for Director Chow, I'm quite comfortable using this. You. Xiaoping shook his head helplessly. And it didn't stick around. Eating and talking at the same time. The two also had a little drink. After drinking 2 cups, Lin Gu suddenly remembered and asked. By the way, Director Chow, is there a script for the next movie? Show it to me first, I'll mull over the characters. Xiaoping nodded and said. There, come on, here. Lin Gu took it, and just after looking at it twice, he froze. The name of that script turned out to be I'm Not a Drugstore? I was under the impression that this movie. Wasn't it released in 18 or 19? Chapter 27, The Nearly Insane Act of Spreading Coins. I Am Not a Drugstore is an excellent production. After watching it once in the movie theater in his previous life, Ringu also swiped it more than once on video sites.
Every time he saw the hero sitting in a police car, with many patients outside taking off their masks to see him off, Rinku couldn't help but burst into tears. But as Xiaoping said, it's also a movie with a very sensitive subject matter. Could it be that, in a previous life, it was because the subject matter was so sensitive that it was delayed until 1819? I was under the impression that the events on which this movie is based happened very early indeed, like in 2002. Lingu flipped through the pages, and on the second page of the script, he found a familiar name.
One Makino. That name isn't unfamiliar to Rinku.
In his previous life, it was one Mai who made I Am Not the God of Medicine and used it to become a hit. Taking home many awards, he also stepped logically into the industry of a renowned director.
But it does seem like there hasn't been much else made since then. Ringo looked at it for a few moments and asked, pretending not to notice. Director Chow, this one Mai is a screenwriter?
Xiaoping nodded and smiled. Not only is he a screenwriter, but he's also a small-time director who's made a couple of small-budget microfilms before. This time, for this subject matter, he went to a couple of big directors, but none of them really dared to do it except for me.
After all, the movie's archetypal character is still a point of contention even now.
To be honest, if it wasn't for your acting skills, and the movie Blazing Heart giving me confidence, I wouldn't have dared to take this script.
Rinku drifted off.
It seems that this is the butterfly effect of his own appearance. In his previous life, one might have looked for a lot of directors and a lot of investment before shooting I Am Not the God of Medicine. But no one paid any attention to him.
So it wasn't until 1819 that the movie officially opened in theaters. But in this life,
Xiaoping was influenced by him and took the script straight down. What will happen in the end to Wen Mai, Rinku will not be able to predict.
Director Chow, you want me to star as Liu Benefit?
Lingu looked at it for a while longer, then calmly opened his mouth and asked. Appreciation appeared in Xiaoping's eyes as he nodded slightly.
Exactly.
Louis benefited from a small part in the movie, but the demand for acting skills is very high. You could say that the whole dark thread of the movie is the character of Louis Beneficent's paving and pulling.
Hey.
Actually, speaking of which, I would have liked you to play Chen Yong, but Chen Yong's character label is too incompatible with you. If you can gain 40 pounds of weight in a month or so, then you can choose Chen Yong and LV Benefit for yourself.
Xiaoping's words have kind of come to an end. From the script.
Chen Yong is a small shopkeeper at the bottom of the heap, unkempt, and with a tendency toward domestic violence.
No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with Lingu's handsome skin.
But surprisingly, all he asked for Ringo to be cast in the role was his weight. In other words, in Xiaoping's eyes, other than a hard and fast criterion like weight, Lingu's acting skills and other aspects were nothing to worry about. Although this is also true. But to Ringo's ears, it was naturally very flattering.
Shaking his head, Lingu laughed.
Forget it, I'll just star as Louis Benefit.
As for the lead and the rest of the cast, how about I think about it and get back to you?
Xiaoping happily agreed.
The two didn't even talk about a paycheck.
Lingu doesn't really care, anyway, as long as he can act in the movie, he can gain proficiency in his movie star mission.
Only 1% of the paycheck is his own anyway. The rest will go to charity.
Although Lingu wasn't averse to doing charity anymore, there was clearly no need to argue with Xiaoping on the basis of pay. And Xiaoping is even easier. Lingu is an artist of Hawaii, or the strongest right-hand man under him at the moment.
How could he treat Rinku poorly? It's something that doesn't need to be talked about. Half drunk,
Lingu refused Xiaoping's offer to stay at his house. After leaving the house, he took a rare cab ride back to his rental house. There are 2 movies in front of us, Blazing Sun and One Man's Martial Arts. Even if only 1% of the film's paycheck actually belonged to Lingu himself, he didn't really need to be too strapped for cash when it came to living.
For example, there is certainly nothing wrong with renting a nicer house. House prices are not that scary at the moment.
Even if he bought a set, with Lingu's horrifying speed of earning money, he would still be able to make the payments. However, after Lingu saw the kind of poverty in Dingjia village, there's not much thought of enjoying it anymore. I'm afraid he has to spend more than 90% of his time outside filming all year round.
What's the point of renting a nice house? With the money saved, why don't you bring snacks and gifts for these cute kids at Ushuaia when you visit them? After returning to Yokohama, Rinku cleared his head.
After determining what he was going to shoot in his next movie, all he had to do next was wait for it to start.
And on the internet, there's been a lot of publicity about the movie Blazing Saddles. It has started with a bang.
Because of Ringo's presence, the filming of Blazing Sun saved at least millions and millions of dollars in filming costs.
All of these expenses, by definition, could have gone into Xiaofeng's personal pockets. But in order for this movie to be at the top of its game,
instead of pocketing the money, Xiaofeng asked for another sum of money from various investors.
What? Advocacy. The predominant color palette of Bright Sun is gray and depressing.
This leads to the fact that it doesn't have a wide audience, and the only way to achieve better results is to rely on promotional efforts in addition to high scheduling.
10 days or so. Xiaofeng took it upon himself to directly smash $17 million in publicity costs down the road.
Scarf, Tees, Ticketmaster, and various other mainstream websites. Various offline ground promotions such as subway, bus, in theater, and city building advertisements.
A commercial push from various professional movie critics. Hot search.
It could be said that Xiaofeng used everything he could
just to put the heat on Blazing Hearts.
In this obvious ing crazy momentum, even Feng Xiaozhang's Do Not Disturb 2 simply do not dare to follow the fight.
How do you fight?
With this kind of publicity effort, Xiaofeng had almost smashed the cost of several microfilms into it. In the end, I'm afraid that just the obvious costs alone will break the billion-dollar barrier. If it doesn't get more than 5 times the box office, this movie is basically a sure blood puff. At least Do Not Disturb 2 has the explosive predecessor Do Not Disturb to build on, so Feng Xiaozhang isn't worried about a flop. Privately, he even scoffed at Xiaofeng's crazy stance.
Disliking people has always been Feng Xiaozhang's strong point.
Although he didn't explicitly spray Blazing Sun, Feng Xiaozhang expresses one thing explicitly and implicitly when journalists interviewed him by putting the two movies together. Can't bounce around for more than a few days, no way he's a match for me.
Xiaofeng didn't miss out on similar maneuvers.
After all, the only one that can fight at the same time is Do Not Disturb 2, and the tit-for-tat between the two movies is one of the promotional tools.
General.
When it comes to publicity, Xiaofeng is all over the place.
Such is the heat that it not only pulls the sense of anticipation of the general eating public full.
The Circle, too, is very concerned.
For example, Ice White.
The unknown actor who tried to get closer to Lin Gu during the filming of One Man's Martial Arts, but was talked out of it by Chen Rosen's $35 million cornering fee. Others are concerned with the movie itself, Blazing Saddles.
Instead, Bai Binger is concerned about Lin Gu. Chapter 28, Bai Binger finds out that Lin Gu does charity. He's really too good. Looking over the stills from Blazing Saddles on the bib, Ice White's eyes are glued to the screen.
During the 2 months of filming One Man's Martial Arts, Lin Gu's handsomeness, gentlemanliness, politeness, and the kind of simplicity that was out of place in the entertainment industry made it impossible for Bai Binger to not have a crush on him. Although finally Bai Chen Rosen's sky-high corner fee dissuaded, but in the heart of Bai Binger naturally still hold a trace of fantasy. There's not a lot of truth in the entertainment industry, but there's not a lot of truth either.
Actors like Bai Binger, whose private life is not messy and who haven't experienced much of the black baptism of showbiz, would retain a little girl's mentality beyond reproach. While looking through the various publicity and reviews, Bai Binger made herself a cup of coffee as she did so. Was watching. Suddenly, a concern update caught her attention. It's a push from Project Hope. Bai Binger was a woman with a good heart, and although she hadn't earned much over the years in the entertainment industry, she usually donated some money. This has led her to pay some attention to Project Hope. Feel free to click away. After just a few glances, Bai Binger froze in place. She was surprised to see a familiar name in the official Project Hope bib donation announcement. Lingua.
And the amount of the donation, surprisingly, is a rare $3.6 million.
This kind of donation amount is not common even for corporations, not to mention individuals.
When there are no natural or man-made disasters, the donation amount usually stays in the thousands or tens of thousands.
It's not uncommon to see 100,000 or more. Ringu. It can't be the same name, can it?
Bai Binger hurriedly straightened up and took a closer look. But soon, she dismissed that suspicion.
The reason is simple. At the donor's signature, besides Rinku, there was Zhao Wen.
It was possible that the name Ringu had the same name, but the probability that both had the same name was too small.
I didn't realize that Rinku was doing charity in silence.
For a moment, while Bai Binger froze, her eyes could no longer help but flood with peach hearts. Originally, in her heart, Lin Gu was the perfect man who was a gentleman, handsome, and a great actor.
Now, surprisingly, I found another glimpse of him. It makes sense that this would be a nymphomaniac.
After carefully scrolling through the not very nutritious comments section, most of the netizens were making blind guesses as to who Ringu and Xiaowen really were. There are also copy and paste cartwheels that talk about thanking for donations.
Bai Binger almost couldn't help but publish Lin Gu's identity in the comments section. However, on second thought, people Lin Gu himself did not make a big fuss. What is the point of exposing himself to others?
Such a perfect man, if you start late, you must not have a chance.
A trace of chagrin surfaced on Bai Binger's face.
After a while, she gritted her teeth and took out her cell phone directly. After opening WeChat, he typed in a string of numbers he already knew by heart. I'm Bai Binger, I've worked together before on one man's martial arts.
Yokohama.
Ringu is mulling over the script for I Am Not a Drug God. The cell phone suddenly dinged. After picking it up and looking at it, Lin Gu's face looked a bit puzzled.
Ice white. What's she adding me for?
To Bai Binger, Lin Gu had some impression of a support. In his previous life, Lin Gu was most impressed by this movie, but also the characters of LV Beneficial, Yellow Hair, and so on.
But
of these actors, Lin Gu also only remembers himself as Lu Beneficence, which should have starred Wang Chuanjun.
A few others. Not impressed.
Xiaopeng asked him to help find actors and gave some alternatives, but there were no
familiar to Lin Gu among them.
After a moment of contemplation, Lin Gu shook his head and sighed.
Let's finalize a few of the main actors first.
For the lead role, it shouldn't be a problem for Su Shan to compete.
Louis benefited, I starred myself. Yellow Hair.
Requires a bit of discretion. The role doesn't require a high level of acting skill, but it does require a very recognizable face.
Si Wei. Si Hui, can we get Bai Binger to star in it?
When he thought of the role of Si Hui, Lin Gu suddenly remembered Bai Binger, who had just chatted with him.
The more I think about it, the more I think it actually fits.
However, he was only responsible for advising Xiaopeng, and it was Xiaopeng's side that was responsible for the specific decisions and contacts.
Put Bai Binger's name after the character Si Hui. Rinku went on to deliberate on a few other actors for the main and supporting roles. With priests, there are quite a few veteran actors in the entertainment industry, so either one should be able to do the job. As for the role of Zhang Changlin, it's good to say.
Because, in Blazing Sun, Lin Gu happened to have worked with Wang Yanhui once.
The role was so deeply rooted that Lin Gu had little hesitation and settled on recommending Wang Yanhui to Xiaopeng. Finally, that old lady.
Rinku thought carefully and still felt that the old lady from the original version was more suitable.
After rummaging around on the internet, finally, he found the old woman's name. Reed Green. It's old theater, majoring in the direction of drama. The acting is nothing to write home about. After Rinku wrote the name Vicky after the role of the old lady. The main characters, basically, are pretty much set.
Putting down the script, Rinku stretched.
Suddenly, the system's voice rang out from his mind. Congratulations to the host, the mission has been completed.
Lin Gu's eyes lit up as the settlement for the quest, one man's martial arts, came.
Chapter 29, Mission Settlement arrives. The official release of Blazing Sun Bright Heart.
Evaluating mission completion. Evaluation complete. This time the host stars as the male lead of one man's martial arts, with an acting score of 93, an emotional score of 82, an action score of 96, a script comprehension score of 92, and a combined score of 89. This increases Shadow Emperor proficiency by 3.6%, and has accumulated 11.5% proficiency.
Seeing the information on the settlement, Lin Gu was satisfied.
Overall, the acting and action scores have gone up quite a bit compared to what they were at the time of Blazing Saddles.
After all, one man's martial arts is an action movie.
And while filming, Lin Gu used his master martial arts skills to help Donnie Yen as well as the rest of the cast design a lot of the action.
These should count in the scoring as well. The overall rating, even more so, is 89. Still not over 90 though.
But it had already met the expectations in Ringu's mind.
It didn't fail to live up to the 2 months of serious sparring he'd been doing.
The proficiency of the final movie star quest has also increased by a full 3.6%. In total, it has broken 0.1%. Another dozen or 2 dozen plays like this should fulfill this movie star task.
Ringu muttered to himself. Then he laughed and shook his head.
A movie, at the very least, takes 2 or 3 months.
A dozen or 2, I'm afraid it's going to be 5 or 6 years.
Lin Gu didn't put his hopes entirely on acting. he paid more attention to the directing skills that might be extracted from the system. Directing a movie must increase your proficiency in the movie star task much more than just acting in it. Looking at the skill extraction opportunity that was automatically refreshed by the system after the quest was completed, Rinku did not hesitate to extract it. Not long after, 2 crisp sounds rang out one after the other. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the advanced directing skill plus a movie script optional card. This skill can be upgraded by shooting movies, with the highest level being Hall of Fame. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 music a la carte cards. Hearing these 2 voices, Lin Gu's eyes brightened. I was just wondering if the system would pump out director-type skills. Isn't this coming? A sleepy head comes with a pillow. He checked both rewards with gusto. Not long after, a trace of thought surfaced on Lin Gu's face. The first reward is the advanced director skill. Directing, not a specialized profession. Learn to farm, then you can be a farmer. Learn to make wine, then you can open a brewery. But there's just so much to learn if you want to be a good director. Understanding of the script, knowledge of acting, subbing and running the camera, scene organization, knowledge of similar lighting, sound and camera work in the scene, etc. It can be said that the director is the soul of a play. He was in control of the general direction of the play when it was filmed. And how can you sail the ship well if you don't have a good understanding of every part of the cruise ship? This corresponds to the skill senior director. The moment Lin Gu extracted the rewards, a large amount of knowledge surfaced in his mind. Similar to the previous skills such as master acting skills and master martial arts skills, what the senior director brought to Lin Gu was still a synopsis. Outline. To integrate this knowledge, Ringu needed to absorb it by constantly directing movies. But overall, he has more knowledge on paper than most directors. And because of this skill, Rinku also got a movie a la carte card. The library is full of those well-known movies from the previous life. Lin Gu would be able to get a detailed script by simply redeeming it. But in recent times, Ringu certainly won't be tossing this around. After all, there's still a I'm not a drug god to be made. And the second reward, a 3-chapter music a la carte card. As with the movie a la carte cards, the library is filled with basically all the songs from the previous life. As soon as Ringo redeems it, he gets a detailed song. Songs have much less information compared to movies, maybe that's why Rinku got 3 a la carte cards straight away. After all of them are extracted, Ringo took a long breath. The reward this time was very much to his liking, and it even gave him some clarity on the route to follow. For example, when the contract with Hawaii expires, will it continue to be renewed, or will he open his own studio and become a director himself? For example, whether to intentionally make friends with or cut off actors who haven't caught on yet. The former determines Ringo's future career plans. The latter involves Ringo being able to go fast and steady in this career plan. After all, if you want to start your own company or studio, then the initial class must be the most important. Of course, it's too early to tell. After sending Xiaopeng a list of recommendations for the main few actors of I Am Not the God of Medicine, Ringu then went into a state of scrutinizing this script. Time, too, flew by. 10 days later. On the first day of May, Lin Gu was called over by Xiaopeng to attend a premiere located in a movie theater somewhere. On the scene, the media alone came close to 100. No way. Xiaopeng has really put his heart and soul into publicizing the movie Bright Heart of the Sun. The most recent craze is this movie. With such a hotspot, even if Xiaopeng didn't give any favors, the media would rush in like cats that smelled fishy. Not to mention, he didn't give. In addition to the media, Xiaopeng also invited 7 or 8 entertainment companies, including Starlight, Dream, Time and Sunset Flower, to attend this premiere. As for why, yeah, it goes without saying that it was his own old boss. And by inviting all these other entertainment companies, Xiaopeng was planning to build momentum for I Am Not the God of Medicine. After all, the subject matter of this movie is too sensitive. He's worried he won't make it to trial without some heavyweight endorsement. Beyond these organizations are the full 500 people who snagged tickets to the premiere. In order to make Blazing Sun even hotter, Xiaopeng directly waived the movie tickets for this premiere. Predictably, in the next roadshow promotion, there will be no shortage of such money-spinning behavior. Those who need to go on stage are Xiaopeng, Lin Gu, Duan Hong, Hu Tao, and Wang Yanhui. 6 o'clock in the evening. In the arena, the lights went black, and then the screen lit up. The Blazing Saddles is officially in theaters. Chapter 30, Premiere. This plot is too bland.
Is it? Pop. It opened with a bang.
A storyteller's voice rang out.
One man, one play, Pangu opens the world. Columnists, that said, 7 years ago.
The scene slowly unfolds as the storyteller's voice is heard.
It is the very backdrop to the story of Blazing Hearts.
The scene shows the appearance of Xin Xiaofeng, played by Lin Gu, as well as his elder brother, Yang Zidao, and his second brother, Chen Bijue, who then carries out a series of criminal violations.
To open, the scene is in black and white, symbolizing memories and the past. Blood, naked women, drawing room, 3 delinquent brothers, running, wounded, panic. The tension, from the beginning, unfolded as quickly as a scroll.
Eventually, the image settles on a lush jungle.
The colors transition from black and white to emerald green.
7 years later. Lin Gu and Xiaoping were sitting in the first row with a group of creators, and beside Xiaoping were the executives of Huai. Hanlin Yang, planning director of the film department. Looking further to the right, they are also basically the biggest names in the industry. For example, marketing planning directors of major entertainment companies such as Time, Starlight, etc., etc. Seeing this opening, Yang Hanlin nodded slightly and said softly,
"The tension is shaping up nicely. Director Chow, the company wasn't wrong about you."
Xiaoping smiled lowly and whispered back,
"As you move on, what stands out in this play is not the movie itself, but the acting of a particular actor."
"Oh?"
An interested look appeared in Yang Hanlin's eyes.
Xiaoping had jumped over from his original entertainment company, and the main person in charge was Yang Hanlin. It can be said that this movie is Xiaoping's knock and pitch to Huai. It was important to both Xiaoping and Yang Hanlin. Success, that triple win, Huai, Yang Hanlin, and Xiaoping, all get what they want.
And failing, well, that's more complicated.
It's probably going to involve Huai's attitude towards Yang Hanlin, towards Xiaoping, and the allocation of resources afterward, etc.
When it comes to the details, it's all about the benefits. Nodding his head, Yang Hanlin did not continue to say anything. Concentrate on the movie.
The scene shifts again to the 3 villains who committed a heinous crime 7 years ago in the staccato voice of the storyteller. Now it is transformed into a good citizen who is reasonable, legal, and law-abiding. There are those who drive rentals and those who fish for a living. Most outrageous of all is Lin Gu's character Xin Xiaofeng, who turns out to be an auxiliary police officer. Many spectators whispered after this scene appeared. On the screen, Lin Guang bravely fights the robbers. Even if he is injured, he does not care at all. That kind of ruthlessness and hard work has jumped off the page. However, the movie has only just begun and everyone is so engrossed in the plot that they don't find anything too remarkable. With the passage of time, layers and layers of mystery continue to unfold in front of the audience. Why did Xin become an auxiliary police officer? Why was the detail of him cupping the cigarette but in his hand given a close-up? When Yang Zidao's elder brother was threatened by the robbers, why was he unwilling to ask for help even in the face of the police? Rainy nights. Duan Hong as a police officer makes an appearance. The real climactic point of this movie, and the first one has officially appeared. Duan Hong and Ringu, in the rainy night hut, met for the first time. The former, who became the captain of Xin Xiaofeng's police force, chatted with Xin Xiaofeng in the house because of his hometown and various other reasons. In the process, Lin Gu's expression and movements portrayed that feeling of panic, forced composure, and not knowing what to do extremely vividly. Duan Hong, a veteran actor, also perfectly portrayed the sensitivity of an old criminal cop through his expressions. In this, in fact, there is also Rinku's credit. When the movie was first filmed, Lin Gu's acting skills shocked everyone. Duan Hong sometimes encountered bottlenecks and would put himself down to consult Lin Gu. Many of his micro-expressions in this scene were designed by Rinku. Until this moment, the audience was just really immersed in the movie. In the back row, a young couple is holding on to their fingers. The girl looked nervous and whispered, "Honey, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The boy shook the girl's hand hard, then pulled her into his arms. The 2 men continued to watch. And at this moment, outside of the Shadow City, there was also a middle-aged man with a hood and a nervous, panicked face, walking briskly this way. Behind them, several men in civilian clothes were in hot pursuit. The man, seeing that someone wearing headphones had also appeared ahead of him, gritted his teeth and simply opened an emergency fire door and stepped inside. Encircling east and west, it turned out to be directly to the movie theater on the 3rd floor. And the movie, Blazing Sun, premiered in one of the screening rooms in the middle of the third floor. The picture continues. One of the most important undercurrents in the entire movie, Tails makes an appearance. Tail is the illegitimate daughter of that female painter and, at the same time, the daughter of Xin and 3 others. Chen Bijue's second brother, whose eye was stabbed blind on the run 7 years ago, teases his tail with a goldfish.
He looked demented, uncoordinated, and seemed like a madman.
When they saw Chen Bijue, the audience actually had a general idea of the setup situation.
The 3 villains of the day now have reasonable and legitimate careers. But one is demented and the other two, have to live in hiding.
A spectator chuckled and whispered to himself.
Could it be a story of a criminal redeeming himself? This subject matter is a bit cliched, isn't it? But apparently, the movie isn't that simple.
Xin Xiaofeng and Yang Zidao, because they have to keep changing places to avoid being discovered as criminals, go to rent a new house when the ambush begins to be laid. That landlord was sneaky and demanded a lot, but Yang Zidao agreed without compromise.
Are you renting this downstairs? Good people can. But I've driven off 42 of them. We are the good guys. 1 deposit, no haggling. It's bet a year, pay a year. Z. The tiny sound of a door opening sounded. A man in a hood walks into the movie room.
Watching the movie being shown, he carefully sat in the back row.
Next to it, a couple.
The girl shrunk into her boyfriend's arms and whispered.
This landlord looks scary. Strange. The boyfriend didn't say anything, just hugged the girl tighter again. His eyes, all the time, fell on the screen. I don't know why, but even though this movie was clearly laid out as a suspenseful crime drama from the beginning, until now, he hadn't even been able to guess the development of the plot behind it. This is for him who is very much into suspenseful thrillers and has watched I don't know how many of them. It's a pretty incredible thing.
Suddenly, the boys wrinkled their noses at a strange odor.
What the hell, it's kind of choking. Chapter 31, it's not yet time for his acting skills to really explode. The flavor was a bit unpleasant, but not that strong. With a wrinkle of his nose, the boy focused on the screen once more. He had a feeling that this movie must be more than just a simple plot of criminal repentance. And it's up to those details to dig out what's really hiding behind it, bit by bit. The boy's eyes were a little excited, he hadn't come across such an interesting suspense movie in a long time. The scene shifts again. It's not really possible to say who's the male lead in Blazing Sun, and several of the main actors have significant roles. But the most colorful, naturally, are Lin Gu as Xin Xiaofeng, and Duan Hong as Yigichin. And what's being shown on screen is the second time these 2 most colorful characters have been together. Highway chase scene. Yigichin returns from a field trip with Xin and makes small talk while driving on the highway. There's quite a bit of detail laid out here. For example, Xin once again pinched out the cigarette with his index finger and thumb. For example, when he heard Yigichin talk about the case from 7 years ago, Xin's various looks and demeanor. For example, Iguchi Haru's eyes immediately became off when he saw the cab passing next to him. Anyway, such details have been pulled full circle where the audience has not been paying attention. The climax, however, lies in the fact that Iguchi Haru directly took less than 10 seconds of judgment before he simply pulled out his gun. In this scene, on the screen, Lin Gu perfectly portrayed Xin Xiaofeng's kind of shock, panic, and fear of sensing that there was no way he could fool the old criminal police officer in front of him. To add to the impact of this detail, Xiaopeng makes extensive use of shaky cam and close-ups to create atmosphere in his editing. Including the scene where Rinku pinches the cigarette butt, it's all filmed with a direct dislike of the hand and no cuts. When the audience saw Xin Xiaofeng pinching the cigarette butt, many of them subconsciously twitched their mouths. A young man with fireworks burned on his arm even twitched his fingers. The only way to realize how hot that really is to be burned by a cigarette. I don't think it's really hot, is it? Otherwise, the actor is too desperate. And when the audience saw Yigichin pull out his gun straight away, and saw the shock in Xin Xiaofeng's eyes, everyone's breath was subconsciously held. With an urgent soundtrack. It can be said that the tension piece sort of let Xiaopeng play understand. Stop the car, get out of the car and arrest someone, just pull out a gun. Eventually, Xin found a pistol in the man's bag, proving that it was indeed a gang of thugs. The audience relaxed in their minds for a split second at the same time. And not without a tinge of emotion rising. This old detective, his instinct, one look and you dare to draw your gun? You're still different? police car. Xin and Iguchi talked quite a bit. Rinku's portrayal of the fear of being found out, so he wants to unobtrusively lay out his resignation, is spot on.
Hesitant, torn, confused about the future, sobbing about their birth.
It can be said that Rinku was acting in the drama.
And while the viewers wouldn't think that far ahead when they saw the scene, they could at least see that Xin was indeed a bit scared because of that incident just now. Through the language of the camera and acting, it is possible to vividly convey to the audience such a meaning that is not explicitly stated. It's safe to say that all of the actors who appeared in this scene, and then including director Xiaofeng, played it perfectly. In the future, don't mention resignation to me. At least, no mention of it for a year. Yigichin closed the car door, and Xin Xiaofeng sat in the car, his face calm with gravity, his eyes pretending to be calm with alertness. The scene shifts again. A middle-aged man, wearing headphones, is listening to something. Looking closely, this middle-aged man was actually the landlord who had rented the house to Xin Xiaofeng and Yang Zidao. And the content of their conversation was coming out of the headset. One look and you dare to draw your gun. If you really feel bad about your intuition, just quit, and that she can't do anything to you. By the way, the family just called and said they were happy with the tale. Tomorrow, I'll take her for a physical.
The movie is on here.
The basic story structure that has emerged is pretty much the same. The audience had a general idea of the plot and the characters, too. The first half of the movie is portrayed with a perfect sense of suspense through the guidance of the BGM, the acting of the lead actors, the camera language, and so on.
When were they discovered? How was it discovered? What will be the punishment?
It became the biggest sense of anticipation in the minds of the viewers.
And following this sense of anticipation, viewers naturally can't help but discover various other details. For example, the landlord was obviously eavesdropping. What was he recording this for? Like, where is Tails going to be sent? For example, what is the reason for Ringu's repeated appearances of pinching cigarettes with his fingers? Obviously. So far, the movie must be a success.
This was evident by the fact that there were close to 500 people in the audience, each of whom was watching the movie intently with bated breath.
Such details, too, were cut into the movie.
The image of a desperate auxiliary police officer jumps off the screen.
Moving on, another road scene.
Iguchi Haru recounted the murder from 7 years ago in a calm tone tinged with emotion.
The audience got a visual impression at the same time. Ringu's excellent acting skills also begin to shine gradually. When he heard the words reservoir case, Ringu subconsciously panicked and squeezed the steering wheel.
When he heard Duan Hong ask him, Lingu hesitated for a second before coming back to his senses to cover up. The shock in his eyes. The look of reminiscence that surfaced on Lingu's face after Duan Hong's narration. There was a mixture of remorse, bewilderment and pain in that, but it was very obvious that there was a cover-up going on. Lingu plays Xin Xiaofeng's inner drama while also acting within the drama, playing both that calm and composure at the same time.
This excellent acting is not obvious to anyone who is not an insider.
But it adds a fairly strong sense of immersion even for the lay viewer.
Many viewers saw this scene and paid attention to Ringu as an actor.
I didn't recognize it, but it was handsome and didn't detract from the vibe by being young or anything.
Instead, they enhanced their viewing experience because of the acting in various details.
Yang Hanlin's eyes also brightened when he saw this scene.
Ringu's eye scene is really something. Director Chow, you've picked up a treasure. Yang Hanlin cheerfully whispered and opened his mouth.
Xiaoping smiled lowly.
Ringu is a gem, there's no doubt about it.
But it's simply impossible to keep this baby, and it's one thing that Xiaoping knows all too well. This is evident from the fact that Lingu only agreed to sign with Huai for 1 year.
The car brakes sharply. Xin was caught up in memories because of what Igichin had said. But he's driving. The vehicle slid out sideways on a sharp turn. It was also a moment when the audience sweated over the characters in the movie.
Xiaoping is more daring here, using BGM, direct dislike of hands, and dislike of faces to shoot Ringu's expressions. Iguchi Haru's expression changed slightly.
Xin Xiaofeng's sudden cessation of movement, coupled with the ensuing forced composure to continue pinching. The contrast between the skepticism and panic in the eyes of the two.
Interspersed with the appearance of a pendant, the suspenseful backdrop, and the excitement of an impending crime solving, is completely ramped up. From this moment on, Igichin officially became suspicious of Xin Xiaofeng. Previous ambushes on this point flashed in turn in the form of snippets of Iguchi Haru's recollections. Viewers were reminded in this way and finally realized what those ambushes really did.
Xin pinches the cigarette but to wear off his fingerprints. Because he had left a fingerprint at a crime scene 7 years ago. From this scene, Yigichen's tone, demeanor, and actions then began to gradually reflect the suspicion and temptation towards Xin Xiaofeng. And Xin's response was perfect.
Whether it's a vague representation of the case to reflect the reaction of a normal person hearing about a case of that magnitude,
or Yigichen in talking about his master, some vague details in Xin Xiaofeng said, Xin Xiaofeng's shallow curiosity and avoidance.
Both portray the mental activity of a highly intelligent criminal capable of hiding for 7 years even after committing a case of that magnitude. When filming this scene, Duan Hong and Lin Gudu could be said to have stretched their acting skills to the limit.
Even Ringo NG 3 times before passing.
Of course, 2 of those times were due to the fact that he felt Duan Hong's emotions weren't on point, and he kept going back to revise and get closer.
Anyway, from this scene,
the plot starts to move at a fast pace, and all sorts of great short-range ambushes start popping up one after another. The victim was a girl, so police speculated that the perpetrator could not have been
3 youths by the reservoir, one with a tattoo on his chest.
Xin Xiaofeng understood almost immediately that Yi Guchuan had become suspicious of him, and then directly chose to call with his elder brother Yang Zidao, preparing to run away.
As expressed in the previous scene, the highway chase.
Veteran detective Haru Iguchi is a very sensitive cop.
But at the same time, Xin is also a criminal with a very high IQ and very sensitive intuition.
This exchange of high intellects almost immediately sets the mood for the movie Bright Heart of the Sun to be brilliant.
Many viewers' eyes brightened as they realized this. The boy in that young couple squeezed his girlfriend's hand even more unconsciously.
On screen, it's as if the movie is designed to not give the audience time to go to the bathroom.
The next episodes are increasingly fast-paced. Chapter 33, the first big climax. The acting that shocked everyone. The movie goes on.
The plot is also starting to show significant coherence. Older brother Yang Zidao encounters veteran detective Iguchiru's sister being robbed and doesn't hesitate to step forward to help Iguchiru get her bag back, but is accidentally stabbed by the robber. Because he was afraid to face the police, Yang Zidao chose to return to his rented house with serious injuries and deal with his injuries himself.
This scene is kind of the bloodiest part of the whole movie.
Playing Yang Zidao is Guo Tao, also a veteran actor. But during the filming of this scene, several of the most crucial reactions were actually done by Lin Gu's instruction. Like lying on the floor and pouring white wine over your wounds when the pain is so bad it's excruciating. Guo Tao has not been able to find the state, so Lin Gu took it upon himself to give Guo Tao a demonstration. When Lin Gu's painful appearance on the set almost made Xiao Ping call for an ambulance. And ultimately this scene was presented on screen, bringing the audience a viewing experience that was clearly shocking.
Some of the more timid female viewers had even covered their eyes, listening to Guo Tao's kind of suppressed howl of pain. Many people even felt like they were there.
Xiao Ping was also somewhat emotional. The reason the play is so well done is not only because the actors are veterans.
The most important thing, probably, is the appearance of Ringu.
The veteran actors and actresses that made this movie complete to an 80,
and Ringu's presence pushes the movie above 90 from every angle.
The picture continues. When Xin Xiaofeng hurried back to the rental house because he couldn't get through on the phone, he saw Yang Zidao lying on the bed, who was seriously injured.
He was completely devastated.
It was a scene that had a lot of,
says daughter when her tail flares up. It's completely peaked.
That feeling of not knowing how many thousands or tens of thousands of tons of pressure were pressing down on Xin Xiaofeng was perfectly portrayed by Lin Gu with his body language, expression, and movements. But the finishing touch is the depressing look that Xiao Ping purposely dislikes the shot of Ringu's face.
The moment.
Even though viewers know that Lin Gu's character Xin Xiaofeng is a criminal, they can't help but sympathize with him a little. 7 years on the run with a murder on his back.
Nowadays, all the troubles seem to come to the door in a short time.
That kind of pressure visible to the naked eye was expressed under Lin Gu's hallowed acting skills.
The middle-aged man in a hood in the last row.
At the sight of this look from Lin Gu, his body trembled gently.
Is it worth it?
He whispered softly to himself, but no one could hear him but himself.
In the next scene, Xin walks out of the hospital, and that feeling of being overwhelmed by the pressure is portrayed very graphically through his slightly hunched back. Then, he met a movie seller.
It was also this person's chatter that completely triggered Xin Xiaofeng's emotions. He pinned the man dead against the fence and shouted angry curses. It looked like it was because the man was angry about his pestering. But the truth is, every viewer understands that Xin is already a bit too much to carry. That's too much pressure, so much so that you feel like you can't afford to live. Many viewers, in turn, associate it with real life. When they were struggling hard, but were entangled in all sorts of trivialities, how similar was that crumbling state of mind to Xin Xiaofeng's current situation? Some of the young people who had just stepped into the society, their eyes were already unconsciously red.
The movie is about crime, but how is it not the real life of the little people?
Lin Gu's acting skills were recognized by all the viewers at this moment.
This face of Lin Gu was also finally imprinted into the minds of the audience. What's this actor's name? I don't think I've seen him before. It feels like the acting is pretty good. I think the name is Rinku? I think I saw it in some movie before. He's always played supporting roles, right? This time it's kind of a starring role and the acting is really not bad. The look in his eyes when he just pinned that serial guy against the wall gave me the willies. The audience had a much deeper impression of Ringu after this scene. The name Ringu began to appear in some of the whispers. The movie, in turn, begins its next major plot point with a calmly depressing soundtrack.
For wanting to run away, for feeling that Iguchi Haru had found out something.
Therefore, after discussing with Xin Xiaofeng, Yang Zidao decided to leave his tail behind and run.
They packed up their fine things and took out all the money.
Tried to give tails away one early morning while she was still sleeping. On the way, Xin kept asking questions.
Seemingly calm, but that slightly trembling voice, that look of guilt and tornness from time to time when he looked at Tail's sleeping little face. Nothing suggests that, in his heart, he is very reluctant to part with his tail.
That's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to not count, duh.
A few words, paired with vivid expressions.
Ringu then acted out all of Xin Xiaofeng's inner drama.
The mystery, on the other hand, is fixed on the phrase, we're not running for our lives.
The boy in that couple, upon hearing that, his complexion visibly brightened. It's not about running for your life. They're planning something else? There's definitely an ambush ahead. What the hell?
And just as he was thinking about it, the picture on the screen was continuing to play.
Xin tangled her tail in the car.
The look of pain and suffering, and the tone of voice when he whispered to Tail, "It's okay, go back to sleep." Following the cries of Tails as the car ran, Xin's expression became more and more pained and broken. Eventually, he stopped in front of the car.
Followed by Xin cried out.
Chapter 34, Exaggerated Expressions That Ignite the Whole House.
Rinku's crying.
It's not the kind of crying that brushes off tears. Rather, it ranges from the loss of voice in a meltdown, to the inability to control one's expression, to the feeling that the entire body is curling up and suppressing an outburst.
The feeling of suppressing an outburst. Finally, he cried out in pain in an obviously distorted voice.
In Xiaoping's deliberate close-up, Lin Gu's reddened eyes, his constantly trembling lips, face, and his fingers were twitching. All these physical movements perfectly characterized a person who had completely broken down. He pulled out a few sheets of paper and cried.
Dao, the case I gave that family was a fake. Tail's illness has gotten so bad that the doctor said that if he doesn't have the surgery, I'm afraid he won't live another year. A few words. The feeling that gripped his heart to the core exploded. Tail's cries became background music. The dim early morning sky became the dominant color. Lin Gu, on the other hand, was the most prominent presence in this scene. His near-hallowed acting skills infected the entire audience almost instantly. Many viewers couldn't help but see their eyes redden when they saw the scene and recalled all the pressure that had built up in Xin Xiaofeng's mind before. The audience seemed to forget that Xin was a criminal at this moment. Now he's just a father.
Because his daughter is sick, but not in a position to treat her, helpless as hell father.
The agony of hating to shrink up, even through the screen, made everyone feel the same color.
Lin Gu's acting skills completely exploded at this moment.
When it was first filmed, the part where Ringo cries is NG twice.
The first time, it was the lens that forgot to follow. The second time, it was Tails who was so scared he forgot to cry. Its acting has mesmerized the staff on the set, so you can imagine to what extent it has been exaggerated.
And this extreme expression. Before Yang Zidao slapped Xin to the ground.
Xin pushed straight to the top as she curled up on the ground, her face completely buried in the dirt.
Many viewers, involuntarily, covered their mouths.
A few of the soft-hearted girls had shed tears. In the front row, Yang Hanlin's face was also very sullen, but it wasn't angry, but rather, he was entered into the atmosphere by Lin Gugu. Until this scene is finished.
It wasn't until after Rinku stood up and used various body languages to fully express the emotions he wanted to express.
Only then did he sigh softly.
This actor, it's remarkable. Director Chow, did you direct him when he was filming?
Hearing Yang Hanlin's words, Xiao Ping shook his head with a bitter smile.
Where did I coach him? Rinku's exaggerated expressiveness when he's filming, it all freaks me out.
Truth be told, at least a third of those scenes in this play, where you can tell the expression is the strongest, were directed by Rinku. Including the scene just now, where Guotao heals himself. This statement was made.
Yang Hanlin's eyes immediately glistened.
There was no need for Xiao Ping to lower himself to praise Lin Gu.
That is to say, Lin Gu was actually really an actor whose talent was terrifying to such an extent? Director Chow, it looks like your next movie has landed. Yang Hanlin said this meaningfully.
Xiao Ping nodded slightly, his eyes thoughtful, not knowing what he was thinking.
In the hospital, Xin Xiaofeng and Yang Zidao happened to run into the Yigichin siblings while dropping off tail for surgery. Here, again, there is drama. Igucha, with just that simple glance, fell in love with Yang Zidao. It also becomes a very important little climactic point to follow. In this, Guotao, Duan Hong and Lin Gu, it can be said that all rely on the eyes in the drama. Ringu's panic and forced composure. Guotao's forcing a smile on his face, not wanting to bother Igucha but not being able to be tough on Igichin. Duan Hong seemed to remember something, his suspicion of Xin Xiaofeng, his suspicion of Yang Zidao. There wasn't much of a plot though. But these three movie stars eye to eye show a lot of information. Some of the audience had even been unable to hold back their scalps and suppress their voices to get high. Found it. This police must have realized that the big brother is the one driving a taxi in the rain at the beginning. This line buried long. Awesome, that I play was awesome. Duan Hong and Guotao are both veteran actors. I didn't expect this Lin Gu to be able to pull off this kind of I play without losing a single step. And the middle-aged man sitting in the last row. When he saw the scene, his expression was suddenly a bit ugly. Because, what he just had was similar to the bridge in the movie. Are all cops eagle-eyed? The middle-aged man suppressed his anger and growled in a low voice. On screen, the drama continues. In fact, by this point, the main plot of Blazing Saddles is basically pretty much over. There's a lot more to come, but there's no longer any padding or unfolding involved. It's the beginning of the closing of the net. A crime and suspense drama that has reached this point in its life. For the actors, the next scenes are all conflict scenes, the most testing of acting skills. For viewers, the clues have been given, and the ability to predict where the plot will go next is the biggest thrill of watching CID in mystery dramas. The guy in that couple was completely engrossed in this movie. He looked nervous and his eyes were agitated. Obviously, in his mind, there were already some guesses about the subsequent episodes. But it still takes a movie to reveal if the guess is right or not. I hope I won't be disappointed. If it's too conventional, then the movie basically amounts to a failure. And aside from the plot, the boy was impressed with Ringu's acting skills. If it wasn't for this exaggerated to the extreme acting skills of Ringu, he may not have been able to figure out what the director was really trying to say from all the minute clues. The boy held his girlfriend's hand and whispered, I have a feeling that this Xin Xiaofeng actor is going to be a hit. His girlfriend looked at Rinku's face on the screen, blinked, and nodded vigorously. I think so, after all. He's so handsome. The boy's mouth twitched. The plot advances step by step. Case in point, the Taiwanese designer makes an appearance. At the time of his appearance, viewers were still under the impression that it was a simple rescue scene, just used to advance the plot. But it wasn't until after the scene where Xin rescued him and Igichin finished talking to his master and returned to the police station. It took a moment for the crowd to realize that something was wrong. Chapter 35, The Truth Explodes. But it wasn't that simple. The Taiwanese designer showed suspense in his appearance with a kind of jumping action. In suspenseful dramas, such characters usually carry important clues. And the follow-up, when he asked Xin to go to his winery. This feeling to the extreme. Igichin begins to suspect Xin Xiaofeng and uses the act of drinking water to try to get his fingerprints. Xin reacted instantly, looking to cause havoc. Yang Zidao's scenes are starting to come on, and his love line with Igucha becomes a rare glimpse into a movie with a noirish theme.
The climax of the plot, however, comes when Yang Zidao feels that he too has fallen in love with Agucha, a sincere young girl.
Revealed his tattoo. He understands.
Revealing his tattoos was the same as telling Iguchi Haru that he was the criminal from 7 years ago.
For love, for sincerity, choose to give up your life, choose to confess. This is the secondary metaphor of the play.
Many people saw when Agucha stripped herself naked to give all of herself to Yang Zidao.
Both showed a hint of emotion.
On one side, there is the uncle who saved his life, who is not for fame or fortune, but has a very good heart. On the other hand, in Yang Zidao's opinion, it was the police officer's sister, a young girl who was naive and kind, and whom he also liked. Extreme contradictions lead to extreme emotions.
When a series of scenes were performed by Guitao and Ibaiha, the audience was thoroughly engrossed in the play.
I have to say, Guitao is worthy of being a veteran actor. In such scenes, the conflict of being afraid and scared, but at the same time really liking Agucha, and finally choosing to be honest with Agucha's hot feelings like a moth to a flame is vividly portrayed. Some of the female audience members were moved to tears by the scene. But at the same time, they could all sense that between Yang Zidao and
it was simply impossible.
Criminals, and the sister of a cop.
The creation of mankind.
From here, the plot begins to unravel once again.
Viewers actually have the visual impression that Yang Zidao, Xin Xiaofeng, and Chen Bijue are criminals. With this subjective perception, the rest of the episode is a bit nonsensical. Xin is close to Taiwanese designers.
Because of her suspicion, Igichin chooses to follow Xin, and is eventually surprised to see Xin and the Taiwanese designer making out in that winery. The image of homosexuality, for the first time, appeared positively to the audience. Because there isn't much padding ahead, just a few not so obvious ambushes. So the audience was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Especially seeing that in those few vague shots, Lin Gu's character Xin Xiaofeng is actually really topless.
A doubt arose in everyone's mind. Xin is actually? And I have to say, that's enough of a plot to make viewers more interested in the ending of this movie. Subsequently, in the police station office, Igichin's words to Xin Xiaofeng completely unraveled the viewer's confusion.
As it turns out, the main culprit in the case 7 years ago, which the police guessed was definitely not.
Well, since Xin is, they can't be the murderer. Viewers finally realized that the line was buried so long. The admiration for Ringu's acting skills gradually evolved. That one wistful look. A glint in his eye upon seeing the Taiwanese designer.
The hole that Iguchi deliberately left, the embarrassed expression on his face when he was questioned by Iguchi.
This is another classic case of theater within a theater.
The audience was fooled, and so was Iguchi Haru.
Many viewers' eyes brightened when they saw this. Through the flashbacks, various details and ambiguities began to be conjured up. The image of Xin Xiaofeng as a highly intelligent criminal has been thoroughly imprinted into their minds. In this, it can only be said that Ringu's acting skills do play a key role. One of the 4 play within a play scenes will be broken by the audience. None of them would have had the same sense of realization when they finally solved the mystery. Layer upon layer of reasoning, layer upon layer of acting.
It's when viewers recall the previous episodes that they realize the kind of ambush that hides in the smallest of details.
At each point, Ringu characterized the criminal. But at the same time,
everywhere, Ringu also interpreted the hidden kind of reality at the same time.
Many in the audience were whispering, "Holy! This acting, it's absolutely amazing." Yeah, without seeing it here, there's no way to notice exactly what Xion's various missteps earlier were due to. There's something about the script of this movie. Xin Xiaofeng is a great actor too. If he hadn't fooled me, I would have guessed the situation.
Hiss, it feels like this movie is going to be a second movie on the second brush.
Haha, that makes sense. I'll buy tickets for the second movie now and go see it right away.
The revelation of the mystery of this scene. It has given many viewers the urge to do a second brush.
No way. It really is a show that's a bit unwatchable without a second viewing. There are so many ambushes hidden in the details, some of which are not even written in the script. Rather, it came from Ringu's proclivity. For the script of Blazing Heart, Ringu is considered to have thoroughly eaten it up. During the filming, he added some small details that could reflect the character of Xin Xiaofeng according to his character.
These small details, at best, can only make the crew and Xiaoping feel smoother.
But materializing on screen is a romp for the audience.
The so-called colorful eggs are nothing more than that. Iguchi Haru had already dispelled his suspicions, but eventually he found traces of Iguchi Natsu going through the files inside the house. Following the traces, he headed to the house that Xin Xiaofeng and Yang Zidao had rented. In it, following the phone line, a recording of the landlord was surprisingly found. The reveal of this ambush also had the audience in stitches. Followed by the truth of everything unfolded in front of Iguchi Haru. All the mysteries are also unfolding to all the viewers at this moment. Including fingerprints, including the tail, including the previous incident. Many viewers, at this moment, have a sigh of relief feeling. After all, the truth is out. Next, it's just catching people. However, in the eyes of a small group of true crime fans, this movie is just getting started. The boy and that little couple. He was, at that moment, staring dead at the screen, his mouth whispering to himself. Absolutely not. There's still a lot of suspicion left to dig up. What exactly did Yang Zidao mean when he said that we're not running for our lives? Why is Chen Bijue demented? What do those numbers he recites really mean? What does Yang Zidao and Xin's script represent? Are they fleeing, or are they redeeming? This movie, it must not be so simple. Chapter 36, the 10 seconds that drove the audience collectively crazy. Actually, the movie ends so far. It's already considered a pass line or above, and can even touch the edge of excellent criminal investigation, suspense, and crime movie. From the beginning of the escape, to the various ambushes, undercurrents, clues and reversals in the process, coupled with the strong performances of the veteran actors, there is enough to sustain the main vein of the movie. For most viewers, the movie has been worth the price of admission. To be able to come up with such a hard-hitting work today, when all the detective and suspense movies in Hong Kong are declining. Both Xiaoping and several of the main actors have been well played. But apparently, bigger surprises are yet to come. When Xin Xiaofeng grabbed Yigichen's hand in the scene of the high-altitude chase, Yigichen said the words, "You three go turn yourselves in." The strongest climactic point of the entire movie is here. This scene completely resolved a point that had been hanging in the air before. Xin Xiaofeng and the three of them, under what circumstances would they be discovered and captured? This scene is, at the same time, the first direct conflict between the police and the criminals. And the circumstances in which they find themselves are very thought-provoking. Now, the audience knows that the whole thing, only Iguchi Haru himself knows. He, on the other hand, was now being grabbed by Xin Xiaofeng's hand, and once Xin let go, then he would die without a burial place. If Iguchen was dead, then with few people paying attention to this case anymore and the only person who knew about it already dead, Xin Xiaofeng and the three of them couldn't be caught again as long as they wanted to continue to escape. Such extreme contradictions, such violent conflicts. The viewers were forced to ponder the question, why would Iguchen say such a thing to Xin in such an emergency situation? The reason, naturally, emerges. Because, with the other criminals just off to the side, if Xin continued to hold on to himself, then both would likely die. But if Xin lets go and he is doomed to die, maybe Xin will feel guilty because of his death and thus actually turn himself in. It's safe to say. This is Iguchi actively begging for death. The illusion was not subtle, and many viewers picked up on it immediately. And the acting skills of veteran actor Duan Hong completely soared at this moment. The struggle, the pain, the exhaustion, plus the view of Xin as he is personally. It made him make that decision. Facial expressions, eyes, etc., all reflect the bearing of a veteran criminal police officer. He can even beg for death on his own accord. And it was Ringu's acting afterward that had the audience buzzing the most. After Iguchi-chan said that, Xiaoping directly gave Ringu a 10-second long personal eye play. In a nutshell, these 10 seconds were the time Xiaoping left for Lingu to perform. 10 seconds, dislike the face, camera doesn't move, just shoot the eyes. Put it on any other actor, and I'm afraid I'd have to go through 10 or 20 plays like that. But in reality, when it came time to actually shoot, Rinku passed on one line. The reason is simple. He understands the character of Xin Xiaofeng so well. Together with master acting skills and master clinical condition, Lin Gu had shown almost all of Xin Xiaofeng's psychological activities to the audience in their entirety within these 10 seconds. Tier 1, he's a criminal. 7 years ago, Xin Xiaofeng committed a felony and went into hiding, terrified. On the second level, he's a father. As a father, when Tails was sick before, it was Ayasha who padded the medical bills. When he seized the gambling money before, he kept some of it private, and Iguchi Haru didn't care. Tier 3, he's an auxiliary police officer.
Although for Xin Xiaofeng, this is just a way of blacking out.
But in the course of enforcing the law, his sharp intuition and high intelligence have given him a respect for the profession of police.
Audition is his head and takes care of him. There was no way for Xin to not care about all this. Tier 4, the current situation. With Xin Xiaofeng's intelligence, he wouldn't be unable to hear that this was Guchuan begging for death. It can be said that there is one thought of God and Buddha and one thought of evil. As long as he chooses to let it go, there won't be any problems afterward. There would be no real way to solve that unsolved case from 7 years ago. But all the previous stresses, the various situations that had nearly broken him, came rushing back one by one. While filming, Ringo asked himself a few questions. Does Xin want to keep running away? What is the real purpose of Xin's escape? What about the tail? All the questions eventually coalesced into one conviction: Xin was tired. Although this is a plot already written in the script. But when Ringo went through all these details in their entirety with his own thinking and understanding, embodied in the eyes, look, that is a feast of acting. 4 levels of states, 4 levels of thoughts. Within those 10 seconds, complete with all that was shown through looks, eyes, facial gestures, body movements, and so on. That's 10 seconds. Xiaoping's textbook acting is destined to go down in the history books. It wasn't even accompanied by any BGM or given any footage of anyone else. Rinku's panting face and 2 eyes that seemed to tell 1,000 words were the only things in the picture. 10 seconds later, he roared. Why else would a difficult movie, which you've seen once and can't think about or recall anything, be a bloodbath at the box office? There is no clear dividing line between, and everything changed. In the end, on the premise that other conditions will not be a hindrance. The acting is high and just awesome. Even the top management of Hui, such as Yang Hanlin, had to put down his price and have a good chat with Lin Gu. Lin Gu naturally wouldn't refuse, he nodded slightly and smiled blandly. Good, Mr. Yang. Xiaoping watched the scene with relief in his eyes. But at the same time, there are some regrets. In the beginning, he only signed Ringo for 1 year. Now that the time is half over, Ringo will at most do 2 more movies with him. With these 2 dramas, Xiaoping was basically certain that as long as the scripts were not problematic, then even if the other actors were not considered to be very powerful, Lin Gu would be able to fly with them. That was all the boost Xiaoping could get from Lin Gu. After Ringu's contract with Huaya expired, I'm afraid it's not up to Xiaoping to decide whether Huai can keep this out of the Blue Genius or not. Last row. The middle-aged man in the hood looked at Rinku's 10-second long eye play. The face was a little grave, a little confused, and at the same time there was a hint of disbelief. Why won't you let go? It's because. Tired? The middle-aged man muttered, his tone carrying an indefinable drift. After a while, his body trembled slightly, and his whole body looked even more hunched. But being in the dark, no one else noticed him. The movie goes on. The next step, naturally, is to catch and close. Many of the viewers were still basking in the excitement of the big explosion of Rinku's acting just now. There's just a sense of satisfaction in seeing these fast-moving episodes that finally got caught. That is, until Ringu is strapped to the bed and the execution by lethal injection begins. It was only gradually that there were some backward snorts of cold air in the movie hall. Hiss. This is really injected, isn't it? That's not right, this actor is the same Rinku just now, right? Why do I feel like the video of a fear of disturbing a scene that will definitely enter the textbook of acting? Along with the scene switching to black, Lin Gu's expression changed. In it, there was an easy smile at the relief of finally being relieved. There was the relief of finally having a delivery on the tail. There is despair and anguish and fear of impending death. There is also the peace of having seen it all and realizing that it's all irrevocable. The kind of acting where the eyes, the look, the movements, and even every tear and hair is controlled with precision. It made countless viewers clench their teeth and stare. Finally, the scene settles on Rinku's motionless body as a sliver of sunlight comes through the window and falls on his face. It seems to symbolize that justice has been done and everything is back on track. A full 3 or 4 minutes of rendition. Xiaoping didn't leave it all behind, but the most crucial emotional evolution was basically left uncut. It's safe to say, Ringu was the one who pulled off a performance that rivaled a real death execution with all the audience watching. Finally, BGM starts to appear. In the movie hall, there were constant sounds of long sighs of relief. It's too much.
I feel more nervous than I did when I died myself.
What kind of weird are you talking about? This cast is amazing. Help, I seem to be suffocating too. Ringu, awesome.
Listening to the voices that gradually boiled up, a trace of admiration also appeared on Yang Hanlin's face. If anything, Lingu's acting in the front was what made him finally take Lingu seriously.
This last scene, then, is to convince Yang Hanlin completely.
He looked at Chao Ping beside him and lamented.
Director Chao, you kind of gave me a surprise, as well as Huai. I'll do what I can about that thing you said.
Chao Ping's face showed a touch of joy as he hurriedly said.
Then thank you in advance, Mr. Yang. It's okay, just thank Ringu.
With his acting skills in that movie, that's why I can pack my bags with the top that nothing will go wrong.
Young Hanlin leaned his body back.
Without realizing it, a layer of sweat actually broke out on his back as well.
Ringu's expressiveness is just horrible.
Chapter 38, the premiere ends with the unraveling of all the mysteries and the audience goes wild.
The subject matter of Blazing Saddles is less than flattering.
In an era where lighthearted culture is becoming more and more popular, traffic comedies and sci-fi blockbusters are the code for money-making.
A suspenseful, detective crime movie like Blazing Sun will basically only attract a few viewers who really enjoy the genre.
But it's a good thing that Chao Ping has put a heavy emphasis on publicity. This makes the type of audience that comes to see Blazing Saddles still quite a mixed bag. And no matter what type of audience, they will be thoroughly engrossed in this drama under the wonderful acting skills of Lin Gu as well as a group of veteran actors and actresses. Wait until the scene of Rinku lying on his bed, losing his life, transitions. All the spectators had a sweaty feeling. The kind of hearty acting, the kind of immersive atmosphere, and the kind of presentation that is so exaggerated that it tugs at the heartstrings even through the screen. All of them kept the audience hooked. And of all these, the one who stood out the most was naturally Lin Gu. Some of the viewers couldn't help but whisper as they saw the smile on Lin Gu's face in the last shot.
Xin is so tired that death might be a little easier than living.
Ugh, it's just a bit of a cliched plot, and while there are reversals, they clearly don't match the acting skills of these actors.
Pity.
Yes, this justice is finally served shtick is getting a little old, but there's no denying it's still a very good movie.
I can't resist the second brush already, huh? What?
Until the truth of that final scene is revealed once and for all. It took all of these viewers to fully understand what the impressive details, the ambiguities in the movie, really represented.
Memories of that one line. You know, we're not running for our lives. Heart and courage, sort of. But not for myself, ever. Don't you ever mention us to Tails again, tell her to forget about us as soon as possible. That shoe, it fell off quickly.
Every viewer, the moment the movie came to a close, understood it completely.
This movie is not about justice will be done.
Rather, it is love, and salvation, and devotion.
Certainly, Xin Xiaofeng, Yang Zido and Chen Bijue are guilty and guilty to the core. But, definitely not guilty enough to die.
And they, for the sake of the people they each love, such as their daughter Tail, such as Igucha, gave their lives. As Lin Gu said in a sobbing voice, "Chief, don't ask, there are some things, let him rot in his stomach." This ending is clearly beyond the knowledge of all viewers. No viewer could have guessed this was the case until the final scene. And the moment the mystery was revealed. All the previous details and clues then came to mind one by one.
Still the same.
If an ordinary actor were to play the role, at this time, there might not be many audience members who would empathize and recall those details. But the various leads of Blazing Saddles are all veteran actors.
The only one who isn't a veteran actor is still a demon like Ringu. The acting of the others makes the play eligible for an 80.
And Ringu alone can add 10 points to that.
General.
The premiere of Blazing Hearts was fixed for the moment when the lights came up. Many viewers didn't realize they were sweating until their vision was filled with light. And as Chao Ping stood up with Lin Gu, Hua Tao, Duan Hon, and the other lead actors, he bowed to the entire audience.
All the audience stood up and applauded wildly. Awesome. The director is awesome and so are the actors. I want a second brush. Rinku is so handsome. Ringu, that I play was awesome. Can I get an autograph? Where can I get a picture with Rinku? Help, look at the scene, Rinku seems more handsome, what should I do? Duanhong, I love you. Live audience reaction. Obviously has stood for a lot of things.
Chao Ping arched his hand, but the applause had no tendency to stop.
And it can't be done without a good script and a good cast. Most importantly, it can't be done without the soul of Ringu.
This movie wouldn't have driven audiences so crazy without the brilliant acting that could be textbook in almost every scene. The movie wouldn't have been as well done without Ringu's constant coaching of the rest of the cast while filming.
Eventually, the applause lasted a full 2 minutes or so.
Xiaopeng took the microphone and said in a deep voice,
"Thank you for coming to the premiere of Blazing Hearts. Usually criminal investigation and suspense movies focus on justice.
But I think what makes the world more harmonious and loving again is perhaps not just justice. Justice should naturally come, and sooner or later it will, but others, such as love, such as devotion, are also an essential part.
I hope this movie, it's a good one for you guys."
Xiaopeng bowed again, and the applause went wild once more.
And in the corner of the last row that no one noticed, the middle-aged man in the hood had a confused face.
He stared blankly at the excited crowd, at the actor who was beside Xiaopeng, very low-key and harmless.
"I don't know how long it's been." 2 lines of muddy tears flowed down from his eyes. "Forget it. No escape. I want to meet little Tong Tong."
The middle-aged man wiped the tears from his face and blithely walked out the front door of the movie hall. He made his way down the stairs and out into the street, taking his hood off.
Beneath the hat was a pale face.
He looked up into the sky. The blinding sunlight seemed to give him a sense of renewal. Afterwards, this middle-aged man walked towards the other side with a calm face.
A kilometer away is the police station. Chapter 39, Xiaopeng, Guo Tao, and Duan Hong's unstinting esteem.
After the premiere of Bright Heart of the Blazing Sun, Xiaopeng, Lin Gu, Duan Hong, and Guo Tao took the stage.
In addition to interacting a bit with the audience there to get some feedback on the movie. Most importantly, Xiaopeng wants media publicity. That's why so many media outlets were invited to come. This premiere was certainly a success, both in terms of the movie itself and the reaction of the audience there.
This also makes the media all one and all excited as well. There is no doubt that today, Blazing Sun is bound to be on the hot searches of various websites and platforms. For Xiaopeng, a director who does not skimp on publicity, the media naturally don't mind giving him a push.
After answering a number of questions from the audience, finally we got to the media interviews. "Director Chow, what do you think this movie means to you?" "I think it means transformation and deep thinking about the profession of directing.
At the beginning of the shooting of this movie, I didn't expect such a high degree of completion, but in the process of filming, I gradually felt what emotions and thoughts I should pass on to the audience, which should be the real meaning of the profession of directing."
So, Director Chow, which actor do you think has the most outstanding acting skills in the movie Blazing Sun?
Oh. This question should actually be left to the audience to judge, but as a director, I do have some ideas of my own. I'm sure you can all see that most of the actors in the cast this time are old faces, and when I was casting the actors, I deliberately chose those old actors as well.
But there is one exception, and that is Ringu. Xiaopeng looked at Lingu beside him and said cheerfully, "Ringu is the most talented young actor I've ever seen. With Ringu around, this movie is so much more accomplished." Here, on behalf of the cast and crew of Blazing Sun Bright Heart, and on behalf of myself, I'd like to say thank you to Lingu. Wow.
With the second question, Xiaopeng directly triggered the scene. Especially the media, no one expected that Xiaopeng would give Lingu such a high rating.
Admittedly, while watching the movie, one can indeed see that Ringu's acting is very strong. But he's just an unknown rookie. What's the point of all this?
After hearing this, a media outlet felt that there seemed to be some information that could be mined here, and hurriedly asked a question.
"Director Chow, are you saying that Mr. Lingu could easily grasp your meaning during the filming process?"
On a regular shoot, the director is indeed the one who understands the script the best. The director is definitely responsible for more than just the direction of the entire play.
It is also part of the director's job to give guidance to individual actors.
Who knows, hearing the words of this reporter. Xiaopeng shook his head without hesitation and said seriously,
"No, that's one of the points I wanted to make. During the shoot, it wasn't me directing Rinku, it was Rinku directing the others, directing me. As much as I want the credit, ask yourself this, the role of Xin Xiaofeng, minus the script itself, was basically done by Ringu personally." Hearing Xiaopeng's words,
the crowd of media were silent.
This is not right.
Rumor has it that Xiaopeng is no easygoing, happy-go-lucky director.
It's not uncommon for actors to be scolded to tears on set.
Nowadays, it's not just a new actor who says things like thank you and supreme talent.
and made a point of clarifying that he didn't give Rinku any help during the shoot? Could it be that this actor named Lin Gu's background is so big that even Xiaopeng has to be so hard on him? In an instant, many media outlets directly aimed their eyes at Lin Gu. Mr. Ringu, may I ask what you have to say after receiving such high praise from Director Chow?
Lin Gu took the microphone, pondered for a moment, and calmly said,
Director Chow is too polite.
Every part of this movie is indispensable for such a high level of completion.
I've been nothing more than a necessary screw in it.
During the filming process, Director Chow, Mr. Duan Hong, Mr. Guo Tao, Mr. Wang Yanui, and so on, all gave me a lot of help. The credit goes to everyone and the results are all for everyone. I'm nothing special.
Hearing Ringu's reply.
Before the media could continue asking questions, the microphone was grabbed by Duan Hong.
Ahem. Let me say a few words.
This young man, Lin Gu, is just too modest. Director Chow is right, this movie couldn't have been so highly accomplished without Lin Gu. Although my seniority is greater than Lin Gu's, in terms of acting skills, Lin Gu is perfectly capable of being my master.
Honestly, if I wasn't too old, I'd be worshipping now, huh?
Next to him, Guo Tao also took over the microphone and cheerfully said,
Right, Ringu, you can't be too modest. How can you mix with the entertainment industry if you're so modest?
Seriously, I've also never seen an actor as talented as Lin Gu. That kind of acting skill, even if you start honing it from elementary school, is a bit too much. By the way, Director Chow said that he would release a portion of the footage behind Blazing Sun afterward, right? When the time comes, everyone will see and understand, this Lin Gu person is a true change too. Guo Tao and Duan Hong, both veterans of atmosphere control. A few words enlivened the atmosphere. But the words were still almost reverential praise for Rinku. Mainly, during the filming, Ringa did convince these actors too. And when they heard Guo Tao and Duan Hong's words, the media couldn't sit still.
This ing. The director plus the two leads, licking a newcomer like crazy? Either that or this newcomer's background is as big as the sky.
Either that, or he really is such an outrageous actor. Judging by the completion of the movie Blazing Saddles, perhaps the odds are even better that it's the latter. Such speculation has caused many in the media to become instantly excited. The rise of a new star, that's the most topical content there is.
Immediately, several media outlets directly asked Lin Gu for an exclusive interview. Rinku naturally wasn't interested in agreeing. The only way to increase your proficiency in movie star missions is to film. Anything else, like an interview or something like that, is a complete waste of time. With good work, even without these messy boosts, it's only a matter of time before you become famous. Of course, the main thing is that there are not many heavyweights in the media requesting interviews.
General. This post-premiere interview lasted close to an hour. The media were satisfied with their questions and took a lot of favors at the end of the day.
And in the meantime,
on the internet, the discussion about Blazing Sun Bright Heart has gradually exploded.
Chapter 40, Parley. 1 billion box office.
Hashtag the premiere of Bright Heart of the Sun. Hashtag
who the hell is newcomer actor Ringu?
Hashtag Xiaopeng said bluntly, without Ringu there would be no movie.
Hashtag Xin Xiaofeng's scene is absolute.
Hashtag Topics such as these began to pop up constantly on platforms such as the Scarf and Tees.
And, as soon as it appeared, it was catapulted right into the hot seat. Of course, Xiaopeng's willingness to spend money is one aspect of this. But more importantly, Ringu's acting did conquer the audience. Most viewers subconsciously search for related topics on these platforms after watching the premiere. And one of the most frequently searched is Rinku. No way. Handsome, newcomer, director's power.
These words are absorbing.
Add to that all those classic scenes Ringo contributed in Blazing Sun and it's a wonder viewers aren't interested in him. Of course, the conversation hasn't exactly exploded yet. Because many viewers are opting for a second viewing. The movie Blazing Saddles is well worth a second look.
There are all kinds of reversals, build-ups and details that make rewatching it even after the ending is known a refreshing experience.
And all of this, apparently, is going to fester for a while. After attending the premiere,
Lin Gu was invited to a room for a secret talk by Huayi's top executive Yang Hanlin, accompanied by Xiaopeng.
With Blazing Sun being his first starring role, Rinku certainly has a lot of expectations for it.
And judging from the scene today, it's clear that it's not going to be much of a problem.
The three sat down. Yang Hanlin was the first to speak, lamenting. Rinku, the latter is a fearful man. This movie, you've really given me, and Hawaii, a surprise. Hee, speaking of which, even though you're assigned artist of Hawaii, you basically haven't received any resources from Hawaii, right? For this matter, I'll find someone to butt heads with you afterward. We're all family, so we should use the resources we have. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yang Hanlin was making a gesture of goodwill. As a veteran who had been immersed in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, he could tell that with Lin Gu's exaggerated acting skills, as long as nothing else went terribly wrong, then a fire was inevitable. A movie star is perhaps the end of an interpretive career that most actors seek. But for Ringu, that might be the honor that comes in a year or two. If he doesn't pull in such a newcomer, then who does he pull in? Hearing Yang Hanlin's words, Lin Gu nodded lowly and smiled. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang. Yang Hanlin nodded slightly, looked at Chao Ping, and smiled. Director Chao, anyway, Lin Gu is also here, how about I make it clear about the next movie? Chao Ping's eyes brightened for a moment and he nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang said explicitly. I read the script of I Am Not the God of Medicine, the subject matter is too sensitive, and Hawaii, as a family, definitely can't eat it. However, the movie Blazing Sun Bright Heart has given me no small amount of confidence, and I feel that as long as Lin Gu can be in it, then I Am Not the God of Medicine shouldn't fail. With that in mind, I'd like to make 2 points. Yang Hanlin paused and continued in a deep voice. The first point is that I will apply with the top to make this cake bigger, and although it will have to be divided among several other entertainment companies to eat it, the resistance will be correspondingly much smaller. The company will concede no small amount as a result, so you'll lose some of your power and revenue, Director Chao. Of course, the main director is still you, the right to choose people and so on, the company still won't take it, but other companies may stuff people in, this kind of situation Hawaii can block it, but can't, Chao Ping, you need to be mentally prepared. Chao Ping showed hesitation. What he resented most was the fact that there were all sorts of messy connections in the crew. But the subject matter of the movie, I Am Not a Drug God, is also really sensitive. There's no way it's going to pass muster without more boosts. After a long time, he looked at Lin Gu and said in a deep voice. Ringu, are you interested in helping me? I am not the god of medicine, this movie I just want to succeed, do not want to fail. You'll, seeing Yang Hanlin's movements. Chao Ping's breathing was noticeably sharp for a moment. 1 billion, that's a height that hasn't even been seen in the current history of Chinese movies. Before, the box office record, and only 800 million only. Seeing Chao Ping's hesitation, Yang Hanlin said in a deep voice. Director Chao, you can interpret this as a betting agreement. But it's not money that's at stake, it's your next resources. The box office for the movie Blazing Sun doesn't look like it should be low, it's good enough as a knockout. That's why I'm willing to take the risk and support you in making I Am Not a Drug God. If the box office of I Am Not the God of Medicine doesn't end up reaching $1 billion, then I might not even be able to answer to the company, do you understand? Chao Ping understood. In the end, this number, in fact, is not the bottom line of Hawaii, but rather the expectations of Yang Hanlin. He, Chao Ping, wanted to take off with this movie, and why would Yang Hanlin not want to take advantage of this movie to gain a greater say in Hawaii? We all just take what we need. If Chao Ping refuses, then this matter will not be mentioned. After all, Yang Hanlin also needs to bear no small amount of responsibility. And just as Chao Ping was torn, Lin Gu suddenly opened his mouth and calmly said, Director Chao, I think $1 billion at the box office, it shouldn't be much of a problem. The reason is simple. In its previous life, the movie ended up getting $3 billion at the box office. Even if that was 1819 and it's only 14 years now. But Lin Gu still feels that this movie, at least, will also have $1 billion or more at the box office. The safeguard is his advanced directing skills. Chapter 41, Ring of Fire. The first day's box office is out. There's the senior director skill. Lin Gu could at the very least guarantee that I Am Not the God of Medicine would not be made any worse than it was in his previous life. But after all, the two worlds are still quite different, and there's no way for Rinku to predict just how much box office he'll end up with. Let's just say, do the best you can. Hearing Lin Gu's words, Chao Ping's color became more serious. After a long time, he looked at Yang Hanlin and solemnly said, Mr. Yang, I also agree to this condition. However, $1 billion at the box office is, after all, a height that has never been reached in China before, and I need the support of the company's public relations after the shoot. Yang Hanlin nodded slightly and said,
That's natural, and since the company is down there, the support that's due won't be lacking. If the finished product satisfies the company, the support may be greater than you think. For a company like Huawei, making money is not really the main objective anymore. Being able to make a steady stream of money and having access to all kinds of resources that other entertainment companies can't get is the fundamental demand. And the movie, I Am Not a Drug God, is clearly an opportunity to do just that.
The three talked at length for some time longer.
Eventually, after agreeing to continue the roadshow tomorrow, Ringu returned alone to his small rented house.
The opening day box office for Blazing Saddles won't be out until tomorrow.
I Am Not a Drugstore didn't open in a day or two. The only thing Lin Gu was doing at the moment was following Chao Ping on roadshows everywhere in anticipation of pulling the box office of Blazing Heart even higher. And just as Ringu returned to his rental house to rest, on the internet, the discussion of the movie Blazing Sun has finally begun to hit its stride. A portion of the audience has already finished their second brush. This part of the audience at the end of the second brush has a deeper understanding of the movie and sees those details and ambiguities more clearly. Some true crime fans are already on their third brush. On the scarf, the topic volume of Blazing Sun went straight from 20 million to 300 million in less than 8 hours after the premiere. The 20 million topic volume in the front was smashed by Chao Ping with money.
And those last 300 million, that's a real sign of a big hit. This movie is so much stuff. You can't even see it in its entirety the first time through. Highly recommended for a second viewing. I found so many details in my second viewing, it was like watching a new movie.
Awesome, Lin Gu's acting is so awesome. Brothers, honestly, after knowing the ending and then going back for a second viewing, you'll be able to realize how horrible Lin Gu's acting is.
I saw it too. Ringu's kind of eye play is absolutely amazing.
I found it surprising that Lin Gu had only done a few supporting roles before. This is the first step to a lead role.
Are all newcomers so horrible now?
It's obvious that you can eat with your face, but you have to rely on your acting skills.
Love it, love it. Haha, that makes sense. Gee guys, we just say a hard love. Ringu's acting is absolutely amazing. At about 10 o'clock in the evening.
At a time when the whole country is starting to come down from leisure and start swiping their bibs and teasing their voices.
Various media outlets are starting to come on board. What's the box office geometry of Blazing Saddles? Accurate predictions. The past life of actor Ringu. Interview, director Chao Ping holds Ringu in high esteem. What is this new actor's story? Ringu's acting is too great, isn't it? Will Blazing Saddles crush Misfits 2 at the box office on its first day? 10,000 word post watch detail of Blazing Saddles with tons of spoilers. Will justice come at last, or love and devotion? Counting down Ringu's top 10 eye scenes in Blazing Sun. Topics like this, long posts on the fence and teaser videos, etc., are popping up in a frenzy, almost concentrated at one point in time. This is Chao Ping's request. The media didn't want to agree to this, but there's no way around it, he's giving too much. Anyway. With an unknown number of media outlets fanning the flames. The number of bib topics, which was originally set to break through 400 million, went straight all the way to 1 billion. And the name Ringu has become completely popular. Video interviews with Chao Ping, Wei Tao and Duan Hong were also released at the premiere. How can netizens not be curious about Ringu, which these veteran actors are pushing? The amount of discussion about Ringu as an actor is barely less than the amount of discussion about the movie Blazing Sun itself. And the most obvious statistic is the number of followers of Ringu's scarf. Some time ago he opened a bib. But there has been little amount of attention. After all, there is not much work. But ever since the premiere of Blazing Sun, Ringu's cell phone beeps have barely stopped. By the end of the day, Ringu's crappy used cell phone was starting to jam. This also led to the fact that Ringu had no idea how many followers his scarf had actually gained. Those who had the intention to pay attention, such as Bai Binger, such as Zhao Wen, such as some big names in the industry, and so on, were shocked by the growth of Lin Gu's fans. Less than 10 hours after the premiere, Lin Gu's scarf followers directly exceeded 4 million. And that number, almost every second, is changing by leaps and bounds. This was thanks to the media's hype, but Ringu's acting was the main thing that really set him on fire. Lin Gu's number did not even send a scarf, only a system automatically sent "I opened a scarf today, come to follow me. I'm going to follow you." And with a massive onslaught of live powder. This system message was all swept up to close to 50,000 comments and over 300,000 likes. It's no wonder Ringu's cell phone card. The cast and crew of Blazing Saddles are on tenterhooks waiting for the first day at the box office.
Ringu, on the other hand, was full of helplessness in his little rented house.
He can't open his cell phone at all.
He had no choice but to charge his cell phone and hope that tomorrow would be better.
And after that, Ringu went straight to sleep. Day 2.
Before Ringu woke up from his sleep, he heard a furious knock on his door. Ringu sleepily opened the door, and outside the door, Xiaopeng and Zhaowen both looked excited.
Ringu, the first day box office is out. 31 million. Overwhelming. Do not disturb 2. Chapter 42, Become a publicity ambassador for the police department?
I heard the number 31 million.
Ringu froze for a moment at first. Generally, the ratio of a movie's gross to its first day's box office will be between 6-10.
But not this movie Blazing Saddles.
It's a ing suspenseful, crime movie.
The most peculiar thing about movies with this kind of theme is that the first day box office is usually not too high, and it's all about an afterthought. It's not an exaggeration to say that with the completion of Blazing Sun, it won't be a problem to multiply the total box office by more than 12 times in the back. That said, it's roughly predictable at this point that the total box office should be close to $400 million. You know, in the previous life, the movie Blazing Sun was released in 15 years, and it only ended up grossing $300 million at the box office. Now, it's released a year early in theaters, not to mention.
The box office looks like it's going to increase by another third?
Looking at the excited Xiaopeng and Zhaowen, Ringu hurriedly stepped aside from the doorway.
Director Chow, Sister Wen. Come in and talk. Once inside,
Xiaopeng and Zhaowen then froze.
They haven't really been to Ringu's rental house. Ringu, you have been living in a place like this all alone? Xiaopeng had an incredulous look on his face.
He knew that Ringu was very frugal, even his cell phone was a second-hand broken machine, and his clothes were basically bought by Pinyin.
But I didn't realize that the place to live was as bad as it was.
Not to mention the small space, the lighting and layout inside was very poor. The various pieces of furniture are old and incomplete. And there was a distinct scent of mold in the air.
Ringu nodded and laughed sagely.
You don't live here more than a few days a year anyway, so there's no point in renting a nice one, it's a waste of money.
The corner of Xiaopeng's mouth twitched.
Other than that, the movie Blazing Sun alone brought Ringu a paycheck of $3 million. At that time, Ringu hadn't signed with Huai yet, and the payroll was basically all Ringu himself, except for Zhaowen.
Even if it's only $1 million, you don't have to be so frugal even for a house, do you?
Zhaowen, who was standing behind Xiaopeng, on the other hand, immediately understood.
Ringu doesn't want to waste his money on places like this, instead he wants to take it to charity. After thinking about it, she stepped forward and smiled. Hey, it's my problem, I'm not doing my job as an agent. In a few days, I'll find Ringu a better house.
Xiaopeng shook his head and sighed.
Alright, Ringu, you're kind of a big hit now, so you should still enjoy. What's the use of making so much money that you can't live and die with? Spend it on yourself before you actually use it. Ringu could only smile and nod.
Doing the charity thing, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it.
It's best if you can muddle through vaguely. The three sat down.
It was only then that Xiaopeng remembered the main purpose of this visit.
He smiled and looked at Ringu, saying, Ringu, have you looked at the number of followers on your scarf?
Ringu shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Cell phone. It's stuck, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Xiaopeng's mouth twitched.
After that, he directly took out his cell phone and opened the homepage of Ringu's scarf.
Up there.
The brightly shining numbers made Ringu himself freeze.
6.48 million. Overnight. Ringu was already a big star with close to 10 million followers.
Xiaopeng then scratched down and clicked on the comment section of that system message. Look, 90,000 comments and 700,000 likes.
Ringu, you're completely on fire.
Ringu took the cell phone and briefly flipped through it, and for a moment, he was also a bit emotional. He thought he'd catch fire, but didn't expect to do so in his first movie.
Director Chow, thank you, if you hadn't chosen me to be the male lead of Blazing Sun, I wouldn't have been able to succeed.
Listening to Ringu's still humble and polite words, a look of satisfaction and relief appeared in Xiaopeng's eyes.
Ringu, here's the payment you deserve. This visit is to bring you another piece of good news. The Lee City Public Security Bureau wants to invite you to be the police department's publicity ambassador. Police Department Publicity Ambassadors?
Hearing this very unfamiliar title, Lin Gu was somewhat confused.
When did he get involved with the police department? Seeing that Rinku didn't understand,
Xiaoping took the initiative to explain.
It's something I didn't know until this morning.
After yesterday's premiere, a suspect in a mega bombing case who had been on the run for several years turned himself in to the Liking City Public Security Bureau. In follow-up police questioning, the man said he chose to turn himself in because he had watched Blazing Saddles. He said he was most impressed with Sin in this movie. Then a couple of police officers went to see Blazing Sun and finally reported it to the General Directorate. Just today, that side came over and asked me about inviting you to be the police department's publicity ambassador. An explanation. Ringu finally understood. How dare a criminal, because he saw his own show, go straight to turn himself in? At this moment, Lin Gu suddenly felt as if he hadn't wasted all the effort he had put into his performance. Deliver those emotions that should be delivered through your acting. Is this perhaps what actors are really about? After a moment of silence, Lin Gu asked. Director Chow, this ambassador. Do you think I should go? Xiaoping's eyes instantly rounded. Why shouldn't I go? It's an official endorsement. Lin Gu, do you know that if you can really serve as the police department's publicity ambassador, then the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine will have a much easier time getting through the vetting process? I don't need to go into detail with you about the reasoning here, do I? Lin Gu nodded slightly. The logic is not complicated. The subject matter of the movie, I Am Not a Drug God, is sensitive in that it involves officials. And if he becomes a publicity ambassador for the police department, that's like having official power behind him. It wouldn't necessarily be of much use elsewhere, though. But it certainly helped to get the movie I'm Not a Drugstore over the line. As Lin Gu pondered, Xiaoping lamented. Rinku, you've really surprised me again. I've heard that over at the Liking Public Security Directorate, they're already preparing to air Blazing Sun and Bright Heart as an internal propaganda and education feature film. It's the kind of topic that can easily explode. Having said that, how could Lin Gu not see that Xiaoping wanted to make himself the ambassador? Plus, Rinku himself wanted to do more positive energy-like things. So he just nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I'll go to. Director Chow, what kind of a process is this? Xiaoping said cheerfully. Let's go and meet the police first, I've got an appointment for the afternoon. Aha! Ringu nodded. Chapter 43, confirmed as ambassador. The first week of box office for The Blazing Sun is out. At noon, Lin Gu invited Zhao Wen and Xiaoping to eat a luxury sand county. The latter mountain treasures eat a lot of seafood, cold to eat a meal of sha xian, but also eat quite happy. It wasn't that Lin Gu didn't want to take them to eat something nice, but the last time he donated, he hadn't left himself much money at all. The paychecks for the two movies, Blazing Sun and One Man's Martial Arts, combined, left Lin Gu with just over 9,000. It wouldn't have been that little, but when the donation was made, Lin Gu only left himself the basics to live on. Then shave off rent, daily living, and the purchase of 2 pieces of clothing. There wouldn't be much left. After eating, Xiaoping took Zhao Wen and Lin Gu to Lai Chang. What the trio didn't notice was that after they walked out of Sha Xian Snacks, a few college student-looking passers-by happened to be pushing open the outer door of a movie theater. Among them, one of the boys inadvertently saw the back of Lin Gu's trio and was a bit surprised. Look guys, isn't that the actor who plays Xin Xiaofeng? Where? It's really kinda like that. Definitely not. He's a big star, how could he go to eat Sha Xian Snacks? Let's go, catch up and see who knows if it's. They ran all the way, and when these college students came to the side and saw Lin Gu's face that was so handsome that there was no way it had no recognizability, they were all stunned. It's really Ringu. Can you go up there and get him to sign an autograph for me? This kind of big star, he usually eats sandwiches? However, without waiting for them to take further action, Lin Gu and Zhao Wen got into Xiaoping's car and left directly. Ringu is clearly not ready to be recognized. Director Chow, we'll see when the time comes. I'm not thinking about it right now either. Ringo laughed in a low tone. Aha! Xiaoping nodded and didn't continue to say more. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive outside. Specifically, we can discuss and decide. You may need to help us shoot some promotional videos. The police department should not pay you too much, after all, it's just public service publicity. Also, at some of the events, if you have time, I hope you can come and join us. Of course, there are quite a few of our colleagues in the police department who love you, so if it's convenient for you, give them a few autographs.
Sounds like it's all very simple.
As an actor, making movies and attending various announcements and events is work in itself.
Today, it's just that the A side has become the police department.
After hearing this, Lin Gu didn't hesitate anything more and directly agreed. Yin Shui took a sip of her coffee, paused, and hesitated.
Mr. Ringu, one more thing. The suspect who turned himself and said he wanted to meet you, would that be convenient? Lin Gu was stunned and asked. When?
He's not a small matter, and it could take quite a while for both the trial and the depositions. Estimates are, at the earliest, a couple months away. After Lin Gu thought about it, he agreed indifferently. The few people chatted a few more times, then Lin Gu and the three of them got up to take their leave. Before leaving, Yin Shui took the initiative to add Lin Gu's prestige. It was agreed to contact Rinku when the publicity materials on the police department's side were ready. On the way back, Lin Gu noticed that Chao Ping's face was visibly lighter.
Director Chao, how's it going with the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine?
Chao Ping smiled and said. It's not bad, Huai's movements aren't slow, and with the fact that the first day box office of Blazing Sun clearly subdued a few other entertainment companies, their talk should be pretty smooth.
The key thing, though, is to send it for review. It's not easy to guess what the top means.
Oh yeah, I've spoken to the Liking Public Security Directorate side before, and when I'm done talking to their side's official blog will send out an announcement confirming that you've become the police department's publicity ambassador. When the time comes, you'll be able to support the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine by retweeting it.
Ringu nodded and agreed.
He also didn't go back to his rented house because for the next few days, Lin Gu had to go everywhere with Chao Ping and others to conduct roadshows to continue pulling up the box office of Blazing Sun.
Time passes. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed.
On this day, several of the creators of Blazing Sun Bright Heart were pulled together by Chao Ping to host a celebration banquet.
And the box office for Blazing Saddles is officially out for its first week in theaters. Chapter 44, Invitation from the cast of I Am Not the God of Medicine.
In the restaurant, Chao Ping sat red-faced on the main seat and raised a glass of wine. Around the table were a dozen or so key people, including the star of Blazing Saddles, the producer, the showrunner, and so on.
Folks, I just received the final numbers for the first week of box office for Blazing Saddles. In the end, the first week box office was $470 million. The theaters have given us another increase in scheduling, and with the key delay, the final box office has been confirmed to be at $500 million upwards. Chao Ping said this. The crowd around the table froze. This is the number that scared everyone.
At this time, the Dragon Kingdom is not the world's breadbasket in the latter part of the world. The record at the domestic box office back in 13-14 was just $800 million.
And a suspenseful movie with an unappealing subject matter like Blazing Sun just took in $500 million at the box office? Everyone feels like they're living the dream. Though none of the box office money has anything to do with them, none of it is shared with them. But that's seniority when you take it out. For example, Lin Gu, although he only got paid $3 million for the movie, since he's the main star, the $500 million of the box office will all hang on him. That's how those $10 billion movie stars came to be. Hua Tao's face was red with excitement as he asked. Director Chao, are you telling the truth?
Chao Ping laughed out loud.
Why would I lie to you? Today, everyone gets 50,000 red packets. I'll add another $50,000 for each of you starring in the movie.
$100,000 in red envelopes is obviously nothing compared to $500 million at the box office. It was obvious that Chao Ping was also very happy indeed. This achievement is more than just knocking on the door of Hawaii.
That's a box office record for a suspense and crime movie. And, both the audience and the industry have been raving about the movie. Chao Ping has already sent the movie to Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers. As long as you can get a nomination, even if you don't win, that's a resume that can be written in Baidu's encyclopedia.
The crowd cheered when they heard the red envelope. Only when everyone's excitement had subsided a bit did Chao Ping hold his wine and look at Lin Gu.
The person I want to thank most here is Rinku.
It can be said that without Lin Gu, this movie of ours would never have been so highly accomplished.
Do you all recognize this statement of mine?
As soon as Chao Ping's words fell, the crowd laughed in unison.
Agreed.
What Lin Gu had done in the crew had completely conquered these people.
It's still the same.
When confronted with near-perfect people, people simply can't afford to be jealous. Xiaoping paused and said in a deep voice. So, I've decided to take out $1 million from the box office I can personally share and give it to Lin Gu as a token of appreciation. Lin Gu sniffed and hurriedly stood up.
Director, please don't.
Xiaoping pressed his shoulder, his eyes a little red.
Ringu, don't refuse, it's a token of my appreciation. I, Lao Chao, have struggled all my life and never thought of winning any awards or breaking any records. All of this, after you came. This $1 million, you deserve it. Take it.
With words having been said, there was no way for Lin Gu to refuse.
He nodded bitterly and helplessly. Okay, then. Thank you, Director Chao. Thanks for what? I'm the one who has to thank you.
As Xiaoping said that, he drained his cup directly in one sip. He then looked at the crowd, his face red, and exclaimed.
Folks, in addition to the first week at the box office, I have a big announcement to make. My next movie, it's confirmed for review. When these words came out, the crowd was a bit stunned. Xiaoping's next movie? How come they haven't heard of it at all?
Among the crowd, only Lin Gu had a calm face.
Xiaoping looked at Gu and took out a script.
On the cover, the words "I am not the god of medicine" were written in big letters.
This is my next movie, gentlemen. Are you interested in continuing to make a movie after me?
Xiaoping was not a rash invitation. The sensitivity of the subject matter of "I am not a drug god" dictates that, much like Blazing Sun, the actors have to be veteran actors.
And those currently on the table clearly qualify.
I Am Not a Drug God is a movie with so many standout supporting roles that even if it ate up the main cast and major supporting roles of Blazing Saddles, it wouldn't be too much. And to offer an invitation at this table was clearly Xiaoping's way of thanking the crowd. Hearing Xiaoping's words, the crowd naturally all roared in agreement. With Blazing Sun at the bottom of the list, I'm afraid I'll be able to make a lot of money no matter what I make next. Moreover, in the previous few months, these staff and actors had after all worked and familiarized themselves with Xiaoping, and it was certainly a good thing to continue working together next. Everyone was laughing, when suddenly, Huatao hesitantly opened his mouth and asked.
Director Chao, is Lin Gu going to be in the group?
Xiaoping nodded and smiled. Of course, not only into the group, he's one of the main stars. Upon hearing this, Huatao let out a sigh of relief. That's good, with Lin Gu around, I'm sure the quality of this movie won't be bad.
Then, why don't we have a drink together and wish the next movie a big success in advance?
Well, come on, cheers. It was also the day after the celebration. Theaters have released the box office for this May Day directly. When the general public saw the rankings and figures of the first week's box office, everyone was dumbfounded. Number 1, Blazing Saddles, Suspense, Crime, $470 million at the box office. Second place, Do Not Disturb 2, Comedy, Romance, $240 million at the box office. The rest, even more so, don't need to look, not even one over 100 million.
The moment the box office was announced, Ringu also received a call from Chen Rosen. Chapter 45, Official Opening. Ringu chooses supporting roles?
Ringu, congratulations, your first lead movie is a huge success.
Thank you, Director Chen.
During the filming of the movie One Man's Martial Arts, Lin Gu had already accumulated a good friendship with Chen Rosen. Although the latter is known as a great director. But Ringu's kind of exaggerated acting skills, a person can see that it will definitely take off in the future. The two made small talk.
Chen Rosen smiled. Ringu, One Man's Martial Arts will be almost done with post-production in another half-month or so. I'm going to set it for June 1st, what do you think?
There was certainly no need to discuss such things as movie scheduling with Lin Gu, the lead actor. Lin Gu smiled faintly.
Of course. Even though it's an action movie, it's definitely popular with teenagers, and it's a good six-pack.
That's what I thought. After a pause, on the phone, Chen Rosen continued. Ringu, how about you, as the lead actor, help build up the momentum for One Man's Martial Arts and advance on the bib? You're a star with close to 10 million followers now, that's a lot of publicity. Lin Gu instantly understood that Chen.
I wonder how many netizens are commenting like crazy. Holy. A swindle? Rinku finally gave up his scarf. Ooh, mommy cries. No boy mommy, no boy mommy. Good lord, is this also acted by Rinku? Hiss. It looks a bit menacing. Lin Gu has too wide a range of theater options, right? Why don't you act in youth idol dramas, isn't it a waste of this face? Help, Why are you so mean and my husband is so handsome?
Looking at the comments of the sand-sculpted netizens, Lin-gu was also a bit amused.
But soon you can't stop laughing. Because the phone is ing jammed again. Hopelessly closing the scarf, Rinku stretched his back. During the time he was completely on fire, he actually had quite a few announcements and invitations to events. But Lin-gu has told Xiaowen to refuse all of them in order to concentrate on making movies and quickly brush up her proficiency in the movie Emperor Quest. Even some of Huai's own events, Ringo didn't want to go to.
Full preparation for the movie I Am Not a Drug God. Since Lin-gu had promised Xiaoping that he would be the assistant director in this movie, he naturally had to figure out all the roles himself first. After calming down, almost every day, Ringo patiently delved into each character in the script.
Finally, 5 days later, Xiaoping called him.
Lin-gu, I Am Not the God of Medicine can start now. This movie doesn't need special sets, we'll shoot it in Hengdian, and we may need to go to Thailand for subsequent scenes, but try to finish the domestic scenes first.
When are you coming over?
Lin-gu's eyes instantly became excited when he heard this.
Now. He can't wait to get his advanced directing skills down pat. Half an hour later, Rinku rushed to the set. This time, shooting I Am Not the God of Medicine, Xiaoping continued the usual coin style. Whether it's the venue or the props, or the groupies or the crew, anything that can be fixed with money is pulled full circle. Only one thing.
In the casting of the actors, Xiaoping didn't miss a beat. Hui didn't end up reneging on its word because of Xiaoping's achievements in his last movie and Lin-gu's relationship with the Liking Public Security Bureau. Even though I Am Not the God of Medicine ended up pulling in two of the top domestic entertainment companies, Times Entertainment and Star Entertainment, to enter and share the cake, Hui didn't mess around with the part of casting the actors. Time Entertainment and Star Entertainment will not enter for nothing, but under the intervention of Hui, even if the people are brought in, according to Xiaoping's requirements, they are veteran actors with good acting skills. The reason why this movie, which could have been drawn out for a long time even just in the review stage, is opening so soon. Lin-gu and the Lycée General Directorate of Public Security are credited with the relationship. And today was the day when Xiaoping was anxious about all the main and major supporting actors. At the same time, it's also the day for Ringu to screen some important group performances. When the news broke that Xiaoping was going to film I Am Not the God of Medicine, the entire Hengdian was abuzz.
Who doesn't know that Blazing Sun has been a huge hit lately, even directly overshadowing Feng Xiaojiang's Do Not Disturb 2?
One would have thought that after making this movie, Xiaoping would have digested the dividends for a few months at the very least. As it turned out, it wasn't even a month ago that he turned it back on. And with that kind of heat, there was naturally a steady stream of people coming to audition for various supporting roles. Previously, this step was taken by Xiaoping himself.
He won't let any actor in his movie who can't act, not even a groupie. But not today, because of Ringu.
In the crew, Xiaoping patted Lin-gu's shoulder and said cheerfully, Ringu, I'll leave the screening of the group actors to you. When you're done casting those all-important group roles, come back and I'll take you to meet the leads and supporting cast.
Ringu smiled and nodded, and with the list in hand, he made his way to the union grounds that had already been applied for.
I'm Not a Drugstore begins casting for the group.
The list is posted, so come in line. In an instant, there was a long line. Chapter 46, Good Lord, Ringu even doubles as a screenwriter?
The subject matter of I Am Not a Drugstore is sensitive and serious. It's a movie where the group actors are mainly in the patients, the police, and the city characters, so when Ringu was casting the group actors, he just grabbed a few main characteristics. You can't be too young, it doesn't matter if you're older.
Those patients, for example, are basically middle-aged and elderly. It's not okay to look too distinctive, and the group actors can't steal the lead scenes. Other aspects of acting don't matter, but there has to be some basis for eye play. Because, for the most part, the group actors have no lines, and the most footage they get is of a single desperate, apathetic look because they are sick. So, Ringu only gave the group actors the only audition question. Perform a desperate look. A master of the eye scene himself, he couldn't know better. A middle-aged man came in with a careful curtness. When he saw the title, a hint of numbness and despair instantly flowed out of his eyes, and with just this glance, Lin-gu directly fixed him. You passed, report to the theater in a few minutes. Ringu smiled. Then came the question. What's your name? Fan Xinxiang. Ta Tao. Shun Jun Yuan. It's not hard to cast groupies, especially for a movie like I'm Not a Drug God, even if they're important groupies. Because, how similar are those patients in this movie to the 200,000 group actors floating around in Hengdian? In the process of screening the group actors, Ringu once again deeply realized a line from the script. In this world, there is only one disease. Poor disease. Almost, for example, the conflict between patients and officials, for example, the real picture of patients' lives. Even though I'm Not a Drug God has been reviewed, I'm worried I won't be able to get it into theaters if I do get all of this made. How to appropriately reduce the impact a bit more without losing what was originally intended to be conveyed is a bit of a headache for me. Every famous director must be a qualified screenwriter. A director who can't even get through the script can't be a competent director at all. And for Xiaofeng to be able to discuss such a big issue involving script changes with Lin Gu, it was clear that in his mind, his trust in Lin Gu had reached a certain height. Looking at Xiaofeng's somewhat distressed expression, Lin Gu laughed and directly took out a script with the edges rolled open. Director Chow, this is a problem that I have long realized. In here are some of my suggested changes for you to look at. Xiaofeng looked slightly stunned, and after receiving it, he immediately began to look through it. It didn't matter what he saw, his expression grew more and more surprised. The surprise was tinged with intense ecstasy. And when he finished the entire script and looked at Lin Gu again, his eyes were already full of oddities. Ringu, you're... What kind of monster are you? These, you changed them? Ringu nodded. In fact, the original script for I Am Not a Drug God was so strongly realistic that none of the changes made to that real case were significant. Such a script is certainly true. But it's so lacking in artistry that once it follows the original script exactly, it's not a movie with a moral, it's a documentary. Lin Gu relied on the knowledge of senior director in his mind, coupled with the memory of having seen this movie in his previous life. Changed the original script somewhat. Even if Xiaofeng didn't mention this, he would have had to guide it appropriately during the filming. Now that Xiaofeng had also discovered this problem, Lin Gu naturally went along with it. Seeing Lin Gu's calm countenance, the corners of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched a few times, his face full of incredulity. Ringu, I originally thought you were a fresh meat who relied on your face. But your acting convinced me. When I thought you were just a gifted actor with superb acting skills. You've come up with this script again. Just how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? No wonder Xiaofeng was so surprised. Almost all of the changes Lin Gu made to the script were on the tip of Xiaofeng's heart. Whether it's embellishing overly dark shots or adapting conflicts that don't fit the shot, Xiaofeng has the feeling that Ringu is the original author of this script. The script that had been altered by Lin Gu was surprisingly free of any abruptness or contradictions. Smooth as if a new ING book had been written. Ling Gu. I think the right thing to do in this life is to drag you into the script. I am not the god of medicine. Xiaofeng emotionally patted Lin Gu's shoulder. Then, directly afterward, he shouted out loud to everyone. Guys, there are some changes that need to be made to the original script. Here is the finished altered script, it will be sent to you all in a moment after the copies are made, and if there's anything you don't understand or know, come and ask Ringu right away. Because, all those changes were made by Ringu. This statement was made. The crowd in the studio was amazed. Change the script? Isn't that the job of a screenwriter? Did Ringu was also the writer of this movie? Chapter 47, by Binger, Lin Gu will probably never understand. The original writer of the screenplay for I Am Not a Drug God was Bunmai. It stands to reason that changes to the script would require the consent of the original author. Over the past few days, Xiaofeng had discussed the issue of too many real elements in the script with Bunmei many times. Until now, Bunmei is still gripping his hair in the hotel. When Xiaofeng sent Ringu's altered script to Bunmei, in less than 20 minutes, Bunmei hurriedly arrived at the set. Director Chow, which one is Mr. Ringu? Xiaofeng laughed and pulled Ringu out. Bunmei took a step forward and grabbed Lin Gu's hand tightly, his face agitated. Mr. Ringu, I have no problem at all with your changes. To be honest, I haven't slept well these days, and seeing your altered script is like finally finding water after 3 days of thirst. Bunmei had a look of emotion on his face, and then asked seriously. Is it convenient to ask which school Mr. Ringu was furthering his education? Bunmei himself was a master's degree from Nortel, and with his vision, he could see that the changes Lin Gu had made to the script were definitely not something that could be changed by any wildcard. There were some design ideas in there that even he, a master's degree holder, found ingenious. After asking this question, Bunmei already had some guesses in his mind. Like St. Martin's, like the Royal College of Art, or an Ivy League school.
However, Lin Gu's reply directly silenced him whole.
Xiangnan University.
After hearing the name of this university, Bunmi subconsciously compared it to those top universities in the world, and realized that none of them matched. After carefully searching his memory, he realized that this is not a domestic unknown double non-undergraduate.
Whether or not this school has an art program is questionable.
The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Fumitsuo wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, no words came out. After a long time, he shook his head with a bitter smile and looked at Xiaoping.
Director Chow, originally I didn't really believe what you said about the genius. But now, I'm convinced. There's no way to disobey.
Although the cast is basically full of veteran actors this time around, there will eventually be some underacting or emotional flunking. Take for example the scene in the bar where he shows off his wealth. Bai Binger, who plays Si Hui, just can't get into the swing of things.
After 3 NGs, Lin Gu finally couldn't help himself as he came to Bai Binger's side and said in a deep voice.
The character of Si Hui, a woman who has to dance in a nightclub and please others with her love seat because her child is sick, is bitter but has to face her customers with a smiling face at all times. In this situation, Chang Yong stepped forward and used the money she never dared to waste, never dared to hope for, to smash the manager, who was originally high and mighty, and who often made a move on herself, into lowering his head, and even let him dance on stage.
What kind of reaction should Si Hui have?
It should be the gratitude to Chang Yong, the extreme identification with the selling drugs thing he is currently doing, the venting of the stress of life that he has temporarily left behind, and the touching, disorientation, and fallout that results from the clash between this venting and the reality.
It's a bit complicated to say, but really it's like when you're poor and suddenly given a hot meal by a stranger. You have to look beyond just this meal right now, and see how poor you were before, and see that after this you may have hope, and you may have no hope.
Lin Gu explained to Bai Binger while continuously marking on the script. He delves into each character very thoroughly, which is a must for a director. Even though Lin Gu was only an assistant director, it doesn't stop him from practicing in advance for his role as director. As he spoke, Ringo suddenly felt that there was no sound next to him. With a sideways glance, in Bai Binger's eyes, a hint of water mist had surfaced, and she was staring at Lin Gu with an indescribable feeling in her demeanor. Lin Gu could tell at a glance that this state was just right for this scene.
Yes, that's what it feels like. Hold it. Come on, director, action. And how does Ringo?
In a trance, Bai Binger even had the thought of or else let's indulge in a hand, go to Lin Gu's room at night.
And it's because of these messed up thoughts. This is a scene that just goes by in a blur. It's not just this play. The next scene, Chang Yong follows Si Hui home, passed without incident.
When Lin Gu came to Bai Binger's side, he smiled and said to her, "Not bad, you've comprehended it very quickly, this is the right state."
Bai Binger forced a smile. He'll probably never understand. Chapter 48, which window did God close for Ringu, anyway? Bai Binger's mind was naturally unclear to Lin Gu. He recommended Bai Binger solely because he happened to be casting that day, and it just so happened that Bai Binger added him to his Weibo. If it wasn't for Bai Binger adding his prestige, Lin Gu wouldn't even remember this person. Looking at Bai Binger, who had NG 3 times, under Lin Gu's words, she directly passed 2 scenes smoothly. Xiaoping for a moment or a little bit do not know what to say good. In the past, this kind of work was his. And even if he eats the script thoroughly, he will have to NG just as many times when he encounters an actor who doesn't know what he's doing. Such a situation is not uncommon. For example, director Star Chow, who will personally demonstrate acting to the actors every time he shoots a movie, and each shot is almost always pulled 20 times upwards. With this kind of efficiency, the filming schedule is predictable. And because of Lin Gu's presence, a movie like I Am Not the God of Medicine, which is very much a test of nuanced acting, was surprisingly made more smoothly than Blazing Sun. Otherwise, let Rinku work for me full-time as an assistant director. Such a thought appeared steeply in Xiaoping's mind, but it was then dispelled. Because he could see that Lin Gu no longer needed the position of assistant director. Within 2 years, he will definitely become a director himself. There are not many cases like Bai Binger. Although the cast is full of veteran actors, the one who understands the script the most is naturally Lin Gu. Sure, Rinku does have the right to testify against each of the actors and actresses, but after all, there is still an assistant director in his name. But he didn't do it. Only when the actor's rendition appears to be decidedly off does Rinku step in. For example, Chang Yong and LV Beneficence have a chase scene with Huang Mao when they are selling medicine. After being caught up, Zhang Yu, who plays Yellow Hair, has been unable to get into the swing of things. After being caught up,
There was nothing but viciousness and defiance in his demeanor. This single label can easily lead to problems with the later portrayal of the character. How does someone who has nothing but ruthlessness in his eyes turn into such a sad character later in life? After 3 or 4 reshoots, Xiaofeng felt unsatisfied. But he couldn't say exactly what went wrong. In desperation, Xiaofeng could only call Lin Gu over. Ringu, this scene with yellow hair, I always felt something was wrong, take a look. Ringu looked over and noticed at once that something was wrong. He mused for a few seconds. The character of yellow hair should not be portrayed as a contender either in the later stages or in the earlier stages. He grabbed the medication for himself, but also for other patients. He's introverted and shy, but in his heart he's not stupid and understands everything. His family's experiences have raised him to have a hedgehog-like exterior, but to remain innocent and kind in his heart. Yellow hair is a straight man, a righteous man, a man who is not complicated at heart and has only black and white in his eyes. Ringu's words. All of them froze to Xiaofeng's ears. That's a ING character sample already, isn't it? Some dedicated actors and actresses, before filming and after getting the script, delve deeply into the character they are playing in the script. Write a character sketch for your character based on your personality, your life, your experiences, etc. It is through this small sample that a truly soulful character can be perfectly played. After all, there are no characters introduced in the script, only the plot. But, Ringu is playing LV beneficiary. What's he doing being a yellow-haired character demo? Did a guess appeared in Xiaofeng's mind. You're not, doing all the character samples because I made you my assistant director, are you? Ringu shook his head in a low tone. Xiaofeng was instantly relieved. However, before he could land this breath, he heard Lin Gu say another sentence. Only did major roles. At that moment, the corners of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched furiously. He opened his mouth several times, but never knew what to say either. It was only after a long time that he heaved a sigh and smiled bitterly. Lin Gu, you're the strongest actor I've ever seen, and the most spiritual screenwriter, and now, it seems, the most dedicated actor, and you're still living such a simple life. You damn well rode a shared bicycle again this morning, didn't you? Which window did God close for you, anyway? Still so handsome. Lin Gu was a little embarrassed by Xiaofeng's flurry of compliments. He just wants to shoot the movie peacefully and strive to complete the movie star mission as soon as possible. If you want to fulfill the movie star mission, you can't just do a few movies. If you don't take it seriously, the rating can drop from 90 to 10 or 5 in one fell swoop at any time. This dog of a system doesn't even leave him much money, and when it comes to scoring, can you expect it to let up? And as for bike sharing and handsome. The former is that Lin Gu really does not have much money. After paying the rent and so on, the body is left. After the act, he patiently addressed the 2 group speakers. However, you can't be completely sharp-eyed and flip-flopping during your acting, because this avenue of Chungyong's drug sales is your hope to save the elderly. Emotionally, you guys trust Chungyong. It's just the facts that have turned you out of your minds. Got it? Those 2 group actors, watching Rinku's performance, listened to his patient, gentle explanations. In an instant, both of their eyes reddened. In Hangdian, where can you find a director who is patient to give group speeches? Chapter 49, how did he perform this character with so many layers of emotion? $200,000 across the board, blood and tears everywhere. This statement is not just empty words. Countless young people with dreams jumped headlong into this circle, and then, after experiencing one wall after another, gradually became depressed and desperate, and eventually turned into a state of waiting for death and getting by. Not everyone is Star Chow, all are Baby Wang. One of the most profound things that group actors floating around in Hangdian know is that status determines everything. As long as you're popular and famous, then you're an existence that everyone here needs to look up to. And at this moment, Lin Gu is undoubtedly the existence that needs everyone to look up to. The Blazing Heart was a hit. The first starring role broke box office records in the suspenseful crime genre. The myth of the 10 million followers a week. The miracle newcomer that had Xiaofeng, Duan Hong, and the rest of the world holding their hands. Whichever name it is, it will allow Ringu to make his way in Yokohama. But really? During the filming of I Am Not the God of Medicine, it was obvious to everyone that the one who worked the hardest was Ringu. He came to the earliest every day, dressed in the most plain, low-key. Dinner will not point a pile of delicacies, but with the group of actors to chew box lunch, travel is not a luxury car shuttle, but a shared bicycle back and forth. Because of Lingyu, the "I'm not the god of medicine" cast and crew all set aside a small, separate open space for him to park his shared bike. Add to that the unreserved seriousness when telling the crowd about the play, the gentle tone of voice for both the lead and group actors, and the fact that there's nothing to do but hug the script and study it without the air of a big star. All of this caused everyone in the crew to have an indescribably favorable feeling towards Lingyu. And when Ringo earnestly gave these two groups of people a lecture on theater, they were instantly silenced and moved.
Eyes red and moist, those two groupies made up their minds almost immediately. Mr. Ringo, we understand. Thank you, thank you.
What they thanked them for was not that Lingyu spoke about theater, but that Lingyu treated them like real actors.
The scene went by quickly.
That emotion isn't really hard to understand, it's just that these two groupies can't let go. After so many years of being a group actor, they no longer consider themselves as actors, and they naturally have no problem with the low difficulty of going through the motions and making a living. But when it comes to subtle emotional interpretations, they all have a bit of a hard time finding their footing.
And Ringu's respect ultimately renewed the original heart within them that came to float in Hangdian. Acting, naturally, improves. General progress soon continued to advance.
Rinku played his role comfortably. When he introduces Chung Yong to Si Hui, he is careful, with the nagging feeling that he doesn't dare to expose himself, but is afraid that he won't be able to take his medicine. A glimmer of hope returns to his face as he gets a bonus from Chung Yong, smiling and animating the atmosphere as he tries to play up the struggles of a minor character. When giving out medicine to the people, he showed the dejection of "once you have gained power" and the kindness of "as a patient, since I have hope, I naturally want to save you too."
Finally.
On this day, Ringa needed to shoot the most difficult and emotionally demanding scene to be interpreted so far.
Drinks break up.
Chung Yong had to give up selling drugs because he was threatened by Zhang Changlin.
After making fondue and pouring the wine, he uttered the words, "I'm not selling drugs anymore."
Immediately afterward, it was time for the crowd to fall apart. The emotions in this scene are relatively one-dimensional, whether it's Yang Ming as the priest, Zhang Yu as yellow hair, or Bai Binger as Si Hui.
They just won't be able to take their meds later, they'll just lose hope.
But for Su Shanxiang, who plays Chung Yong, and Lin Gu, who plays Lu Beneficiary, the emotions are not so simple. In the former case, the emotions are divided into 3 layers. On the first level, he gets the benefit of the doubt because he sells medicine, saves his father, leaves his son behind, and his life gets better. He went from being a scoundrel rogue who was a bum to a lot of people respecting him as a successful man. On this level, he doesn't want to give up selling drugs. At the second level, it is against the law to sell counterfeit drugs. Therefore, while Chung Yong reaped the benefits, he was fearful and terrified inside. As Zhang Changlin said, "I don't know when the police will come to my door." In this case, he was resistant to selling drugs, again. On the third level, all these people at the table, he has feelings for them. The kindness of yellow hair hidden under a hedgehog-like exterior, the integrity of the priest who insisted on justice but had to get in because he wanted to do something for the patients in the church, the beauty of Siwei, the friendship with him, and the help and familiarity that Lu benefited from all along.
Leave them, give them up.
Chung Yong's heart was intolerant, so he asked Zhang Changlin to still give these people $3,000 per bottle of medicine.
So, he made this fondue and told everyone to break up.
These 3 layers of emotion are both progressive and overlapping. It can be said that if you can't get through the role of Chung Yong, it's hard to transition emotions silky smooth and portray this inner tangle.
Before filming, Su Shanxiang came to ask for advice from Lin Gu.
Lin Gu handed over the small sample he had written to Su Shanxian, and after reading it, Su Shanxian's eyes widened and he didn't say anything for a long time. And Ling Yu's own need to play LV beneficiary has even more complex emotions. First, this pathway was, in fact, first initiated by Louis Beneficial. He was the one who got Chung Yong to bring the medicine from India. He was the one who approached Si Hui to open up the sale of the medicine. It was the pastor he knew who was able to consistently order the medicine. It could be said that in LV Beneficence's mind, his position had always been a bit higher than a few others. But secondly, Louis Benefit is also a cautious little man. This is reflected in many places. For example, LV Beneficiary didn't dare to help Chung Yong sell medicine. For example, LV Beneficiary never dared to ask for more with Chung Yong even if he had the credit. For example, when the crowd is together, he will always be the unassuming presence standing in the corner or livening up the atmosphere. It's safe to say, if LV Beneficial wanted to fight for more benefits, Chung Yong had no reason to refuse. But he didn't. A man who feels himself to be of a higher status is always playing the role of the discreet atmosphere group.
Louis benefited because of what? This brings us to the third level. He's a man of honor.
While protesting against the pharmaceutical companies for pricing too high, Louis crouched alone under a tree and did not come forward to cajole. When rejected by Chang Yong, he didn't stalk him, but left his phone number. When Chang Yong made things difficult for those patients, it was LV Beneficial who was the first to come forward to round up the situation and take off his mask. LV benefited from the fact that he was struggling to support himself between living and dignity. One of the lesser details in the movie is the one that tears up countless people.
That's the orange that Louis benefited from.
The first time they met, he gave Chang Yong an orange. Because, in Lou benefited from the heart, to ask for help is to send a gift. His actual situation led him no gift to send, but his dignity let him send a tangerine. The last time we saw each other, Lou benefited from lying in the hospital room.
When Chang Yong came to see him, Lou benefited from his death, but still said, "Eat an orange?" Because, in LV beneficiary's mind, when other people come to visit, they also need to take some fruits. Even though it was a hospital room, and even though he was powerless and immobile, he didn't want to lose his manners. On the whole, LV beneficiary is a cautious, careful, and obsequious, but at the same time, he has his own dignity, and thinks that everything can be solved the best of the city. Then, when Xingyun lifted the table and said he was breaking up. What kind of emotions are welling up inside Louis Benefit? This would be too complicated. Chapter 50, he didn't have a few lines, but he said 1,000 words. Before starting to shoot this scene, even Rinku spent a lot of time summarizing and simulating the emotions that were so complex. At the table, he was the last to go. Louis benefits from his lines, which are not more than a few sentences in total, but each one is a progressive turning point in the mood. The finalized scene, expression scene, body language, and even more so, every frame counts. Not being able to express Louis' inner emotions perfectly reduces the sparkle of this movie by a big chunk straight away. Chao Ping also gave Lin Gu enough time.
Even if he is a very strict guide who seeks efficiency, but to Lin Gu, Chao Ping really can't afford to be strict. The guy's hard enough on himself.
Nothing else.
The single said that usually there is no entertainment at all, except when really tired, holding a second-hand broken machine to brush the microblogging. Most of the rest of the time, Ringu is chewing on the script. That kind of self-discipline just doesn't happen to many actors. And such efforts have been rewarded with real strength. Every scene in which Lin Gu appeared, Chao Ping did not need to see much at all, directly over and done.
Moreover, as long as Lin Gu was around, Chao Ping flattered a guideline. Brainless dislike face shot. Lin Gu's eye and expression scenes once again take Chao Ping's breath away.
There's also an assortment of backstory to back up the character of Xin Xiaofeng, played by Lin Gu in The Blazing Sun.
Viewers may not notice it when they see it, but once it's connected to subsequent episodes, it's natural to recall these details. But it's not the same with Louis Benefit. This is a character with no backstory, just a persona. People knew he was sick, but what did he really go through when he was sick? People knew he was soft and cautious, but what made him develop that character? The script wasn't written, but Ringa Kwan performed it. The eyes that each seem to speak of the past. That every single one of them seems to tell the experience and story of the action. It can be said that Lin Gu is truly bringing the character of Lu Beneficence to life. In the face of such actors, what need is there for Chao Ping to be strict and efficient? Good people don't need to be prodded by others. All in all, Ringo spent almost 4 hours brewing emotions. After he looked at Chao Ping and gently nodded his head, Chao Ping shouted without hesitation. Lights and camera in position. Action. Ringo sat at the table, his mind completely relaxed and all but absorbed in the role of LV benefactor. You drink less, it's okay, God will forgive you if you drink less. I'm happy today. Come on, drink one. Brother Yong, come on, let me toast you. At this time, Lu benefited from being happy. He has hope, his family is happy and prosperous, and his children are growing up happily. The future is bright. He even found a group of real friends. Compared to the life in the past, this is the time when LV benefited from the real living. And everything, at the first emotional turning point, turns drastically wrong. Chung Yong raised his glass and spoke. Then, what about the world? There's no such thing as an unbroken feast. What about this medicine? Starting tomorrow, I'm not selling it. At the table, the atmosphere froze.
Sihui stopped laughing, and the curved corners of Yellow Hair's mouth twitched to a halt, panic in the priest's eyes.
And Louis benefited, almost instantly, from a certain sense of urgent panic. When are people most desperate? Was it always in the abyss? Not. It's when hope is seen and experienced, only to suddenly realize that it's time to plunge back into the abyss. I could have endured the darkness until you showed me the light. Such were the emotions in Lou Beneficence's heart. In the midst of his despair, he found hope in Chang Yong. And after experiencing so much beauty and really living for a while, Chang Yong suddenly told him, "Medicine I do not sell." This is the first level of emotional turnaround that Louis benefits from. From pleased and happy, to panicked and terrified. He reluctantly piled on a smile and looked around at a few of the men, dryly laughing as he rounded off the conversation. Too much wine again. A few others, too, livened up the atmosphere. That's not a good one to joke about. What are you talking about? What the hell? Chang Yong spoke again. Starting tomorrow. Zhang Changlin. You guys are still 3,000. At those words, several people fell silent. From this shot, Louis benefits from a second emotional phase. He has no lines, but emotionally he must interpret them. Sihui is angry and retorting. How many people have been killed by him selling fake drugs, don't you know? The priest was trying to persuade, helpless. He's going to hell in a handbasket. Yellow Hair is feeling a betrayal of trust and a collapse of his worldview. Then put US. Push patients to fake drug dealers? A lot of people can't afford to eat for $5,000, don't you know? And Louis benefited, no lines. Although there are no lines, the best part of this scene is the emotional interpretation of Louis' benefit. His expression, from panic and trepidation, transitioned to sadness and pain. Because, he doesn't need to have any more illusions, Chang Yong is not joking, he really doesn't sell. Then, from sadness, it transitioned to sadness and disappointment. Because, originally, he thought these people were his friends, people he could trust. Then, from sadness, it transitions to despair and deadness. Because, he knew Chang Yong was right. Chang Yong is not sick, if it's just for them, there's already no need to sell fake drugs. They shouldn't kidnap Chang Yong with their morals. This made the heart of Lou Beneficence, who had always insisted on his dignity, feel as if it had been cut by a knife. There was no way for him to fix any of this, not even to talk. The movie in his previous life didn't give Louis too many scenes to benefit from. But in filming it now, Xiaoping had captured almost the entire emotional evolution of Ringu. It was hard to say how much of it would be cut into the main movie when the time came, but with this kind of precious footage, Xiaoping didn't want to let go of any of the frames. It's definitely. I don't know how long it has passed. Lou benefited to stand up, his body swayed to put on the clothes, put on the mask, and walked out the door. He didn't say more than a few lines in total. But it's like saying 1,000 words. Ka! After almost 20 seconds, Xiaoping shouted with intent. The day after tomorrow, One Man's Martial Arts is premiering. I'm going to put the promo out today, Ringy you scarf help repost it. I'm going to hang Dian the day after tomorrow, so come over and accompany me to the premiere of One Man's Martial Arts, okay? Ringu's eyes brightened slightly. This movie, and the one he gave 100% of his energy to star in, is finally going to reap the rewards as well. Without hesitation, Ringu nodded his head. Sure, I'll take a vacation from Director Chow then. Haha, okay. That's it then. Chen Rosen smiled, then, after a few seconds' pause, he gave a dry cough and said. That. Ringu, there's a matter, can I discuss it with you? Director Chen you say. Ringu thought it was something big. As a result, the next second, he clammed up. Can you change that old man machine of yours? I call you 3 or 4 times every time. Chen Luosan's tone was filled with sultriness. If I can't, I'll buy one and mail it to you. Hearing this, Lin Gu's mouth twitched a few times and hurriedly said. No need, no need. Director Chen, I'll change it in a few days. With this crappy cell phone of his, the signal is indeed a bit less than stellar. After hanging up the phone, Lin Gu sighed helplessly. It's like this crappy cell phone, it really needs to be replaced. However, there is no need to rush. Chen Rosen's news still made Lin Gu happy. After all, as long as One Man's Martial Arts didn't do too poorly, then he was in the entertainment industry, even if he had completely stabilized himself. At that time, to complete the movie star mission, he needs to do, is no longer to take the initiative to find a movie to shoot.
Instead, he just sits at home and waits for someone to come to his door and invite him. Standing up, Lin Gu was about to go out and put on his makeup to continue filming the most important second act scene in I Am Not the God of Medicine, in which Lu benefited.
Results. Ding. The phone rang again.
Lin Gu was puzzled to pick it up, but it was the little police flower of Liking Public Security Bureau, Yin Shui.
Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Rinku? Our police force is planning to ask you to help shoot a promotional video. Are you free tomorrow? I'll come to you to talk about this matter in detail. A police promo? If anyone else had approached Lin Gu for a promo, he probably would have turned it down. After all, there were too many movie scripts waiting for him after the release of Blazing Sun, let alone a promo. But this police promo wasn't quite the same, and on the one hand it was kind of a good thing, and on the other hand he wanted to take the opportunity to practice, to shoot some of his own stuff, and the promo was not bad for practice. Besides, he really did have a good script in mind, no, a godlike script. Chapter 52, Final Scene. An expression so exaggerated as to make everyone empathize. A promo? This period of time busy, all let Lin Gu forget that he is still Liking Public Security Bureau of Publicity image spokesman. After a pause, Lin Gu smiled back. Okay, then let's meet tomorrow and talk. Then I won't bother Mr. Rinku. Yin Shui hung up the phone. This little cop girl is quite polite. Rinku muttered to himself, shook his head, and walked out of the lounge to go put on his makeup. Half an hour later. In the studio where the scene has been set up. Rinku was lying on the hospital bed. The vision, from blurring, became clear. A woman's voice came from beside her. Lao Lu. Lu benefited from opening his eyes with pain, confusion, and lifeless despair. He looked to his left, then to his right as the woman's eyes guided him. In the process, every action shows the torment of a terminally ill patient. The makeup artist was hired by Xiaofeng at a high price, and is considered the top in the industry. It also makes Rinku's makeup no different than a real terminally ill patient. But, makeup is only 40% of the performance process. The remaining 60% is supported by the acting skills of the actors. Or, if the acting is bad, then overly elaborate and realistic makeup can instead cause a serious tear in the plot. A smiling, soulful-eyed actor who has to be given the makeup of a terminally ill patient. Isn't that a joke? And in Rinku's case, there was no such problem at all. Whether it's from the physical movements, or the eyes, or the look, or even the twitching of every inch of muscle in his face. He all seems like a really terminally ill patient. Lifting his hand with difficulty and enduring the pain, Lu Beneficence huffed and barely pulled out a smile. Haircut is pretty spiffy. Pretty bold, you dare to kill yourself. Have an orange. In the conversation between Chang Yong and LV beneficiary, Louis benefited from some changes of heart actually. This process of change was not written in the script, but it had to be acted out by Ringu. For example, why did Louis benefit from the fact that he could find Xingyang, but never went to look for him from the beginning to the end? If LV beneficiary's wife hadn't gone to Changyong, he wouldn't have even known that LV beneficiary had actually become critically ill and even attempted suicide? Because, Lu is a man of honor. In the scene, the drinking table dismissed. Lu benefited then has put his entire dignity on the line. He's been trying to redeem and enliven the atmosphere, he's been trying to give things some leeway. In order to achieve this goal, LV benefited from the situation of feeling very desperate, very difficult, but also said is not too much wine such as self-deceptive words. Results. Everything came to an end with Chung Yong's word roll. Louis benefited from knowing. After that, one could no longer come to Chung Yong for help. Not even in death. So, when LV beneficiary has gone from a normal person who can live well as long as he takes his medication to a terminally ill patient who has to eat, drink and sleep in a hospital bed, he suddenly sees Chung Yong. Inside, he was broken and in immense pain. Without Chung Yong, then he might have remained in despair. Without ever seeing the light, it is not unacceptable to endure the darkness. However, hope and light left. Louis benefits from another plunge into despair and darkness. When he was almost drowning in darkness and despair, the one who brought him hope appeared again. It's like a gift from fate on the verge of death. Louis benefited from a feeling of happiness even though he was in between crumbling and crying. That was the source of that smile. That's where he would say, have an orange. However, Chung Yong's appearance is also the key to LV beneficial later will jump. Before Chung Yong came, he might have held a false hope of staying alive and struggling.
But after the appearance of Chun Yong, he once again remembered the days of living like a human being. Thus, Louis benefited from not being able to stand the darkness any longer. He ultimately chose to unravel. Overall, the change of heart of Lou beneficiary in this scene is not obvious, and perhaps the audience will not even think deeply about it after seeing it. But to Ringu, he is going to play the person Lou beneficial, then, he should be all in from the inside out. Lingu looked at Chun Yong with nostalgia for the past in his eyes. The face was in a trance, as if awakening from a deep dream. Those were the days when he struggled to survive in despair, and Shang Yong's arrival shattered this illusion, this false living. Physically, though, it had been so painful that it was hard to make any big moves. But he didn't show too obvious reaction, because there was the guest, because there was the one who had brought him hope and made him live like a human being for a while. In his heart that may have been the only can get out of the dignity, his LV benefited from the last decent. How? How did it get like this? There's no medicine, that's it. Lou benefited from a smile, bitter but with warmth. Outside the hospital room, the doctor's voice came. Here, the patient in bed 2 is cleared, so the family is out. Lou benefited by picking up the towel, biting it in his mouth, and squeezing his eyes towards Chun Yong. Tell him, it's okay, I'm fine, get out of here, the debridement hurts too much and I don't want you guys to see how ugly I look. These words were not uttered by Ringu. But, he expressed it all in the language of his body. Ah. Ah. A low, suppressed, desperate hiss came from the ward. Like a desperate beast, struggling helplessly in the abyss. The kind of sound that didn't sound like a human being could made every staff member in the room purse their lips. Ringu's performance is so over-the-top expressive. Even if the people know that this is acting, that this is fake. But who can really break away from a performance that is that real at all? Ah. Don't. Help. The persistent wailing toward the last of a big man's coverings off. Pain, for everyone, can be perceived. But the feeling of pain so extreme that those who have not experienced it cannot even imagine it, even if they imagine it. The human brain, it doesn't allow you to imagine that kind of pain. But in the midst of Rinku's heartbreaking wail, it was as if each staff member was experiencing this pain firsthand. Don't know how much time has passed. Finally. Ka. Field service, water. After Chao Ping shouted, he immediately stood up and came to Lin Gu's side, handing him a bottle of water. That wail of pain that seems to rip the heart out of the throat. The Chao Ping are listening to the heart tugging and pulling. Ringu, is everything okay? Chao Ping asked with concern. Lin Gu lay on the bed with his eyes lifeless, gently closing his eyes as tears continued to slide down his face. In that performance just now, his acting should have improved again. Lou benefited from the pain, the struggle in his heart, the choice between dignity and living, the helpless resistance to the injustice of fate, the reluctance to let go of his loved ones, the yearning for the past, the extreme torment and despair that the future is no longer possible. The more authentic Ringu's performance, the deeper the immersion. Even after the show, he had a hard time recovering from that state. This kind of even as an outsider, there is a kind of pain into the bone marrow of powerlessness, Lin Gu are followed by a trace of confusion. But, after all, it's just acting. Rinku recovered for 3 minutes and slowly opened his eyes. He took Chao Ping's water and drank 2 mouthfuls before speaking in a deep voice. Director Chao, go on to the next scene. I have completely understood LV beneficiary's mindset, and remember not to add any background music to the scene of him jumping off the building. Chao Ping looked at Lin Gu worriedly. Don't you need to rest and relax? Lin Gu shook his head, his gaze calm. In this state, I don't know if I'll be in. Next, shoot it. Okay. Chao Ping could only nod helplessly. Then, turning around, he exclaimed. Scene manager, props. Immediately set up the scene of LV benefiting from the jump. 15 minutes later. Louis benefited from getting up from the hospital bed again, his hair was few and far between because of the chemotherapy. The original handsome face was now completely changed. Deeply sunken orbits, lifeless eyes. He was hunched, trembling gently, the corners of his mouth twitching, his eyelids fluttering. Slowly stepped aside. On that cot was his wife, his son. Lou benefited from gasping for air and looked at them, a slow smile appearing on his face. In his mind, Ringu uttered lines that were not in the script. Goodbye. I don't want to drag you guys down anymore.
Live your lives and don't get tied up in this quagmire of mine. Let me make my own final choices with the last of my dignity, as a human being. Fate is such that we have no chance or ability to fight it. If there is an afterlife, then I will be a good husband and father. Farewell, my love, my son. A leap of faith. Scene. All the staff couldn't make a sound for a long time. Everyone was completely shocked by this play by Lin Gu. That despair in the midst of the silence seemed to fill the air like a wave. The kind of exaggerated expressiveness that doesn't say a single line, but seems to tell every line slowly in people's minds. A few of the girls had been unable to resist covering their mouths. Empathy is such an amazing thing, even if everyone knows it's fake and it's staged. But the eyes just reddened so naturally. Between the heavy atmosphere, Xiaofeng heaved a sigh. Ka. Chapter 53, One Man's Martial Arts Promo Fire. Both divide the high and the low. Also deciding life and death. Rinku ah Rinku. I'm not even sure now if you acting too real is a good thing or a bad thing. The atmosphere of the crew is getting so depressing for me. In the silence of the scene, Xiaofeng had to laugh and jest to ease the atmosphere. A couple of the lead actors followed with good-natured smiles. Ringu also recovered from the extremely depressing, desperate state he had gradually been in. Looking at Xiaofeng's expression as if he was helpless, but in reality, he was extremely relieved, Lin Gu also reluctantly pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Director Chow, I feel like my emotions may not be able to recover for the next 2 days. When this scene is over, my part is considered killed, right? Xiaofeng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. Yes, it's almost killed. You have these 2 days, take a good rest and rest first. Some of the remaining shots will be taken after you've recovered. Just go back to the theater when you're ready. Lin Gu nodded and slowly walked out of the studio as he met the admiring, worshipful gazes of the crowd. Come outside. When the warm sunlight fell on his body, Rinku was surprised to have a strange feeling of cutting. It was as if half of my soul had become LV benefit. This situation, in professional terms, is called too deep in the drama. Especially after a character like Ringu, who is fully invested in a melodramatic role, is most difficult to disengage from. After pausing in place for a moment, Rinku rubbed his face vigorously. Go home and get some sleep first. During the filming of I Am Not the God of Medicine, Lin Gu did not feel physically exhausted. More often than not, it's all due to mental exhaustion from thinking about the characters and plot of the show. This even gave Lin Gu the feeling that all beings are suffering. He didn't ride a shared bike, but walked slowly, all the way back to his little rental house. Once inside, and without undressing, he just dropped himself into the not-so-soft bed. Wake up. Already the lights are on. Treadmill, it's not good to get too deep into the drama. Rinsing his face with cold water, Ringo smiled helplessly. The movie, though depressingly filmed, also taught Ringu a lesson. As the character Zhang Changlin says in the play, there is only one disease in this world, the disease of poverty. During the filming process, Ringo could well relate to the helplessness, hopelessness, and bewilderment caused by poverty. This has strengthened his heart for charity. The movie, I Am Not the God of Medicine, 7 or 8 of them are all counted ancient. I should be able to get a paycheck of about $4 million. Donate all this money, except for a cell phone. Ringu muttered a few words to himself. The stomach suddenly growled. Looking at the time, he had slept for 10 hours. Walking out the door and looking at all the lights, Ringa came into a Lanzhou ramen and smiled gently. Boss, a bowl of beef ramen. Okay, sit down, I'll be right there. The owner responded enthusiastically. There were 2 other young couples eating noodles in the store. During the process of waiting for the noodles to come, there was a young couple whose gaze seemed to have been looking over to Ringu's side. Finally, the boy couldn't help but stand up and come to Ringu's side. Hello, may I ask? Are you Rinku? Lingu looked at him and nodded with a smile, saying, It's me. Holy. It's really Ringu. Live Ringu, eh? The boys were so excited that their faces were a little flushed. He took his cell phone and gestured carefully while he spoke. So, can I take a picture with you? I loved Blazing Saddles so much I watched it 3 times. I heard that you have another movie One Man's Martial Arts coming out recently. I'll definitely take my girlfriend to see it. Did you meet a fan? Lingu froze slightly, then smiled and nodded. Sure. Ringo stood up, came over to the boy, took a selfie, and handed his cell phone to his girlfriend for another one.
After the shot, the boys bowed politely.
Thank you, you were wonderful as Xin. Ringo nodded slightly. He wasn't quite used to this life of being recognized by fans and asking for autographs and pictures. So it seems a little cramped. I'll leave you to it then.
The boy went back to his table and whispered to his girlfriend.
It looks exciting.
Not long after, Ringo's noodles came, and he didn't care about the interruption as he slowly ate them.
And at this point, on the internet, a wave of hot searches is being sensationally set off. The promo for One Man's Martial Arts exploded. The marketing success of Xiaofeng's Blazing Sun seems to be a model for entertainment companies in the industry.
Everyone started spreading money like crazy in order to get a higher return than usual at the box office.
Among them, Chen Rosen's Dream Shangjiang Entertainment Company, naturally, is not bad for the group of money.
When filming One Man's Martial Arts, there were so many special effects that the cost of the movie itself alone was already in the neighborhood of $40 million. And in terms of publicity, Dreamscape has come right out with $15 million. The goal is to make the miracle of the Blazing Sun repeat itself again. And in this case, the promo instead didn't cost much. At best, this thing is a selective cut of some great moments out of the main movie. Under Chen Rosen's intentional control. Most of these highlights are highlights of Ringu. For example, Lingu's handsome figure is Feng Yuxiu when he killed those martial arts masters. For example, the fight scene between Ringo and Donnie Yen when they fought each other was comparable to special effects. For example, Ringo said some particularly awesome lines. As much as it divides the high and the low, it also decides life and death. Killing you will make him stronger. The junior Feng Yuxiu specially came to receive instruction. Corresponding to that was Lingu's ruthless to the extreme eye play. Paired with a hot, urgent soundtrack, Rinku's insane image has been brought to life simply through this promo. And under Chen Rosen's coin-spreading behavior. The promo, which lasted no more than 2.5 minutes, was directly topped on the hot search list of various platforms. Scarf heat 17.5 million, airborne hot search first. Number 1 on the Shake Shack Hot 100, with a full 7 million more heat than number 2. Hashtag One Man's Martial Arts hashtag. Hashtag Ringu as Feng Yuxiu is too scary, isn't it? Hashtag. Hashtag a new play in lingua hashtag. Topics like these have likewise made various hot lists. In fact, earlier, Ringu retweeted the announcement of One Man's Martial Arts set for June 1st. But at that point, fans had no idea what kind of movie it was. The only thing that is there are those promotional stills. And now, when this promo comes out, everyone understands. Action movie. Also, Ringu seems to be playing the villain in it? A completely insane villain. This is definitely two completely different extremes from Lingu's previous portrayal of Xin Xiaofeng, despite the similarities and differences. A calm, careful mind. A crazy, immobile person who challenges the law. The netizens didn't put all their eyes on the persona, either. The slightly middle-of-the-road lines and dry, crisp fight scenes of Ringu in this promo were part of the focus of their attention. Anyway, the promo was sent out just after 6 p.m. Until it was time for Ringu to eat his noodles. This promo has been totally hot. The hotness of the scarf topic, but also once surpassed the peak hotness of Blazing Sun. The amount of topic discussion, moreover, came to the terrifying figure of 1.7 billion. Among them, Chen Rosen dares to spread money is of course quite important reason. But more importantly, it was Ringu. He's so handsome. Also, action movies definitely have a wider audience than crime thrillers. With a lot of well-meaning people watching. Lingu's scarf follower count just so quietly exceeded 10 million. Less than a month apart. Ringu actually came up with another production that looks destined to be a hit? Many bigwigs in the industry hadn't originally paid attention to Ringu, but at this moment, they had to pay attention as well. What Ringu didn't know was this. At this point Zhao Wen's phone is almost busted. But after all, Ringu was assigned artist of Huai, and before Xiaopeng nodded his head, anyone who wanted to find Ringu for a movie would have to go through Huai. Ringu didn't realize that the internet was making waves because of him. Mainly his crappy cell phone, which really doesn't support swiping Twitter trending topics much. After eating the noodles, he then silently went back to his rental house and went back to sleep. Day 2. A phone rang. Ringu picked it up in a daze. On the other side of the phone, a light, competent female voice came out. Mr. Ringu, are you up yet? Is it okay if I come over to you now?
It's Yin Shui from the Licheng Public Security Bureau.
Lin Gu cleared his head and hurriedly said.
Sure, just go wait for me in front of that coffee shop that was there last time. I'll wash up and be right there.
After a quick wash, Rinku put on the set of clothes that pieces of Yuzu had bought and walked out the door.
Not much longer.
From a distance, he saw Yin Shui, who was dressed in jeans and pants with long hair, standing in front of the coffee shop with a surplus.
Chapter 54, Collaborating with the Officials for Infernal Affairs?
Today's Yin Shui was wearing a denim dress pants, with a pretty figure and a youthful and beautiful face, looking very eye-catching. Even though there were a lot of beautiful women in the entertainment industry, Lin Gu felt that Yin Shui's face value, even if she took it to the entertainment industry, was one of the ones that could fight.
Officer Yin. Ringu smiled and greeted.
Yin Shui's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Gu.
Mr. Ringu. Hey, don't call me teacher, we should be about the same age, just call me by my first name.
Yin Shui froze, as if she hadn't expected Lin Gu to be so approachable. The Little Police Flower is usually high-frequency surfing group, on the current Lin Gu how hot natural know very well. Other than that, the fact that 2 big hits came out in just 1 month is a miracle that is hard to replicate in the entertainment industry. The Dragon Kingdom in 1314 was not yet the world's breadbasket of the latter days. At a time when film and television shooting had not yet become a system, and the industrialization of film and television still needed a long time to develop, the actors were able to shoot a number of scenes.
Ringu was able to come up with 2 works so quickly simply because he was really efficient in filming.
After freezing for a few seconds, a sweet smile appeared on Yin Shui's face and she nodded vigorously.
Okay, Ringu, then you can just call me Yin Shui from now on. Haha, okay. Come on, go inside and talk. The 2 walked into the cafe together.
The boy was handsome, the girl was pretty, and the 2 of them were traveling together, like a beautiful landscape in the eyes of outsiders.
Even something as small as settling into the cafe had caught the attention of several guests. This concern doesn't matter. There was a girl who recognized Ringu almost immediately.
With a look of surprise, she hurriedly whispered to her companion.
Look, isn't that Rinku over there? Who's the one across from him? So pretty. Looking at Ringu offline, it seems even more handsome than in the movie.
Both of them were girls and had thin skin, without many fans surrounding them. They were too embarrassed to come up to Lin Gu to ask for an autograph or a photo, they just looked at Lin Gu so carefully.
At best, he took 2 pictures towards Ringu and Yin Shui.
Lin Gu of course did not find out about this, he so far did not realize that he has been on fire to the point that he will be recognized when he walks down the street. Otherwise, he would have more or less worn a mask.
After sitting down, Lin Gu and Yin Shui each ordered a coffee. Yin Shui laughed. Ringu, the bureau is preparing to make a promotional movie, and the program is already going through the process.
In the end, it should be the bureau and YS side that butt heads, but the main person in charge is me, and the bureau will take your side of the story into serious consideration.
Do you have any thoughts on this promo?
If a unit like the Liking Public Security Directorate wants to shoot a promotional video, it actually doesn't need to go through Lingua under the normal process. After all, from the very beginning, the Lisei Public Security Directorate was also discussing with Hua Yi and Chao Ping's side. The matter of being the image spokesperson is handled by Chao Ping. But, after all, there was the matter of the fugitive turning himself in because of Rinku's acting skills, so the police sent Yin Shui to ask for Rinku's advice. Lin Gu thought about it and said in a deep voice.
How long are you planning on making a promo?
Yin Shui pondered for a moment and said.
About half an hour or so? Or longer would be fine.
The bureau means to produce this propaganda film as the annual propaganda case, but the budget is not a lot after all, so it's hard to go to the theaters. At most, it's going to go to the website channel.
It's not going to make money anyway, as long as it serves as publicity.
What Yin Shui said is also the general idea of most of the official units.
It doesn't have to make money, it doesn't have much of a budget, and it's good for some publicity.
But in fact, the best publicized ones are instead the ones that actually make money. After all, the audience is the foundation. A movie that has been seen by tens of millions of people can't be poorly publicized. Whatever this movie expresses, it will ultimately invoke some social repercussions. But if it is really like Yin Shui said, to shoot a half-hour or so police propaganda film, then in this similar AB, Fasthand and other platforms have not yet completely on fire.
I'm afraid it's really an internal police propaganda movie.
The educational and promotional value that can be achieved is basically the same as nothing.
Thinking so, Ringo pondered for a few seconds and asked.
What's your budget, roughly?
Almost $3 million.
Yin Shui said with a bit of a heartbeat. After all, after years of high-speed surfing, she knew something about movie budgets.
Move tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Some foreign sci-fi blockbusters even cost hundreds of millions of dollars.
Liking Public Security Directorate, even if it is not a small unit, but in terms of publicity, naturally, there will not be too high a budget. $3 million is already a budget taken into account. It is a cooperation with a big company like Huawei.
Hearing this number, Lin Gu also couldn't help but have his mouth twitch.
$3 million, not to mention the cost of the actors and actresses, but the cost of all that filming equipment alone, is not necessarily enough.
Of course, this is about making a movie proper.
If, as Yin Shui said, to make a police internal propaganda film that does not require much cost for the actors, and the quality does not need to be high enough to be released in theaters, $3 million is still barely enough.
And do you have any requirements for quality?
Speaking of this kind of police propaganda movie, Lin Gu thought of that classic police movie in his previous life.
Infernal Affairs.
But that was already a long time ago with the Xiangzhang movie.
Wait. Lin Gu suddenly realized that in this life, there didn't seem to be an infernal path?
Not caring about Yin Shui's reply, he hurriedly took out his own cell phone and checked it.
Searching the records, there is really no Infernal Affairs.
There are some movies with similar themes in Hong Kong, but basically nothing that can reach the heights of Infernal Affairs.
That means I can make an Infernal Affairs movie in this world? Ringu was instantly excited. Who hasn't been thrilled by those classic middle-of-the-road lines from Infernal Affairs? When you come out, you always pay back. We said 3 years, and then 3 years after that, and then 3 years after that, and it's been almost 10 years, boss. I didn't have a choice before, now I want to be a good person. The more Ringo thinks about it, the more feasible it seems.
Mainly, Infernal Affairs doesn't cost much, the most costly part is the special effects part, but if you can come up with a script, pulling in the investment certainly won't be a problem.
At least Wai wouldn't just stand by and watch, right?
Yin Shui looked at Lin Gu's excited expression and was a bit puzzled.
She asked curiously. Ringu, what are you checking? Lin Gu smiled and returned. I remembered a script I wrote a while back that fits the promo you're talking about. But not one of those half-hour in-house promos, but one that could go to the theaters. As soon as Yin Shui heard this, her eyes brightened. In the end, although she is the head of the publicity department of the Liking Public Security Bureau, how could she possibly want to shoot only an internal publicity film? If it makes it to the screen. If it's a decent box office. Wouldn't that publicity be better than an in-house movie? The only reason for not making such fantasies is simply because of lack of funding. She asked with some excitement as she leaned forward slightly. What kind of script? Can I see it? Lin Gu shook his head and laughed. In my head, not written yet. After a pause, Lin Gu said in a deep voice. Yin Shui, what's the most funding you can request from the Bureau? This movie, I can direct and shoot it, but the premise is that the police funding will not be too small. I will talk to the company and try to pull the company's investment into the movie. At the end of the day, if it manages to make it to the theaters, the publicity will certainly not be a problem. Maybe it will even generate revenue for your police department. Although the police department is an official unit, departments like the publicity department are allowed to generate revenue. They are funded, for the most part, by allocations from above, but if there is private revenue generation, that is naturally a good thing. Lin Gu's words came out. Yin Shui couldn't sit still at once. Her eyes were bright and excited as she looked at Ringu. Ringu, are you serious? Can it really make it into a movie that will be released in theaters? Lin Gu nodded slightly. Of course he's sure. After all, he still has a movie script a la carte card to use. Previously, Ringu hadn't been able to figure out where he was going to use this a la carte card, but now the opportunity had arisen, hadn't it? Lin Gu hadn't been in the entertainment industry for long, and his connections were right there. Trying to pull an investment on your own is nearly impossible. Capital might let Ringo pick any role he wants because he's a very good actor, but it's not going to throw real money at him to make a movie just because he's a good actor. But with an official endorsement, it means something different again. A big entertainment company like Huawei, making money is no longer the only purpose. If we can get the support of the Lisei Public Security Directorate through this movie, we can even become an official partner in a sense. Then surely Huawei wouldn't mind paying more. And in that process, Ringo has room to maneuver.
Whether it's the casting of the actors or the various filming conditions, Hua Yi's side shouldn't skimp. Now, the only problem was to see what kind of conditions Xin Shue's side could come up with, and what kind of script Lingu could come up with.
Sure, I have a ready-made script in my head. Xin Shue, be honest with me, what is the maximum amount of funding you can get, and can you make the decision to give Hua Yi some conditions other than funding? Rinku didn't say so explicitly. The title of official partner is a sensitive one for the police.
Before things were finalized, Xin Shue couldn't possibly have the qualifications to make the call.
And Xin Shue, who was no less than the head of the propaganda department, understood as soon as she heard it.
She mused for a moment, seriously.
Since you have confidence, then I'll do my best. When can you get the script out?
I'll take the script and go back to apply for it, and I'll have a better chance of success.
Tomorrow, Ringo said firmly. After all, script a la carte cards are always available. Chapter 55, Aborted Life. Ringo went to buy a cell phone by himself?
Making infernal affairs was not a whim for Ringo. Before filming I Am Not the God of Medicine, Lingu had already obtained the advanced director's skill and the movie script of choice card. This means that as long as he learns the skills of an advanced director step by integrating them into his mind, he already has the ability to make a movie on his own.
In this case, it would be a joke to say that Ringu doesn't want to make his own movie.
Whether it is from the perspective of accomplishing the movie star mission, or from the perspective of making money, or from the perspective of honing one's ability, making a movie on one's own is many times better than being the star of someone else's movie.
But then again, movies are a product of their time. But you can't shoot even if you want to when your skill level isn't that high. For example, Ringu was able to come up with the script for Wandering Earth. But then what? The difficulty of filming Wanderlust is basically all in the construction of that sci-fi spectacle. That's a lot of special effects to support. The special effects technology isn't there, and you can't make Wanderlust even with a script. The limitations of this era go beyond technology and even include the social context, the world situation, audience acceptance, etc. Trying to replicate those successful movies of the latter days exactly is not a simple task. And you don't have to think about that much when you're filming Infernal Affairs. It's a cop movie masterpiece that took in $50 million at the box office back in '02. Nothing less than groundbreaking for the genre of police procedurals. The low cost and difficulty of filming did not require much special effects technology, plus he was the face of the Liking Public Security Bureau and was able to borrow this identity to pull an investment from Hawaii, as well as borrow various equipment, manpower, etc. All of these were the reasons why Lingu ultimately decided to film Infernal Affairs. One can only say that chance promoted the idea of Ringu. Hearing Ringu's firm reply, Xin Shue was also excited for a moment. There is no such precedent for the police department to work directly with another company to make a movie for theatrical release. With Xin Shue's intuition, she thought it was completely feasible. After all, the recent publicity trend of the police is inclined to be closer to the masses, abandoning the past, completely stuck in the old ways of publicity. Similarly, the establishment of official numbers on various platforms, the initiative to participate in the screening of Fishing Wheels, and the invitation of Rinku to be the face of the program, among others. It's all illustrating the trend. Under these circumstances, Xin Shue believed that as long as Lingu could come up with a decent script, then there was a high probability of applying for various resources and conditions from the Bureau. Good. Tomorrow you give me the script and I'll immediately apply to the leadership. Xin Shue was in charge of this anyway, so even if it failed, there was nothing to lose. Lingu smiled and nodded slightly. Then, standing up, he spoke in a deep voice. Then I'll go back to writing the script. You wait for my news. Aha! Xin Shue watched Lingu turn to leave, a thoughtful look in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and dialed a direct number. Hey, sister-in-law. Back to the rental house. Lingu directly opened the system interface. Redeemed the script for Infernal Affairs. Being redeemed. Congratulations to the host, you've won the script of Infernal Affairs. Because of the era difference between the host's redemption script and the current era, the script has been perfected for the host, with a list of recommended actors and actresses. Hearing the system's voice, Lingu's face was overjoyed. This dog system is finally doing a job. Just as it would be difficult to move a 22-year-old movie to 13. There's also a period difference in moving an '02 movie to 13.
The social context has all changed, and some of the lines, filming techniques, etc. of the time certainly need to progress with the times. Originally, Lin Gu was worried about whether he had the ability to adapt the script. But now it's better, the system directly helped him save this step.
Not much longer.
A paper script appeared out of thin air right in front of Lin Gu. He picked it up and looked it over, his eyes growing bright. The classic lines haven't changed much, but the background of the story has been designed by the system to be more in line with the background of the official promo.
Same two-way undercover drama, but with a skewed focus.
Overall, the quality of this script has gone up a notch compared to the original script, not to mention that it is more in tune with the tastes of the audience in this day and age. Putting away the script, Lin Gu did not give it to Xin Xiaofeng. After all, writing a script takes time. Giving the script to Xin Xiaofeng right now, he was worried that Xin Xiaofeng would become suspicious. The existence of the system was Lin Gu's biggest secret, and he certainly didn't want the possibility of this secret coming to light.
There's nothing going on left or right. Ringu decided to get a cell phone.
After all, his crappy second cell phone was just a bit too much to carry. Especially after installing the scarf, each one was $9.99 plus private messages and pushes, causing Lin Gu to not dare to open this software at all.
Open it once and your phone crashes.
Now that Ringu is planning to make his own movie again, some important news cannot be missed. Although he wanted to save the money and donate it to those kids. But it is also necessary to ensure the most basic life and work. When he said to leave, after putting the script away, Lin Gu went out the door and went to a famous shopping street in the neighborhood. In the midst of people coming and going, Ringu was a bit uncomfortable. In the year or so since he crossed over, Ringu had spent most of his time filming. Whether it's a drag queen or a supporting character or a main character.
It could be said that Rinku basically had little recreational time or leisure time.
Such a boring life, although it allowed Ringu's acting skills to improve very quickly, it also corresponded to the fact that his socialization was almost zero. At this time, he was wearing a 29.9 suit bought by Pieces of Yuzu, he didn't do any headgear or makeup, and his whole body looked nothing but ordinary.
But apparently his somewhat overly handsome face just isn't very ordinary anymore.
Along the way, there were already quite a few people who recognized Lin Gu in places he hadn't noticed. But stargazing in this era is not as crazy as it is in the latter days.
Some little boys and girls, just full of excitement, followed after Rinku, intending to find a suitable moment to take a picture of Rinku. Then they watched as Ringu walked into a cell phone store?
These fans who recognized Rinku were confused.
Isn't Rinku a big star?
It's weird enough that he's shopping alone. What's he doing in a cell phone store all of a sudden?
It's not so bad that Ringu's cell phone, he still needs to buy it himself, right? Aren't they always assigned by the company or handled by an agent?
With such curiosity, some fans directly followed them in and quietly observed behind Lin Gu. Only Lin Gu kept walking through one counter after another with a scrutiny in his eyes, as if he really came to choose a cell phone. A guide was by Rinku's side, helping to introduce him.
The fans moved closer and could faintly hear Rinku and the guide.
Sir, this phone is the latest model, for plus 128G for only 4,199 yuan.
That expensive?
Sir, this is our latest model.
If you don't think the price is right, you can take a look at this one. This is also not a bad configuration and will be a bit more affordable at only $3,599. Still too expensive. Listening to Ringu and the guide, these fans were dumbfounded. At least it is the hottest big star at present, as to buy a cell phone or so catty?
$3,000 or $4,000 may be a price that needs to be bitten for the average wage earner. But for a movie star like Ringu, who already has a hit starring movie and is about to have a second starring movie released, I'm afraid that one day's worth of pay would buy a whole bunch of them, wouldn't it?
Rinku is so poor? What do they know about Ringu? Is Rinku unable to afford such a phone? Of course not.
As a matter of fact, although the system required Lin Gu to be charitable, it still left him with basic living expenses. For every million miles, he has 10,000 at his disposal. Although the percentage is very stingy 1%, but cannot stand Rinku earn more. For The Blazing Sun, taking out what he gave to Zhao, Lin Gu made 2.1 million. One Man's Wooling, after taking out the cut to Hawaii, Ringu made $1.6 million. I'm Not the God of Medicine, which overall works out to at least $4 million for Ringu. Even at a percentage of 1%, Lin Gu would have gotten $70,000 to $80,000 of his own money so far.
But really?
Rinku has only $6,000 in total on his body.
Except for these $6,000, the rest of Ringu donated to Project Hope. Those that were not required by the system and belonged to Lingu's own money, he also saved what he could and donated it. This is not because Rinku is a saintly mother, but because Rinku knows that he will indeed not starve to death and live a poor quality of life for such a small amount of money. But those kids, on the other hand, could be happy for a whole day or even a week because of $10 or $20. Ever since he visited Deng's village, Lingu has decided that he will really go all the way on the road of charity. The innocence of those children's eyes and their desire to get out of poverty are the reasons why Lingu made this decision. And most importantly, it was Ringu who seemed to understand the system's purpose in making him do charity. That may be what he's living again for. Anyway, it wasn't that Lingu didn't have the ability to live a better life, and it wasn't that he couldn't be the same as those traveler predecessors he had seen in the previous netizens, who could easily cover up the sky with only their hands, and could easily be the king of the entertainment industry. He just wants to contribute as much as he can, within the limits of his ability, to the people and things that have truly touched him. Look at the wide array of cell phone brands in front of you, but none of them are very familiar. Lingu sighed slightly in his heart. It can't be that Xiaomi hasn't been created yet, right? Is there a labustas person in this world? Chapter 56, the whole internet is wondering. Is Ringu being exploited by a dog company? As is Patchwork CC, a company that was originally not officially founded until 15 years ago. In this world, however, it has been popularized as early as thousands of households. Whether the brand Xiaomi exists or not, Ringu is not really sure. And when he inquired with the guide, he was sure that there was no. In the last life, if it is not main cost effective, the price of the domestic cell phone hard down, then we may still use often 4 or 5,000 high-end machine. Xiaomi may not be the best, but it does have a lot to offer the nation when it comes to this aspect of price. Since there is no Rebus or Xiaomi in this world, a higher price is justifiable. Ringo selected a half day, and finally chose a 2,899 cell phone with great pain. Configuration and later generations of the kind of moving 12 plus 512G certainly cannot be compared, but then he is now using this second-hand broken machine certainly do not know where to go. With a small expression of helplessness and heartache on his face, Ringo still paid the bill with alacrity. A wave of emotion washed over him as he took the new phone and skillfully unlocked and turned it on. It was the first luxury item he had bought since coming to this world. Not bad for a new phone, so smooth, hahaha. Ringo shook his head prettily and walked out the door. And he didn't know it. Every move he made was directly recorded by a little fangirl. At this moment, this little girl, who was quite good-looking, looked at Lingu's back as he walked out with a dumbfounded expression. In his eyes, he was full of disbelief. She had watched Lingu's series of actions just now. How the hell does that look magical? A big star who just starred in a record-breaking $500 million grossing movie like Blazing Saddles. A popular youngster who bibbed millions of followers. One of the hottest newcomers who will soon have a second starring movie in theaters. Is Rinku taking so long to buy a cell phone? The little fangirl watched as Ringo picked the price point of his phone, going from $4,699 to $3,599 to $3,199, before finally picking a $2,899. The one she's holding, her parents bought for her when she was in college, still costs $3,899. And, up close and personal. It was only then that the little fangirl realized that Lingu was dressed all over the place and also really didn't look like a big star. Not that Rinku wasn't wearing a name brand. The fact is that many celebrities don't wear those popularly known name brands unless they are endorsing. They all wear the customized kind of tagless clothing, which has no possibility of clashing, but also reflects understated luxury. But what about Rinku? Jacket by Ads, shirt by Turbo in reverse, pants by 360 degrees. At first glance, all are name brands. But take a closer look at. It's all ing spelling Eve counterfeits. A big star, even wearing this kind of clothes, it's really not a case of mistaken identity? But Ringu's face that was so handsome that it already had a marking degree was obviously not that easy to recognize. A series of discoveries that made the little fangirl forget to turn off her camcorder. By the time she came back to her senses, Rinku had already walked away. This little sister hurriedly took that video she had taken and posted it to her little group. The name of the group was Rinku Support Group. The fact that he had actually been secretly photographed by his little fangirl was something that of course Ringu hadn't realized. With his social style of walking down the street without much eye contact with others, unless someone came up to stop him,
Ringo shouldn't be able to notice any of the other people's behavior. With a new cell phone in hand, after transferring the contacts, chats, and other important things over, Rinku had arrived in front of the previous Lanzhao. Now that it was past noon mealtime, and Lin Gu's stomach was a bit empty, he simply walked in.
Boss, a bowl of beef ramen.
Okay, sit down first, I'll be right there. The owner was as enthusiastic as ever, and Ringo smiled before sitting down at a table to study his new cell phone without any distractions.
Actually, everyone does.
The first thing you do when you get a new cell phone is to study all the new features of this phone. Even the ones that are not used at all, there is a strong interest in going through them at the very beginning of getting the phone. And directly across from Rinku sat a young girl who was also holding her cell phone and swiping her scarf.
The young girl's name is Meng Yan and she is a sophomore at a nearby university.
Also a high-intensity surfer.
As Meng Yan swiped, she swiped a message from Lin Gu.
For example, One Man's Martial Arts is about to be released in theaters, for example, the behind-the-scenes footage of Bright Sun is about to be released in bulk, etc. That's right, Meng Yan was also a small fan of Lin Gu. And when she swiped and inadvertently looked up, her whole body froze.
Is this Ringu?
Unsure, the young girl opened her own phone and frantically searched for some pictures of Rinku on her bib.
And then the more you look at it, the more it looks like. At once, Meng Yan got excited. I saw Ringu here at a Lanzhao ramen.
Meng Yan opened a small group, her fingers trembling, and sent the words out. The group she opens up happens to be the Rinku support group. And when Meng Yan sent the message, only to find that in the small group, there are already people excited.
It was a sister Meng Yan knew very well, and she had actually captured a video of Lin Gu. In the video, Ringu is constantly confirming the price of the phone with the guide with a meaty look on his face. Wasn't he wearing the same clothes as the people at the table in front of him? In other words, he really met Rinku?
With an excited heart, Meng Yan steadied her trembling hands and gently raised her cell phone to take a picture of Lin Gu. In the photo, Rinku was smiling prettily, drilling his cell phone as if he was reading some really good novel. After Meng Yan sent this photo inside the group,
immediately speculated. Ringu is really handsome. He's smiling so happily, is he in love?
At that point, the group went quiet for a few seconds. Someone named Circle came out and sent a leisurely message. I think it's much more likely that Ringu was happy he finally got a new phone than in love. This Xiao Yuan was the same girl who had previously filmed Ringu's scene at the cell phone store.
The corners of Meng Yan's mouth twitched and instantly felt reasonable.
The group also started a constant discussion.
Something's not right. Rinku isn't so happy to even have a new cell phone for so long, is he? What do you think?
The fact that he personally went offline to buy a cell phone and spent so much time with the guide, that in itself is already abnormal, okay?
Could it be that Rinku was exploited by their company and didn't get paid? It's possible. Oh my god, what if my heart suddenly hurts? He's such a good actor and he has to be exploited by the company. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to expose this matter and fight for Lin Gu's right to speak. Together. It's fine if Lin Gu is a bad actor, I'm not the type of person who only looks at faces, but he's so handsome and acts so well, and his company still treats him poorly, isn't that too much? You guys, look at the meaty look on Ringu's face and the happy look on his face when he got his new cell phone. Ooh, I'm so heartbroken. Flush the wa-e. Ringu apparently didn't realize that he just went out and bought a cell phone and let his company be hated by his fans. If he knew, Ringu would probably be crying and laughing. It's not that he doesn't have money, he just doesn't want to spend it. He crossed over from another world, and he knows very well that cell phones are fast-moving consumer goods. How expensive to buy, you'll probably have to replace it in 2 years. That's why it took so long to break up with the guide. However, compared to a company like Huawei, the protests of a few fans probably wouldn't even make waves, so naturally they wouldn't attract much attention. Finish the noodles. Ringu stood up and politely settled the bill before walking back to his little rental house on foot. By not realizing how hot they are currently. That's why Rinku never even thought of changing his house. In the latter days, so many celebrities are buying mansions and paying sky-high property fees, definitely not just because they want to live well. Rather, it's because of security issues. Of course, Ringu was a male after all, and troubles in this area would not come to him for the time being. After returning home, Lin Gu carefully counted over his human resources. When you do the math, there are really only 3 ways to go. The first, Xiaoping's side of the network.
He and Xiaopeng are also considered to be in trouble together. After 2 movies, Xiaopeng's trust in Lin Gu is self-evident. When the time comes, it's perfectly fine to get to know some of the crew members from Xiaopeng, such as the venue, lighting, and photography, and so on. These are not all a complete set, probably every one of them is an old friend of Xiaopeng.
The second one, the connections on Chen Rosen's side.
Worked with Rosen Chan on one man's martial arts and have to go to the premiere tomorrow.
In that regard, Ringo could ask him to help introduce some actors.
Although the system gave a list of recommended actors for filming Infernal Affairs, it's also necessary for Rinku to recognize it. As it happens, Chen Rosen is the director of Xinjiang, and some of the actors over there can be completely introduced through Chen Rosen.
Finally, there's Hua Yi and Zhao Wen.
Lin Gu was also technically a signed artist of Hua Yi. Trying to make Infernal Affairs is simply not a jump from Hua Yi in terms of theaters, marketing, distribution, and so on.
And Ringu is still planning to ask for funds from Hua Yi. This is an area that should definitely be contacted as well.
And the only ones Lin Gu could contact were Xiaopeng and the planning director of Hua Yi's movie department, Yang Hanlin. If you're not doing anything this afternoon, you can go to the set of I Am Not the God of Medicine and have a chat with Director Chow about this aspect.
Tomorrow, we can ask Director Chen for help. Find another time and ask Hanlin Yang to have a chat.
After Lin Gu carefully calculated, he nodded in satisfaction.
And it was at this time that his phone suddenly rang. Lin Gu took a look and it was Xiaopeng. Hey, Director Chow, what's wrong? Ringu, do you know any friends who play music? Music?
Lin Gu froze, then said.
I'm on my way to the theater later, so let's talk when we get there. Chapter 57, Director Chow is shocked. Lin Gu, you actually know how to write songs? All the way to the theater.
As soon as Lin Gu entered, he was pulled into a small room by Xiaopeng. At this moment, Xiaopeng had a sad face and kept sighing.
Ringu was instantly curious. Director Chow, what's wrong? Isn't the movie going quite well?
Xiaopeng sighed deeply and smiled bitterly.
It's because it's going so well. I look back at what everyone shot and realize it's so well done. This leads to a problem. The original theme song I had ordered doesn't seem to match this level of finish now. Ringu was instantly confused. There was such a thing? Actually, bad dramas with good songs are becoming standard. Some good movies, on the contrary, don't produce many good songs that are familiar to the nation. But it also just goes to show you that movies that are quite well done almost always overshadow the theme song and the opening and closing credits. It's not that these songs are bad, but they're not good enough to match the level of these movies. And Xiaopeng's ambitions are clearly more than that. His expectations for I Am Not a Drugstore are not that simple. Other than that, he's carrying Hanlin Yang's betting agreement. If the box office couldn't reach $1 billion, then Xiaopeng's resources would inevitably be cut by a large margin in the future. This is the hidden price that must be paid for wanting to gain the support of Hua Yi. That's why the theme song became Xiaopeng's favorite. The original one is not bad. It's a song that Xiaopeng spent a full $500,000 on, and it's arguably a perfect match for the sad drama of I Am Not the God of Medicine. But under Ringu's leadership, all the actors almost overplayed their roles. Plus Ringu's previous changes to the script. I Am Not the God of Medicine has changed from a movie reflecting the reality of society to a movie with the feeling of living to the death and there is no right or wrong, only a clear conscience. The difference is not very obvious, but Xiaopeng, who has always pursued perfection, can't get past himself. As the movie nears completion, the theme song is still pending. Can Xiaopeng not fret? As soon as he was worried, he thought of Rinku, the little helper. Previously, Xiaopeng had been unable to find anyone to play the role of Lu beneficiary, and no one was satisfied, but it turned out that Lin Gu had come along. Lin Gu came, not to mention, also brought the liking Public Security Bureau publicity image spokesman this name, indirectly, I Am Not the God of Medicine through the review of the difficulty, from hell to difficult level. And then after that, the issue of script changes was a bit difficult to deal with, and Ringo didn't even need him to mention it, he just changed it. It's not Doraemon? When it came to the theme song here, Xiaopeng almost subconsciously wanted to ask Lin Gu if there were any avenues. Looking at Lin Gu's confused expression, Xiaopeng also shook his head in disappointment. He also understood that Ringu's acting skills were so outrageous that they were already at the inhuman level. It would be unreasonable to ask him to do anything more musically as well. Ringu, if you can't do anything about it either, then forget it, I'll go find someone else. Director Chow, I do have a song that I think fits well with I Am Not the God of Medicine.
Xiaopeng didn't finish a sentence.
Ringo then spoke up. Xiaopeng instantly froze. Dude, are you really Doraemon? What's it going to be?
However, Xiaopeng couldn't care much about it now, and hurriedly asked.
You know singers who can make similar songs, don't you?
Introduce him to me, and if the song really works, I'll add $200,000 to your referral fee on top of the song purchase.
Xiaopeng's greatest strength is that he dares to spread money.
He also understood that friendship with Lin Gu was friendship, but when it came to benefits, the best way was to just give money.
To say anything else is false.
Xiaopeng naturally also believed in Lin Gu's vision. He had said it was very apt for I Am Not the God of Medicine, then the song. The probability was that it could be used. Xiaopeng's eyes sparkled at the thought that this piece of his heart was about to be solved. Who knows, the next second, Lin Gu shook his head.
I don't know any singers like this. Then you. Xiaopeng was a little puzzled.
Lin Gu didn't sell himself short and directly said.
But I can make a song like that. What? Xiaopeng was directly dumbfounded. On his face, a trace of skepticism and disbelief even instantly surfaced. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Rinku. Rather, it's a completely different ing thing. Yes, a lot of actors actually transition from singers. It's not as if the triple threat of movie, TV, and song divas don't exist. Hua, for example, is like that. But how old is Rinku?
Full stop, but only in his 20s.
It's okay to be in your 20s and be so good at acting, it can be explained by talent. But music can be about more than just talent. Without a certain order of magnitude of accumulation, it is impossible to accomplish anything, even with the highest level of talent. Which one of these is not a difficult job that people can't even begin to do in their lifetime? And now, Ringo says he can do a song like this? Original?
Xiaopeng was also a straight shooter and asked directly.
Ringo, don't joke with me. What I want is a song with a very high degree of completion.
To tell you the truth, I bought a song for $500,000 before, and that one was good too, but I wasn't even happy with it.
Are you sure that you can come up with an original song that perfectly aptly describes I Am Not a Drug God? Ringo nodded without hesitation. He's not much of a talent, musically. But it can't be helped that he has a system.
There are 3 more music on demand cards in the system. And a song from his previous life made Ringo feel that it was very apt for I Am Not the God of Medicine.
This song.
It's called The Lone Ranger. The original lyricist of Lone Ranger, Tim Tang, was a girl with cancer. And the meaning of the Lone Ranger itself is very relevant to what I Am Not a Drug God is trying to say. Whether it's those patients who are suffering in loneliness to fight the pain of the disease, or Chang Yong finally for the sake of the justice in his heart chose to save an unknown number of families with his own strength of the feet. Lone Survivor does it all perfectly. Director Chow, don't worry, this song is definitely very suitable for I Am Not the God of Medicine.
Ringo didn't say much either.
Directly opening the system interface, he chose to redeem the song Lone Brave Man. Congratulations to the host for obtaining detailed information on the lyrics and music of The Lone Brave One.
Unlike movie scripts,
this time, Rinku was given singing tips only for the song Lone Brave Man.
In other words,
Rinku still had no talent for music now though, and he could be out of tune when asked to sing any other song. But on the song Lone Ranger, he's the level of the original.
Taking a pen and paper, Ringo directly wrote down the lyrics.
As he watched Lin Gu writing furiously, Xiaopeng was completely confused for a moment.
Both are brave.
The cut on your forehead, your different mistakes you made.
Both, no need to hide. Your worn out doll, your mask, your ego. They say to bring light and tame every beast.
They say to sew up your wounds, no one loves a clown.
Why lonely, unavailable, glorious? People are only imperfect and worth singing about. Who says a sludge-covered man isn't a hero?
Only seeing the first paragraph, Xiaopeng's eyes were already filled with astonishment.
These lyrics. This mood. Even if you haven't heard the song yet, the lyrics alone are top-notch.
From these lyrics, Xiaopeng could even vaguely sense the hissing cry that seemed to rebel against fate, as if he wanted to break all cages.
It's a feeling that's all too apt for I'm Not a Drug God, too.
At this moment, Xiaopeng was completely convinced that Lin Gu was indeed not talking nonsense. This guy can really write songs. And, surprisingly, it really is a song that is so well done and so relevant to I Am Not a Drugstore.
What kind of monster is Rinku?
So good at acting, so handsome, so low-key, and so helpful, knowledgeable, and polite.
He'll revise the script, he'll direct the actors.
Now, even writing songs he does?
That's beyond the limits of a 20-something-year-old's talents, isn't it? Wait until Ringo finishes The Lone Brave one.
Xiaoping looked at those lyrics, and for a moment, they all felt a little numb.
Go on.
With the humblest of dreams.
War. Fight.
With the most solitary dreams. To the whimper and roar of that dark night. Who says a hero is only a hero if he stands in the light?
Ringo, this song. Is it your original? Ringo was silent for a moment and nodded heavily.
He's not original, but the world doesn't have that song. If only the title of original artist was needed to spread the song Lone Ranger to the world, to reach out to those in despair and give them a little hope.
Then Rinku didn't mind carrying a little mental burden. Director Chow, do you want me to sing? Has the music all been composed?
Xiaoping's eyes glazed over, then immediately nodded his head vigorously.
This ing. How could he resist listening to such great lyrics? However, Xiaoping was already prepared for Rinku's pentatonic.
After all, songwriting and composing can be barely explained by talent.
But not with singing. This is the God's field that can't be sung without a good voice and a lot of practice. Don't think that just because anyone can hum a few lines, it means that singing is an easy task.
From pronunciation to breath to rhythm control, without more than a few years of singing experience, singing out of the most is self-height, far from reaching the level of professional singing. Xiaoping has never seen Lingu sing in his usual encounters with him.
However,
just a few seconds later, when Rinku opened his mouth to sing the first line, Xiaoping then almost stared his eyes out.
This ing. How did Rinku sing so well?
Chapter 58, a song called The Lonely and the Brave, which brought the crew to tears.
Outside.
When Xiaoping dragged Lingyu to the small dark room, the shooting has been temporarily stopped.
After all, how can you shoot without the director? The crowd, at first, did not pay deliberate attention to the small house.
Everyone rested and entertained, and no one lay down at the door to eavesdrop on Lingu and Xiaoping's conversation.
However, just a short time later,
a low and clear voice rang out and several people were drawn to it.
Because they realized that in this small room, someone was singing? All, it's brave. The cut on your forehead, the difference you make, the mistakes you make. All, no need to hide. Your worn-out dolls, your masks, your ego.
When the voice, which penetrated the door of the poorly soundproofed room, reached the crew,
more and more people gathered around. Including Wang Yanhui, including Bai Binger, including Su Shanxiang. Who is this singing? Aren't you talking nonsense? You've heard Director Chow sing? It must be Ringu.
Hiss.
Why haven't I heard this song before? Maybe it's an original song by Rinku?
It seems like Director Chow has been fretting about the theme song these past few days.
Could it be that Lingu has brought Director Chow a new original song? No way. Ringu even knows how to sing. Give us ordinary people no room to live off. People are talking.
But soon the chatter stopped.
Everyone, who was captivated by the song.
That gradual lifting of the tone of voice, that gradual stirring of emotion. Even without accompaniment, just Lingu's clear singing, it has a shocking power and contagiousness.
They say to bring the light and tame every beast.
They say to sew up your wounds, no one loves a clown.
Why be alone and not honorable? Man is only imperfect and worthy of song. Whoever said sludge all over is not a hero.
When these lyrics were sung by Rinku in a voice that was brewing excitement and calmness,
everyone present held their breath.
Especially Su Shanxian, who plays the main character Changyong.
For the role of Changyong, Su Shanxian also put in hard work to study.
This includes consulting Lingu before, as well as constantly trying to figure out Changyong's inner emotional changes throughout the filming process. Though not to the point where Rinku, for example, completely puts himself into the role.
However, Su Shanxian has accurately captured the changes in Changyong's inner emotions.
This also makes it so that others are still listening to the song, the melody. Su Shanxian realized with a jolt that the lyrics of the song were probably made for I am not the god of medicine.
Who's the clown? Who's wearing the mask? Who's the monster? Who's covered in sludge? It's Changyong.
It's every patient who walks alone in the dark. And the ones who are going to rip off his mask and shred his dolls are the pharmaceutical companies and the police. As a small person, standing in the shoes of Chang Yong and those patients, it is obviously impossible to understand and support copyright in the so-called justice.
Because, that's not entertainment. That's life and death.
As Chang Yong roared in the scene with the biggest mood swings during the filming, he grabbed the cop's shirt with a death grip.
He's only 20 years old. He just wants to live. What's wrong with that? It's nobody's fault for wanting to live.
Whoever said sludge all over is not a hero.
Listening to it, Su Shanxian's emotions had resonated.
His eyes were red and his face sullen. Speaking softly, as if afraid of interfering with Rinku's singing inside. This song, I believe, is the theme song specially composed by Lin Gu for I Am Not the God of Medicine.
He's a real genius. Everyone nodded vigorously. No one even looked jealous or indignant. It's still the same. When the gap is small, people will try to catch up and climb higher. But when the gap is so big that it's impossible to see at a glance, then people simply can't feel any jealousy towards the one who's good at what they do. On the contrary, they may even adore, honor, fanatically like in Chase. Right now, that was the case with Ringu.
This young man had excelled to the point that he had completely and utterly convinced them, the actors and showbiz workers who were usually the most seniority conscious and disliked youthfulness. Inside, the song continues. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone, love the way you don't kneel. Love you for confronting over despair and refusing to cry. Love your tattered garments, but dare to bet on the guns of fate. Love that you and I are so much alike, gaping all the same.
Go. Worthy? This ragged cloak. War. Battle. With the humblest of dreams. To the whimper and roar of that dark night. Who says it's the one who stands in the light that's the hero?
As Ringu's voice went from low to impassioned, and finally hoarse, decisive, and death-oriented.
And that's the end of the song.
Although the climax of Lone Brave Man is in the second half of the song, if it was just sung to let Xiaoping feel it.
Obviously it doesn't need to be sung in its entirety. Rinku stopped his voice. Outside, however, there was a rush. How come this stops halfway through the song? With these lyrics, it wouldn't just be Su Shanxiang who felt something. Every actor, even the groupies, had their scalps shaken by these lyrics. Who walks the dark alleys alone? It's Cheng Yong, it's the old priest, it's Sihui, it's yellow hair, it's LV beneficiary, it's every patient. Who has confronted despair? Everyone. Who, with ragged garments, plugs the gun of destiny? It was Cheng Yong, who even chose to gamble on the hole at his own expense after the Indian drug company closed down, still supplying countless people with drugs at a cost of $500. Does he count as plugging destiny's gun? Eventually. As is the idea this movie is trying to convey. I did, and I know I broke the law. But, if I don't do it, countless people will die because of it. My power is small and I can't save many people, but if I can save one more, I'm willing to give everything. Because, they just want to live. I'm not a hero. But, I'm the hero. Everyone, when they heard Rinku's last sentence, who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes. Eyes were red. This song perfectly fits the theme of I Am Not a Drugstore. That's even if it evokes even the deepest emotions within everyone. For example, those group actors who have been drifting in Yokohama for I don't know how many years. They live like clowns, longing for success, but time and again their heads are broken by life and reality. They wore tattered clothes, but never gave up climbing, and the flame in their hearts may have been extinguished from time to time, but it was hard not to be rekindled under Ringu's song. Then there's Ice White. After she entered the entertainment industry, she got more resources than others because of her pretty appearance condition. But because of this, she also suffered from the filth that normal people don't. For the sake of cleanliness, Bai Binger chose to reject the temptations that were within her reach. Although the life is very tired, no resources, no network, and even in the eyes of others, was called a noble. But Bai Binger has never given up, never tended to the trend. How has this not happened to Su Shanxiang, to Wang Yanhui, to every other actor? Showbiz is a dystopia. Everyone who tries to get in is inevitably tainted with the dirt. The shed. Lin Gu stopped, looked at Chao Ping, took a long breath, and asked. Director Chao, how's it going? What else could Chao Ping say? His lips were trembling. Being the closest represented that he could feel the earth-shattering power of Lin Gu's song the most. It was unyielding to fate, it was a challenge to authority, it was a rebellion against life and death, and it was an interpretation of loneliness. As the song title suggests. Ringo is describing a lonely brave man.
Whether he was a hero or not was left for all to judge in his mind, he was just a brave man himself. There's not much more to say about this mood. Perfectly apt for I'm not a drugstore. Xiaoping wiped the wetness from the corners of his eyes and shook his head and sighed for a long time before he sighed in a deep voice.
Ringo, how can a person be as good as you are? You tell me, what else can't you do? Lingu smiled faintly and calmly said. Actually, I only know this one song. The corners of Xiaoping's mouth twitched and he almost rolled his eyes. With this kind of singing, this perfect control of breath and rhythm, if Ringo said he could only sing one song, he wouldn't believe it unless his brain was wired. Ringo, you've kind of brought me a surprise. Relieve me of the boulder in my heart. If you have any requests, you can make them at any time, and if I can help you, I will definitely not push back. Xiaoping said with conviction. He wasn't being polite either. Just as before, when he thought that Ringo could introduce the singer, he went straight out for $200,000. Xiaoping understood one thing very well. Friendship is friendship, but when it comes to profit, there's nothing more direct than giving money directly. Can't we talk about feelings after we've paid the money? For the original song, Xiaoping offered $500,000. With this song, Lone Brave Man, Xiaoping is even willing to double it. The value of a theme song that perfectly matches I Am Not a Drug God is simply unimaginable. When Lingu heard this, he pondered slightly and said, Director Chow, I really do have one thing that I want to ask you for a favor. Oh? You say? Xiaoping was a bit surprised, but nodded without hesitation. Who knows, Ringo hadn't even waited to say anything. The door to the small room was then squeezed open. Bai Binger, Wang Yanhui, Su Shanxiang, and a staff member were squeezed into the room. For a while, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Su Shanxiang coughed dryly and laughed dryly. Sorry, Ringo, Director Chow, we didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. It's just that, Ringo. That song of yours, can you finish it? As soon as Su Shanxiang said that, the crowd suddenly looked over with bated breath. Everyone was busy nodding vigorously. Such a good song, do not listen to it all at once, they think they may not be able to sleep in the middle of the night. Chapter 59, Xiaoping to be an assistant director for Lingu? It's like a secret only half told. Rinku sang Lone Brave Man only halfway through, and the crowd was in the middle of listening to it when it just disappeared. Everyone's heart was scratching like a kitten's. Looking at the blear-eyed expressions of the crowd, Lingu was somewhat embarrassed for a moment. Next to him, Xiaoping also sighed deeply and said, Ringu, otherwise. You finish singing. Mostly because he wants to hear it too. The power in this song even made Xiaoping feel that it would be unfair to everyone else if he stopped Lingu from singing it. Seeing that Xiaoping had spoken, Ringu also had no choice but to nod helplessly. Subsequently, the oratorio sounded again. They say to quit your madness is like wiping away dirt. They say to go up the steps, and the price is to bow down. Then let me not ride the wind. You're just as proud of that lone courage. Whoever said playing against the mediocre doesn't count as a hero? Suggested to be seen with a version of Station B's Zuyin Ashiki. It's here that the song, from here on out, just starts to take off. If what was described earlier, it was someone who was struggling in the mire and never saw much hope. Then, from these lines, the image of a rebel, a lone brave, an indomitable man, has been completely born. Since they said they were going to quit my madness. Since they say they want to move up, the price is to bow down. Then why do I put up with it? Resistance. Pride. Ignite all the power with hot blood, and exchange all the lone courage for fury. Punching the sky. The tones matched the lyrics. Even without accompaniment, Lingu still sang out that feeling as if he wanted to look down on everything, as if he wanted to trample the whole world under his feet. Everyone in the room listened with trembling hearts and pursed lips. Who are not ordinary people playing against the ordinary? Who hasn't been told to bow down from on high? At this moment, Ringo sang their hearts out. No one cares anymore if these lyrics fit in with I Am Not a Drugstore. Because, there is no right or wrong in I am not the god of medicine, neither the patient, Chanyon, nor the police, nor the pharmaceutical company. What is wrong is poverty and the system. I Am Not a Drug God is a story of greatness in the ordinary. And are stories like this, in life, rare? As the lyrics of Lone Survivor sing. Everyone who plays against the ordinary, everyone who remains optimistic despite the pressures of life, is a hero in their own right. Love that you're alone in a dark alley. Love the way you don't kneel.
Love you confrontation over despair.
Won't cry a single tear.
Love you from the barbarians.
Borrow from no one in your life.
You will build your city-state.
On top of the ruins. Waves of higher pitch, waves of more impassioned emotion.
At the end of the day, even Lin Gu himself had a feeling of panting.
In a hushed voice, he roared out the last 4 sentences with all his might. Go! Go! With the humblest of dreams. War. Battle.
With the loneliest of dreams.
To the whimper and roar of that dark night. Who says it's the one who stands in the light that's the hero?
By this point, the song was complete. Lin Gu held his breath and withdrew his voice, his face calm. Once, he had reaped the power of the song, and now he chose to pass that power on to others. At the beginning of this moment, Lin Gu finally had his thoughts completely clear.
Just as the system allows him to be charitable.
Lin Gu felt that the significance of his real life might not lie in the amount of money he had to earn, nor did he care about how high a status he had or how many women he was accompanied by. What he should have done was to take those pieces that are not in this world and bring them out one by one. In your own way, to convey positive emotions and orientations. That's what he's really reliving his life for.
Ringo's singer dropped for a long time. In the small room, no one even spoke. Everyone's eyes were red and moist, and everyone was thinking silently. This song represents so much emotion and intensity.
Especially since this was the first time they had all heard it, it was clear that it would take a while to digest.
Halftime.
With a deep sigh, Xiaoping met the gazes of the crowd and said in a deep voice, I'm going to use this song Lone Ranger as the theme song for I'm Not a Drug God.
What does everyone think?
In an instant, everyone nodded vigorously. Bai Binger, Su Shanxiang, and the others were even more eager to speak.
Definitely use this song. Amazing this song, it's a waste not to use it. The sense of power is too strong. Rinku, when will you record it? I want to download it for a single song cycle.
Xiaoping smiled and waved his hand.
Alright, everyone go to work, Ringu and I have some things to talk about.
The crowd dispersed with some interest. They certainly wanted to hear Rinku sing again if possible.
Even if you have to pay for the ticket, you'll admit it. Close the door.
Xiaoping patted Lin Gu's shoulder hard, his face complex. He'd thought the song would be no less accomplished.
But I didn't expect it to be so high.
The original song was one that he felt was a bit unworthy of the finish of I Am Not a Drug God.
But now,
Xiaoping, on the other hand, thinks it's a bit selfish to let I Am Not the God of Medicine have the exclusive use of such a song.
This selfishness is not about looking out only for yourself.
Rather, the power of the Lone Ranger should never have been tied up in just one movie like I Am Not a Drug God.
It should belong to the police. It should belong to the firefighters. It should belong to the cleaners. It should belong to scientists, medical workers. It should belong to every ordinary person struggling in ordinary positions. Ringu, do you want this song to be a single before you use it for I'm Not the God of Medicine?
Xiaoping spoke seriously. Lin Gu was slightly stunned.
That's a big difference between the two.
If you put out a single first and then use it in a movie or TV show, it's easy to lose the audience's sense of immersion.
Because it is only the images imagined and seen when the song is heard for the first time that give the audience their first impression. Viewers come back to see I'm Not a Drugstore after listening to the song Lone Survivor. Then maybe there will be many people who think the songs don't match the movie. Whereas, if the movie was released first and the song was put out while the movie was playing, that wouldn't be a problem. Because, for the first time, viewers saw and heard, I Am Not a Drugstore. Seeing that Lin Gu was a bit confused, Xiaoping smiled bitterly. You can make a song like that, and from a businessman's point of view, I think it's the best value to just buy it and use it. But, besides being a businessman, I'm also a director. I hope that the work I shoot will convey to the public some of the ideas that I really want to express. The song Lone Ranger is so good, I can't afford to use. After hearing this, Lin Gu was in awe. He knew that Xiaoping was a truly idealistic, ambitious, and thoughtful director. Compared to those so-called famous directors who use traffic stars and feed the audience in bad money, Xiaoping's behavior and ideas are undoubtedly worthy of respect. Lin Gu pondered for a few seconds and smiled. Director Chow, it's okay, use it. The movie, I Am Not a Drug God, is also delivering positive energy and the ideas that we want to get out there. The Lone Ranger is used here, not wasted.
Big deal, after the movie airs, I'll release another single. Xiaoping thought about it and agreed. A big stone moved away from the heart.
Xiaoping was visibly relaxed. He asked with a smile.
Ringu, just now we were interrupted by those guys.
You said there was something you wanted me to do? Lin Gu nodded slightly.
Directly, he told him roughly about the fact that the Liking Public Security Bureau had approached him to make a promotional video, and that he was planning to make a movie. Xiaoping was naturally aware of the fact that the official was going to make a promotional video. The first to be notified of this matter were Hua Yi and Xiaoping.
But he didn't expect that Lin Gu would want to take this opportunity to make a movie straight away. Ringu, are you sure? Directing isn't that easy.
Xiaoping had thought before that Lin Gu might become a director and make his own movie in a year or two.
But he didn't expect that it hadn't even been 2 months yet, and Lin Gu was about to make his move. Is it a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers, or is it a skill that is not weak?
Judging from these talents shown by Lin Gu, Xiaoping surprisingly and inexplicably felt that the latter probability was rather greater. But, a young man in his 20s. So good at acting, and writing songs, and rewriting scripts.
It's amazing that you can even make movies now. Isn't this a little too scary?
Facing Xiaoping's inquiry, Lin Gu nodded calmly.
Director Xiao, I'm sure.
And, I'll be able to write the script tomorrow, so I can show it to you then. Only, after all, I haven't been in the business very long, and I'm not quite familiar with the staff, the theaters, the distribution, and so on. I hope Director Xiao can help me in this matter. Lin Gu spoke sincerely, and Xiaoping listened without arbitrarily agreeing or refusing.
He pondered this for a while. Eventually, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Ringu, you bring me the script tomorrow. As long as the script is okay, this is a favor, I'll do it. You'll be the director and I'll be your assistant director. I'll take care of everything else for you, except for taking control of the shoot.
Hearing Xiaoping's words, Lin Gu was instantly delighted. All he really wanted was for Xiaoping to help him find various crew members and teach him some of the rules of the movie shooting process.
I didn't realize that Xiaoping would be willing to work directly for him as an assistant director. Director Xiao. You. Ringu, don't say anything in thanks. Xiaoping interrupted Lin Gu with a smile and continued after a pause. Consider it a token of my appreciation for all the help you've given me in the meantime. I only have one small request. Lin Gu nodded and said. Director Xiao, you said.
If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Xiaoping squeezed his eyes and teased. The two of them looked at each other and both burst out laughing.
Chapter 60, Lin Gu's script, Infernal Affairs. Inviting Yu Xiaoya to shoot a movie.
Xiaoping's willingness to help Lin Gu so much was certainly not because he was idle or had nothing to do. Rather, Xiaoping knew that Lin Gu's rise might be faster than he had anticipated. It's only been 2 or 3 months and already Lin Gu is going to gradually transition from a talented actor to a director. Given another year or two, will he already be at the point of harvesting awards around the world? Such a Ringu is worth investing in by any measure. What's more, Xiaoping definitely didn't want to miss out on the cooperation project with the Liking Public Security Directorate.
That's an official endorsement.
Before this project, he hadn't heard of any entertainment company having this level of cooperation with officials. In short, although Xiaoping's gesture of goodwill was not an exchange of pure benefits, it was always because Lin Gu had indeed shown his worth. If anyone else had dared to make this kind of request with Xiaoping, he would have kicked him out long ago.
Talk to Xiaoping again about the details of Infernal Affairs.
Ringu then walked out of the small house with him as I Am Not a Drug God continued filming. Lin Gu's scenes have basically been killed off, but as an assistant director, he naturally takes on the responsibility of directing the rest of the cast now that his status has been restored.
Shooting always flies by. By the time Ringu and an important group of speakers had finished their play, they realized that the time had come to night. Rinku, want to go out for dinner together? Wang Yanhui, Su Shanxiang, and the others invited. Ringu shook his head and refused. Tomorrow, he was going to give the script of Infernal Affairs to Xiaoping and Yin Shui, and Lin Gu wanted to go back and study it more carefully. Avoid any ups and downs in this thing because of the script. Walking down the street, Lin Gu looked up at the starry sky and suddenly had a feeling of loneliness. After crossing over to this world, he had always come and gone alone, whether it was filming or daily life. It seemed that no one else had appeared beside Lin Gu other than Zhao Wen, his agent. Nowadays, there are sort of Xiaoping, Su Shanxiang, Wang Yanhui, and so on, these friends who converge because of their work. But deep down, Rinku still hadn't found much of a home. Suddenly,
Rinku, who was feeling spring and fall, heard a phone ringing. After reacting for a while, he realized it was his. After getting a new cell phone, the ringtone changed.
Embarrassing himself for a moment, Rinku hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello. Hey, is that brother Rinku?
On the other side of the phone, there was a childish voice. Lingu was a little puzzled for a moment. He didn't remember knowing a little girl.
Wait. Ringa suddenly reacted that he had actually left a phone number for a little girl. The First Hope primary school he donated, the girl named Yu Xiaoya. It's... Yeah? Ringu asked cautiously.
On the other side of the phone, the girl's voice burst with excitement and happiness.
Brother Ringu, you still remember me? I'm Xiaoya. Yu Xiaoya obviously did not expect Lingu such a big people in the mouth of the big star, but also remember their own voices.
She didn't know that Rinku didn't remember her voice, but only recognized her as a little girl.
Hearing Yu Xiaoya's reply, a trace of warmth steeply rose in Lingu's heart. On that trip to Dunkirk,
the one that impressed Lingu the most was probably Yu Xiaoya. The girl was polite, understanding, and, despite her pitiful background, not in a soft, weak way, but strong. That picture of him with the kids still sits on Ringu's desk. The look on his face subconsciously softened a lot. Lingu opened his mouth and asked,
Yeah, why are you ringing me up? Is something wrong?
Brother Ringu, we finished our final exams and I got first place inside the town.
I want to mail you the award.
Yu Xiaoya's voice was childish but serious enough. A strand of emotion rose from his heart, and Lingu knew that his charitable act was not without reward. Only, this return is not profit or money, but a clear, pure gratitude.
He said softly. Yeah, are awesome. What kind of reward do you want? Brother, buy it for you.
Brother Ringu, I didn't come here to ask for a reward. I just wanted to mail you the award to tell you that I wasn't slacking off and didn't fail to live up to your financial support. Yu Xiaoya's voice steeped down a bit. Obviously Lingu's words had made this young girl with a soulful mind a bit sad.
Rinku was a bit flustered. He didn't mean it that way originally.
Only, in his 2 lives, Ringu also had no experience in dealing with little girls. Subconsciously, I thought that I might be able to use a gift or something to motivate Yu Xiaoya to study harder and thus change her fate.
Now it seems to be backfiring? Yeah, brother didn't mean that. Well, let's see, since you finished your exams, do you have time to come over to my place?
Brother is going to shoot a movie recently. If Xiaoya likes it, we can let you play a role in the movie. How about it as a reward for you taking the first place in the town? After a pause, Lingu smiled and said gently.
In that case, you can give me the award in person.
On the other side of the phone, Yu Xiaoya was clearly stunned by Lingu's words.
Go to the big city and play, get to be in a movie, maybe even be on TV. Every single thing here is something Yu Xiaoya has fantasized about but never dared to take seriously.
There was silence on the phone for close to a minute. Yu Xiaoya before trembling voice said.
Brother Ringu, are you telling the truth?
She hadn't originally planned to trouble Lingu with anything. This phone call was really only because she wanted to tell Rinku the news that she had gotten first place in the town. In the girl's mind, if Lingu hadn't donated that Hope Primary School, then she would have to walk far, far away every day to go to a very, very shabby school.
Time wasted on the road, possible dangers, eating on the school side.
All of these problems, which don't seem like a big deal, are sky-high difficulties for a little girl. And today, she only has to walk 2 or 3 minutes to get to that bright and spacious classroom where she can read without being cold in the winter or hot in the summer.
This has been the greatest happiness for ya.
That's why she studies hard, does her homework and prep work conscientiously every day, and cleans up her classroom conscientiously every day. In her heart, this school holds the best memories, and that handsome Ringu brother.
Finally, she achieved first place in the town. Immediately after finding out the results, she wanted to tell Rinku the news.
Originally, she just wanted to tell Lingu that she hadn't been lazy and hadn't failed him.
But now,
what filled the girl's mind were all the things Lingu had just said.
Can I make a movie with brother Ringu?
Listening to the girl's voice with these tremors, Lingu sighed slightly.
Xiaoya, what brother said is true.
For the next movie, brother is the director and can decide which actors to use.
There's a role in there that's perfect for you. Would you like to come and help your brother?
I do. Yu Xiaoya agreed without hesitation.
In the end,
To her, the biggest obstacle in this matter was not at all whether it could be filmed or not, or whether she was willing or not, but rather Yoshioya felt that it would trouble Lin-gu. But since Ringo had said he was going to help him, then naturally she wouldn't refuse. Rinku smiled, although it was a bit bad to lie to a little girl, but if it was a little lie with good intentions, then it was justifiable. Agreed with Yoshioya on how and when to come this way. Rinku hung up the phone. When he looked up at the stars again, Ringo suddenly felt less lonely. Although he was a strange visitor to this world, right now, at least there was a lovely girl like Yoshioya who was willing to believe in him unconditionally and look forward to his compliments. The moon is beautiful. Rinku went home. Day 2. When Ringo woke up from the sun, the cell phone by his pillow happened to ring as well. Hey Rinku, have you written the script yet? Answering the phone, over there, Yin Shue's voice seemed a bit impatient. After all, something like making a movie was a first-time experience even for Yin Shue, the head of the official propaganda department. If I didn't know the address of Ringu's house. I guess Yin Shue is running to knock on the door now. Rinku yawned, his voice a little lethargic. It's written, I'll send it to you later. How about the same coffee shop as yesterday? Yes. On the other side, Yin Shue, who had already sat down in the coffee shop, had a hint of red rising steeply on her face. Did Rinku just wake up? OMG. His voice is so sexy. Yin Shue, what are you thinking? Settling down, Yin Shue ordered a cup of cool coffee to cool herself down. After almost half an hour of this, Lin-gu's figure appeared at the entrance of the coffee shop. Perhaps because of the chaotic thoughts that had just crossed her mind, when Yin Shue saw Lin-gu's figure, her face subconsciously flushed. She hurriedly stood up and straightened her clothes. Ringu, here. Chapter 61, Yin Shue was shocked. Lin-gu actually donated to the Hope Primary School? Here, this is the script of the movie I'm planning to make. Lin-gu handed Yin Shue the script with the 3 big words, Infernal Affairs, written on the cover. Then, it was time to sit across from her and seriously swipe the scarf. When you get a new phone, naturally, you don't get stuck. The cell phone was not stuck, and that little bit of curiosity in Lin-gu's heart was naturally aroused. Since yesterday, he has been intensively self-searching. Rinku wanted to know how he looked to the netizens. Also wondering if my acting skills have been recognized by the audience. How much money you make may not be the most important thing to Ringu. He worked so hard on the movie, seriously studied the script, in order to live up to the audience, to live up to the profession of an actor, and wanted to deliver the thoughts in his heart to the audience in a complete manner. And the results of the search did not disappoint Ringu. On the premise that the movie Blazing Saddles was a hit. Ringu's bib superlatives have been established and are pretty hot. After all, Lin-gu is handsome and good at acting, so the image of such an acting fresh meat, of course, will be liked by the audience. And the fire of one man's martial arts promo, but also for Lin-gu renewed a wave of heat. Right now, the talk flooding the internet is all about why Ringu's acting is so good. Admittedly, it's not as if there aren't young, handsome actors and actresses in the entertainment industry. But almost without exception, these actors started out as child stars. Acting is something that tests talent to a certain extent, but more than that, it needs to be accumulated and honed by a production. Actors like Lin-gu, who had only made 7 or 8 movies, even counting The Dragons, who could display this kind of exaggerated degree of acting skill, were almost rare in the entertainment industry. The main thing is, Ringu plays the kind of roles that demand a lot of acting skills. Like Xin Xiaofeng, like Feng Yuxiu. Such a role, put in the entertainment industry, can be counted on one hand to be able to perform such an effect as Lin-gu. It's no wonder that netizens favor Rinku. Who would say no to a freshman who is good at acting, handsome, young and has a wide range of theater? After half a day of swiping his scarf, Lin-gu put down his cell phone with satisfaction. It certainly felt good to be praised by others, but Lin-gu was also well aware that there were still many aspects that he lacked. If masterful acting is an outline given to him by the system, then Lin-gu had only digested less than 1/10 of that knowledge by now. He's only a senior actor by all accounts. Though in the entertainment industry, such acting is enough for him to eat his heart out. However, it is clear that senior actor is not enough, either to fulfill the movie star mission or to go further on the path of the actor. At this time, 20 minutes had passed like that since the script was given to Yin Shue. From Yin Shue's glittering eyes, Lin-gu could tell that she should be very satisfied with this script. Yin Shue, how's it going? Ringu asked with a smile. Yin Shue raised her head and glanced at Lin-gu with an odd expression.
Ringu, This was written by you in one night?
Lin-gu thought to himself, this is what I redeemed from the system in the blink of an eye.
But words certainly can't say that.
He nodded, curious, and asked.
Yeah, why? Not much.
Inshui shook her head and held her tongue before finally whispering. Earlier, on the scarf, someone always said you were a change too, now I kind of get it.
Change too? Ringu was all confused, how could he have made that comment?
Inshui hurriedly explained.
Not that kind of change too, but that you. Too awesome.
You're not older than me, and it's not even a problem that you're so good at acting, but now you've managed to write such an excellent script.
Ringu, do you realize that it's easy to feel inferior in front of you? Ringu was dumbfounded.
Shaking his head, he said calmly.
Everyone is different, and I may indeed have some talent in certain areas, but so do you, don't you?
I wouldn't have dared to fight the bad guys, which is something only you cops can do, great things. Hearing Lin-gu's praise, Inshui instantly curved her eyes and smiled sweetly. Then, she reacted, her cheeks reddened a bit, and she glanced at Lin-gu angrily. There's definitely nothing wrong with the script, and from my less than professional perspective, it's definitely a perfect fit for a police promo. With this script, I'm confident I can take in about $5 million. I know that $5 million may be nothing compared to what you guys get to make a movie, but it's the highest funding I can get. Inshui blushed a little. After all, a movie that can be released in theaters is shot at a cost that, in all probability, will not be less than the 10 million level. And this time it was still their police department that took the lead, and in the end they could only come up with $5 million, so Inshui was naturally a little embarrassed. Hearing Inshui's words, Lin-gu smiled and shook his head.
It's okay, it's been a lot.
This movie, eventually, will go commercial. Because of the special nature of your police department, the $5 million will be put in as a prorated cost, and then, when the box office comes out, you'll get your cut. Logically speaking, as long as Lin-gu came up with the script for Infernal Affairs, then Hui will not skimp on funding even if it is only for Xiaoping's sake. But after all, this matter is led by the Liking Public Security Bureau, Hui even if it can take the lead, but also will not do this kind of inviting people to talk about things. Allowing the police department to at least get its costs back is equivalent to Hui helping the Liking Public Security Bureau make a promotional movie for free. In the process, gaining official endorsements and connections is what Hui values most as a reward. This was the condition under which Xiaoping had promised Lin-gu.
Of course, there are some hidden costs on the police department's end. For example, a relatively formalized partnership with Hui.
For example, in some cases, it is necessary to endorse Hui, which may involve the over-auditing of certain films, etc.
Linguini is in the middle, the equivalent of a broker.
The script was taken out of him. Other resources that are given by Hui. The end result is shared by all three parties.
It can be a win-win-win.
Of course, as a director, Lin-gu was definitely the one with the highest personal earnings in this movie, depending on the box office. A police drama masterpiece that managed to slash 55 million Hong Kong dollars at the box office in 2002.
Ringo doesn't believe in punt in 13.
Hearing Lin-gu's words, Inshui nodded vigorously. Now, the script is there, the resources are there, all that's left is the actors. Inshui looked at Lin-gu carefully, a hint of a pleasing expression on her face.
Ringu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you.
Lin-gu smiled faintly, how could he not guess Inshui's thoughts?
Nodding directly, Ringu laughed.
I'll give you a role, but you have to promise me something.
Inshui's eyes instantly brightened. Being able to appear in a theatrical movie, even if it's an insignificant role, is a common man's dream come true. Lin-gu didn't guess wrongly, what Inshui wanted to say was indeed this matter.
You name it, I'll do it, as long as it's not difficult. Lin-gu pondered for a few seconds and said.
That. In a few days, a sister came to see me. As you know, I live on my own and have a home. There's not much room, and I don't have experience with little girls. If it's not too much trouble, would you mind taking care of her for me in the meantime?
This was what Lin-gu wanted to ask Inshui to help with. Of the people who knew each other well, it seemed that Inshui was the more appropriate one. Lin-gu was also somewhat helpless. His small rental house is a bit crowded for him to live in, and then there's Yu Xiaoya, who can't live there at all. And, even if you can live there, it's not good to live with a little girl. If you don't know, you'd think he's really a tranny. Hearing Lin-gu's words, Inshui froze slightly, then asked curiously.
Do you have a sister?
Lingu shook his head and hesitated for a moment before finally explaining.
It's a student from a hope school I donated to earlier.
Her mother died young and her father works outside the home and can't get back more than a couple times a year. This time, she got first place inside the town.
Lingu briefly told Yin Shui about Yu Xiaoya's matter.
Start with the first sentence.
Yin Shui then froze. Rinku actually donated a Hope Elementary School? She didn't swipe it on the bib.
Although she is not considered a big fan of Rinku, but recently she does often soak in the Rinku scarf super talk.
So that means Rinku didn't publicize this at all? Isn't it true that most of the charity in the entertainment industry is for marketing purposes? And after hearing a series of things about Yu Xiaoya,
Yin Shui even instantly surged with a trace of heartache. A young girl who understands, is polite, has a pitiful life, and does very well in school.
No wonder Yin Shui doesn't like and feel heartbroken. Listen to Ringo finish.
Yin Shui barely hesitated and agreed straight away. No problem, I also live by myself, there's still an empty second bedroom inside the house, when Xiaoya comes over, just let her stay at my place.
Yin Shui thought about it and asked again. Are you planning to cast yet in this movie as well? Lingu smiled and nodded, a teasing look on his face. Don't I, the director, have the right to add an extra actor on the fly? Chapter 62, Ringu, do you have any idea of the power of these words on a girl? Ringo certainly has the right to add extras to infernal affairs.
Let's not talk about temporary additions, even if the script is changed. Of course, there were originally similar characters in Infernal Affairs, and Lingu only needed to make certain persona changes to cast Yu Xiaoya and Yin Shui. Yin Shui smiled and said with a somewhat petulant tone.
Yes, you're the big director, add whatever you want. Ringu was dumbfounded.
The two of them chatted for a few more moments before Lingu got up to take his leave. He didn't just have to give the script to Yin Shui and Xiaoping today, he also had to go to the premiere of One Man's Martial Arts in the afternoon. In order to this premiere, Chen Rosen was specially rushed over from Shangjing. This face is considered to give enough to Lingu. In the afternoon, Xiaoping will also attend this premiere. After all, he and Chen Rosen had been close friends for many years, and Lingudu had been introduced to Chen Rosen by him. In a sense, Lingu's earnings from One Man's Martial Arts would also have a share of Xiaoping. After all, Lingu is assigned artist of Huai and is right under Xiaoping. Coming out of the coffee shop, Lingu went straight to the cast of I Am Not the God of Medicine. In this movie, Lingu's part had basically been killed, but he was also the assistant director and needed to take on the responsibility of directing the actors, so when he had nothing to do, Lingu would come here to take a look.
The premiere of One Man's Martial Arts was at around 6 p.m.
There were still 7 or 8 hours in between, and since Lingu had nowhere to go, he naturally had to go and direct the actors. When he arrived at the set of I Am Not the God of Medicine, Lingu happened to see Bai Binger walking out of the studio with a somewhat downcast expression. With regard to Bai Binger as an actress, Lingu was not familiar with her at first, but later on, he got to know a bit more.
Non-science class origin of her is considered the entertainment industry, female stars in a stream of clean water.
Unlike most female celebrities who had a golden father behind them, behind Bai Binger, she was really just signed to a medium-sized agency. And, for not being much of a sucker for bah humbug in tendency.
That's why Ice White doesn't have a lot of resources.
This makes, although Bai Binger's appearance conditions are very good, but the theater has always been the kind of lukewarm. This time, Lingu had recommended her to come to the cast of I Am Not the God of Medicine and had taken on the only colorful female co-star in it. Bai Binger was very grateful to Lingu. In Prestige, in the crew, she tried more than once to invite Rinku to dinner as a thank you.
But Ringu has been pretty busy. Walking forward, Lingu smiled and asked gently. What's wrong? Don't look too happy?
Bai Binger was immersed in her own world. Suddenly awakened by Ringu, he was startled.
However, seeing Lingu, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Rinku. Bai Binger had a simple and hidden emotion towards Lingu.
During the filming of One Man's Martial Arts, Lingu's handsome appearance, superior acting skills, and polite and understanding way of dealing with people made Bai Binger's heart fall in love with her.
Plus it was later discovered that Ringu was actually doing quiet charity. The feelings just got a little out of control.
After she couldn't resist contacting Lingu, she was offered the role of Si Hui in I Am Not the God of Medicine.
This is even more so that Bai Binger has an indescribable good feeling towards Lingu.
The feelings that had been scared off by the huge gap between their identities have inevitably risen again recently. After all, often in Lin Gu such a handsome, low-profile connotation, ability to the entire crew need to look up to its back quality man acting, is really some test of the heart of the white binger. At this moment, hearing Lin Gu's voice with a slight hint of concern.
Look at his handsome face. Bai Binger was a bit smitten for a while.
This relationship had been brewing for months, and it wasn't exactly love at first sight anymore. Looking at Bai Binger's somewhat strange expression, Lin Gu waved his hand in front of her eyes suspiciously.
Are you okay? Huh?
Bai Binger came back to her senses and her face instantly turned red.
What's she doing? I can't believe I was a nymphomaniac in front of Rinku. It's not. It's okay. It's just that I just got a bit engrossed in the drama and I'm a bit depressed. I'll be fine in a bit.
Bai Binger stood up in a panic, but accidentally bumped into Lin Gu's body.
Now that's even more unexplainable.
With a cry, Bai Binger's face reddened as if she was about to drip blood. Ringu was also a bit helpless. He had only said hello. Did Bai Binger have to react so strongly? Only when Bai Binger had stabilized a bit did Lin Gu continue to ask.
What's the scene that you're filming and can't get out of when you're sunken? Tell me about it. Rinku is the assistant director after all.
It is also part of the duty to ease the actors' emotions and get them out of the scene as quickly as possible. When Bai Binger saw that Lin Gu didn't care about what had just happened, her mood gradually calmed down. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke softly.
The character of Siwei. I feel like it's actually quite similar to me. Different identities but similar experiences.
Over the years in the entertainment industry, I've experienced quite a few things like subterfuge, and as you know, there's just too much of that going on in the circle.
Capital is the perfect breeding ground for breeding desire. When one person holds enough resources in their hands to benefit others immensely, there's simply no controlling that desire. There is no telling how many doors and doors between directors and many actresses. After all, just by doing so, one is able to gain millions of dollars in shortcuts over others who don't know how much. Not to mention those who hold the capital cannot control, those actresses cannot control. Bai Binger is one of those actresses who doesn't fit in with the rest of the world, and doesn't want to conform to the status quo. So she had fewer resources. It doesn't make much sense yet.
After all, the right to choose a person is with the director, with the funders.
The big deal is that they won't pick you. What can you do? As is that lyric from Lone Ranger. They say to go up the steps, and the price is to bow down. This kind of experience, so that Bai Binger on the Si Hui this roll some into the deep. What was just filmed was a filler scene for the scene between Si Hui and Shang Yong at the bar. With money on the line, Siwei doesn't have to go to the dance. Under the effect of money, that male manager even abandoned his dignity, went up to pole dance. This makes Bai Binger even out of the movie itself, as a viewer also have a kind of dark pleasure at the same time. The mood cannot help but fall down. She's in the entertainment industry, so how is she any different from Siwei? Listening to Bai Binger's faint narration, Ringu didn't know how to comfort him. In the entertainment industry, a good skin brings a natural advantage. But at the same time, it will attract more malicious eyes. Beauty played with any other card is a king's ransom. But when singled out, it's the smallest card. The moment a pretty actress with no power or background steps into the entertainment industry, it basically means that she has already put one foot into the abyss. Actresses like Bai Binger, who are clean and untainted by the dye stuff that is the entertainment industry, are few and far between. It's still the same. Capital is the perfect breeding ground for breeding desire. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Gu calmly said, Cleanliness is not a behavior that needs to be abused. Just because it's never been that way doesn't mean it's always right. When you don't go along with the crowd, don't follow the crowd, and aren't willing to bow down to the powers that be, but you can't help but be denied the gift of reality, it only means that the world is wrong, not you. If you'd like, I'll give you any roles that suit you here in the future. After a pause, Lin Gu said seriously, There are no other costs or conditions attached. Ringu didn't know why he had made such a promise. Perhaps it was because he felt that Bai Binger needed the world to give her tenderness for being able to clean herself up even in a dyed tank like the entertainment industry. Just like doing charity, just like working hard to improve your acting skills, just like choosing to carry the psychological pressure of putting the song Lone Ranger out there. Ringu is not a Madonna or a savior. But as far as he could, he wanted to make it a little better and clearer as far as he could see. Listening to Ringu's words, Bai Binger completely froze in place.
All those years in show business.
She's heard too much you don't want to?
Then forget it, there's someone else. Hear more. Alas, unfortunately, originally this role was given to you, but you even accompanied a drink so little face not to give. Hear more. There's a role tomorrow that you can try out for, but you need to come to my room tonight and I'll train you.
But
Never heard. Just because it's never been so, doesn't mean it's always right.
never heard. It's the world that's wrong, not you.
Never heard. I'll give you a role that suits you in the future, no other conditions. Every word that Lin Gu said seemed like heavenly thunder vibrating in Bai Binger's heart.
Almost instantly.
Her eyes then blurred. Large tears rolled down her face. Makeup is smudged and eyeshadow is falling apart, but Ice White doesn't care. She was just glad and happy that there were, indeed, people in the world who understood and agreed with her ideas.
Ringu. Do you realize how powerful those words are to a girl?
In her tearful eyes, Bai Binger sobbed sorrowfully.
Chapter 63, Ringu made a human girl cry? Once you see Ringu, you'll be mistaken for life. At this moment, some thoughts that could hardly be described as good intentions surfaced in Bai Binger's mind. If Ringu's acting wasn't so much better. Wouldn't it be nice if Ringu wasn't so handsome?
How nice it would be if Ringu was less understated, less caring, less gentle.
Wouldn't it be nice if Ringu wasn't so radiant?
If that was the case, Bai Binger might have dared to make her feelings known to Lin Gu. But now, this near-perfect man standing in front of her made Bai Binger fall in love with her while no longer having much courage to show her feelings.
People who are too perfect should only be viewed from a distance.
Bai Binger could even feel that Lin Gu didn't carry any evil thoughts at all when he said those words to her. Just simply felt sorry for her. This kind of knowledge left Bai Binger helpless, but also have a kind of why would no Lin Gu feeling of powerlessness.
Once you see Ringu, you'll be wrong for life. That's probably what it means.
Wiping her tears, Bai Binger didn't wait for Lin Gu to reply to her and directly stood up.
She gently stepped forward and hugged Ringu hard before he could react.
In that intensity that seemed to merge herself into Lin Gu's body, she crouched down to Lin Gu's ear and opened her mouth in a small, sultry voice. Ringu, don't be so gentle with others in the future. If, that is, you are not going to marry her. After she finished speaking, she let go of Lin Gu, a sprightly smile appearing on her face. Standing half a meter away from Lin Gu, Bai Binger stretched out her right hand and said seriously.
Ringu, thank you, from now on. Can I be your friend? Bai Binger's series of actions have given Lin Gu a whole blindfold. This crying and laughing and hugging and shaking hands. What does she mean by that? Ringu, whose pig brain was overloaded, ultimately chose not to look deeper. Intuitively, Lin Gu felt that if he went any deeper, there might be some situations that he couldn't handle. Sure, I don't have a lot of friends, so if you're up for it, then we'll be friends from now on. Although it was a bit childish, Lin Gu still shook Bai Binger's hand with seriousness. Hearing Ringu's reply, Bai Binger's tears broke the bank once again. In the future, there really isn't any possibility for her and Ringu. Take Bai Binger into the studio. Xiaoping saw Lin Gu at a glance, and was happily trying to say hello when he saw Bai Binger behind Lin Gu, whose tear tracks on her face had not yet disappeared. At once, Xiaoping's expression was odd. What's going on? How did Ringu make someone cry? Coughing dryly, Xiaoping beckoned towards Lin Gu, signaling him to come over. After Lin Gu walked over, Xiaoping asked in a low voice. What's going on? This. Crying pairs. Lin Gu explained with a bitter smile. Bai Binger just got too deep into the drama, so I consoled her with a few words, who knew she would cry. A few words of comfort? Xiaoping was a bit puzzled. Comforting, and crying? What did you say to people? Xiaoping asked curiously. Ringu then picked out a few sentences to repeat what he had said. Now, Xiaoping's expression became even more odd. This ing. Lin Gu, this is not comforting people, this is not a confession? The point is, Ringu himself doesn't seem to realize what those words actually mean. Bai Binger's affection for Lin Gu could not be seen by others, but how could Xiaoping not see it? He stared at the screen every day, Bai Binger's eyes in the into, Xiaoping naturally the most clear. He kind of got it. People may just be addicted to the drama and a little overwhelmed at first with Bai Binger. But stay by yourself for a while and you'll probably be fine. But Lin Gu is good. The moment he came to release the king bomb, say something messy, directly to the white icer mentality to break the defense. Is there anything more cruel than the man you love, who comforts you in the gentlest way, but the two of us can't be together?
Between the twitching corners of his mouth, Xiaoping felt that Bai Binger was in good character for not giving Lin Gu a slap.
Oh Ringo, you're really harming people.
Xiaoping sighed with emotion.
Ringo couldn't get his head around it.
However, Xiaoping didn't explain anything to him regarding this matter. Anyway, things were already like this. If he got involved further, it was expected that things would become even more unmanageable. Patting Lin Gu's shoulder, Xiaoping asked,
"Did you bring the script for Infernal Affairs?" Lin Gu sniffed and immediately nodded.
Taking out the script and handing it to Xiaoping, Lin Gu still had some doubts on his face.
"Why do you say I'm a pest? Where the hell did I harm anyone? Isn't that comforting, Bai Binger?"
He does not know that the word love is the most hurtful word since ancient times.
"Take the script."
Xiaoping immediately looked at it with seriousness.
Every good director is necessarily a screenwriter above the pass line.
Xiaoping may not have the ability to create excellent scripts, but he is certainly a qualified judge in identifying good and bad scripts. Xiaoping was already prepared for this script that Lin Gu had brought him to be an excellent script. But as he gradually went through the pages, Xiaoping realized that he had still underestimated Lin Gu. Excellent story structure, tight but not cluttered narrative pacing, a two-way spy setup, and an ending that isn't a grand finale, but will still be thought-provoking in Infernal Affairs.
There's no way in hell this was a script written overnight, is there?
Even if Lin Gu had conceived the idea a long time ago, but no matter what, this should be the first script Lin Gu had written. Just from the script itself, Xiaoping can conclude that this is bound to be an excellent work that is going to lead the market for police procedurals. The more he turned it over, the more odd Xiaoping's expression became. Eventually, he closed the script, the corners of his mouth twitching a few times.
"Ringu, what on earth else is there that you don't know how to do?"
From being a gifted actor in the beginning, to changing scripts, to coaching other actors in their roles, to coming up with the song Lone Ranger.
And now, out comes Infernal Affairs.
Lin Gu had been refreshing Xiaoping's perception. He has lost count of how many virtues Ringu has that make regular people look away.
Totally handsome with a face.
Acting skills comparable to veteran actors steeped in showbiz for decades.
Vocals and songwriting skills that compare favorably with those of professional singers. He's even a great screenwriter and original creator of the script. Not to mention 20-something years old, even if they were 50 or 60 years old, how many of them had Lin Gu's achievements? Monster. Pure and simple monsters.
Xiaoping sighed deeply, recognizing the jaggedness of the world.
Without waiting for Lin Gu to speak, Xiaoping directly put the script away. "There's nothing wrong with the script. When I'm not the god of medicine finishes filming, I'll immediately start preparing to film Infernal Affairs. If you have any recommendations for actors, you can talk to me, I still have some contacts in that area." Hearing Xiaoping's words, a hint of excitement appeared on Lin Gu's face.
In any case, it was his first official directorial effort. Even though he had the knowledge of senior director in his mind, Lin Gu still couldn't hold back his inner excitement. "Yin Xue from the Liking Public Security Bureau, and one of my sisters. I want to save 2 roles for both of them. For the rest, I'll send you a list of actors who feel right later." Lin Gu paused, and a sincere smile appeared on his face.
"Director Chow, thank you." Xiaoping waved his hand and looked at Lin Gu with emotion. "Thanks are not necessary, think of it as me investing in myself. Your future, kid, must be unlimited. I just hope that if one day old Chow, can't do it anymore, you'll be able to bring me along." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and both laughed out loud. While Lin Gu was there, Xiaoping grabbed a few of the more crucial scenes. By the time it was just after 4 in the afternoon, Lin Gu, Xiaoping, and Bai Binger then drove together to a certain theater. Chen Rosen was already there waiting for them with Donnie Yen, Fan Huan, and a host of other lead actors. Bai Binger followed because she also starred in One Man's Martial Arts. Moreover, the important scenes about Si Hui and I Am Not the God of Medicine were already basically close to being finalized, and she didn't have much to do, so she simply followed Lin Gu and Xiaoping and went to join in the fun. It wasn't long before the theater arrived. Outside, many spectators came and went, all coming for the movie One Man's Martial Arts. And because of Xiaoping's success story during the marketing of Blazing Sun. This time, Chen Rosen apparently did not lessen marketing coin. 40 or 50 journalists came, and well-known movie critics, more than a dozen were invited to come. After the 3 Ringu arrived. Without waiting for them to contact Chen Rosen, they saw a bright-eyed young man with a big backcombed head come directly to Xiaoping's car. It was the same young man who came to pick up Lin Gu when he went to Shangjing earlier. Zhou Yunda. Director Chow, Mr. Lin Gu, Miss Bai. Zhao Yunda had the good sense to greet them in turn. A smile followed. Director Chen asked me to pick you guys up. He's already waiting for the three of you in the studio on the third floor. Chao Ping nodded cheerfully. Lin Gu and Zhao Yunda were still familiar with each other, and they had eaten breakfast together before. It's been a long time. Ringu smiled. Zhao Yunda scratched his head and returned a bit flattered. It's not that long, just a few months. Mr. Ringu, I went to see your Blazing Sun Bright Heart, it was so well acted. Thanks for the compliment. Rinku replied back in a low tone. The two didn't make much small talk, after all, the premiere was about to start. A few minutes later, Lin Gu and Xiao Ping were sitting in the first row, beside Chen Rosen. Bai Binger, on the other hand, silently sat behind Lin Gu. Chapter 64, One Man's Martial Arts in Theaters. The junior, Feng Yishio, has come to ask for advice. Old Chen, long time no see. Xiao Ping cheerfully greeted Chen Rosen. Chen Rosen also laughed and hugged Xiao Ping hard. The two have been close friends for many years, but they are usually busy with work, especially Xiao Ping, who has recently shot 2 movies in a row and has no time to stop. This premiere is a reunion of good friends. Today, this is quite a battle. Xiao Ping looked around and nodded with emotion. Chen Luosun glanced at him and cursed with a smile. Wasn't it you, old Xiao, who took the lead? If it wasn't for the fact that the marketing of Blazing Sun Bright Heart was done so well, we wouldn't have known that spreading money could yield such a high return. Xiao Ping smiled without saying anything. Chen Luosun looked at Lin Gu and patted his shoulder hard. Ringu, what is your expected box office for One Man's Martial Arts? Lin Gu smiled and said. Probably 300 to 500 million. Chen Luosun gave Lin Gu a deep look and shook his head. Then you're underestimating this movie. Right now, the internet buzz about the One Man's Martial Arts promo has shocked many in the industry. Based on the analysis of similar situations in previous years, I think it should be at least towards 500 million. You get first credit for this level of box office. In Chen Rosen's mind, if it wasn't for Lin Gu, the completion of this movie would definitely not have been as high as it was. Because, the action in it, can be all designed by Rinku. However, it was still too early to talk about the box office, and Rinku didn't continue the conversation on this topic. Otherwise, in case someone hears about it, maybe tomorrow's headline will be Chen Rosen and Lin Gu speak out, claiming One Man's Martial Arts box office less than 500 million, live streaming naked. A little more small talk. Inside the theater, the lights suddenly dimmed. The group of lead actors, as well as Chen Rosen and the others, all looked at the screen with excitement. For this premiere, Chen Rosen invited not only the media, but also an additional dozen or so well-known movie critics. Each one is a big blogger with over 1 million followers on various platforms. After attending the premiere, these bloggers would post various movie reviews about One Man's Martial Arts in the order that Chen Rosen intended. Overall, the marketing for this premiere was a bit more sophisticated than Blazing Saddles. At this time, sitting to the right of Lin Gu was a well-known movie critic. It's called Sauce for the Movies. This person has 3 million followers on Scarf, and close to 3 million followers on Tease, AB, and Racer platforms combined. This time, to invite him here, Chen Rosen offered $200,000. It's a mouthful, it's a sweet smell, and the blogger, whose real name is Hao Huang, is naturally riveted and ready to clip a blistering commentary. As long as he can make party as satisfied, then his future business cooperation will not continue one after another? The exchanges between Lin Gu and people like Chen Luosun and Xiao Ping were also seen by Huang Hao. By intuition, Huang Hao felt that Lin Gu might be the point in this movie that was most worth digging into. After all, the most important factor that made the One Man's Martial Arts promo explode was that Lin Gu's portrayal of Feng Yishio was so evocative. Seeing that the movie was about to start playing, Huang Hao gently touched Lin Gu and handed over one of his business cards. Mr. Rinku, would you be interested in doing an interview later? It won't take you too long. Ringa looked sideways, thinking that he didn't have much to do after his premiere, so he simply agreed. Anyway, those who could appear in the first row were either Chen Rosen's close friends or the media who were preparing to publicize and build momentum for One Man's Martial Arts. As the main actor, Ringu made an assist, so naturally there was nothing wrong with that. The two exchanged a few brief words. The movie has officially begun. It opens with Donnie Yen as Xiahou Wu, with bloodstains on his body, striding into the police station. My name is Xiahou Wu. I killed someone. The rather suspenseful crime-filled opening scene instantly piqued the audience's interest. But it's just an ambush.
The official story begins with the first deceased. Police received a report that the owner of a Ferrari had been killed in the street.
The final conclusion was reached after an on-site investigation.
The dead man, perhaps, was beaten to death with his bare hands.
Suspicion starts here. Who is the deceased? For what was he killed?
Why did you kill him with your bare hands?
A handgun was found at the scene, but it belonged to the deceased, so why didn't he even escape death with a gun?
The camera pans to inside the police station. The moment Xiaohu saw the dead man, he already understood that the murder was not simple.
Because he knew the deceased. That's a boxing champion. Hahu Mo fought him. And from the news, the traces at the scene, Xiaohu understood that the murderer must strike again.
From here, the official plot of one man's martial arts is considered to have begun. And part of the idea that this movie is trying to convey is reflected in what Xiaohu says to the police.
There's no need to kill someone if it's a match to split the difference.
Kill the fists with the fists, kill the Buddha when he meets the Buddha.
Here, the beliefs that Xiaohu upholds are reflected.
Kung Fu, for self-defense, for self-preservation, not killing techniques.
After he mistakenly killed someone, Xiaohu chose to turn himself in to the police. But here, too, the audience is left with another suspicion. Hahu Mo chose to turn himself in to redeem himself, so why was he so desperate to get out after seeing it in the news? There is, obviously, some secret here. The movie continues. Xiaohu reminded the police that someone else would die next, and that the death would have to be one of the 7 he had guessed.
The police didn't care.
But soon after, the next hit appeared.
The great master of legwork named Tan Jingyao had died in a museum run by his own family. The method of death, almost exactly the same as the last one, was beaten to death alive. The only difference is that the last one was a champion boxer and therefore died a boxer. And Tan Jingyao is a master of legwork, so died of legwork.
And here, Chen Rosen employs flashbacks.
The murder comes first, and then the camera pans to the moment of Tan Jingyao's death. Here, too, is the first appearance of Lin Gu as Feng Yuxiu. A dozen years ago, there was a man named Tan Jingyao. He has kicked all over Asia and is recognized as the first master of leg kicks. Later, he quit the martial arts. With a low voice, the camera came to Rinku. He wore a hood, and it was impossible to see his eyes, only the vicissitudes, the roughness of his face, and his scarred hands. Feng Yuxiu stood with his fists clasped together, his voice, with madness brewing in its calmness, traveled word for word through the museum. The junior Feng Yuxiu specially came to receive instruction. This scene immediately made all the audience in the theater hold their breath. Just as Lin Gu did when he first auditioned in Shangjing, Chen Rosen felt at a glance that Feng Yuxiu had come to life. At this point, the oppressive and expressive power of Ringu's first appearance was displayed to the fullest.
Audiences come for action movies.
So naturally, the audience was excited at the sight of Lin Gu's appearance as Feng Yuxiu. And Ringu clearly lived up to the audience's expectations. We will, today, both split the difference between high and low, as well as determine life and death. This line, which runs through almost the entire play, comes out of Rinku's mouth for the first time.
All the spectators, almost instantly, felt that atmosphere of madness in the midst of repression. Lin Gu was eating up the character of Feng Yuxiu. Personality-wise, he's an absolute martial arts nerd. In order to practice martial arts, Feng Yuxiu abandoned his family and all entertainment, and even killed his wife with his own hands, who was unable to be with him. He practiced hard to fulfill the dream in his heart. To be number 1 in the world.
Such a belief made Feng Yuxiu not afraid of death at all.
There's no point in living if you can't get to the top.
And this feeling was vividly visualized by Ringu through his expressions and body language.
Many viewers subconsciously pursed their lips.
No one can be afraid of this kind of madness that treats human life as nothing.
Not too much bull.
Feng Yuxiu lifted up his hood, his sharp eyes, the look of madness in his grimness, his scarred face. The sense of overwhelming insanity that almost comes through the screen and hits the viewers right in the gut. Usually with action movies, audiences don't really pay much attention to the actors' performances beyond the martial arts action sequences. In action movies, the martial arts scene is the biggest attraction.
Just be cool and be done with it.
But in one man's martial arts, viewers were taught what acting means. It was the kind of exaggerated expressiveness that could draw their hearts and minds by merely showing a glance, tugging at the corners of their mouths, or hugging their fists once. The audience didn't dare to blink their eyes for fear of missing something exciting.
Next moment. Exciting intense music plays. Feng Yuxiu and Tan Jingyao fought. In addition to being the star of one man's martial arts, Ringu is also the action director. It can be said that every action in this movie was designed by Ringu. With the support of the master-level martial arts, almost every action designed by Ringu is a perfect blend of lethality and artistry. Usually in action movies, even regular viewers are sometimes embarrassed. After all, those fancy punches are really nothing to look at. Fighting around is no better than a cockfight. However, the scene where Feng Yuxiu and Tan Jingyao fought was incredibly enjoyable for the audience to watch. The sound of the wind that grazed the tip of his nose with that powerful and extreme leg kick. That contained the ruthlessness of the eyes and facial muscles twitching, the sense of power in the clenched teeth. That level of excitement when fighting close to the ground, punches to the bone, legs breaking through the air. It can be said that the movements designed by Ringu have already exceeded the scope of ordinary flowery fist in fist, straight to the concept of real martial arts. Some of the spectators already involuntarily widened their eyes and clenched their fists. One man's martial arts attracts, for the most part, an audience that likes action movies. These viewers have naturally seen a lot of action movies, but none of them, like one man's martial arts, can make their blood boil with just the first fight scene. Chapter 65, Grass, Brothers Who's Got Diapers? Ringu gave me the piss. Feeling the incomparably devoted atmosphere of the audience in the theater, Chen Rosen's face revealed a look of emotion. He has directed more than one action movie. But compared to the fight scenes in this movie, the previous ones are really the same as a child's play. Chen Rosen had even considered whether or not to keep inviting Ringu as the lead in his next movie. I can't speak for anything else, but if it's an action movie, it has almost no chance of failing. After all, the other actors know martial arts scenes at best. But Ringu has real kung fu on his side. Moreover, Chen Rosen had experienced it himself, and the video of him and Ringu trying their hands was now left in his cell phone to reminisce about it from time to time. Under Ringu's guidance, Chen Rosen seemed to really feel that he had learned kung fu. With a scream, the battle between Feng Yuxiu and Tan Jingyao drew to a close. Since Tan Jingyao was a master of leg techniques, Feng Yuxiu chose to break his leg. To end his life with his best leg technique, this was the goal Feng Yuxiu had set for himself. Since he was the number one in the world, naturally, in every field, he had to be the absolute top. From here, Feng Yuxiu's beliefs are in their infancy. Kung Fu, is it a defense technique or a killing technique? In Feng Yuxiu's opinion, Kung Fu is used to kill people. And the vicious and extreme movements, the almost indifferent eyes when he cut off a person's life, all of them were showing his madness. Watching Ringu's movements fall, many spectators instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The strikes don't really land with Ringu's action. But even if it was just flat-out leg and fist techniques, under Ringu's kind of cold eyes that looked as if he was looking at dead things, there was a feeling that still sent shivers down his spine. In Feng Yuxiu's eyes, killing Tan Jingyao was no different from kicking down a door. Both are in his way. Holy, that's a lot of oppression. The look in Feng Yuxiu's eyes just now, I was honestly intimidated. Is that really a look that a normal person could act out? Ringu. It can't really be a murderer, can it? I can't say. Have you guys seen Blazing Sun Bright Heart? At that time, I felt that Ringu's designation was a bit of a secret. Xin Xiaofeng, Feng Yuxiu, Ringu plays such criminals, I suspect he might be insinuating something. Stop it, I've called the ING police, they're on their way. Oh guys, who has a diaper, borrow it. Quite a few viewers were at the drop of this play. Immediately the whispers began. No doubt it could be heard in their whispered discussions. The crowd gave high marks to Ringu's action scenes. Even scared to pee his pants, to borrow diapers such words are said, can only say that this audience a little skin. The movie continues. Because of Tan Jingyao's death, the police finally realized something was wrong. The policewoman Lu Xuanxin thought about the 7 names that Xia Houwu had said to her earlier, and abruptly realized that among them was precisely Tan Jingyao. She returned to the prison and arraigned Houwu. After some exchanges, Lu Xuanxin finally made up his mind to let Xia Houwu out of prison to help the police solve the case. And during this time, Chen Rosen gave Ringu a shot once again. It was a long shot that dropped from the bridge and rotated, taking in the stars and the sea. Feng Yuxiu, played by Ringu, sat on a rock and looked up at the starry sky, murmuring softly. Almost there, almost there. His face was calm, and a seeming smile hung at the corners of his mouth. As if pouring out his heart to his lover.
But there was the brutal, ruthless side of Feng Yushiu set off by that previous scene. This beautiful and calm-looking shot is just so much more eerie and spooky. Many viewers also instantly guessed what Feng Yushiu meant when he said soon. He's already killed 2 kung fu masters. He would choose to drive all the experts to extinction and ascend to the top in such a way that was destined to shake the world to its core. A youth looked at Lin Gu's calm demeanor and slightly wistful eyes. Couldn't help but get a chill. For some reason, when it was clear that Lin Gu was smiling, he felt that the smile seemed incredibly cruel. Grass, what the hell kind of look is this Ringu? Muttering darkly, the youth looked around at the audience for a few moments before settling down. The camera pans out. Feng Yushiu's figure appeared above the screen once again. Tattoo parlor. Through the conversation between Lu Xuanqin and Xiahou Wu, the audience immediately learned that the owner of the tattoo pavilion was the #1 in the grappling world 3 years ago, Wang Zhe. In this scene, there was no direct footage of Feng Yushiu and Wang Zhe's sparring match. With a tense soundtrack, Wang Zhe's corpse appeared in front of the crowd. In front of his chest, there was a dart sticking out. That miserable death, coupled with the subsequent police autopsy, Chen Rosen used a side-by-side approach to show the audience the cruelty and insanity of Feng Yushiu. He used the supreme technique of grappling, the splitting tendon and bone hand, to torture Wang Zhe to death. In one misplaced scene, the process of Feng Yushiu and Wang Zhe's battle against each other is gradually revealed. The same great fight scenes, the same chillingly powerful action. Rinku has put a lot of effort into his action design. Almost every martial arts actor he played opposite was brought to the shoot by Rinku's hand. That ultimate viewing experience, the immersive sound of punches and kicks breaking through the air. All the viewers were immersed in the drama of the moment. The time of splitting of tendons. That look in Lin Gu's eyes that scorned everything, as if he took killing as a matter of course, caused many of the spectators to show a look of awe. Ringo has had more than one crew member get scared while filming. Several times in the cast, the physician accompanying the crew almost rushed to the rescue. The kind of extreme exaggeration and infectiousness that makes acting that would terrify crew members who know they are filming a movie, brought to the screen, naturally needs no introduction. Rinku's twisted look, wide eyes, and crazy eyes may have to leave a psychological shadow on many viewers. The camera pans again. Xiahou Wu followed Lu Xuanqin to the scene of the crime. Who knows? With a turn, Xiahou Wu surprisingly realized that Feng Yushiu was standing quietly not far away. There was a mocking look on his face. As if provoking. Xiahou Wu was completely enraged. A chase scene, officially. The chase scene shows footage between tall buildings, but most of it is actually synthesized by special effects. Letting the actors chase like that at high altitude, even if they could hang themselves, Chen Rosen wouldn't dare to take such a risk. But the scenes about Ringu are mostly true. It's not that he really pranced around between tall buildings, but when crossing some of them, he really showed a level of performance that rivaled that of a national long jumper. For example, at the end of the chase scene, Rinku jumped over between 2 tall buildings. This is an action that an unusual actor, even if he is hanging on to the pressure, I'm afraid it's impossible to get through at once. However, Lin Gu had a master-level martial arts skill on his side, and with little effort he directly jumped over a distance of almost 8 meters. While filming, Chen Rosen watched his jaw drop in shock. On screen, Donnie Yen plays Xiahou Wu with an indignant look on his face. But the truth is that it was edited in later. When the real thing was filmed, Donnie Yen was straight up scared out of his mind. He hadn't seen anyone jump that far. The world record for the long jump is just under 9 meters. Seeing this scene, the viewers are generally definitely fake, good guy, Feng Yushiu this is practicing toadstool kung fu, right haha and so on. How could they have known that it was Ing Ringujin who jumped? What followed was a series of slightly boring, demystifying processes. Xiahou Wu took the police to his senior sister and in turn found Feng Yushiu's original residence. Here, sometimes grayed out past shots show the viewer what Feng Yushiu practiced kung fu. When they saw Feng Yushiu touching the coarse grains of salt on his face, the audience showed a look of intolerance. And when they saw Feng Yushiu swinging his left leg with all his might and hammering it against the wall because he was limping on his left leg, all the viewers were acutely aware of one fact. Feng Yushiu is a complete martial arts nerd. In order to become the #1 in the world, he had gone to such lengths as to use this almost self-inflicted injury to hone himself. And now, his kung fu has come to fruition. The next step was to announce his return to the entire martial arts world through a series of bloody storms. The feeling of the rain is coming down, combined with the 2 previous murders. Straight away, it triggered a sense of anticipation in all the viewers.
The camera turns and turns.
In the conversation between Xiahou Wu and Lu Xuanxin,
The audience gradually got the full picture of what was going on.
eventually, they came to the store of Chen Boguang, the great master of the sword. However, through the conversation, Xiahou Wu and the others realized that they seemed to have found the wrong target.
And at this point,
Feng Yuxiu had arrived at Chen Boguang's disciple.
it was a theater group that was filming.
As soon as Feng Yuxiu first appeared, he directly took his sword and killed one person. Light and smokeless, it was a simple stab. However, it is precisely this attitude of not caring and not caring at all that is even more chilling. Feng Yuxiu's madness has made him completely careless about life. As long as he could become the number one in the world, he didn't care if more people died. It didn't even matter if he died himself. No madness, no life. This is the true mental state of Feng Yuxiu.
On screen,
Feng Yuxiu looked at the enemy across from him, his eyes calm and frantic, his voice indifferent and suppressed. You are the king of weapons in your generation, but you are disguised as a martial artist.
Who would have thought that theater kung fu wasn't a performance?
Feng Yuxiu, please teach me. Hearing these lines, Chen Rosen immediately looked odd.
Theater and kung fu, those two words together, isn't that Rinku?
He twitched the corners of his mouth several times during the shoot at this coincidence. Hearing it again now, Chen Rosen still felt a bit incredulous.
As Feng Yuxiu said,
who would have thought that Ringo's kung fu wasn't a performance, but damn real kung fu? Lin Gu, who was sitting next to Chao Ping, could not help but dryly cough.
Suddenly,
his cell phone dinged. Quietly taking it out and looking at it, a warm smile immediately appeared on Lin Gu's face.
It's you, Xiaoya.
She said that she had already bought her ticket and that she would be able to come here to Ringu tomorrow.
Chapter 66, Since the company is exploiting, let my uncle adopt Ringu. Yu Xiaoya's ticket to come was bought by Lin Gu.
Although $500 was quite a lot compared to Lin Gu's remaining savings of only $6,000, but spending it on Yu Xiaoya didn't hurt Lin Gu. This little girl deserves Ringu's help for her efforts. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to attend the premiere of One Man's Martial Arts today, Lin Gu would have wanted to go to Dangjia village to pick her up. But fortunately, the journey was direct, so Lin Gu wasn't that worried about Yu Xiaoya, who had been strong since childhood. Brother knows, keep in touch tomorrow, I'll pick you up when you get there, get some early rest today. Rinku returned a message and returned his gaze to the screen. This scene was just seen by Bai Binger, who was sitting behind him.
Moving forward, Bai Binger asked in a small voice. Ringu, do you have a sister? Although it is impolite to peek at someone else's cell phone screen, the location of Bai Binger is so coincidental that she can't even pretend not to see it.
Lin Gu froze slightly, then smiled and whispered.
Well, one of the students who donated that Hope Elementary School before.
She's coming to hang out with me tomorrow, and for the next movie, I'm going to cast her in a role.
Next movie?
Bai Binger froze, and then her face lost some of its color.
This is something that Rinku didn't talk to her about.
Bai Binger suddenly remembered the words that Lin Gu had said in the morning.
In the future, I will give you any suitable roles here.
She smiled to herself, thinking in her heart that Lin Gu was probably just being polite and courteous.
However,
didn't wait for her to finish feeling sorry for herself. Then he heard Lin Gu continue in a small voice.
There's a role in this movie that I can't find an actor for, would you be interested in helping me?
Bai Binger froze, looking at Rinku's side face that looked a little unreal in the hazy light. Bai Binger pursed her lips, feeling her vision blur a little.
He's not just being polite and courteous. He's really going to leave me with the right role. He even used the excuse, can you help me? Even though the present occasion was somewhat inappropriate, Bai Binger had the urge to kiss and hug Lin Gu. Well, reason eventually overpowered sentimentality.
She nodded slightly and came a little closer, whispering in Lin Gu's ear.
Good. Ringu, thank you.
Lin Gu shook his head and smiled bashfully. It's okay, when the time comes, if it's convenient for you, take care of Xiaoya for me more.
Bai Binger nodded without hesitation. What's taking care of Rinku's sister?
She can even take care of Rinku if he agrees.
Just because you don't succumb to power doesn't mean that Bai Binger won't succumb to gentleness. Ringu's excellence is a deadly poison to any woman who approaches him.
The two didn't speak again, returning their eyes to the screen.
At this point,
Feng Yuxiu and Hong Yi, played by Fan Huang, are engaged in an intense duel of weapons. Both use swords. The sword is the king of weapons.
It is more flexible and penetrating than a knife.
Like an assassin, it comes and goes without a trace and possesses a timeless elegance. And in Lin Gu's hands, the sword seemed to have a life of its own. Forward picks like snakes, swings like clouds, and stabs like electricity. In a cold light. Lin Gu's hand shape of holding the sword, the angle of the sword, the instantaneous transition between defense and attack, and so on, all kinds of details, had been done to the extreme. It could be said that this set of swordsmanship, even if it was placed among those ancient chivalrous warriors, was a superior swordsmanship. Sure. The viewers certainly don't get a good look at these fine details. They just think it's nice and exciting. Every time the longsword passed along the tip of Fan Huang's nose, the audience couldn't help but raise their hearts. And every time Lin Gu's indifferent gaze as he retracted his sword in defense, it added a point of cold-bloodedness to the duel. After a minute or so of dueling that rivaled a special effects blockbuster, Feng Yuxiu understood Hong Yi with a sword. Instead of a long sword, he used a paper cutter. It wasn't because Feng Yuxiu's long sword had fallen or broken. Rather, it was because Hong Yi's sword had been broken by him stepping on it, and Feng Yuxiu didn't want to use his strength to bully his weakness. This kind of condescension in the details is also a reflection of Feng Yuxiu's crazy thinking. Since we want to be the number one in the world, we must be the number one in the world in name only. Don't take even a tiny bit of advantage. And this battle between Feng Yuxiu with a paper cutter and Hong Yi with a 3-meter-long stick is beyond exciting. As the saying goes, an inch is as good as an inch. While filming, Fan Huang was a little worried about whether he would hurt Lin Gu with his long weapons. After all, when filming, especially when filming action and martial arts scenes, there are countless things that happen to actors who get injured because of their weapons. Fan Huang himself has been hurt in the corner of his eye by a baguette. However, Lin Gu had only spoken to Fan Huang at that time. Don't worry about attacking, use your full strength and don't hold back. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. At first, Fan Huang didn't believe Lin Gu's words. But after a few attempts, Fan Huang was shocked to realize that he really couldn't do anything about Lin Gu. That paper cutter, which was no more than 10 centimeters in length, was tougher and more flexible than a long sword in Lin Gu's hands. So, Fan Huang then also no longer stay hand. This classic fight scene was born. At least Fan Huang is also a well-known action movie star. In the juggling weapons, not to say there is no real skill, at least the flower frame must be good-looking. Plus Ringo told him to let go. If this cannot hit the beautiful action, then Fan Huang cannot eat martial arts this bowl of rice. And truthfully, even in this case, Lin Gu was still secretly guiding Fan Huang's movements through the brief contact between the paper cutter and the long stick. Almost every attack of Fan Huang was within Lin Gu's preconceptions. This made it so that Fan Huang had some moments where the long stick felt out of place, but the strikes came out beautifully. In a daze, this fight scene, so over again. It wasn't until the end of the shoot, when Donnie Yen said that he was almost completely guided by Lin Gu to fight so brilliantly, that Fan Huang completely understood what was going on. General. After a tense, thrill-pulling battle of arms, the blood-stained paper cutter fell to the floor. Feng Yuxiu feet deep and shallow, in the dim light, slowly toward the distance. That back, though it looked a little funny, not tall, and full of the meaning of loneliness. At this point it took all the audience's breath away. This crazy devil killed another one. The shot continued. Police soon found Hong Ye's body. In the dialogue of several of the actors, as well as in the reminiscence shots of Xia Huwu, the viewers finally realized that Xiaohu wanted to get out of jail so badly because he received a letter of war from Feng Yuxiu. And as things develop, a phone call ringing through the police station. Feng Yuxiu's voice, which had madness brewing in its calmness and didn't seem to be afraid of death at all, came out faintly. Prison won't hold you at all. If your favorite person dies, I promise you, you'll kill anyone you can. Feng Yuxiu had to kill his senior sister in order to be able to take on the most peaked Xiaohu. Seeing this scene, many of the spectators had a look of intolerance in their eyes. A girl winced and muttered to her best friend. Is this the same Rinku we know? This is crazy, isn't it? Her best friend looked at her breathlessly. Missy, this is a movie, Rinku is acting. The very sweet-looking girl beamed and whispered. I know, but he's acting too real too. The BFF nodded slightly and sighed. I also think Ringu's acting is so exaggerated and horrible. If Ringu saw these two girls, he might even have some vague impression. Because they were the same two girls who had previously taken the video of Rinku shopping for a cell phone, as well as the photo of him playing with his cell phone at Lanzhou Ramen. One is named Meng Yan, a sophomore at a nearby school. and the net name Xiao Yuan, sweet looking girl, real name is called Xiao Yuan. These two were both Lin Gu's little fans, and this time when a movie starring Lin Gu was released, they naturally wanted to grab premiere tickets. The girls had also noticed when Lin Gu had entered the movie theater earlier. When they met before, they didn't dare to go up and ask for autographs, but this time Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan decided to go and ask for them right after the premiere. Looking at Lin Gu, who was sitting in front of him on the left, still wearing that set of clothes that looked like they were all brand name, but they were actually all made up, Xiao Yuan felt a little bit emotional.
Xiaoyan, what do you think the real Rinku is like? How should I know? But, Missy, you should have access to him, right? Isn't your uncle a director? You can ask your uncle to call out Lin Gu to act in a movie.
At these words, Xiao Yuan's eyes brightened up.
Meng Yan called her Missy, of course there is an element of joking.
But it's also because her family is really very well off, even considered rich.
One of Xiao Yuan's uncles is a director, and an independent director who can afford his own costs. Meng Yan so reminded, Xiao Yuan suddenly sat down. Recalling what they had discussed earlier in the small group, Rinku's possible exploitation by the company. Circle couldn't hold it down any longer. I'll call my uncle as soon as we finish the movie.
Since Ringu is being exploited by the company, let him go to my uncle's place to act. Ringu obviously could not have imagined that there was such a rich loli among his fans.
But even if he knew that, he wouldn't react in any particular way. Ringo doesn't even think he's a recognized on the road star yet. The movie goes on. Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan were also quickly immersed in the drama. Pursuit, layout, scouting and counter-scouting. Waterway chase scene. Finally, Xiahou Wu and Feng Yishou began a head-to-head duel. Chapter 67, My Destiny is Not in Heaven. Acting to the madness of Lin Gu. Before Feng Yishou and Xiahou Wu officially faced off. There is a scene where Feng Yishou chooses to kill his senior sister in order for Xiahou Wu to fight him at his peak. In this scene, Lin Gu had completely portrayed Feng Yishou's madness. The feeling of facing a woman still fierce, a sword without mercy, and even smiled and said the words "you die, he will be stronger," so that many girls in the theater audience showed a look of fear. There's one thing to say, among the newcomers in the entertainment industry, Ling Yu is also considered a maverick class. So far, the best known, surprisingly, are the two criminal characters. Xin Xiaofeng, a highly intelligent criminal, and after the ups and downs of a twisted plot, Bright Heart of the Sun reveals Lin Gu's acting skills in all their splendor. A Feng Yishou, One Man's Martial Arts is a movie in which Ringa shows just how utterly insane he is. Many viewers were confused. With Ringu's handsome to the bone face, shouldn't the first thing known to people be a youth idol drama? It's always a challenge to take on difficult roles when you can obviously make a living with your face. It's a true iconoclast plus powerhouse. Rinku's fans grew so fast for that very reason. After all, male viewers can see the image of a tough guy with high intelligence and acting skills in Ringu. Female viewers can see that Rinku was really handsome. However, after the movie One Man's Martial Arts, it is expected that Ringu is going to lose some of his female fans. Some viewers will label Rinku with the image of madness as too deep. Who isn't afraid of a madman who has nothing but killing in his heart and doesn't take human life seriously? In a tense and exciting chase, Xiahou Wu knocked over the ashes of Feng Yishou's wife. From this moment on, Feng Yishou's mindset changed dramatically. If anything, the previous Feng Yishou wanted to take his wife with him and let her witness his ascent to the top. Then when his wife's ashes were knocked over, the only remaining trace of conscience in Feng Yishou's heart has also completely dissipated. Take a chestnut. In an earlier scene, Feng Yishou is in the theater, facing off against Hong Yi, played by Fan Huang. At that time, he killed a man with his hands and said to the others, "It's none of your business." On the surface, it seems that Feng Yishou at this time already does not care about the lives of innocent people, but when you think about it, in that case, Feng Yishou did not kill, already counted as mercy. If you put Feng Yishou, who had his ashes knocked over, at that time, more than one person might have died. Most likely, just to vent the pain in his heart, Feng Yishou would choose to go on a killing spree. That said, after this equally exciting water matchup, the truth of it all came out completely. The reason why Xiahou Wu was so anxious to get out of prison was because Feng Yishou had come to visit him once. That time, he threatened Xiahou Wu's senior sister with him. Therefore, Xiahou Wu had to conceal this matter, and he had to personally come out to protect his senior sister. After telling the police all of this, Xiahou Wu was also completely energized. As Feng Yishou said, "You'll be stronger with your senior sister dead."
At this time, Xiahou Wu did follow Feng Yishuo's heart.
Finally. Throughout the movie, it comes to the climactic showdown part. Z.
The vehicle braked sharply, and in the bright lights, Xiahou Wu's figure appeared. In the face of the speeding vehicle, Feng Yishuo did not even change his expression for a second. This scene is not a post-production, and while filming, Rinku did face a car going about 60 miles per hour and kept his face unchanged.
Because he's really not afraid.
With a master-level martial art at his side, even if the vehicle was only 10 centimeters away from him, Lin Gu would be able to dodge away in a flash of light. Unusual actors came to play this scene, or else they had to use a stunt double and then composite it in post-editing. Otherwise, it's going to be NG a number of times and the speed of the vehicle is going to drop.
Because, in the face of a speeding vehicle, even if the body can be controlled, there is no way to hide the change in the eyes.
I guess only a skilled changeling like Rinku can get through one line that smoothly.
Feng Yishuo's eyes were calm, his face was calm, and his entire person looked incomparably calm.
But in this calmness, there was a madness brewing that cannot be described in words. As if a madman ready to destroy the world, his hand hangs above the nuclear bomb button and he presses it without changing his face or hesitation.
Feng Yishuo didn't even care about his own life. You didn't run me over, so you must have been ready to duel me. It's too cheap to run you over, I'll beat you to death.
Good, both to divide the highs and the lows, and also to decide life and death. When Feng Yishuo said those 9 words word for word,
that mountainous feeling was pushed to the extreme.
Every audience member in the theater subconsciously held their breath and clenched their fists.
Most of them are action movie lovers.
And there's no doubt that the next ultimate bout is sure to be a feast for the eyes. The two men stood face to face, clasped fists, and stared at each other. Both Feng Yishuo and Xiahou Wu were ready to die.
As was Rinku's mental state at the time of filming.
If the previous Feng Yishuo still carried a hint of caution and cherished his life a little bit, the current him had completely let go.
Raw, that's the best in the world.
Death, then all is lost.
Before he fought against Xiahou Wu, Feng Yishuo actually didn't want to die because if he couldn't fight against the previous number 1 in the world before he died, then he couldn't die in peace. But now, it's all been worth it already. Even if he dies, then he will die a good death. Vehicle traffic on the highway. Ringo and Yen Tan lock eyes in a scene that sees Chen Rosen give both of them a minute-long eye scene.
The change of emotions in Donnie Yen's eyes is from anger to fighting spirit to purity. At the end of the day, he's a martial artist. Put aside Feng Yishuo's madness and the fact that he had hurt his senior sister.
Xiahou Wu admired Feng Yishuo's obsession.
Therefore, in this most critical stage of the duel, Xiahou Wu has also temporarily put down the hatred, anger, and other emotions. All the attention are focused on the pure. All of his attention was focused on the word pure. The change of emotions in Ringu's eyes, on the other hand, was even more simple and direct.
Throughout, his fighting spirit was rising wildly.
From fighting spirit to burning spirit to no regard for life and death.
The process is silky smooth and calm.
In the audience's feeling, it is clear that the camera did not change much, but in the background music in the eye scene between Lin Gu and Yen Tan, it feels that the atmosphere is getting more and more stagnant.
Finally,
they struck out.
Punching. Stick to blood.
Donnie Yen was in a daze the whole time this scene was being filmed. But that didn't take away from his grim look, his stern eyes. The intensity of the battle between the two is comparable to a special effects blockbuster. As the wounds on his body and face increased, that bloody and stark feeling of a peak showdown between martial arts masters gradually permeated. On a highway in a modern setting, two martial artists dressed in modern clothes, but using the most primitive kung fu in a life and death duel. At this moment, the ideas that Chen Rosen wanted to express in this movie were also perfectly displayed.
Kung fu, is it a killing technique or a defense technique?
When Xiahou Wu's long stick came off, Feng Yishuo chose to return it to him as a sign of his respect for the duel.
The hesitation in Feng Yishuo's eyes when he was knocked to the ground and Xiahou Wu had the chance to kill him with a single blow illustrated the notion that Xiahou Wu upholds.
In the end, Feng Yishuo was suppressed by Xiahou Wu in terms of kung fu. Feng Yishuo knelt on one knee and clasped his hands above his head. His voice full of excitement, madness, and smoothness followed.
The way you are now is the Xiahou Wu I was expecting. Come. Kill me. And you win.
All the spectators could see that Feng Yishuo was not using a trick to show his enemy's weakness. Rather, he was literally begging for death. In the mind of this crazy martial arts idiot, if he could not become the number 1 in the world, then the only place he could go was to die at the hands of the number 1 in the world. But Xiahou Wu hesitated and hesitated. That's why that next great showdown was a textbook example of body language. On the highway where cars were coming and going, Feng Yishio was lying on the highway like a strange walking species, staring at Xiahou Wu with a deadly stare. At this moment, it was as if he was not a human being, but a wild beast. He showed his utter madness with the most primitive of movements. You die, or I die. Today, we must decide life and death. That body language of slowly crawling forward made all the audience in the theater subconsciously stare. Ringo doesn't even look like a rookie actor, much less one handsome enough to be an iconoclast. Fingers snapping to the ground and looking insane, he showed his desire to fight with reckless abandon, using the most exaggerated movements. Finally, Xiahou Wu is knocked unconscious by a vehicle and Feng Yishio drags him to the side of the road. Here, Chen Rosen uses a forceful first-person camera to substitute the audience all the way into Xiahou Wu's point of view. In the elevated view, Ringo's swollen face, blood-stained eyes, dripping blood and sweat. The kind of oppressive force that hits you in the face. Xiahou Wu, you have indeed not let me down. Of all the opponents I've met, you're the strongest. But Kung Fu was a killing technique. Feng Yishio hissed for emphasis. Kung Fu, it's a killing technique. If you don't beat me to death, I'll beat you to death. Puffy camera flashes later. Xiahou Wu opened his eyes, Feng Yishio lay beside him, his eyes wide, already lost his life. The curtain has officially come down on this summit match. Lu Xuanxin's final arrival ended Feng Yishio's sinful life with a bullet. It also symbolizes that the concept of martial arts has become a thing of the past. That feeling of despondency was displayed in Feng Yishio's deathly dying eyes, and in his movements like a dead dog lying on the highway. In the end, Feng Yishio didn't kill or be killed by the first in the world. He died of a bullet. In a later filler scene, when Feng Yishio faces a gun but rushes through it with sad eyes, everyone seemed to have heard the words within Feng Yishio's heart. When I die, the martial arts will fall away. But I'd rather die than be captive in a prison like a monkey. My destiny is mine, not God's. Movie, Curtain Call. Chapter 68, Ringo, I'm so damn not a criminal. The lights came on slowly after the movie dropped. All the viewers, however, are still immersed in the world of one man's martial arts. The concept of martial arts, the earliest origin of where has no way to prove, and make its development, naturally, Jin Yong, Gulong and other ancient gods. In the modern era, however, the concept has come very close to being fictionalized. Many young people don't even think Kung Fu really exists in this world anymore. The movie One Man's Martial Arts vividly depicts this martial arts despondency. Kung Fu is dead. Recalling that look in Feng Yishio's eyes after his death, some viewers couldn't help but think deeply. Kung Fu, is it really going away? And that kind of thinking is the idea that Chen Rosen wants to convey to the audience. All in all, the premiere of One Man's Martial Arts ended perfectly. The plot of this movie doesn't have anything worth digging deeper into, and the best parts are the fight scenes between Ringo, Donnie Yen, and the others. Arguably, the fight scenes in One Man's Martial Arts are some of the best, most realistic fight scenes in the history of cinema. After all, with an alien like Ringo who knows real Kung Fu as an action director. That's an advantage no other movie has. With a sense of satisfaction, the audience left the stage in turn. The main actors, including Lin Gu, Chen Rosen, Donnie Yen, and Fan Huan, all came to the stage to be interviewed by the media. A female reporter with a ponytail stood up and asked a question with a smile. Director Chen, this is the third action movie you've made. May I ask what you think is the biggest difference between this movie and the first two? Chen Rosen took the microphone, pondered for a moment, and smiled. The biggest difference, I think, would be the extra Ringu. You all should not know that Lin Gu is an actor with real Kung Fu. With him as the action director, the action scenes inside One Man's Martial Arts are so real and good-looking. On behalf of the cast and crew of One Man's Martial Arts, I would like to express my gratitude to Lin Gu for his dedication. Until Chen Rosen brought it up. It took the crowd a moment to remember that at the very beginning of the movie, a caption seemed to flash past. Action director, Rinku. Is Rinku even still a martial artist? The female reporter asked in amazement. Director Chen, do you mean that all the martial arts moves in this movie were designed by Mr. Lin Gu? Chen Rosen nodded without hesitation. That's right. Rinku is the best action director I've ever seen, and of course, that's because Rinku does have the real Kung Fu in him, which no one else can match. Although Chen Rosen mentioned twice that Lin Gu has real Kung Fu, the media at the scene obviously didn't pay much attention to it.
It's the 21st century. What's with the real kung fu?
Acting is acting, even if Chen Rosen said so, the reporters think he is just playing a gimmick.
Then the next reporter asked a question.
I'm a reporter from So-and-So Entertainment, and I'd like to ask Mr. Rinku about the 2 starring movies you filmed so far, playing criminal-type roles.
Does this mean anything special to you? The corner of Ringu's mouth twitched. What special meaning could that have? It can't be that he's playing a criminal because he genuinely enjoys crime, can it?
After thinking about it, Lingu took the microphone and smiled back bashfully. There's no special meaning, it's just because only Director Chen and Director Chow are willing to give me this opportunity. But with my 3rd movie, I'm halfway through filming, so you can look forward to my next movie. The moment Lin Gu's words fell, all the reporters' eyes brightened. After all, both movies starring Ringo look like they're on track to be big hits. Blazing Sun Bright here in the May 1st file, directly pressing the non-honest 2 fight, the Feng Xiaojiang are playing autistic. One Nan's Wulin, moreover, basically monopolizes the June 1st slot.
This movie is only in theaters, and Ringo's 3rd movie is already halfway through filming? Some reporters with a sensitive sense of smell already had a feeling that this news might shake the entertainment industry when it got out. No.
Now the movie industry of the Dragon Kingdom is not the world box office of the latter days. The basic resources, human and material resources and other upstream resources are there, and there are only so many big productions that can be supported every year.
In other words, a lot of the capital that is now familiar to latter-day years hasn't even made an entrance yet.
Unusual actors, even those at the level of movie stars and actresses, make at most 2 to 3 productions a year.
It's not always guaranteed to catch fire. And Rinku? From the beginning of the filming of Blazing Hearts to the present. It's only been 3 months or so, right?
In about 3 months, 2 big hits have been made and a 3rd is about to be released.
Isn't that a little too much efficiency for making a movie?
That reporter seized the first opportunity and hurriedly continued his question.
Mr. Lin Gu, would it be convenient to reveal what kind of subject matter your next movie will be about? And what kind of role did you play in it?
This reporter seemed to be afraid that the information he had dug out was not raw enough, and followed up with another question.
May I ask, is it still a portrayal of a criminal, as in Blazing Sun and One Man's Martial Arts?
Ringa just wanted to shake his head, but suddenly froze.
Doesn't Benefactor Louis count as a criminal in I Am Not a Drug God?
In a sense, he can be regarded as Chang Yong's accomplice in the matter of selling fake drugs. Not only him, but Siwei, Yellow Hair, and the old priest were all accomplices.
Think of it this way. Does he really seem to be playing a criminal again?
The corners of Lin Gu's mouth involuntarily twitched a few times, and he dryly coughed twice, saying,
It's not convenient to disclose the specific information. However, I can answer your last question.
I play, indeed, a character similar to the perpetrator in the 3rd movie. This statement was made.
The scene was in an uproar. The way some of the female reporters were looking at Lin Gu was a bit off.
In the entertainment industry, there are those who specialize in playing bad guys, those who specialize in playing good guys, those who specialize in playing rich guys, and even those who specialize in playing mistresses.
But I've never heard of anyone specializing in criminals.
Criminals, in most movies and TV shows, are a very hated image.
Such an image is a big blow to the actor's popularity.
The average viewer may like a movie because of its great protagonist, but it is unlikely that the audience will like an actor because of the brutality and bloodshed of the criminals he plays.
Rinku has been in 3 ING criminals in a row.
You'd have to say that Rinku doesn't have some special fetish here and there. That reporter obviously didn't expect Lin Gu to come back to her like this either, and for a while they all froze in place. Another reporter took the opportunity to stand up and ask an excited question.
Mr. Rinku, then may I ask if you will continue on the path of criminal in the future? Have you ever considered going in another direction? Ringo toned a bit clammed up. What do you mean, will you continue to be a criminal?
Why does it sound so strange? His face twitched a bit, and Ringo returned in a good-natured manner. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not really interested in the criminal path, so I hope there's no misunderstanding.
As for moving in other directions,
as an actor, of course I want to be well-rounded, but it's still up to chance, I guess.
Though in One Man's Martial Arts, Rinku also stars.
But in this kind of press conference after the premiere, it's still naturally a bit bizarre that his light completely overpowers the other actors and even overpowers Chen Rosen.
But
whether it was Chen Rosen or Zhen Dan, they didn't have any objections to the situation. One was because Ringu's acting skills were worthy of these reporters paying such attention to him. The other is that they do want to give Ringu the chance to become famous and burst into flames. As Rosenchen just said, almost everyone in one man's martial arts has Ringu to thank for that. Donnie Yen's action scenes are basically Ringu leading the fight. Fan Huang's action scenes are also led by Lin Gu. Without Ringu, the movie One Man's Martial Arts would never have been as accomplished as it was. In this case, even if the reporter questioned them, they would steer the topic towards Ringu. Letting all the limelight go to Ringu happens to be what they genuinely think. After asking a few questions, Lin Gu took the initiative to return the power of speech to Chen Rosen and the others. He's just taking this opportunity to sidestep the promotion of I am not a drug god, but it would be a bit rude to keep holding the microphone. When others gave face, Lin Gu naturally wouldn't give an inch. More than half an hour later. End of press conference. You can tell by the beaming faces of a bunch of journalists that this was a good one. Other than that, just digging up the point that Ringu has an upcoming movie in theaters is enough to pile up the entertainment headlines these days. After all, Lin Gu is now a big star with millions of fans. His message is a traffic sucker. After the premiere of One Man's Martial Arts, Lin Gu did not follow Chen Rosen to continue running other roadshows. One is because he is also now the assistant director of I Am Not a Drug God. Even if Louis' beneficiary storyline is basically killed off, Lin Gu will have to take the responsibility of directing the rest of the cast. For another, he's getting ready for infernal affairs. After the press conference, a man came to Ringu and shook his hand with a smile. Mr. Ringu, I'm Huang Hao who just sat next to you, an independent film critic. Look, when is a convenient time for me to do an interview with you? It was only when Huang Hao mentioned it that Lin Gu remembered this matter. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled back. Right now. Okay, Mr. Ringu, this way please. Looking at the distant back of Lin Gu and Huang Hao, Bai Binger silently retracted her gaze. She still wanted to take advantage of Yu Xiaoya's opportunity to have dinner with Lin Gu. Now it doesn't look as if there's much hope. And outside this theater, a group of Lin Gu's fans were waiting in a tight line for Lin Gu to come out from inside. Among them were Meng Yan and Xia Yuan. Chapter 69, the director who adopted Ringu is here. Little fan fulfills his dream. After waiting for a while, there was no sign of Ringu. Meng Yan said suspiciously. Why isn't it out yet? Xiao Yuan shook his head and said. There's probably something going on. Just wait, my uncle hasn't arrived yet anyway. Just now. Xiao Yuan has called her uncle. On the phone, she added to the story that Ringu was being exploited by the company, couldn't even afford a cell phone, and wore a patchwork Yuletide suit all day. Finally, requesting her uncle to come here and meet with Ringu. The independent director named Xiaofeng, naturally, would not let down the girl child who was the only one in his family, and immediately agreed to come over. Of course. It was also because of Lin Gu's reputation that Xiaofeng had heard of him long ago. As early as after the release of Blazing Sun, Xiaofeng had wanted to contact Lin Gu and ask him to act in his next movie. Now, it so happened that he could use his niece as an opportunity to come and meet Lin Gu. Xiaofeng was also happy to see it. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Meng Yan nodded her head while smiling wryly. Xiao Yuan, do you think you can get us an autographed picture of Lin Gu when your uncle comes later? Celebrity autographs aren't that much harder to come by. Grab yourself a book and just squeeze in at the front of the line and you'll usually get a chance to get an autograph from a celebrity. But signed photos are a different story. It's fine if it's a personal one of the star, but if it's a group photo plus autograph, it's not something you can normally get. Meng Yan is obviously talking about the photo of them with Lin Gu plus the autographs. Xiao Yuan lifted his chin and returned rather smugly. That's certainly possible. My uncle promised me that he'd let Ringu audition for the lead role in his next movie. How can we say that we both have a little credit for this opportunity? It's not so bad that Ringu won't even give us an autographed group photo. After thinking about it, Xiao Yuan had a milky fierce look on his face. If he doesn't, then I'll get my uncle to give me a small role as well, and then I'll go straight to play opposite Ringu. Next to her, Meng Yan smacked her lips enviously. The big lady of the mansion is just capricious. Unusual actor begs for a lead role, says give it out. The two men continued to wait it out. And at that moment, Lin Gu was in a small room with Huang Hao, doing his first exclusive interview. Setting up the camera position, Huang Hao smiled. Mr. Ringu, so let's get started. Well, here goes. This isn't a movie, and Ringu's masterful prowess can't be used. Facing the camera and another stranger's interview, Ringu inexplicably felt there was still some tension.
Mr. Lin Gu, Director Chen Rosen just said that you designed all the martial arts moves in one man's martial arts. May I ask how you designed so many wonderful moves? According to outside knowledge, you don't seem to be from any martial arts family. Martial arts directors and action directors in the entertainment industry either come from a martial arts lineage or a martial arts family. Trying to devise all those great martial arts moves out of thin air without some foundation is pure bull. Lin Gu thought about it and returned. Just now Director Chen has actually answered this question. I, personally, do know a little bit of Kung Fu. As for where this Kung Fu comes from, it involves some of my personal privacy. Hearing Lin Gu's reply, Huang Hao froze, and then his face became brilliant. Rosen Chan said it, and it could still be hype and a gimmick. But Ringu himself said it, can it still be false? Not to mention it's not a public interview, it's an exclusive interview. Ringu doesn't have to talk nonsense at a time like this. Could it be that he really does have Kung Fu? Mr. Ringu, what you're talking about? Is it like the kind of martial arts that Feng Yuxiu mastered in one man's martial arts? Lin Gu nodded slightly. He had nothing to hide about knowing Kung Fu. It's not a crime to know Kung Fu. The word gets out and he might even get some resources for action movies. There is no harm in 100 things. Showbiz is never afraid of how much you know, it's afraid you don't know anything. Ringu has shown enough skills to outsiders, like singing, acting, scripting. Adding another one who knows Kung Fu isn't a big deal. Seeing the action of Lin Gu nodding his head, Huang Hao instantly clammed up. It even felt a touch magical. Just like the line in One Man's Martial Arts where Lu Xuanxin asks Xiahou Wu, are there really people like that anymore? After hesitating for a few seconds, Huang Hao couldn't help but ask. That, Ringu-sensei, can you show me? Ringu was dumbfounded. How's this for a demo? After a pause, he explained blandly. In fact, Kung Fu, or martial arts, is not as subtle as everyone thinks. It's just that you can control your body better, know more techniques of power generation, know some basic sets of sparring and so on. If there were bandits around right now, I might even be able to show you how it's done. Ha ha. Huang Hao was sweating a bit, he was also surprised by Lin Gu's words before he subconsciously made such a request. Smiling, Huang Hao said. I'm sorry, Mr. Ringu, so let's move on to the next question. This is an exclusive interview in which Huang Hao asks a lot of questions. Ringu didn't mince words, didn't hide anything, said what he could. An exclusive interview like this is usually a win-win situation. Ringu can use Huang Hao's resources and channels to expand his fanbase. And Huang Hao can use the fame of Lin Gu to gain some financial benefits. Of course, generally speaking, if you want to ask for such an exclusive interview, you need to find a relationship. Huang Hao was only able to seize this opportunity because Ringu didn't care much about it. Almost 20 minutes later, Huang Hao and Lin Gu parted in front of the door of the room. Looking at Lin Gu's distant back, Huang Hao was a little emotional. In his private interactions, he could clearly feel that Lin Gu was a very polite person, without the slightest shelf, and talked with a lot of substance. In the entertainment industry, such young actors with both acting skills and manners are not very common. I can't let Mr. Ringu down. Huang Hao was determined to edit a hit video. And at this point, outside the theater, there are few fans left waiting for Ringu. After all, everyone had something to do, and when Lin Gu didn't come out for more than half an hour, they naturally dispersed. Still sticking around to wait, besides Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan, there were only a few college student-looking young people left. Beside Xiao Yuan, there was standing a middle-aged man with glasses and a courteous manner. This person is none other than Xiao Fenghua, an independent director who is still well known in the circle. Xiao Fenghua hasn't made too many movies, and he's famous not because of the movies, but because he dares to spend money. With the Xiao family as a backing, Xiao Fenghua shooting movies simply do not need other people to invest, the theater even have a part of their own family. Of course, Xiao Fenghua is not a brainless spreading money. None of the movies he made much money, but they were the kind that dealt with family values. It can be said that this is a really like making movies, really want to put some positive energy, traditional culture in the form of film archive idealist. There are quite a few idealists, but not many rich idealists. Looked at his watch. Xiao Fenghua laughed. Xiao Yuan, otherwise, I'd better call Director Chen. I don't know how long I'll have to wait here. Xiao Yuan pouted. No. In that case, Ringu won't be able to feel our sincerity. I want to meet Ringu as a fan.
Xiaofeng also cried and laughed a little at his little niece's strange insistence. However, since she had said so, Xiaofeng naturally had no need to persuade. Anyway, as long as we meet Lin Gu and have a chat, we can naturally bring Chen Rosen, Xiaoping, and the rest of them in. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, Xiaofeng and Chen Rosen, Xiaoping and others were not quite familiar, but naturally they still knew each other.
Suddenly,
the few college students screamed and surged straight toward the door. Xiao Yuan stood on her tiptoes to take a look, and her complexion instantly became excited.
"Uncle, Ringu is out. Come on, let's go over there too." Calling on Meng Yan, the three of them walked over towards Lin Gu.
Ringu was also taken aback by the stance at the door.
All these people, are they his fans? Still, Ringu, up until now, has not prepared himself to be recognized and asked for autographs and photos when he walks down the street.
In his mind, he is just an actor who is struggling to fulfill his movie star mission.
Rinku, sign me up. Can I take a picture with you? I want an autograph too. Rinku, I like you so much.
Listening to the enthusiastic voices of the fans, a smile appeared on Lin Gu's face. He didn't refuse, but instead, he earnestly signed the autographs of each and every one of his fans.
Not many anyway.
And after all the other fans had dispersed contentedly, he saw Meng Yan, Xiao Yuan, and Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng walked over, stretched out his right hand, and cheerfully said,
"Hello Lin Gu, my name is Xiaofeng, I'm a director in the circle." Xiaofeng?
Lin Gu was slightly stunned.
Not to mention, it was a name he really knew.
At the beginning of his travels, Lin Gu had roughly browsed through the various information on this world's entertainment industry. Among them, information about famous directors and famous actors was naturally what Lin Gu was most concerned about. In here, Xiaofeng's name had caught Lin Gu's attention. He even thought about the possibility of working with Xiaofeng in the future if he had the chance. After all, a special director with money and ideals like him is rare in the entertainment industry. Lin Gu extended his hand and shook Xiaofeng's.
Doubt ensued. "Director Xiao, I've heard of your name. You are looking for me, what is the matter?" Xiaofeng smiled and stepped aside, revealing Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan.
"No, my niece is a fan of yours, and insisted that I come over to calm her down, wanting to get an autographed picture with you."
Chapter 70, Sorry, I haven't been a star for long, I'm not skilled in the business. Nice guy. In his previous life, Ringu had heard something similar. The children of certain celebrity families are fans of other stars, and so, in order to help their own sons and daughters follow their stars, those stars take it upon themselves to do the same. Eason, for example, has a daughter who is a fan of Quinn. Eason even said this when he was interviewed once. And, in a very understated and subtle way. "I'm not as hot as they are, but my status is higher than theirs. I didn't realize that something like this would happen to me today." Looking at the two young girls standing behind Xiaofeng in pavilion, a gentle smile appeared on Lin Gu's face. "I'm honored to be liked by you. There's one thing to be said for facing Ringu's smile head-on, it's a challenge to the heart for any woman." Not to mention, Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan were both Lin Gu's little fans. At this moment, if they were in a comic, the two young girls must have already had pink peach hearts in their eyes. Seeing Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan motionless and dumbfounded, they looked at themselves. Rinku was also a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and coughed dryly. "Why don't I give you guys an autograph?" "Sorry, I haven't been a star for long, I'm not very skilled in this business." This statement was made. Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan suddenly snorted out a laugh in unison. "Ringu, I didn't realize you were so private. Well, such a cute person." Xiao Yuan, after all, had parents around and was a bit bolder. Looking at Lin Gu, she teased. "What a coincidence, it's my first time being a fan too and I don't have much experience in this area." Ringu was a bit clammed up at the moment. Xiaofeng stood out and cheerfully said, "Rinku, why don't you and the two of them each take a picture together and sign it on the side? It's not too much to ask that I give you a leading man color and an autographed group photo when my niece has moved me out of the house, is it?" Ringu was dumbfounded. There's one way to say it, and if the conditions are right, then no matter what kind of fan comes, he'll agree to give an autographed photo. After all, he doesn't know just how large a fan base he has yet. This little girl in front of her, she even moved Xiaofeng out in order to ask for an autographed group photo, and even wanted to exchange it for a male lead role? Such an outrageous offer, if other actors knew about it, I'm afraid they'd be pissed off on the spot with a brain bruise. The word is out. How could Rinku not agree?
However, it seems like the only condition for a group photo is now. Using Xiao Yuan's and Meng Yan's cell phones, they each took 2 group photos.
Ringu laughed. When you guys wash it out, just come straight to me for an autograph.
Meng Yan also realized that in private, Lingu didn't have the slightest bit of a star's stance.
It's no different than the big brother next door.
So, she got bold.
So can we add your wiki? Otherwise, there's no way to find you either. Meng Yan winked quaintly towards Lingu. Ringo smiled helplessly and took out his cell phone.
See this in his own eyes, Lingu and the clerk around several rounds before buying the phone.
Meng Yan suddenly some heartache again.
She nudged Xiao Yuan and nudged toward the phone.
Meaning, look at how Ringu are being exploited by the company. Xiao Yuan understood and hugged Xiaofeng's arm while smiling sweetly. Uncle, what kind of protagonist will you have in your next movie? Don't let Lingu audition, just let him act, okay?
In the face of his niece's pampering, Xiaofeng was also somewhat helpless.
He looked at Lingu and laughed. Ringu, what do you think?
I've recently been preparing a movie on the subject of martial arts, with the main character being Zulong Zhang, who hadn't yet claimed the title of emperor during the Warring States period.
Are you interested?
Xiaofeng is also considered to be borrowing the slope to get off the donkey.
After all, Lingu's reputation was kind of spreading in the entertainment industry.
Other than that, speaking of acting skills alone, there are very few in the younger generation that can be compared to Rinku.
Such a gifted actor with an iconic face. With Xiaofeng's knowledge of the entertainment industry,
it was only a matter of time before Ringu became a superstar and movie star. Giving the lead role to a future movie star is not a loss for Xiaofeng no matter how you look at it.
And if it's not such an occasion, trying to get Ringu to be the star of his play, that might take some work. After all, there was still Huai standing behind Lingu, listening to Xiaofeng. Ringu mused for a moment.
How could he not guess that Xiaofeng was taking advantage of the situation? Although Ringu hadn't yet realized how large his fanbase was, he knew that Blazing Sun Bright Heart and One Man's Martial Arts would surely catch fire. Next up, there's I'm Not a Drug God and Infernal Affairs. It could be said that with each movie, Lingu's value would rise by an unknown number of times. If it is to make money, then Lingu's best choice now is naturally to perfume Xiaofeng for a few sentences first. Waiting for One Man's Martial Arts to come out at the box office, then waiting for I Am Not a Drug God to come out at the box office. At that time, if you want to hire Lingu to make a movie, the initiative of bargaining may not be with Xiaofeng.
But
Lingu had known Xiaofeng as a person.
He has never made movies towards making money. For example, there was a movie made earlier called Firestarter about firefighters.
Another example is that he made a movie called Invisible Wings about a disabled girl who eventually succeeds in embarking on an acting career through relentless hard work. Xiaofeng makes movies that contain positive energy, family, and national feelings. Needless to say, Ringu has a natural affinity for such directors. This good feeling comes from the fact that Ringu is also such a character.
It's evident in many places.
For example, after Lingu crossed over, he was bound to the Charity Movie King system. The system, however, required him to put 99% of the money he earned into charity. Putting it on other people, I am afraid that even if they have no choice but to accept it, they will still complain about it.
But here in Ringu,
from the beginning, he thought there was nothing wrong with being charitable. Apart from the fact that when he was a bit reluctant to even buy a plane ticket, Lingu would secretly curse the dog system a few times.
Ringu doesn't have any hesitation or heartache when it comes to charity.
At a later stage, he even took the initiative to move most of the money from the portion of the system left to him and donated it together to Project Hope.
It's still the same.
Ringu is not a saintly mother, he just wants to make the places within his sight a little bit better and happier as far as he can.
Another example.
Lingu's comfort to Bai Binger, his careful care for Xiuya, and his equal care for the group actors. All of this was because Ringu's character had the kindness that was buried deep in the marrow of the bones of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Even after having crossed over and become a star, Ringu still can't help but feel a sour heat in his eyes when he occasionally swipes through Weibo and teases the sound and sees videos that have a small hint of kindness in their ordinariness. And Xiaofeng, undoubtedly, is one such person. The subjects of the movies he made were never there to make money. Rather, it is to promote family sentiment, to promote positive energy, and to record those ordinary but great little things. This kind of character was the reason why Lingu had a natural favorable impression of Xiaofeng. Therefore, after musing, Lingu smiled and nodded. Director Xiao, there is nothing wrong with me here, but I still have a contract with Huayi now after all. For the cooperation, you can just contact Huayi and Director Chao's side directly.
I'll let Director Chao know.
Such an attitude almost already meant that Lingu had agreed to this matter. After all, for Huayi, Lingu just by Chao Ping is attached to an actor only.
As long as he can generate revenue for the company, wouldn't it be the same to shoot anywhere?
As for the price, as long as it's not too outrageous, big companies like Huayi usually don't make much of it.
As for Chao Ping, it's even better. Could Chao Ping still say no to Lingu's request? Xiaofeng obviously heard it too. He laughed out loud and gently patted Ringu's shoulder. Lingu, young and talented
Then this matter, it's settled.
The official opening time may have to be after August. I Xiaofeng behind no capital, so everything has to be personally. I hope you more take care of
Lingu shook his head and laughed.
That's okay, it just so happens that I have another movie in the works right now. Well, I should say 2 more movies in the works. By the time we're done filming, it should be August.
Xiaofeng was surprised when he heard this.
Oh? You're shooting right now, are there 2 movies? Is it convenient for the party to say a little bit, what are the subjects? When facing the media, of course, Rinku wouldn't just divulge it.
However, when communicating with Xiaofeng, naturally there is no question of leakage. One is I Am Not the God of Medicine by Director Chao, a realistic movie. The other one, a movie led by the Liking Public Security Directorate, I plan to be the director myself. This statement was made.
Xiaofeng was stunned.
It's not surprising to see another movie following Chao Ping.
But how many movies has Rinku starred in total? So you're ready to be a director? And it's with an official organization like the Lycée General Directorate of Public Security? This guy, isn't he taking a little too big a step? After a few seconds of silence, Xiaofeng said in a deep voice.
Ringu, there are both benefits and risks in cooperating with official projects, so you have to think it over.
If there's anything you need help with, you can come to me. Ringu smiled and nodded. Then, thoughtfully, rambled on.
With Director Chao as my assistant director, there shouldn't be anything too wrong.
Don't worry, Director Xiao. The words had just fallen. Xiaofeng then completely dumbfounded. What did Rinku just say? Chao Ping. To be an assistant director for him?
Chapter 71, Solve the Case. Lingu is not poor, is afraid of being arrested and dare not spend. Xiaofeng and Chao Ping were not too familiar, at best a nodding acquaintance. But even if he wasn't familiar with it, he knew that Chao Ping was a big director.
In the entertainment industry, directors have a lot of say.
There are a lot of good scripts out there, but not many great directors who can make good scripts into good movies and bring them to the screen. Counting the last decade or so, there are only so many that have made a name for themselves.
Chao Ping is considered to be one of the bright ones. And Lingu actually said that Chao Ping was going to be his assistant director in his next movie? Isn't this a ing joke?
Why did Chao Ping degrade himself so much?
Ringu, you're not kidding, are you? Chao Ping. Give you an assistant director?
Xiaofeng knew that he was a bit impolite for saying that. But the news was so outrageous that he asked subconsciously.
Ringu nodded in disbelief. What's the problem? Xiaofeng's mouth twitched a few times. This is more than a problem, this is a big ing problem.
At the end of the day, Rinku is a rising star who has starred in 2 or 3 movies. Chao Ping is a famous director who has directed many works. That movie, Infernal Affairs, would have been Lingu's first directorial effort, and in this case, Chao Ping's choice to give Lingu the role of assistant director was simply degrading himself. In other words, this was Chao Ping taking his own reputation in exchange for Lingu's. Apart from the fact that Lingu is Chao Ping's illegitimate son, Xiaofeng can't think of any reason that would make Chao Ping do this. However, Xiaofeng also knew that this possibility was basically zero. That means that Chao Ping really thinks that Lingu has the ability to direct a production? Or maybe, Lingu was kind to Chao Ping and wanted to repay him through this work? After pondering for several seconds, Xiaofeng shook his head with a bitter smile. There's nothing wrong. I just didn't expect that a big director like Director Chao would willingly work as an assistant director for someone else. After a pause, he continued with emotion. I have always wanted to find a capable and experienced assistant director to help me, but nothing famous, indeed not enough ability, well-known director, who will not degrade themselves.
Ringu, you're lucky to have Director Chow's help. Ringu laughed and didn't continue the conversation on this issue.
After agreeing to give the script to Lin Gu after a while, Xiaofeng took Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan to say goodbye.
On the way back, Xiao Yuan asked curiously,
"Uncle, why were you so surprised when Director Chow gave Lin Gu the role of assistant director?"
Xiaofeng cheerfully explained. If you were a director who had already made a name for himself, would you still choose to eat back?
The assistant director, to put it nicely, is also a director, but in reality, it's just responsible for the transactional work in the crew, and has little say at all.
Showbiz is a row of fast lanes where backtracking is frowned upon.
After Chao Ping does this, it's likely that the outside world will think that he no longer has the ability to direct works on his own, which will be a big blow to his future development. I don't know what kind of charm Lin Gu has to make Chao Ping help him so much.
Hearing Xiaofeng's words, Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Meng Yan spoke in a small voice. In one man's martial arts, it looks like Rinku was the action director in addition to being the lead actor. As a loyal little fan of Lin Gu, Meng Yan watched the movie very carefully.
The subtitle, which almost flashed by, was captured by her. Hearing this, Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows.
Oh? Action director? That is, all the martial arts scenes in one man's martial arts were designed and directed by Lin Gu? Meng Yan nodded slightly. A contemplative expression suddenly appeared on Xiaofeng's face. Halftime.
He took out his phone and dialed someone named Li Feng.
Hey, Li Feng, it's me, Old Shaw.
Well. Yeah, that script of yours, I'm sure it's shot.
That's right, it's still an independent shoot, not pulling investment.
Hee, I didn't settle on it before because I thought it was really hard to find a suitable person to play Emperor Qin in his youth, but now, it seems I've found a genius.
Aha, well then, we'll talk more about it in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Xiaofeng rubbed Xiao Yuan's head and laughed. As you wish.
The next movie, I'm preparing from now on.
For the lead role, leave it to Rinku. After seeing off Xiaofeng,
Rinku then slowly made his way back to his little rental house. Anyway, it was getting late, and there was no way to continue filming on the I Am Not the God of Medicine cruise side without Chao Ping, so Chao Ping and Chen Rosen were probably going to get together and have a little drink tonight.
Rinku didn't want to get into this mess.
The casting list for Infernal Affairs, Lin Gu has already given it to Chao Ping, so just let Chao Ping talk to Chen Rosen about the actors and stuff.
What Ringo needs to do is to eat up the script of Infernal Affairs. After all, this was his first time directing, and even with the knowledge of senior director in his mind, he was inevitably nervous. Upon returning home, Ringo immediately fell into a script. And at this point, on the internet, the heat about one man's martial arts has completely blown up. Thanks to Chao Ping's previous sample for various directors in the entertainment industry in Blazing Sun.
This time around, one man's martial arts is an almost exact replica of Blazing Saddles in terms of marketing. From the beginning of the crazy coin to buy hot search, do pre-release marketing, to the later promotional videos, and then spend a lot of money to hire the media, critics, Chen Rosen can be said to be Chao Ping's marketing methods to learn the bone marrow.
It's not a problem to say he's better than Blue.
After the premiere, it was around 10 p.m., which is the point at which the majority of internet users are surfing. Almost all media outlets, all movie critics, released various marketing communiques related to one man's martial arts at the same time.
10 short minutes.
The one man's martial arts hypertext was already being built up, with the hypertext conversation heading straight for 500 million. And on the hot search, there are 7 entries about one man's martial arts in Ringu. 3 of them were paid for by Chen Rosen, and the other 4 were rushed up on their own by this heat. At the top of the list is hashtag one man's martial arts, the last of the martial arts. In second place, it's hashtag Lingyu will continue to perpetuate the old ways of criminals.
Hashtag linguistic superlatives are full of topics like this.
Many netizens went crazy with laughter when they watched the video interview released by the media.
It's too outrageous, isn't it? Lin Gu's 3 lead roles since his debut are all criminals?
I think Rinku is more or less a bit of a case.
Didn't someone in Super Talk say before that Lin Gu was exploited by the company, so he couldn't even afford a cell phone?
Broken case, it's not that you can't afford it, it's that you don't dare to spend it.
Do none of you care what Ringu's next movie is?
Why do you care?
Just go see it when it's in theaters and be done with it. If it's produced by Rinku, it's a masterpiece.
In just 2 months, Ringo has released 2 starring roles. And both Blazing Sun and One Man's Martial Arts are rare gems. The former broke the box office record for suspense and crime movies, while the latter can be called the pinnacle of action movies. No one has ever done it before and no one will ever do it again. After all, what other movie, besides One Man's Martial Arts, could have hired an actor with real kung fu? Unless Ringu himself goes and breaks the record. During the interview, Chen Rosen repeatedly mentioned the sentence Lin Gu as real kung fu, but also by the sharp-eyed netizens to dig out. In this day and age, topics related to martial arts and kung fu are destined to attract the interest of all. Half an hour after the media released the video of the interview, a hot search went straight to the top of the list.
Hashtag Lingyu Club Real Kung Fu? Hashtag. In response to this hot search, there are even countless netizens who have started a scolding war. Fans who love Rinku naturally want to believe this is true. After all, what's wrong with knowing a little kung fu? And no offense.
Those West Poison broke the law and there are still a lot of fans out there unwashing it. And some neutral netizens, or black people who didn't like Lin Gu themselves, all jumped out at this time. The cursing on both sides was brilliant.
Oh, kung fu? Pure ing bull, it's been 3012 years, and there's still that kung fu on the shelf. Don't be if you don't understand, just because you don't know how to do it doesn't mean Lin Gu won't. No way, no way? After the founding of the country, no one is allowed to become a sperm, and there are still people who would believe such nonsense? This is obviously just Chen Rosen boasting a gimmick. If Rinku really knows kung fu, I'll drink Shang upside down alright. Upstairs, I don't like Rinku either, but now I want to turn into a fan. It's not because I really think Ringo knows kung fu, I just want to see what it's like to drink Shang upside down. Lin Gu is not a disciple of Wudong Mountain, nor is he a disciple of Longhu Mountain, he knows the kung fu of the hammer. Lonely.
I'm not going to lie, my family is a martial arts family, and the kung fu that you think has disappeared, I practice every day. I can kill 2 of you with 1 punch in real life if you're just a bunch of mouth breathers.
Your Excellency is Feng Yuxiu? Ha 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 ha.
Such sparring indirectly pushed the heat of One Man's Martial Arts, Lin Gu's super talk, Lin Gu's personal scarf, and so on all to a height that shocked everyone.
By about 12 o'clock at night. One Man's Martial Arts hypertext heat, already pushing 3 billion.
Lin Gu's scarf followers, moreover, directly exceeded 13 million.
Chapter 72, Aborted Life. The script is too good. All want to mix assistant director in Lin Gu? There are only so many people in total who play scarf. Although this world's smartphone penetration rate is very high, but correspondingly, the scarf is not the kind of first-mover advantage of the previous world. Among the various platforms, bibs are still the leading position though. But similar platforms like Tease, AB, and Express are all doing well today. Under mutual diversion, the users of the scarf are not as exaggerated as in the previous life. However, it was under these circumstances that the followers of Ringu's scarf still just so outrageously surpassed 13 million. Lin Gu hadn't bought any zombie fans, which meant that the 13 million fans were almost all live fans. It's been less than 2 months in total since Rinku opened his bib.
Up 13 million fans in 2 months.
It can be said that every second of these 2 months, Lingyu is creating a myth.
However, at this time, there were not a few blog posts in Ringu's personal bib.
Except for the first system message.
Ringu had only forwarded the announcement of the Lyceum Public Security Directorate, and the promotional video for One Man's Martial Arts. And in terms of the number of comments, the number of likes, the hottest of these blog posts is actually that system message. At this point, the message had reached 3 million likes and close to 1 million comments.
It's as if the netizens are conducting a social experiment, and everyone who sees it can't help but participate.
Even, because it sprouted a lot of in this system message under the clock sand netizens. With this system message, it's probably just a matter of time before we break the record for bib likes and comments.
By about 12 o'clock.
A video that was posted simultaneously on AB, Tease, and Fast. The publisher, called Sauce for the Movies.
The headlines were unified to read exclusive interview with Ringu, I really do know Kung Fu.
Once the video was released, it instantly attracted countless netizens to come and watch. In this exclusive interview, Lin Gu's words instantly made all these netizens boil.
I, personally, do know a little bit of Kung Fu. If there were bandits around right now, I might even be able to show you how it's done.
The fans who were still a bit undecided and were just helping him hang on because they liked Rinku, suddenly branched out. Countless comments instantly topped the video to the top of the hot search list on all 3 platforms.
Blackie speaks. Ringu has admitted it himself. Are you guys still barring? Haha, I told you, what's wrong with knowing some kung fu? Just because you guys haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in this world, right? Support Lin Gu.
The kind of smooth movements in one man's martial arts are simply not something an average person can fight. Ringu knows kung fu for real.
Awesome, awesome, there's really someone who knows kung fu.
That said, does Lin Gu take disciples?
I feel like I was born to be a diamond in the rough, I'm just about to carve it. And you're a diamond in the rough, granite, right?
And in addition to those fans,
naturally, there are many who have come out and questioned it.
Although whether or not Ringu knew kung fu had nothing to do with these people.
But there will always be inexplicable jet-setters who think the world should be the way they think it should be.
If it wasn't for the sun not picking up the signal, I guess they'd have to be twice about how the sun burns.
Oh, Lin Gu's own words are true?
I also said that my father is the first emperor of Qin.
So your dad died early? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hype. Definitely hype. I don't believe it, unless Ringo can kill 2 robbers.
I think you can go play the robber and see if Ringo can beat you to death.
How can anyone believe such nonsense? How can you believe the words of a playwright?
Oh, I'm so worried about your intelligence. The original discussion about whether or not Ringu knew kung fu was on the verge of setting the bib on fire.
Nowadays, this video by Wong Ho has added fuel to the fire. Although it was already midnight, countless netizens were hugging their cell phones and happily eating melon. Sleeping is not as fun as eating melon. From B to T's, from T's to racer.
Eventually, all the traffic and name-calling returned to the main battlefield of the bib once again.
Ringo's super talkability was originally floating around the 2 billion mark. Driven by this scolding, his personal hypertext heat went straight to 5 billion.
You know, the peak of one man's martial arts hypertext heat is only 3 billion. The same variety of remarks were made in the superlatives.
But either statement is actually untenable.
Ringo's fans say, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not in this world, and if Ringo said it himself, then it must be true.
Ringu's black fans then retorted, it's true when you say it? Then I can just say it. Since I said it, I have to prove it.
Everyone relies on a pseudo-logic to spray each other. And this scolding was eventually learned by Chen Rosen and Xiao Ping, who were drinking. Listening to the news coming from his assistant, Chen Rosen was a bit stunned.
The heat about whether or not Ringu knows kung fu was so intense that it's directly surpassing the movie One Man's Martial Arts itself? The flow on Ringu was too scary, wasn't it?
Soon, though, Chen Rosen realized that this might be a marketing opportunity like no other. Speaking of which, this middle-aged man from the Fragrant River is really a marketing geek too.
This is evident in his marketing of One Man's Martial Arts.
At best, Xiao Ping hired some media and bought hot searches. Chen Rosen adds to this with promotional videos, movie critics, and other marketing tools.
Now, seeing such a great opportunity, how could he miss it?
Chen Rosen immediately sent his cell phone, that video of himself and Lin Gu trying their hands, to his assistant and instructed.
You have post-edited some of the footage left over from Ringu's shoot.
Then, along with this video of me, send it out in order. Remember, don't be afraid to spend money. When it's time to buy hot searches, just make the money. After the assistant led the order to leave, Xiao Ping poured Chen Rosen a glass of wine and lamented.
Ringu can be a real ghostwriter.
Chen Rosen laughed out loud and picked up his wine glass and drank it down.
I have to thank you for that. If you hadn't lent me Ringu, this movie wouldn't have been so successful. I also didn't expect that Lin Gu would actually know kung fu. A real martial artist, yet he came to make a movie. Isn't this a descending blow?
That's why Chen Rosen came here to hold the premiere when it was clear that all of his connections were in Shangjing. Both to thank Ringu and Xiao Ping. The two made some more small talk.
Chen Rosen laughed.
Old Xiao, for the next movie, how about we cooperate and work together? Recently, I'm planning to dig into a big production, and after One Man's Martial Arts, the company should give me more say. It would be a waste if I don't use these resources.
Entertainment companies obviously invest in directors based on seniority as well. You have not made any movie, you dare to ask for tens of millions of investment with the company, you just see the chairman kicked you or not to finish. But similar to such famous directors as Feng Xiaozhang, Master of the Nation and so on, when they want to make a movie, there will be countless investors waiting, checks rushing up, and they are still afraid that they don't want to. Chen Rosen hadn't reached that level yet though.
But in the dreams of Xiangjiang in the voice, but also with the one man's martial arts of the movie and the rise of the boat. Hearing Chen Rosen's words, Xiaoping smiled and shook his head. Old Chen, it's not that I don't want to cooperate, but I'm afraid I don't have much time recently.
Oh? You're getting ready to make a new movie? A director who has nothing better to do than make a new movie?
I Am Not the God of Medicine is a movie that Chen Rosen knows about. He couldn't figure out what other things Xiaoping could be busy with when a new movie was already nearing the end of shooting.
Marketing I'm Not a Drugstore?
If Xiaoping has to do everything like this himself, then Huai is too useless. Xiaoping thought about it and said cheerfully and casually.
It's not me, it's Lin Gu. Next, he's going to be a director and make a police movie. I'm going to be his assistant director.
What? When these words came out, Chen Rosen was stunned. The fact that Lin Gu became a director so quickly was enough to surprise Chen Rosen.
Xiaoping is even going to be an assistant director under Lin Gu? Is there something wrong with this?
Lin Gu is a good actor, yes, but director and actor, the difference between one word is like a rift valley.
Even for those who have transitioned from actors to directors, which of them have not been immersed in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years? Rinku has only been in the business for less than 2 years, right?
Looking at his old friend's surprised expression, Xiaoping blandly said. As a matter of fact, in the movie I Am Not the God of Medicine, I promoted Lin Gu to assistant director.
And don't you say, I'm a lot more relaxed. The corner of Chen Rosen's mouth twitched.
It suddenly occurred to him that during the filming of One Man's Martial Arts, it seemed that Lin Gu was also not only guiding the actors in the action scenes, but also in some of the other scenes. If any of the actors couldn't figure out what to do, Lin Gu would also mention one or two things. Only, this is an action movie, Lin Gu and that action director on the light is too much, so that he subconsciously overlooked Lin Gu. In fact, not only his own acting skills, he can also teach others.
Isn't the most important thing for a director to master the rhythm of filming, as well as leading the actors to perform what they are supposed to perform?
Thinking in this way, Chen Rosen suddenly felt that Lin Gu seems to have really been able to become a director.
Halfway through the day, he gave a dry cough and said, "That, Lao Chao, what exactly is this movie about? Can I come over here too and get mixed up as an assistant director?" Chapter 73, Jiao 1, Ringu, how did you sleep at this hour?
Chen Rosen and Xiaoping haven't known each other for more than a year or two. The two knew each other well back when they were both bitter field workers.
After so many years of friendship, Chen Luosan naturally knew Xiaoping's character very well. Condescending, strict, and in search of refinement. This is the character trait of Xiaoping. Then, would such a person be willing to work as an assistant director for a newcomer in the entertainment industry? Obviously, it's impossible.
Unless, in this matter, Xiaoping could get a huge benefit. Although Chen Rosen could not see for the time being what a young actor who had yet to show his directing talents could bring in for Xiaoping despite his great acting skills and promising future. But that didn't stop him from taking advantage of the pit first. Anyway, if the sky falls, there's still Xiaoping to take care of it.
Of course, that's just a joke idea now. Chen Rosen's real idea is actually very simple. You old Xiao has never seen a rabbit, surely cannot spread the eagle, this thing has to take me. Listening to Chen Rosen's words, Xiaoping's mouth twitched. What are you doing here to make a scene? Aren't you getting ready to get a big production going?
Chen Rosen hemmed and hawed, shook his head, poured wine for the two, and said wryly. There's no rush for big productions.
I'm just trying to help.
Xiaoping helplessly shook his head and laughed, extending his finger to point at Chen Rosen. Lifting their glasses, the two clinked them and drank.
A few seconds of contemplation.
Xiaoping said indifferently.
Well, in this case, I can do the honors.
Anyway, the two of us, you and I, have both cooperated with Lin Gu, so there won't be any animosity when we cooperate with each other. But to be ugly, this movie, it won't necessarily have much revenue, after all, it's just a movie for the Lishan Public Security Directorate in a promotional sense. I chose to help Lin Gu because I think his future is worth investing in. Old Chen, if you join with the mindset of getting a piece of the pie, you might be disappointed.
Chen Rosen's eyes flickered a few times. Is it worth investing in the future of Lingua? There is certainly no doubt about that.
However, many of the things related to Lin Gu were really only understood most clearly by Xiaoping. Chen Rosen also knew that those things were not appropriate for him to inquire about.
Now, it's just a gamble.
If he won the bet, then in the future here in Lin Gu, he simply couldn't say how high a return he would get. If you lose the bet, you are actually working for nothing, plus losing some of your reputation. Plus he and Ringu at least have the one man's martial arts movie together, so even if word gets out, it won't be too much of a problem. After thinking for a moment, Chen Rosen nodded his head vigorously. Lin Gu, who was at home scrutinizing the script of Infernal Affairs, obviously couldn't imagine that Chen Rosen was going to be his assistant director as well. If he knew that, I'm sure he'd be lamenting that things are not as they should be. Chen Rosen and Xiaopeng, which are well-known directors in the circle. With both of their connections, the cast of Infernal Affairs won't be much of a problem. Plus, during the shoot, these two were more professional one than the other. It can be said that Ringo can be a complete dumping ground. Of course, even if it's just for the sake of getting all the skills of a senior director down, Ringu will definitely direct seriously. In the small room, Ringo put down his cell phone and laid down on his bed. Just now, he brushed the microblogging and other platforms, and found that because of his own interview, those platforms seem to have been noisy. On one side, it's Ringu's fans. The view held is that what Ringu says is true. The supporting evidence cited is that Rosen-chan didn't have to tell this lie. On the other side, the ingredients are much more complex. Black fans who don't like Ringu, other actors who are jealous of Ringu's achievements, other entertainment companies who are jealous of one man's martial arts achievements, etc. They don't need to uphold any views either. Flip-flopping is just that. Since Ringu said he knows Kung Fu, come out and prove it. If you can't prove it, it's fake. It's safe to say that these guys got the inference of guilt right. However, this scolding was clearly not on Lin Gu's mind. It's a fact that he knows Kung Fu, and he doesn't need to prove it to anyone. He's also far from being in a situation where he has to feed off his fans at the moment. As long as the acting skills were online and there were no mistakes of principle, then Lin Gu could be completely at ease with filming and completely block out all outside voices. Thinking about tomorrow morning, I still have to go to the high-speed train station to pick up Yu Xiaoya. After sending Yin Shui a Weibo message with a reminder, Lin Gu stepped into a deep sleep not long after. And it's clearly not going to be a quiet night. Chen Rosen's assistant, according to his instructions, will have already roughly edited some of the behind the scenes, as well as the video of Lin Gu and Chen Rosen's trial hands, in this night, according to the rhythm of one every hour, all sent out. It's safe to say, a single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The behind the scenes footage is, in fact, something similar to a documentary. Certain big hit movies, for example, have behind the scenes documentaries that can be an hour to 2 hours long. A body of work like this isn't usually taken out until the heat of the movie has completely dissipated. For example, the footage of Blazing Sun was edited by Xiaopeng a long time ago. But until now, it hasn't been sent out. And something like one man's martial arts. The movie has just premiered and the bloopers are starting to come out in large segments, which can't be said to be rare in the entertainment industry, only to say that it's never happened. Plus that video of Lin Gu trying his hand with Chen Rosen. It can be said that this night's network, basically all occupied by the name Lin Gu. While Ringu was asleep. His personal bib superlatives are hotter than 7 billion straight away. Hot searches are even changed 2 times an hour, dialing the name of Ringu. Hashtag what an effort. Hashtag shocked. Ringu was the seal and cultivation prototype. Hashtag mom, come out and see the fairies. Hashtag movement director? Kung Fu master. Hashtag does Ringu take on disciples? Hashtag. Similar topics have gone up and down on the Hot 100. Countless Lin Gu's fans began to support the prongs, crazily wreaking havoc on various platforms, and those black fans were struck dumb. Now that they've jumped in, they can only whisper BB that the video must have been faked. But underneath blooper after blooper, such voices are quickly pushed to the bottom. In such horrible heat. One man's Wooling didn't even need to buy a hit topics, gift clips, video analysis, and more about the movie flooded almost every platform. The video of the soy sauce talking movie has also been on the top of the list of trending videos in AB, Tease, and Racer. By the time Ringu woke up from his sleep at around 7 o'clock the next morning, suddenly, he realized that the number of his Scarf followers had, surprisingly, reached 18 million. 5 million fans overnight. This kind of horrific statistic has dumbfounded Ringu himself. Zhao Wen even didn't sleep much all night and kept sending messages to Lin Gu. Ringu, you're on fire again. Check your bib follower count. Oh my god. Of the 10 hot searches, 9 are related to you.
Oh, little ancestor, you're not still sleeping, are you? How can you sleep at a time like this? Zhao Wen obviously couldn't have imagined it. Ringu doesn't just sleep, he sleeps pretty well. Even, he didn't take it to heart at all. Certainly, the success of one man's martial arts will bring Ringu's hotness to the next level and his future in the entertainment industry. But for a traveler like Ringu, the movie had nothing to do with him the moment filming ended. The money was taken and used for charity. The acting has also improved. Progress on the movie star mission has also been made. Isn't that something the director and the entertainment company should be worrying about how the movie itself does? If the other actors heard what was on Lin Gu's mind, I'm afraid that anyone would be infuriated. It is important to realize that in the entertainment industry, past performance determines almost everything. Unless there's a big background, every movie, it's an actor's credentials. Without having made successful movies and played a key role in them, why would a director choose you when making a new movie? Why do they pay you well? Let's just say that Ringu has the system in place and really doesn't care much about things like that. Get up, wash up. More than half an hour later, Ringu walked out of the house still wearing a yuzu suit. After crossing 2 streets, he saw Yin Shui, the little police flower, standing beside a car waiting for him in a long dress with a smile on her face. Yin Shui, good morning. Ringu gave a gentle smile and greeted. Yin Shui looked over and her face instantly flushed. It's still the same. For any woman to face Ringu's smile head-on and up close is a great test of the heart. Morning. Yin Shui raised her white hand and gently gathered the broken hair around her ear with her greenish fingers. And then, as if running away from something, not daring to look directly into Ringu's eyes, he instead threw a key directly over. That. I can't drive well in my dress, you drive. Ringu nodded his head and took it, smiled, and then sat directly in the driver's seat. The two then headed straight for the high-speed rail station. Car. Yin Shui lowered her head, hooked her index fingers together with both hands, and stayed silent. Sensing that the atmosphere was off, Lin Gu asked with some curiosity and doubt. Yin Shui, what's wrong with you? Sick? Yin Shui, who had her head lowered, had the corner of her mouth twitch viciously. Sick like that? Ringu, you. Don't you feel anything different about me today? Ringu was so busy driving that he just slightly turned his head sideways and took a few general glances. Then, without much care, he said. Wearing a long dress, and I think she's wearing light makeup, and are her nails painted? In the face of Lin Gu's super straight man speech, Yin Shui was a bit discouraged. This guy, why is he so insensitive? It's not because of him that he dresses up like this. Chapter 74, a promo only. This lineup, isn't it too luxurious? Since the first meeting with Ringu, Yin Shui then realized that she seemed to be somewhat attracted to Lin Gu. Handsome, understated, so good at acting, and even more polite and gentlemanly in private. What woman could resist such a man? Later, she learned about Ringu's charity work. He's already so perfect and so caring. How could this make Yin Shui resist? Plus, she didn't have the kind of status pressure that Bai Binger felt when she was in the entertainment industry and faced Lin Gu. Naturally, Yin Shui wanted to take her relationship with Lin Gu even further. Of course, as a girl, she was definitely embarrassed to take the initiative. But a woman is a woman. When she was about to be alone with Lin Gu, Yin Shui subconsciously wanted to dress up a little better and wear prettier clothes. This morning, she could have gotten up much earlier than Ringu. Makeup, dress fittings, nail painting. It took almost an hour and a half for Yin Shui to go out. And here in Ringu, none of this seems to be on his radar. Yin Shui was a bit deflated and beamed, ready to ignore Lin Gu on this journey. And actually, it certainly wasn't as if Ringu hadn't seen it. In the past, the young policewoman was dressed in uniform or casual plainclothes, as was customary for police officers. And today, she's not only wearing makeup, she's wearing very unsuitable dresses for sports. Ringu's eyes weren't blind, he noticed it at first glance. And didn't bring it up. It was because Ringu intuited that if he complimented a few things, he might make things a bit troublesome. His emotional intelligence wasn't so low that he couldn't see Yin Shui's affection for himself at all. But similar to Bai Binger, Yin Shui and other such peach blossom luck, Lin Gu temporarily does not want a contact. After all, he has a movie star mission on his shoulders. Before this mission was completed, I'm afraid that if Lin Gu earned any more money, it would only be enough to spend on himself.
Finances are one thing, on the other hand, Ringu feels that feelings will only affect his progress in filming. With that thought in mind, he was almost subconsciously avoiding similar situations.
Seeing that Inshui didn't say anything, the atmosphere was a bit dull. Ringo coughed dryly and turned on the car music. One of the things that came out was, surprisingly, The Lone Ranger. Ringu was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't the song unreleased? The studio version, which Lingua Tudo intends to record after the release of I Am Not a Drug God. How did Inshui get it here? He asked, tentatively. Inshui, this song. Where did you get it? Inshui returned sullenly. A few days ago, when I was discussing things with director Xiaofeng, I occasionally heard. It's a powerful song and I loved it so much that I begged director Xiao to give me a copy. I heard that it's the theme song for his new movie. The fact that Lingu is the star of I Am Not the God of Medicine is something that not many people in the circle know. Inshui, an outsider who had crossed paths with Lingu and Xiaopeng only in the promotional video project, naturally didn't know about it. Listen to Rinku talk about the song Lone Ranger. Inshui's interest was lifted a bit more. She turned her head to look at Lingu's handsome side face and wondered. By the way, Lingu, you're better acquainted with director Xiao. Do you know who sang this song? Ringo gave a dry cough and whispered. I sang it. What? Inshui was stunned. She stared blankly at Ringo, and it took several seconds before she pulled her gaze back. Subsequently, a hint of distress then surfaced on the young policewoman's face. What to do? This guy seems to have one more reason for me to like him. Is he wooden? Why can't he see what I'm hinting at? If only Bai Binger was there and could hear the little policewoman's heart. Then she was afraid that she would persuade Inshui with a bitter smile. Forget it, it's not that Ringu doesn't understand, he just doesn't want to. Once you see Rinku, you'll be wrong for life. In the power-packed vocals of Lone Ranger. Lingu and Inshui soon arrived at the high-speed train station. After getting off the bus, Lingu brought Inshui to the exit gate. Although Yu Xiaoya came alone, she had contacted Lingu along the way, and he knew that it was the old village chief who personally sent Yu Xiaoya on the high-speed train and asked the steward to help take care of her. Not much longer. Lingu's eyes lit up and he waved forcefully towards the distance. Yeah. This way. In the distance, Yu Xiaoya is carrying a school bag, wearing a twisted braid and a new outfit, with the curiosity and trepidation of the big city on her face. After hearing Lingu's voice, she immediately thumped over. Brother Ringu. Although Yu Xiaoya and Lingu had actually known each other for a short while, and had never seen each other again except in the Deng family village. But Yu Xiaoya was very trusting of Ringu. It was Ringu's arrival that gave the village a bright and spacious school and classrooms, a cafeteria, and hot meals. In her mind, Ringu was probably the image of a hero and savior. Running all the way over, Yu Xiaoya was out of breath. The first thing she did when she came in front of Ringu was to remove her school bag and take out an award certificate from it. Brother Ringu, look, this is my award for winning first place inside the town. Yu Xiaoya held the award certificate up high as if inviting credit, as if waiting for Lingu's praise. But after what happened last time, Lingu knew that Yu Xiaoya wasn't trying to get any rewards. She just wanted to share that joy and tell herself that she hadn't failed herself. Rinku took the award with a precious hand and looked at it carefully twice. And then, he touched Yu Xiaoya's hair and smiled gently. Yeah, great. Brother loved the gift. Upon hearing Lingu's words, Yu Xiaoya's eyes narrowed and she smiled sweetly. Ringu verbalized his compliments and how much he liked the gift. For yeah, it was an existence more precious than any material reward. And up until this point. It was only then that she realized that there was a beautiful sister in a long dress beside Ringu. The little girl stared at Inshui with wide eyes, her hands gripping the strap of her school bag in curiosity. Brother Ringu, this pretty sister, is she your girlfriend? Lingu and Inshui simultaneously looked embarrassed. The latter's face is still red. Lingu hurriedly shook his head and explained. No, Sister Inshui is just a friend of my brother, and this time when you came over, my brother didn't have a place to stay at home, so he asked Sister Inshui to take care of you. For a while after that, I'll take you around during the day to have a little fun and shoot movies, and at night you'll go home with Sister Inshui, okay? Yu Xiaoya nodded curtly. I'll do as I'm told, Brother Ringu. Yeah, good boy. At this time, Inshui also came back to her senses from Yu Xiaoya's childish talk. She squatted down and picked up Yu Xiaoya's school bag, a gentle look on her face.
Xiaoya, during this time, if there is anything you want to eat, anything you want to play, you can tell your sister. Yu Xiaoya person bowed earnestly towards Yin Shui and said, "Thank you, Sister Yin Shui. But Dad taught me that when you go out, don't bother others if you can help it. I just need to live with my sister." So young, yet such mature words. The softness in Yin Shui's heart was instantly touched. She nodded heartily, taking the little girl's hand and whispering, "Come on, let's get in the car and go home." Aha! Yu Xiaoya had just arrived, so naturally she couldn't shoot the movie right away. Mainly, the movie Infernal Affairs hasn't even been officially set up yet. At the very least, it will have to wait until I Am Not the God of Medicine is completely wrapped up. Drive all the way back. At noon, Lin Gu treated Yin Shui and Yu Xiaoya to a sumptuous hot pot. Yu Xiaoya looked both formal and polite in the face of this novel way of eating that had never been seen in the village before. She didn't cry like a normal child, or get nervous and fidgety and not know what to do. Instead, we watch carefully and closely and keep learning. At the end of the day, she was even able to hit the dipping saucer herself, and she also stood up very knowingly to help Lin Gu and Yin Shui with their dishes. Who could not love and adore such a little girl? The maternal light in Yin Shui's eyes has never broken since she met Yu Xiaoya. Even after finishing his meal, Lin Gu was all set to bring Yu Xiaoya to the cast of I Am Not the God of Medicine so that she could follow him to handle his work when Yin Shui rolled her eyes. "Ringu, go about your business. This afternoon, I'll just take Xiaoya to play. You don't have to work today? It's the weekend, silly." Unable to do anything else, Lin Gu could only hand Yu Xiaoya over to Yin Shui. As for things like urging her to be more understanding and not to cause trouble for Yin Shui, Lin Gu didn't think it was necessary at all. Yu Xiaoya already knows enough. Seeing off the duo, Lin Gu arrived alone at the set of I Am Not the God of Medicine. At this point, Chao and others are shooting the final scene of this movie. It was also the scene where Chang Yong was sitting in the police car, and both sides of the long street were filled with patients who had come to bid him farewell. In this scene, Rinku was also going to make an appearance. Although LV Beneficence has actually passed away, the scene embodies, not the reality of it, but rather represents that Chang Yong's efforts have not been in vain. So, both Benefactor Louis, who has passed away, and Yellow Hair, who was hit by a car and died, make an appearance. This is the scene where the Ringus scene is officially killed. Seeing Lin Gu come, Chao Ping directly pulled him to start filming. And filming time is always extraordinarily fast. By the time the scene was shot, it was close to evening. Chao Ping pulled Ringu aside and said cheerfully, "Ringu, I found you another assistant director." Ringu froze. "Another assistant director? Director Chao, who did you find?" "Old Chen Rosen." When these words came out, Lin Gu was instantly confused. What's the situation? How come the directors he's worked with are now going to be his assistant directors? When the time comes, should we also bring in Xiaofeng, who hasn't formally cooperated yet? Isn't the cast of this movie, Infernal Affairs, a little posh? Chapter 75, I Am Not the God of Medicine kills, system reward arrives. In fact, this incident began as nothing more than the Lycée Public Security Directorate wanting to make a propaganda film. Even if the official finally came up with 5 million, I'm afraid it's impossible to think that this movie will have Chen Rosen and Chao Ping, two well-known directors, to join it. In other words, I'm afraid the appearance fee for trying to get the two of them to make a movie together is more than 5 million. The bottom line is that they're still just assistant directors. Lin Gu nodded his head with a bitter smile and said, "That's okay, Director Chen doesn't have anything next?" Chao Ping said cheerfully, "It should be nothing. Anyway, it's his initiative to join in, free labor, no use for nothing." Chao Ping and Chen Rosen were too familiar to know each other well, and he had no psychological burden at all to undermine his old friend behind his back. Lin Gu nodded slightly. With Chen Rosen on board, the difficulty of finding actors or handling other transactional work is immediately reduced by a level. Not to mention the ability of these two people themselves, just the resources they can mobilize, it is not Lin Gu, a new director cannot be compared. A brief chat. Take advantage of the night. Chao Ping gathered the crowd together and spent about an hour shooting some filler shots. To this point, I Am Not a Drugstore is completely dead. All the cast and crew cheered the moment Chao Ping announced the finalization of the movie. The movie took over a month to shoot. This is still because Ringu is the assistant director and spares no effort in directing the rest of the cast, hardening the schedule by at least a third.
If not, I'm afraid this movie won't be finished until One Man's Martial Arts is released.
I Am Not a Drug God itself is a movie with a rather depressing atmosphere.
Hidden in the plot is the helplessness, truth, and pain at all levels of society.
This makes, even if everyone knows it's staged. But neither the crew nor the cast were in high spirits during the month.
Can you feel good when you watch the scene in the script where yellow hair dies? Can you not relate to your own life when you're playing characters who are being brought to life by illness because of financial problems?
There is certainly a sense of emotion and a sense of relief that things will finally work out. But more than that, it's the pallor buried deep in every little plot. As Wang Yanhui as Zhang Changlin said,
"There is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty."
Instead, Xiaoping's workload instantly increased quite a bit after filming ended. After all, in a movie, the shooting is only 50%, and the remaining 50% is in post-editing. Editing, that's the round that tests the director's mind the most.
The script is an outline given out by the writers.
The finished film is an answer sheet that the director follows the outline, adds his or her own ideas, and finally arranges and combines them. The neatness of this answer sheet's role, the beauty of the font, the clarity of the logic, and even the addition of just the right amount of background music can have a huge impact on a movie's performance. For the next month or so, Xiaoping had to concentrate almost exclusively on this matter.
But it's good to know that there are now more assistant directors for Infernal Affairs in Rosenchan.
As soon as the first week of public performances of One Man's Martial Arts is over, he should be able to find time to prepare for the filming of Infernal Affairs.
Just after 9 o'clock at night, Rinku returned to his little rental house. As it happened, the system's voice followed.
"Congratulations to the host, the mission has been completed. Evaluating mission completion.
Evaluation complete. This time the host is cast as the male supporting actor in I Am Not the God of Medicine, with an acting score of 94, an emotional score of 91, an action score of 87, a script comprehension score of 97, and a composite score of 92.
This increases Shadow Emperor proficiency by 6.2%, and has accumulated 17.7% proficiency." Looking at the settled data, Lin Gu nodded in satisfaction.
The scores for both acting, emotion, and script comprehension went up a bit on this assignment.
The action score is justifiably less, after all, it's not like I'm Not a Drug God is an action movie.
The composite score, too, finally broke the 90 mark for the first time.
The proficiency of the movie star mission also did not disappoint Lin Gu. All at once, it increased by a full 6.2%. Overall proficiency accumulation, but also just a little bit, will break through 1/5 of the. Ringu's dedication in I Am Not a Drug God has paid off handsomely. But a movie like this, a role like this, is not so easy to get next. Big head, still have to hope for a director's work. Looking at the figure of 17.7%, although Lin Gu was not anxious in his heart, he did feel a little helpless. The increase in Shadow Emperor proficiency is just a little slow. In any other entertainment text, I'm afraid they'd all be picking up awards by now at this stage. As for Lingua, Blazing Sun has only just been sent to 100 Flowers and Golden Rooster. However, Lin Gu was aware that accumulating movie star proficiency through mere acting was definitely not as fast as directing a work to increase it. After all, neither is as difficult as the other. If being an actor was to just practice peacefully and strive to become a great disciple of the sect sooner. To be a director, then, is to be the leader of the sect. Not only does he have to worry about whether his own cultivation can steadily overwhelm everyone, but he also has to worry about the cultivation of every disciple. If directing a production doesn't increase your proficiency as much as being an actor, then the system is really kind of stupid. Of course, it also depends on the completion of the movie shoot. Same as before. This time, after the filming task of I Am Not the God of Medicine was completed, the system likewise refreshed the option to extract skills. Lin Gu didn't have the habit of having to bathe and burn incense before drawing a prize, so he directly clicked on it. A few seconds later, the system's voice came out. Congratulations to the host, who has obtained Beyond Level Posture Simulation, Movie Script a la carte Card 2, Dynamic Box Office Growth Gain 1. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Master Art Skill a la carte Opportunity 1. See these two system messages. Ringu's eyes widened at once. Beyond Level Posture Simulation. This is the first time he's gotten a transcendent level skill. From the system's prompts, Lin Gu already knew that there were 6 levels of skills. Entry level, beginner, advanced, master, beyond, and Hall of Fame. The first 3 are left out. Master level, basically, is already the pinnacle of existence in this discipline.
The word master says it all. And the transcendent level, that's the kind that's unattainable.
For example, in comedy, every few decades, a person appears who is good enough to make people laugh just by standing there.
This kind is the kind of existence that can barely touch the threshold of the transcendent level. And the hallowed. Honestly, it's still possible to have a Hall of Fame in a movie, but it's just too hard to have a Hall of Fame for acting, skills, etc. There is a time and a place, and you can't have one without the other. Even then, it would take almost super godlike luck to barely touch the edge of the Hall of Fame. There was no doubt that even if it was only transcendent level, whatever the skill was, it was enough to allow Lingu to go to heights that no one had ever seen before or since on this narrow path. As for situational modeling, that's pretty self-explanatory. As we all know, momentum has always been a rather esoteric word. However, in common parlance, words such as long time and high position, iceberg beauty, naive and so on are in fact specific depictions of the momentum. A person that can make everyone around them feel the same, drastic feeling. That's what we call having momentum.
Lingu's transcendent stance simulation skill was basically equivalent to his ability to simulate any type of aura at any time, anywhere. In the end, this is a realm that can be occasionally touched with acting skills, and should be subordinate to the advanced version of acting skills. If Rinku needed to play some high-powered person or some big villain or something like that in the future, this skill, then, allows him to bring the same respect, awe, or panic to everyone even without relying on makeup. Of course. As with masterful acting, this is still just an outline. To be able to blend in, Lingu had to go through a lot of practice. In addition to this transcendent level skill, a couple of other rewards that are also very good. For example, 2 movie script a la carte cards, an opportunity for dynamic box office growth, and an a la carte opportunity for master art skills. It's the last one that deserves a bit of clarification. Usually, the system's rewards had the skill swiped out directly and would not give Lingu a chance to choose. But not this time. Not only is the reward a master skill, but it's also a la carte. Although it is an artistic categorization, it is a precious choice for Rinku. Singing, playing, painting, calligraphy. These fall under the category of arts, and while the specific choices are still more broken down, it's always an additional skill. And it's the kind of level that can go straight to the world's top universities as a senior professor. After extracting the transcendence level situation simulation, Rinku quietly felt it. It was a sense of control that seemed to perfectly mobilize every bone and every inch of muscle in the body. It's also a sense of insight as if you can make complete use of your surroundings. The momentum, precisely as itself plus the surrounding environment, and produce a wonderful chemical reaction. Rinku opened his eyes in satisfaction. If I come across someone robbing in the street, maybe if I mimic the aura of a great villain, I can directly scare the piss out of him. Ringu thought with amusement. Suddenly, his phone rang. As soon as he picked up, Chen Rosen's voice, which was so excited that it was about to break, came out through the microphone. Rinku. The first day box office for One Man's Martial Arts is out. 76 million. Chapter 76, $4,000 that barely put Ringu in debt. Hearing Chen Rosen's voice, Lingu's breath caught in his throat. 76 million. Even if we go by the regular multiplier, where the gross is roughly 6-8 times the first day's box office, the final box office figure would be around $500 million. And given the current internet buzz around One Man's Martial Arts and Ringu, it's clear that this multiplier won't be so conventional. So his second $500 million movie is already out there? Chen Rosen's voice continued to come out. According to the news coming in from the theaters, 60% of the $76 million in box office figures were contributed by this afternoon. Ringu, do you know what this means? Of course Ringu knew that. Generally speaking, unless a movie's word of mouth is so good that it explodes. Otherwise, the most prominent part of any first day at the box office should be the first half of the day. After all, those were numbers that exploded under a lot of publicity. As for the second half of the day, it's either a second look or you'll have to push it by word of mouth. One Man's Martial Arts, a movie that obviously won't have as high a second run rate as Blazing Saddles. That said, the source of this data is word of mouth. Lingu, Donnie Yen, and a host of other leading actors contribute to the just two exciting fight scenes in One Man's Martial Arts. In the last decade, all of them can be called the best action movies of all time. This makes Netflix's review of One Man's Martial Arts is very high. The effect of this is that the next box office figures may show an upward trend all the way. The reason the first week's box office is routinely 6-8 times the first day's box office is that most movies stabilize in that range, with the first 3 days being hot, the last 4 days dropping off, and the whole adding up to roughly every day being about the same as the first day. But one man's martial arts since it shows this upward trend.
That means the box office will continue to rise for at least the next week. Director Chen, what's the approximate final box office forecast?
Although the results didn't have much to do with Ringu anymore, he naturally still wanted to know the number. Chan Rosen said excitedly.
At least 600 million.
When these words came out, Lin Gu immediately felt some emotion. In my last life, it seems like the movie One Man's Martial Arts only grossed a little over 100 million. In this life, just because of his addition, the box office has actually increased 5-fold.
Of course, Rinku also understood that this kind of miracle probably wasn't that easy to replicate.
First of all, Xiaopeng's marketing case in the bright heart of the sun in the front, Chen Rosen will be crazy coin.
The pre-marketing is done.
And later on, what makes this movie heat up completely is actually the hotspot of whether Lin Gu can really do kung fu or not.
Until now, the top of the hot search list is still about this hotspot. The psychology of the netizens is also easy to guess.
In the beginning, everyone was heading towards an action movie. But when they realized the news that Lin Gu actually knew real kung fu, they couldn't help themselves.
I've seen it and want to go see it again to get a feel for what real kung fu is really like.
Those who haven't seen it, whether they're black fans or true fans, will want to get into the theater to find out what's going on and find out what the real deal is. That's why the box office blew up in the second half of the day, that is, from this morning until this afternoon. In the face of Chen Rosen's excitement, Lin Gu was much more calm. The box office results were good, but in Lin Gu's opinion, it was really just a successful commercial movie. After chatting with Chen Rosen a few more times about infernal affairs, Lin Gu hung up the phone. I am not the god of medicine has already wrapped, and he, the assistant director, is considered to be completely liberated. Today, his main task was to take Yu Xiaoya around for a little stroll and fun. Bringing a small child to play with this kind of thing, even in his previous life, Lin Gu had never done it. But it's okay, Yu Xiaoya isn't the kind of kid who doesn't know any better, so it shouldn't be that hard to bring up. Lin Gu called Yin Shui and asked her to send Yu Xiaoya over.
Almost half an hour later,
the three then met in front of that coffee shop. As he watched Yin Shui lead Yu Xiaoya down to the car, Lin Gu's eyes brightened for a split second. Today, Yin Shui wore a pair of jeans, the upper half of her body was a white floral yarn tunic, and she wore a sun hat. Her overall style was on the casual side.
Yu Xiaoya's outfit was almost the same as Yin Shui's.
Jeans, gauze chambray, and a smaller sun hat. At first glance, the two look like mother and daughter. The main thing is that they all have great facial features. Yin Shui aside, Yu Xiaoya's base was very good, and it hadn't been shown before simply because there was no suitable clothing to set it off.
Morning. Ringu smiled and greeted. Good morning, brother Ringu. Morning. The two also smiled and greeted Ringu. Afterward, Yin Shui spun around in place and pulled Yu Xiaoya's hand up again and spun around, smiling sweetly as she invited credit. Well, do we both look good in this outfit? Ringu nodded honestly. Nice looking. But it shouldn't be cheap, should it? How much did it cost? I'll transfer it to you. Yin Shui's breath caught, and then she rolled her eyes. This Ringo guy is also too insensitive. Is she showing off her new clothes so that Rinku can ask for the price? Yin Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Don't need it. I bought it for you. What did it cost you? Yes, so cute. What's wrong with me giving her a little gift? Yu Xiaoya was still around, and Lin Gu couldn't argue with Yin Shui on this issue. Smiling helplessly, Lin Gu could only acquiesce. Who knows, Yu Xiaoya suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin Gu, don't worry, I've written down the price of the clothes Sister Yin Shui bought. I'll return it to Sister Yin Shui later. Hearing this, Yin Shui froze. Yesterday she took Yu Xiaoya around, bought lots of snacks, and finally went to the mall to buy clothes. This way. Yu Xiaoya neither wanted what she saw like a normal child. But it's also not as knowledgeable as Yin Shui expected, and will refuse anything. Basically, it was whatever Yin Shui bought and Yu Xiaoya accepted. Originally, Yin Shui thought that Yu Xiaoya was a bit constrained because she was shocked by the bustle of the big city. But now it seems that Yu Xiaoya doesn't ask for anything voluntarily because she knows she shouldn't bother others. And she doesn't refuse because she's afraid of embarrassing herself. Because other people's thoughts should not be rejected casually.
Yu Xiaoya, on the other hand, has memorized the prices of all the goods. The extent to which this little girl understood things made Yin Shui somewhat at a loss for what to say. Pursing her lips, Yin Shui looked towards Yu Xiaoya and said in a warm voice, "Yeah, these clothes, and all those other things, are all gifts from your sister, no need to return them.
If you want to thank your sister, then you have to always study hard from now on, okay?" Yu Xiaoya nodded seriously and said, "Sister, I will study hard. But I shouldn't have just accepted these gifts, don't worry, I'll return them to you when I make money later." After a pause, she whispered, "These are expensive clothes, sis, I love them." A sentence immediately led Yin Shui some broken defense. She didn't even care much about the price when she bought the dress yesterday either. It's also true that with her family's wealth, she doesn't need to look at the price of her clothes. Yu Xiaoya should have made the decision to memorize all the expenses from the start yesterday. However, whether it's eating or shopping for food or clothes, she never said she didn't like it or made a request for a different family. This little girl knew that the clothes were expensive, but she also knew that it was Yin Shui's kindness. So, even though the little girl was a bit breathless in the face of such prices, she still smiled and accompanied Yin Shui through the entire stroll. Which was she who took care of Yu Xiaoya yesterday? It was clear that Yu Xiaoya was taking care of her the entire time. Yin Shui huffed and squatted down, apologizing earnestly. "Yeah, I'm sorry. Sis didn't realize how much pressure that kind of spending would put on you. This is something that my sister has not considered well. Can you tell your sister how much money I spent on you yesterday in total?" Yu Xiaoya hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Gu. Ringo smiled and nodded. Block 4051. Yu Xiaoya said carefully. Yin Shui's nose suddenly turned sour. Own stupidity. Knowing that this little girl knows so much, she still takes her to high spending. How in the world did she survive all that pressure, huh? After a few moments of emotion swirling in her heart, Yin Shui stood up and spread her hands towards Lin Gu. "Ling Gu, you return this money for Xiaoya." Lin Gu nodded slightly and without hesitation, he took out his cell phone and transferred money to Yin Shui in front of Yu Xiaoya. But although on the surface there were no waves, his heart was dripping blood. This money was spent, good guy, he was about to become a state of indebtedness. Nowadays, he is at least a not-so-small star. When the star can be a star to him, there is no one else. But it was good that the money was spent on you, and he was glad for it. But that hint of an imperceptible look was still captured by Yin Shui. Yin Shui sometimes had the illusion that the one standing in front of him was really a popular actor nowadays. To be able to push himself to this point, in show business, like him, I guess you can't find the second one, right? After receiving the collection, Yin Shui squatted down again and smiled. "Xiaoya, this money, let Brother Ringa give it to your sister for you first. When you grow up, you must repay Brother Rinku, okay?" A hint of relaxation appeared on Yu Xiaoya's face and she nodded her head vigorously. "Ah. See this scene." A warm smile could not help but appear on Lin Gu's face. In his heart, his favorable impression of Yin Shui seems to have quietly deepened a little. From this incident, he could tell that Yin Shui was a kind, lovely woman who knew how to advance and retreat. Compared to the beauty on the outside, such a pure heart was more appreciated by Ringu. Chapter 77, Ringa, tell us if you're in trouble and we'll raise money for you. Although after giving Yin Shui more than 4,000, Ringu's balance has been seriously alarmed. But since this money is spent on Yu Xiaoya, then Lin Gu has nothing to be distressed about. Big deal, save your money for a while next. When the paychecks come down for I'm not a drugstore, it should be a lot more lenient. Come on, I don't have much to do these days, I can show you a good time. Lin Gu raised his eyebrows and held Yu Xiaoya's hand as he walked towards the snack street. Behind. Yin Shui looked at the backs of this large and small group, and for some reason, her eyes were a little moist. She had work today and couldn't stay with Ringu and the others. After standing in place for a while, Yin Shui sniffled and took out the phone. "Hey, Auntie, what you said before, I promise. I'll transfer to the provincial office when I finish this promo." Taking Yu Xiaoya for a playdate. Rinku didn't mention anything more about the money just now. He could understand Yu Xiaoya and Yin Shui's feelings. In Yu Xiaoya's opinion, it's not like she and Yin Shui are familiar with each other. Yin Shui spends money on herself, she doesn't want to reject such kindness out of politeness, but she will keep it in her mind and return it later. Even though all that money was a lot of pressure for you, the strong girl didn't show it. And to Yin Shui. Almost as soon as Yu Xiaoya said those words, she realized that she seemed to have done a bad thing out of good intentions. Put it on the average uneducated little kid, and the incident might just go away.
But as it happened, Yu Xiaoya was not such an unintelligent child. Yin Shui's generosity, however, instead put pressure on Yu Xiaoya. So she chose to transfer this debt to Rinku. After all, for Xiaoya, owed Lingu already enough, not so bad money. In terms of marginal effects, it is clear that this debt is much less stressful in Lingua than in his own. But relatively. In this way, Yin Shui's own pressure had instead increased.
Obviously they mean well, but they end up making themselves feel guilty. I can only say that Yin Shui is also a young girl who understands and thinks about others. Think of these delightful and comforting things.
Lingu took Yu Xiaoya around the food court.
However, he wasn't a rich man, so naturally he wouldn't buy everything.
The two of them shopped for half a day and spent a total of less than $50. But looking at the happy look on Yu Xiaoya's face, it's clear that this kind of consumption is the way she prefers. I am not a drugstore has rapped.
Rinku didn't have anything else to do.
Every day, he would play with Yu Xiaoya during the day and send her to Yin Shui's house at night. In these days, Lingu is also completely recognized he is already a big star at this matter.
Walking down the street, every now and then someone would recognize him and come up for an autograph or a photo.
Of course, these fans were still relatively restrained. After all, they all saw that Rinku still had a little girl with him.
On the internet, there are also a lot more pictures of various things about Rinku.
For example, Rinku took a little girl to the snack bar and ended up spending a total of only $50 on a full course record. For example, when Lingu bought Yu Xiaoya's hairpin at the stall, he made a point of bargaining with the boss, from $15 to $10. For example, when Lingu took Yu Xiaoya around, he never took a taxi, he just did public transportation or rode a shared bicycle.
One time. Netizens are not sure whether Lingu is a show, or really pour into this look.
In Lingu's personal super talk, a post titled "What Kind of Exploitation Lingu Has Been Subjected to by the Company" had already been covered by fans to more than 40,000 floors. This thread, in fact, was started by Xiao Yuan. From the very beginning of the video when Ringu bought his cell phone, to the photos in the noodle shop later on. Then later in this period of time, Lingu took Yu Xiaoya around to play all kinds of records.
Almost every fan on this floor is making the same statement. Why is Ringu so poor? The most obvious conclusion, naturally, is exploitation by the company. There were even fans who sent out details of the price of the clothes Ringu was wearing. Looking at that outfit, which cost less than $200 in total, and then looking at Rinku's miserable state of only changing 3 sets in a week or so, each of which is a piecing Yuzu set. Where could the heartbroken fans of Ringu sit still? This situation has directly led to Rinku being fed by fans from time to time while shopping in the back. From clothes to shoes to various small gifts for Yu Xiaoya. After taking Yu Xiaoya for a few days, Lingu felt as if he had become the incoming goods. He had no choice but to post his first official blog post on the bib. Don't send me anything, people, I still have enough money to spend. Less than half an hour after this blog post was sent out, there were over 3,000 comments. Listen, still enough to spend. Ooh, Ringu, how exploited are you by the company, anyway? Dog Huai. Jime guys, let's go, punch the official blog of Huai. Ringu, you don't have pressure, life if there is a hard time just talk to everyone, we'll raise some money for you whatever you want. That said, why doesn't Rinku's scarf have a reward function? No, the more I think about it, the more angry I get, the dog Huai is bullying people too much. Ringu, are you still taking your sister shopping tomorrow? The netizens obviously didn't believe Ringu's claim that there was still enough money to go around. If it's enough, what's the point of haggling over cards? If you have enough, why don't you buy a car? Enough for the clothes to wear the patchwork Yusu suit? Seeing this kind of speech more and more, helplessly, Lingu can only choose not to continue to bring Yu Xiaoya on the street. Good on. One Man's Martial Arts has been in theaters for almost a week. By the time the first week's box office comes out, Rose and Chan will have time to deal with infernal affairs. During this time, various approval documents from the Lycée Public Security Directorate also came down. At Ringu's request, the police department side not only agrees to use the main office building as a filming location, but is also willing to let the police officers act as a group on the set. After all, it's an official promo shoot, so of course they'll spare no effort to support it. Finally, this afternoon, Chen Rosen came straight to Lingu. Ringu, the first week box office is out. Guess how much? Chen Luosan's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement and thrill. As soon as Lingu heard it, he knew that this number definitely greatly exceeded his expectations. Director Chen, don't sell yourself short. Ringu smiled.
On the other side of the phone, Chen Rosen laughed out loud, stopped whetting people's appetites, and directly stated the first week's box office figures.
$630 million.
The theaters have temporarily increased our scheduling to more than 50%, counting the next key extension. The total box office of One Man's Wuling is definitely above 700 million. The first week is a movie's prime time, and in many cases, the second week's grosses don't add up to more than one day in the first week. Hearing this number, Lin Gu also smacked his lips a little.
700 million. An action movie that got such an outrageous score. Looking at the history of film and television in the Dragon Kingdom, this is a record that has never even appeared. In other words, the two movies starring Ringo directly broke box office records in two categories.
On the other side of the phone, Chen Rosen lamented.
Ringo, how can I thank you?
If it wasn't for you, there's absolutely no way this movie would have done as well as it did. Actually, initially I expected it to top out at just $200 million at the box office.
Lin Gu smiled and said modestly. It's all a joint effort.
Hearing this, Chen Rosen seriously replied back.
Lin Gu, you're being a bit presumptuous.
To be honest, the reason why this movie's late box office has bucked the trend is almost all because of this matter of you knowing real kung fu.
In any case, this thanks, you are bound to receive it.
After thinking about it, Chen Rosen solemnly said. Lin Gu, between the two of us, I'm afraid it would be a bit hurtful to talk only about money.
Tell you what, I don't want any payment for that next infernal affairs, how about that?
At these words, Lin Gu was stunned as he hurriedly said.
Director Chen, how can this be? I'm already thankful that you've come to help, how can I not pay you?
If you really appreciate me, get me some more powerful actors over here.
Chen Rosen laughed out loud and said. That goes without saying? However, this matter is decided. No matter how much you originally intended to pay me, this money, I can't take it, so put it in your own pocket. On my side, I can come over to Liking the day after tomorrow at the most, and by then, with the cast, I'll definitely give you a surprise. Having said that, Lin Gu couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded slightly and smiled. Alright, then I'll wait for Director Chen's news. Hang up.
Lin Gu touched Yu Xiaoya's head and said in a warm voice.
When Director Chen comes over, you can make a movie, happy? Yu Xiaoya's eyes brightened. Happy. For little girls, making movies and being on TV is something you can't even dream of. Today, it's close. 2 days later.
Lin Gu, Yu Xiaoya, and Yin Shui received Chen Rosen at the airport.
Accompanying.
Apart from Rosen Chan, there are also Donnie Yen, Fan Wang, Liang Qiu Wai and Hua Chai. Seeing this luxurious lineup, Lin Gu was confused for a moment.
The original Infernal Affairs is the one starring Liang Qiu Wai and Hua. Chen Rosen actually invited these two here? Chapter 78, the director goes up to shoot the movie, and the assistant director is responsible for shouting click? Even in this world.
Liang Qiu Wai and Hua are equally big stars. In the era when Hong Kong movies were popular, these two were almost all-powerful kinds of existences. The two leads are among the recommendations given by the system for the cast of the Infernal Affairs script. However, from the beginning, Lin Gu hadn't thought of inviting them over.
The reason is simple, can't afford it. Liang Qiu Wai and Hua, their paychecks are at least in the tens of millions now. How much did Infernal Affairs cost in total?
Moreover, Rinku was confident that he could coach the actors into the shape he wanted, so of course he didn't need to rely on stars to make up for his popularity. But now, he didn't realize that without even mentioning it himself, Chen Rosen brought Hua and Liang Qiu Wai.
Ringo stepped forward and shook hands with a few people. A bitter smile followed. Director Chen, you've given me a big problem here. This movie, if we let Brother Chao Wei and Hua act in it, that would naturally be the best, but I may not be able to afford to pay for the movie. Lin Gu also didn't want to make false pretenses, lest people's hearts grow hostile at that time. Saying it plainly like this won't make anyone look bad. Chen Rosen laughed out loud and said, Ringu, this is you looking down on me, isn't it? You helped me so much in one man's martial arts, can't I surprise you? Nah.
A few of us, including Donnie Yen and Fan Huang, this time, are here to work for you. The honorarium, just follow the friendship price, 1 million for each person, how about it? At these words, Lin Gu's eyes widened.
$1 million each? It's not too much, it's too damn low, isn't it? Others don't say.
Speaking of Fan Huang alone, his curiosity should be the lowest among the four. But even for him, the pay for a movie won't be less than $1 million. Put it on the average person, maybe $1 million is indeed money you won't make in a few years. But for Donnie Yen, Fan Wong, Liang Chiu Y and Wachai, $1 million in pay is no different from working for nothing. Lin Gu shook his head with a bitter smile and was about to say something.
Donnie Darko spoke up and interrupted him. Ringu, don't refuse.
This time, if it wasn't for Director Chen's comment that not a single point might hurt the friendship, Fan Huang and I had originally planned to help you make the movie for free. You helped Fan Huang and I a lot in one man's martial arts, this friendship, you always recognize it, right?
Fan Huang nodded and smiled back.
Yeah, if you think we're earning less, Linku, why don't you take the time to teach us some real kung fu moves?
It's been a big deal for a while now that you know real kung fu.
On the other side, Chen Rosen also spoke. Lingu, I'm not going to lie to you, this time, Hua and Liang Chiu Y, it was indeed me who used favors to invite them over. But I feel that I should return the favor, and you don't have to put me under such a big psychological burden if the two cancel each other out.
The three had said so, what else could Lingu say? He nodded bitterly and said, in that case, then I can only thank you all more.
Next to him, Hua opened his mouth and laughed.
Ringu, this cooperation, more guidance wow. Wherever, Hua, I'm your fan. And brother Chao, I'm your fan too.
Ha, we're all fans of Feng Yishio from one man's martial arts.
The crowd chatted awkwardly for a while. Ringu eventually led them straight back to the city.
For the Infernal Affairs project, the official payment was already in place, and Huai's side finally decided to contribute $40 million, accounting for 40% of the final proceeds, thanks to the joint efforts of Chao Ping and Yang Hanlin. The Lyceum Public Security Directorate likewise accounts for 40% of the proceeds, with the final 20% going into Lingu's personal pocket. During this period, any expenditures regarding Infernal Affairs can go directly to the public accounts.
20% doesn't seem like much.
But realize that this is Ringu's personal gain. The average director doesn't get much of a cut of the box office at all. Generally speaking, the percentage of the box office that a director ends up with is under 10%. There are a whole lot of directors who get regular paychecks. The reason why Ringu was able to take so much. It's because in addition to being the director, he's also the screenwriter and the lead on the project for this movie.
Normal.
Unless it's a director like Xiaofeng, who has money of his own and doesn't need capital investment, he can take all the money he earns himself.
Except for this.
Anything else, however, that requires capital to enter, that big chunk is bound to go to the capital.
If capital doesn't make much, why should people invest in you? Investing money, too, involves taking risks. Empty gloves are a thing though and not uncommon in the entertainment industry. But if you think of a company like Huaya as a little cutie, then it really is a little cutie. It could only be said that Lingu was the lead this time after all, and with Chao Ping's and Yang Hanlin's military orders, coupled with the official entrance, it was only in the end that Lingu was able to get 20% of the share of the proceeds. After settling all the people down, Lingu transferred most of the power to Chen Rosen. Things like finances, like venues, like staffing arrangements, etc.
Lingu is, after all, a first-time director, and the flow of all this transactional work is not very familiar, and although he has transferred his rights to Chen Rosen, he is naturally still doing things. Only by constantly being exposed to similar things will Rinku's advanced directing skills be more than just an outline.
3 days later.
Basically, all the main and important supporting actors are in place. The roles were assigned in such a way that Ringa chose to act in the movie even though he was the director.
And he plays none other than Shen Yongren, one of the main characters.
The other lead role was given to Hua as Lu Jianming.
Other characters on.
Liang Qiuwei is Big B, Donnie Yen is Wang Qixing, Fan Wang is Hansum, and In Shui is Li Xiener, Chen Yongren psychiatrist.
The final Mary, Lu Jianming's fiancée, is played by Bai Binger. Yu Xiaoga's character, which was temporarily added by Lin Gu earlier, is Li Xiner's adopted daughter. Such a lineup is a luxury. The crowd arrived at the Liking Public Security Bureau, which could be used as a filming location for Infernal Affairs for a week from now. Everything else is still basically set in Hengdian. This afternoon, Ringo stood in front of the crowd and smiled as he personally pressed the power button on the first camera. Infernal Affairs, on. Infernal Affairs, the movie that started it all as a police procedural. Its plot is so well designed that even today, it is not at all cliched. In the script, the general storyline is as follows.
In 2002, 18-year-old Triad member Lau Kin-ming played by Hua follows the instructions of his elder brother Han Sung played by Fan Wong to enter the police academy and become an undercover police officer. Meanwhile, another student in the police academy, Chan Wing-yen played by Lam Ku, is arranged by the police to ostensibly force him to drop out of school, but in reality, he is allowed to enter the Triad as an undercover agent.
In the process,
Lu Jianming has gradually risen through the ranks and has become the captain of the Criminal Intelligence Division. And Chen Yongren has already earned the trust of the Triad's big brother, Han Shen, but after all, Han Shen's case has yet to be solved, so he can only remain in the Triad. One night in 2012, based on undercover intelligence from Chen Yongren, it was learned that a shipment of drugs was about to be traded, and that one of the parties to the deal was Han Shen. However, Lu Jianming passed the news to Han Shen in time so that he managed to escape, but both sides realized that there was a mole inside their respective organizations, so a fierce battle began.
That's the main plot of Infernal Affairs.
Among them, the most colorful is its ups and downs of the storyline and the complex character conflicts that spread out as a result.
Unlike your average cop movie that focuses on action elements and visual effects,
this is a movie that focuses more on the character relationship between the two main characters. This makes, even for a cop movie, the demand for actors to act very high. After all, whether it is the mole persona, or the later Lu Jianming, Chen Yongren alone duel, subtle changes in mood and thoughts, rely on the plot cannot fully support. Can you make all these characters have their own souls?
This is when the actor's skills are tested the most.
After a brief exchange with Chen Rosen, Lin Gu decided to start shooting the first scene. It was also the scene where Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren first met at the police station. The reason why this scene was taken first was because the Lycée Public Security Directorate only had the right to use it for a week after all. After pairing up with Hua, the two started shooting straight away.
In the police department, Chen Yongren came to Lu Jianming for information on restoring his police record.
And by this time, Lu Jianming has beaten his boss, Han Shen, to death, and no one knows he's an undercover agent. At this time, Lu Jianming is really want to be a good person, after all, has climbed to this position, he does not want to go back to be a hidden head of the Black Jinx.
However, just as Lu Jianming went out to look through the files, Chen Yongren violently discovered a file bag on Lu Jianming's desk. The word label is written on this document bag.
At this moment, Chen Yongren suddenly understood something.
When Lu Jianming came back, Chen Yongren had already left. There were no ripples in the filming. Both Ringo and Hua are superb actors.
The most thought-provoking part of this scene was also the change of emotion in Ringo's eyes after he found the bag of papers. As well as Lu Jianming came back and found that the position of the file bag changed, the change in the color of his face.
Ka!
Chen Rosen sat behind the screen with a somewhat odd expression on his face. The director is on the set to make the movie, and he, the assistant director, is responsible for shouting start and end.
Why does this movie feel as if it's being made in a bit of a strange way? Chapter 79, Crazy. You call this a new director?
Modern theater is, in fact, more difficult to perform than costume theater. Because the audience did not live in the ancient times, the understanding of the ancient times are from a variety of information, film and television works. This makes it so that the actors are the ones who have more freedom with their characters. And similar to a movie like Infernal Affairs, in which the characters and settings are all modern, the audience is a little more immersed while at the same time demanding more from the actors' acting skills.
With costume drama, it's the actors who mold into what they are and the audience is impressed.
Modern theater, on the other hand, requires actors to portray characters that are already inherently remembered in the minds of the audience. Lin Gu as Chen Yongren is one such character that viewers already have a built-in impression of.
First of all, he's a cop. In terms of behavioral logic, Chen Yongren's colonel must meet the standards of a police officer. For example, the eyes have to be clear. You can't give the audience a look that makes them think you're a total badass, can you? Then again, always be on your guard, etc. Secondly, Chen Yongren is still an undercover agent. Here, it's important to mention the context of the scene.
The matter of Chen Yongren being an undercover agent of the police was bound to be unknown to many people. That would be irresponsible for the safety of the undercover agent.
From the beginning, it's a matter of just two people knowing about it.
One was the principal of the police academy, and the other was Huang Jiqing, who was responsible for the one-line contact with Chen Yongren. But the old principal had already died, and in a previous operation, Huang Jiqing had already been killed by someone sent by Han Chen. Today, no one else can prove that he is a police officer except for a confidential file in the police department. Of course, by this time, Han Chen had also been killed by Lu Jianming, so Chen Yongren was able to get rid of his identity as an undercover agent and restore his police rank in a dignified manner. But when Chen Yongren saw Lu Jianming table on the bag of papers written with the word bid, everything has become different. This document bag, Chen Yongren has seen. And he wrote the word label. Earlier, when both the police and the gang were investigating the mole at the same time. Within the triad, there was a collection of minions. There is a little brother, cannot write bodyguard Dart, when Chen Yongren wanted to help him, but suddenly realized that his persona is not also a punk. So, the word Dart was temporarily scratched out and replaced by the word Mark. And this document was finally handed over by Han Chen to that undercover agent in the police station at the theater. At that time, the theater was too dark, and Chen Yongren did not see clearly who the undercover agent really was, but he remembered the document bag, as well as the undercover agent's habitual movements. Now that this document bag has appeared on Lu Jianming's desk, is there much else to say? Lu Jianming, the undercover agent that Chen Yongren was looking for so hard. In the police station office, Lin Gu interpreted all of Chen Yongren's reactions meticulously. For example, the relaxed demeanor when you arrive at the police station at the beginning. This is his true reaction to his portrayal of a policeman who has been undercover in the triads for years and returns home. Like, for example, the change in look and emotion on his face when he found that paper bag on the table. This folder. Lu Jianming is the undercover agent. If he's undercover, how can he possibly process me for reinstatement to the police force? No, we must leave first, or we may be in danger. Here, there will be a detail that looks like a bug, but is actually very well designed. That is, why didn't Chen Yongren directly call the police in the police station, instead of going through a lot of twists and turns, in the follow-up and Lu Jianming alone confrontation? This brings us to a previous ambush, the fact that Chen Yongren is a police officer, which no one can prove anymore. The person responsible for restoring his police registration is Lu Jianming, which means that if Lu Jianming chooses to delete his confidential information, then Chen Yongren will completely become a black household. The sadness of undercover agents is also being felt here. Here, Ringa showed all of that alert, tangled, complex look through his eyes and movements. Eventually, he flipped through Lu's desk and found the tape, which contained the very same record of Lu's call with Han Chen. Here, too, is a detail. That is, why would Lu Jianming be so careless as to leave such an important tape on the table? Because Han Chen is dead, Lu subconsciously relaxed. This coincidence is also the trigger that makes the conflict even worse. Wah, as a veteran actor who has reigned over the entertainment industry in Hong Kong for more than a decade, is naturally not weak in this kind of godly drama. He equally vividly portrayed all of that panic of having his secret recognized. Eyes snapped shut and his complexion was instantly serious. Looking into the paper bag, it was immediately clear that he had been exposed. Discovering the loss of the tape, Lu knew that his safety could no longer be guaranteed. Now, the only chance that might allow him to turn the tables was in the hands of Chen Yongren. Thus, Lu Jianming went directly to the archive room and deleted all the information about Chen Yongren from the computer. At this time, the panic within him was actually no less than Chen Yongren. For Chen Yongren, in discovering that Lu Jianming is the undercover agent he has been looking for, and this undercover agent now also holds the privilege of whether or not to restore his own identity, of course he will be afraid. As for Lu Jianming, the fact that he had been identified by Chen Yongren and had taken that crucial tape made him equally panicked. Lose your current position, lose your police status, face possible jail time. All of this is unacceptable to Lu Jianming. The moment the delete button is pressed, Chen Rosen's click also came at the right time. Great start. Chen Rosen cheerfully clapped his hands and made way for Lin Gu to sit behind the screen. This is usually the exclusive seat for the director. Pointing at the screen, Chen Rosen marveled. Ringu, wah, your acting is truly impeccable. With this kind of demeanor and eyes, I'm afraid that the viewers, even if they don't watch the previous episodes, will be able to roughly guess how the plot is going to change by looking at this scene. Absolutely. Rinku smiled, looking over the shot carefully. As a director, he can no longer think of himself simply as an actor. Rinku deliberately let his thoughts lift a little higher, standing in the dimension of the big picture to see each scene. Because, all these shots will be used by him later in the official movie. If you don't want to think about where each step is going to go while you're filming, then when it comes time for the official edit, you're going to lose your way. Making a movie is an extremely demanding answer to a question. What Ringu is doing now is to construct a complete answer movie in his mind against the syllabus script, and then go through this answer and keep filling in all kinds of numbers, symbols, and solution steps. For example, the close-up of the bag of papers with the word bid written on it.
For example, the change in Chen Yongren and Lu Jianming's I scene.
For example, after Lu Jianming realizes that Chen Yongren has disappeared, he needs to shoot 2 camera shots, one from the inside, front, looking at Lu's eye scene, and one from the outside, side, looking at Lu's action scene.
Every step of the way here is something that needs to be in the mind of Rinku.
With the skills of an advanced director at his disposal, Lin Gu is not rushed or nervous, although he is a bit shy. He looked away for a moment, and spoke in a deep voice.
Lights and camera turn, let's make up 2 shots.
Ringo stood up and directed the crew on the scene in a raw manner, using words and movements he was not familiar with. Chen Rosen was on the sidelines, watching with a smile on his face at first. He wasn't trying to watch the fun, he just wanted to observe director Rinku's skills. But the more he looked, the more surprised his eyes became. Judging from the way Ringo commanded the scene at the beginning, he was indeed directing for the first time and was very rusty in many areas. There are quite a few details left out. But by the time the first act footage was made up and the second act footage began to be made up,
surprisingly, Rinku was already like a different person.
It's as if the setup of the lights, the sound, the camera positions, the group acting, and everything else has been memorized. With every command sent out, the crews on the ground are given a clear message. This made it so that, although Lin Gu did not pretend to be harsh and his tone was quite gentle, the scene was not messy at all. The length of the second act was even more than half the length of the first act.
At the end of the day, Chen Rosen's entire body froze in place.
He thought back to his first exposure to something similar, which would have been a long time ago, when he was a groundskeeper. Peter, even if it is only a small field service, under the director's various orders, Chen Rosen still feel exhausted.
Because many orders are fundamentally contradictory. The director doesn't even have a complete pulse in his head.
But now, when Chen Rosen substitutes himself into the field service again, he realized that even though he was still the newbie field agent, there would be no panic at Ringu's command. Each order, very short and competent, but not lacking in necessary information. For example, Ringu says field service, camera 3 shot over, scene resumed, camera pulls back a meter, push distant to close up shot. This sentence contains orders to the field manager and cameraman, and although it is brief, it has all the information it needs to have. The field service has to restore the scene, which is something the field service has to remember. The camera just needs to move the camera back a meter and follow Rinku's gestures to pull in the near and far views. Pair the two together.
A new, more linguistic lens was then shot. Chen Rosen stood watching for 10 minutes.
In those 10 minutes, Lin Gu had morphed directly from a raw rookie into an excellent director who controlled the entire scene without the slightest disruption. Between the twitching corners of his mouth, Chen Rosen feels as if the world has become strange.
What kind of monster is Rinku anyway? Chapter 80, Editing while filming? Ringu, you really dare to think.
Watching Lin Gu as if he was an artificial intelligence that was learning at high speed, in less than half an hour, he had transformed from a new director who was not very familiar with anything into an excellent director who could already control the rhythm of the whole situation.
Chen Rosen can't help but remember his first time directing.
By then, he had been a groundskeeper for 4 or 5 years and had moonlighted in other positions such as lighting, photography, and props. At the same time, Chen Rosen also privately studied day and night on his own for knowledge related to directing. That's all. He still made a big joke the first time he directed. To this day, Chen Rosen remembers that it was a movie that was killed outright at the internal review stage of the funders, believing that it had no value at all for release. By the time he settled down to look back at the work he had shot and edited, the kind of embarrassment that almost made him realize housing freedom on the spot.
Then, step by step, growth and a little bit of humility.
It wasn't until the 3rd year that he came up with a decent step. It took Chen Rosen 7 or 8 years from the start of his career to become a qualified director. That's still because he works hard enough and has no shortage of talent.
However, where's Rinku?
Not to mention that he almost never touches anything related to directing anymore.
It's only been less than 2 years since he started in the entertainment industry, right?
2 years, even if you familiarize yourself with the various jobs in the crew, you may not be able to familiarize yourself with all of them. Similar to lighting, photography, set dressing, props, etc., each of these items is very much a detail. The director's inability to grasp the details of these endeavors means there's no way to control these aspects of authority.
As the soul of a movie, if you don't even know which way the lights are going or which angle the camera is facing, then how can you make a great work?
In the beginning, Chen Luoshan's expectation of Lin Gu was nothing more than that he would have a general outline.
At the very least, it's important to know how the images and shots in the script are going to come out, right?
Even if you don't know the exact details of how to shoot.
Chen Rosen also recognized it.
He was willing to patiently teach these detailed aspects to Ringu as a reward to Ringu because of the movie One Man's Martial Arts.
But in less than half an hour, Chen Rosen has had a big change of heart. He realized that there didn't seem to be much he could teach Ringu at all. The speed at which Lin Gu was growing had already exceeded the limits of Chen Luoshan's imagination.
He couldn't understand why Lin Gu could transform in such a short time from a newcomer who said, "Shine the lights this way," to the king of scene control who could issue such precise orders as, "Raise the lights 2 meters and go with the third mirror."
It's not normal.
But once he thought that Lin Gu was a change too who even knew Kung Fu, Chen Rosen was relieved. It seemed like there was more than just this one thing that didn't make sense on Ringu. After the 2 acts were shot, Ringu felt like he had digested a lot of the knowledge in his head.
It's not knowledge that you can melt away by watching someone make a movie.
Rather, it was a specialized skill that had to be commanded, controlled, and familiarized by Lin Gu himself before it could be mastered by him little by little.
After filming this scene, Ringu didn't let the crew stop. Instead, they continued to start filming the police station, Lu Jianming's personal scenes.
Movies are shot scene by scene, and in most cases, the order in which they are shot, and the order in which they are ultimately presented on the screen, cannot be the same.
Wah, Dan, your scene is next. Ringu smiled and waved his hand. Wah and Donnie Yen didn't hesitate to start standing and playing against each other.
10 minutes later, the second act was already being filmed.
Filming is boring.
But it's a lot more fun if the process of shooting is also the process of learning. That advanced director knowledge in Lin Gu's mind was constantly melting, which gave Lin Gu a sense of joy in making progress at all times.
In contrast, Ringu was getting more and more comfortable in the job of director.
Until the last scene of this night was shot.
Lin Gu had established unrivaled prestige among the crew. Make a movie.
While it is true that the director is the soul, any other member of the crew is also indispensable.
It's like a sophisticated car, the key to making it run fast, and run in a straight line is, of course, the director who is responsible for taking the wheel, putting it in gear, fueling it up, and changing the spare tire. But every staff member, too, is a part of this vehicle. The lighting crew is the headlights, the videographer is the navigation, and the groundskeeper is the gear.
Those actors, on the other hand, are every bit as screwy. If you can't tightly unite all these parts around yourself, then I'm afraid the car is going to fall apart, and how can the progress of the movie shoot be fast enough? For example, sending a wrong and inaccurate command to the lights.
That consequent delay is the camera angle, which in turn affects the actor's stance. Once these problems have a ripple effect, it's not something that can be solved by one person. The entire crew will be implicated in this. A qualified director is one who uses his ability to unite everyone around him. Most directors use the weapon of severity. Being tougher will make the staff more conscientious, more obedient, and less error-prone. Be stern and the actors won't slack off and will take the movie seriously.
That's why most of the famous directors in the industry are yen directors.
But Ringu is not.
He relies on more than severity.
Rather, it's efficiency and accuracy to the point of command.
From lighting to camera, from set dressing to props, from lead to supporting to group.
It's safe to say
Ringu had familiarized himself with the core elements of each job in the half-day.
It also has a general grasp of each actor's personality traits.
In this case, every order issued by Ringu would be precise to the individual and to the specific matter. From Ringu's mouth, the crew and cast no longer hear adverbs of degree such as, "come this way a little bit," "lift up a little bit," or "you smile a little bit more." Lin Gu's orders are always, "field service, bring the scene back to 10 minutes ago."
Lights, raise camera 4 by 1 meter, chase Donnie Yen.
Wah, you don't have enough tension in your face, your eyes are too heavy, imagine the panic of being chased by a tiger.
Come on, one more time. This kind of control that almost treats everyone like a screw-up. Completely bowled over all the crew in the production.
People are here to work, not solve puzzles. The crew certainly wishes the director gave them all such simple and direct orders. This way, they only have to accomplish what they are supposed to accomplish and the filming progresses at a fast pace.
Precision, efficiency, ease and rapport. That was the feeling that Ringu brought to everyone this afternoon.
The filming crew of Infernal Affairs gave everyone a completely different feeling from the previous filming. And the only variable in all this is the director, Ringu. Under these circumstances, how could Lin Gu's prestige not be established? After the shooting was over, Ringu clapped his hands and laughed. Everyone worked hard, let's call it a day. Tomorrow everyone will be in place at 9. Bye, director. Whether it was the staff or the main actors or group actors, all of them did not question Lin Gu's words. We all also know that we will definitely see everyone there tomorrow at 9 o'clock. That's the charisma of Ringu's leadership. Yu Xiaoya, who had been playing peacefully for half a day on the set and hadn't gotten to her scene yet, came to Lin Gu's side and immediately helped him pinch his shoulders. The little girl's good intentions were not rejected by Lin Gu. Chen Rosen walked over with a face of emotion and disbelief. Ringu, you used to furthered your studies at a film school? Lin Gu froze for a moment. This question, the original writer of the script of I Am Not the God of Medicine, it seems that he also asked him. He shook his head and laughed. Nope, all self-taught. The senior director knowledge in his head is just an outline, and it's not wrong for Lin Gu to say he's self-taught. At these words, Chen Luoshan instantly twitched his mouth and silently extended a thumbs up. Bull. Lin Gu, old Chen, have never obeyed anyone in my life, and this time I really obey you. I can tell that you are indeed a first-time director, and when you were shooting before, you didn't even know or understand some of the terms yet. But after this half-day of directing, Ringu, you are already a very good and qualified director. Chen Rosen wasn't complimenting Lin Gu. He even thinks he may have been a bit conservative in all he said. The kind of terrifying control Lin Gu had over the crew, Chen Rosen asked himself that he couldn't do it himself. He's not the only one who can't do it, there are only a handful of directors in the entertainment industry who can do it. Ringu smiled lowly. And then, asked. Director Chen, the editing of a movie, does it usually start after all the footage has been shot? Chen Rosen froze, and after a moment of contemplation, he returned. Not necessarily, but normally it's like this. After all, even the director doesn't know what the final result will look like until most of the footage is shot. With random editing, it's likely to be a waste of labor and resources and end up being of little use. Lin Gu thought about it and said in a deep voice. So if I'm confident, can I start editing the footage that's been shot first from now on? After all, I'm trying to save some time. Hearing this, Chen Rosen froze on the spot. Behind them, Donnie Yen and Hua Zai, who were coming this way, also showed an expression of having seen a ghost. Chapter 81, God. Transcendent Era of Infernal Late Effects. Editing a movie is not stacking blocks. Thousands and thousands of movie clips have to be placed in the right places to drive the emotions that the director wants to convey to the audience. Not to mention editing while filming, even if all the footage is filmed and then edited, it's still a difficult S-class thing to do. How many movies are great when you take a clip out on its own, but hard to watch once you watch the whole thing? Like when you draw a circle, that might look good. Painting a square is also quite nice. But if you want to draw a pair of Qingming Shanghe too, it's not a question of whether it's good to draw circles or squares. The size, position, angle, matching, and color of each circle, each square, is a decisive factor in determining whether or not the painting looks good. If even a small part of it goes wrong, the final presentation will be poor. And the maneuver Ringu wanted to do was even more outrageous. He was ready to start drawing at Qingming Shanghe 2 from all parts of a blank sheet of paper when he hadn't even drawn circles and squares. Chen Rosen's brain is buzzing right now. He then wanted to ask. How do you make sure that the footage you edit in is sure to work? How do you make sure that the idea you're trying to convey is echoed on the before and after camera clips? The script gives so much information that it could be as simple as wind and sunshine for a 3-minute scene. What's going to happen in those 3 minutes? How can you possibly know if you haven't shot it yet? Even if movies are the art of shaping comes from life. The things that always come up, who knows what all will come up until they are filmed? Unless Ringu's mind already had the entire picture of the entire movie in its entirety. In other words, Lin Gu had already visualized a Qingming Shanghe 2 in his mind. All he had to do was to copy the picture in his mind, stroke by stroke, on a blank sheet of paper. But how is that possible? Chen Rosen hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Ringu, have you ever played with a Rubik's Cube? Lin Gu nodded slightly. Played? What's up, Director Chen? I want to make a point with you. Making a movie is really playing with a Rubik's Cube. What we're trying to do is take the clutter and turn it into a put-together Rubik's Cube by filming and editing. Shooting the whole movie footage and then editing it, that's when we learned the skills, the idea of putting together the Rubik's Cube, and by following the steps and finding the rules of it a little bit, we can put it together. It's just a matter of putting it together faster or slower. Chen Rosen paused and said bitterly. However, your idea of editing while filming is equivalent to trying to recover the Rubik's Cube by looking at it directly from the whole of the cube without following any techniques, routines, or learning those laws, and by putting it together from the east and the west.
How easy is that to talk about?
Chen Rosen sighed and continued.
If you've made a lot of these types of movies, then I also believe you do have the ability. But Ringu, wasn't Infernal Affairs your first directorial effort? For your first work, it's okay to take it a little slower, as long as the end result is excellent, then no one cares how much time you spend in the process. Some of the newer directors, just because they don't have the funds, choose to refine and edit themselves and polish for years and years. Take it out at the end of the day and it will be just as lauded. Ringu, do you see what I mean? Chen Rosen finished and let out a long breath. He felt like he hadn't said so much in a long time. If it weren't for the fact that Ringu is so good and really deserves thanks, then Chen Rosen wouldn't say such nonsense to outsiders unless he was sick.
As he spoke, Ringu had been listening intently.
After listening, Lingu nodded and said seriously. Director Chen, I understand what you mean by that. And, I get it, making a movie can be a lot harder than a Rubik's Cube.
Hearing Lingu's words, Chen Luoshan's face instantly revealed an expression of relief.
The children can be taught. Just don't take the bull by the horns.
However, before the look on his face could dissipate, then he heard Lingu continue.
But I've actually figured out how this movie is going to be made and what it's really going to look like.
I'm also pretty sure that whatever image comes out, I can place it in the right spot.
In this case, if it was filmed and then cut, it would really take too much time. Rinku was sincere.
He was not here to seek Chen Rosen's advice either, he was just asking him if there was any such precedent in the industry.
Since there was, it was only natural that Lingu would still stick to his idea. Because, well, he really does have the original Infernal Affairs movie in his head. Together with the advanced director's skill brought to him by the system, although it was only at the advanced level, its comprehensiveness was horrifying. There is no less knowledge about editing, voodoo, close-ups, special effects, soundtracks, etc. than there is about those that can be used when making a movie. Lingu wanted to quickly improve his proficiency in the Shadow Emperor quest. It would be too inefficient if for every movie you make, you have to spend 2 months shooting and 1 month cutting. Ringo can't accept that he's so inefficient. And
the teams for filming and editing are, in fact, separate. When filming, the editing team basically doesn't deal with those movie clips too much, other than taking care of the basic editing. This will affect the ideas and thoughts of the director in the later stages.
Idle is idle anyway, so why not let them make the most of their time? After hearing Ringu's words, Chen Rosen froze for several seconds.
The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Well, since you're so confident, I won't say anything more.
All I can say is, newborns are not afraid of tigers, and when you fall on your face, you'll know I'm doing it for your own good.
Chen Rosen wasn't being cynical either. Rather, I really think that Ringu is a bit of an unknown quantity. What director doesn't know it's a waste of time to shoot and then cut? But what director would dare to touch the forbidden zone of editing while shooting? What makes a man, not a god, is that manpower is sometimes poor? I'm afraid that even if you only count the effective shots, lines, background music, ambiguous dark line pairings, and other elements in a movie, you're going to get into the tens of thousands. Assign all these tens of thousands of bars to its logical place in the unknown. It's not about difficulty at all. It's a no-brainer that this tread is impossible. Listening to Chen Rosen's words, Ringu smiled. Director Chen, I appreciate your kindness. But I have the pain of having to speed things up. I'd like to try it, and if it doesn't work, then go with the shoot and cut approach. Chen Rosen sighed deeply and said, Ugh, well. Since you had to try it, I won't say anything. I can keep an eye on it for you while you schedule the editing, so I hope you actually have an idea and aren't just messing around. A conversation between two people. Donnie Yen, Hua and others dare not interrupt. They may be actors, but they know the basic rules of making a movie. What would be the best way to edit it without filming the various movie clips already written in the script? Take a chestnut. The script gives it as, the weather is overcast and the hero and heroine are staring at each other under a tree. It's a very common scenario,
but even if it's common, it's not likely to work just because it's filmed. Instead, various filters, layers, and possibly even special effects would need to be added before it could be cut into the positive. Until the front storyline and the back storyline are filmed. Hell, I don't know what kind of background music to add to this clip, what kind of weather filter to add, what kind of close-ups to give. Ringu wasn't even delusional anymore. This is whimsical. Lin-gu didn't give much explanation to Donnie Yen, Hua Zai, and the others. He's the director of this movie, then everything that happens will be subject to his will. It's wrapped up for the day, but as we all know, editors are nocturnal creatures. Lin-gu came straight into the hotel. This time, apart from bringing actors like Wan Leung Chiu-wai, Rosam Chan has also brought an excellent editing team to Lingua. It's called A Painting That Opens the Sky. One Picture, One Day is a well-known editing team in the industry, known for its efficiency and special effects. Infernal Affairs is a police procedural, and since it's a police procedural, special effects are an essential part of it. At this point, the 7 members of the One Painting Open Sky team stayed at this hotel. After Rinku shoots the film, it will be handed over to them by a special person to do the initial processing. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, Lin-gu found Zhang Xingchen, the head of the One Painting Opens Heaven team. When Zhang Xingchen heard Lin-gu's thoughts, eyes were almost glazed over. His lips quivered a few times as he tried to explain things to Rinku using his own logic. But it was directly interrupted by Lin-gu. Let's deal with today's clip first. If I'm handling it wrong, then you question me again, okay? Although Lin-gu's tone was gentle, it was not to be questioned. Zhang Xingchen opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only nod. After all, Ringu is the golden father. What the A says is what it is, I guess. Zhang Xingchen is just a little helpless, himself and his brothers may have to work overtime again to do a lot of useless work. Gather the people, turn on the computer, open the necessary software, and pull in the various clips. Lin-gu stood behind the crowd, and after briefly contemplating, he directly began to command. This clip, with tense background music. Here, pull close-ups while pulling eye close-ups. Wait, insert clip number 17. Filter to give shadowy tones, pull distant close-up, then pull back. Rinku imagined the original Infernal Affairs that he had seen, and matched it with the knowledge of advanced directing in his head. From a difficult, clueless beginning, to a smooth, thought-provoking process. Ringu took less than half an hour. And just half an hour after that, the 7 members of the One Painting Opens the Sky team have a look in their eyes like they are watching a god. Chapter 82, Chen Rosen kneels to Lin-gu. This Tama is not a god? Half an hour. Under the direction of Rinku's near precision of how to give every filter, every close-up. All of the episodes filmed today have then all been edited. After another hour of rendering. When Zhang Xingchen saw the finished movie edited by his team, his entire body was dumbfounded. From Chen Yongren's entry into the police station, to his confrontation with Lu Jianling, to Lu's return to find Chen Yongren has disappeared. The whole 6 minutes and 21 seconds of the episode. It's already stepping into piece quality. What is this concept? A total of 21 clips came out of today's shoot, totaling about 2 hours in length. Most of it is useless footage, all of which needed to be edited before being put into the main movie. Under Ringu's command. The crowd didn't waste any time sifting through the footage. Ringo basically told them to pull back, pull back. Yes, this is it, cut 5 seconds with it. At ridiculously high efficiencies. Every paint-by-numbers editor has become a relentless slicing, filtering, and close-up machine. At first, the crowd didn't even know what Lin-gu was trying to do. They just helplessly followed Ringu's instructions and edited step by step. From helpless, to finding it somewhat interesting, to serious. Eventually, all the editors of A Picture to Open the Sky concentrated 100% on carrying out Rinku's orders. Because, in their professional opinion, Rinku wasn't commanding indiscriminately. Maybe it really might cut into pieces. Thus, when that 6 minutes and 21 seconds of finished footage was put in front of the crowd, everyone knelt for Ringu. Zhang Xingchen was dumbfounded. Director Lin, have you made this movie before? This is a remake, right? This must be a remake, right? The other members, too, spoke up. Director Lin, how did you just figure out the useful shots so accurately? Those rendering techniques, I, a professional, have never used them. How did you use them, Director Lin? Have you studied it?
facing the crowd's inquiries. Lin-gu just laughed and put down a big stone in his heart. Facts. Just be mindful. Then, even if it's editing as we go, we can still come up with footage that doesn't look any different from the finished movie. Lin-gu smiled and opened his mouth. I didn't learn to edit, and this movie is not a remake. Except that these episodes, they've been over in my head a million times, so I was able to pinpoint all the useful footage. Hearing Lin-gu's words, the corners of Zhang Xingqian's mouth twitched viciously a few times. Then, in a small voice, he asked, Director Lin, when you were shooting, did you already know which shots would work and which ones wouldn't? Ask the question. It was because Zhang Xingqian had discovered something. That's out of 21 segments totaling nearly 2 hours in length. What works is almost always the seconds near the middle of each clip. That means Rinku was actually conscious of controlling the shot. Those hours left up front are there to get the actors in the zone. The reason for the length of time that the filming continues in the background is to try to leave as much useful footage as possible, don't leave anything out. Zhang Xingqian's speculation also caused the crowd to hold their breath for a moment. If this is true, then Rinku is a god. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Lin-gu nodded bashfully. He had the original Infernal Affairs episodes in his head, and when he filmed them, it was natural to just pull the useful ones. And just as Zhang Xingqian thought in his heart, if it wasn't for the fact that none of the actors are that easy to get into, then he wouldn't even need to shoot 2 hours of extra footage. As long as the actors can execute it, the emotions are immediately in place, and the acting keeps up, then Rinku can even cut a 5-minute finished movie out of a 10-minute clip. Watching Rinku's nodding motion, everyone was silent. Day 2. When Lin-gu showed that 6 minutes and 21 seconds of finished movie to Chen Rosen. Chen Rosen is also silent. There was a full 2 minutes of silence. Chen Rosen fiercely bowed to Lin-gu. Mr. Ringu, please teach me how to cut while filming. See this scene. Ringu burst into tears. Director Chen, what are you doing? Quickly get up, how can I afford your gift? Chen Rosen insisted on not getting up, but instead said seriously and solemnly. Lin-gu, I'm a few years older than you, so I don't need the word you. But from now on, you are my teacher. I really want to learn editing while filming, please do teach me, whatever it takes, I'll do it. The reason Chen Rosen reacted so strongly was not that he was posturing. Rather, Chen Rosen really wanted to learn this miracle skill. With his experience and intuition from so many years of hanging out in the entertainment industry, Chen Rosen hunch, if only he could learn to cut while shooting. That will definitely reap more than just a little bit of saved time in the end. What he could learn was how to edit useful footage out of the chaos. What he could learn was how to rationalize each shot. What he was able to learn was how to minimize useless shots during filming. Most importantly, Chen Rosen felt like he could learn how to construct a complete plot in his head with the script alone before a movie was even shot. That last point is so important for a director. However, facing Chen Luosan's request, Lin-gu could only shake his head with a bitter smile. After all, he can't teach others his strengths. First of all, Ringu is a traveler and did see the movie Infernal Affairs. That's why it's important to shoot so that you have the picture and the plot in your head, so that you don't take any useless shots. Secondly, Lin-gu's advanced directing skill is a product of the system. It contains, also, not only shooting techniques, including editing, including the use of background music, including the application of details, ambiguity, etc. These things, even if Lin-gu was willing to teach Chen Rosen, there was no way to teach them. Could it be, let Rosen-chan go and relearn editing? Lin-gu laughed bitterly. Director Chen, you don't have to be so. There's a reason why I can cut while filming. It's just that, for this reason, I can't talk to you about it. Listening to Ringu's words, a trace of loss and frustration appeared on Chen Luosan's face. I could see the Golden Mountain in front of me, but I couldn't even get in. There's probably nothing harder in the world than something like this. The lips twitched a few times. Chen Rosen eventually just sighed heavily. He could see that Lin-gu was not perfunctory, but really had a hard time and no way to teach him. Alas, never mind, it is I who am unattached. Ringu, before, it was me who underestimated you, I'm sorry. I'll admit, editing while filming is totally fine. Lin-gu smiled and shook his head. There's nothing to apologize for, Director Chen is overstating things. You're doing me a favor, too, and I know the importance of it.
Chen Rosen looked at Lin Gu with emotion. His eyes had some of the despondency of the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, but more still, he was looking forward to it. He was eager to see just how high Ringo could go in the future. And before that, it was natural to hug Lin Gu's thigh. It was something that didn't make much of a ripple. Except for Chen Rosen and the One Painting Opens the Sky team, no one knew that Lin Gu was actually carrying out such a feat that would shock countless people's jaws when it was publicized. Next in the shoot, the cast and crew were just surprised to find that another shed seemed to have been erected next to the crew. Inside sat a few people who sit in front of a computer every day. At the same time, they also realized that Chen Luoshan's attitude towards Lin Gu seemed to be a bit too respectful. This time, although Chen Rosen was nominally the assistant director, he was after all here to help out in friendship. Even the paycheck, it's only $1 million. So, in the crew, Chen Rosen spoke and it still worked. When Lin Gu is too busy, people subconsciously think of Chen Rosen as the director. However, these past few days, Chen Rosen was no different from an ordinary staff member in front of Lin Gu. It's always Mr. Lin. The crowd was not clear about the situation, but they were more in awe of Lin Gu because of it. Soon, with Rinku's horrible efficiency of not taking a single useless shot, it only took about 10 days. The filming of Infernal Affairs is nearly a fraction of the way through. That's not even the kicker. Crucially, the film's post-production editing, too, has been synchronized to a fraction of a second. When you watch a piece of footage being magically cut out of your computer, the members of A Painting in the Sky are a bit numb themselves. They mechanically carried out Ringu's orders. But at the same time, they learn a ton of very practical tips in the process. This makes the members of the One Painting Opens the Sky team look at Lin Gu more and more like an immortal as they come to the end of the day. Halfway through the episode, the finished movie is about 40 or 50 minutes long. All of this, but it's all cut out in bits and pieces. However, at a glance, these episodes, however, are incredibly fluid and coherent. This even includes the coherence between each filter, the smooth transition between each piece of background music. How can this not shock them? This day, Xiaoping finally finished most of the editing for I Am Not the God of Medicine and came to the set of Infernal Affairs, ready to take on his responsibilities as assistant director. And when he went around the crew, then they were dumbfounded to find out that this crew situation is a bit different from what he imagined. It's only been less than 10 days, how come you've taken so many shots? And those editors, why are they post-editing now? The 10 days he was away. What the hell happened? Chapter 83, Lin Gu wasted your time and you're still convinced? Xiaoping Yuan originally imagined that the situation should be a bit chaotic on the set, with the crew not getting the orders they should be getting and the actors not knowing what they should be doing. It wasn't Xiaoping who gloated. Rather, Lin Gu is a new director after all, and it takes time to coordinate such a huge crew of hundreds of people. This time, obviously, is not about 10 days. Even though Xiaoping knew that he had Chen Rosen on the side to assist him, he felt that the crew would not be any better. After all, Lin Gu was a very thoughtful person, and since he was the director, he couldn't rely on Chen Rosen for everything. Outsiders directing insiders is one of the most problematic situations. This was also the reason why Xiaoping had been working overtime during this period of time, wanting to quickly edit out I Am Not the God of Medicine and grabbing over to help out on the Infernal Affairs set. However, when Xiaoping saw what was going on in the crew, but his entire body was dumbfounded. The staff did their jobs and there was no sign of any confusion. The actors didn't have nothing to do, everyone was studying the script and discussing how the plot should play out. This is every director's dream scenario, who doesn't want to let his people have initiative? But the truth of the matter is that most of the people in the cast are still touching the fish. It's impossible for a director to pay attention to everyone. Those staffers are on dead wages too. Why do people work their asses off? So what's going on in this situation right now? Xiaoping stopped a staff member with a puzzled face and asked curiously. Are you guys making Infernal Affairs now? Xiaoping feels as if he is in the wrong theater. That staff member was originally rushing about his own work, and when he was stopped, a trace of impatience subconsciously surfaced on his face. However, when he got a good look at Xiaoping's face, this trace of impatience instantly turned into respect. Director Xiao, you're back? Aren't you telling a joke? Of course we're making Infernal Affairs. Xiaoping nodded slightly and thought to himself, it seems that he didn't go to the wrong theater. Then something must be wrong somewhere.
Could it be that Lingu felt that he was not capable enough, so he transferred all the power to Chen Rosen? But even Lao Chen couldn't have coached everyone in the crew to be so obedient, right? Chao Ping smiled and continued to ask. So what's the progress of the shoot now? Looking at everyone, they all seem to be quite busy. It's not like they've officially started filming yet, is it? A movie that is very tedious to prepare. For some movies that require you to lay out your own sets and props, I'm afraid you'll have to waste a few months just building these structures. Who knows? Hearing Chao Ping's words, that staff member, however, suddenly had an odd look on his face. He asked cautiously, Director Chao, you haven't been paying attention to our troops' affairs all this time? Chao Ping looked puzzled. No, during this time, I've been busy editing I Am Not the God of Medicine. Over here, did something happen? The staff squirmed. Whispered. Not much has happened. It's just that, Infernal Affairs is a little over halfway through filming. What? Chao Ping's eyes widened as he sniffed. The eyeballs almost fell out. The first thought that surfaced in his mind was that this guy was definitely lying to him. It wasn't like Chao Ping hadn't read the script for Infernal Affairs. There's not much in there that requires a lot of hanging, green screen, or anything like that, which is more of a waste of time. But, that was, after all, a cop movie with double insiders, shootouts, and chase scenes. The intricacies of the characters are the biggest hindrance to filming. Just sorting out these character relationships and getting the actors to each comprehend the emotions of the characters they play clearly is a chore. 10 days, even if he was allowed to take it on himself, he wouldn't be able to pull the progress up to a fraction of that. It's simply not possible. Unless the crew doesn't make any mistakes at all and the actors don't yell out 1 NG at a time. Only then was it possible to pull the shoot off in a fraction of the 10 days. But how is that possible? Chao Ping continued to ask. Are you kidding me? How is it possible to shoot a fraction of that in just 10 days? The staff member was also a bit teary-eyed. Director Chao, don't ask me about this. I don't know what's going on either. Under Director Lin, each of us seems to have something to do all the time. People don't mess up, it's easy and at the same time, very efficient. I'm not going to lie, I've been working on various productions for a little over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen this. Not to mention me, even Director Chen is now convinced of Director Lin. Listening to the staff. The corner of Chao Ping's mouth involuntarily twitched a few times. He thought about the possibility that it might be because Ringu had handed over power to Chen Rosen. And wondered if there was something else going on that he didn't know about. But the only thing I never thought of was that it was really Lingu who had coached the crew into this state. Isn't this his first time directing? Even in I Am Not the God of Medicine, Ringu had already worked for him as an assistant director and showed good leadership skills. But, can being a director and an assistant director be the same? If anything, being an assistant director is to assist the director, and the main thing you're busy with is transactional work. The director, then, is the true soul of a crew. He is responsible for more than just sitting behind a screen and yelling click. The mobilization of the cast and crew, the expenditure of funds, the guidance of the actors when they are not acting properly, the arrangement of the crew members. It's safe to say, this movie went from the script being taken out to everyone splitting the money after it was finally released. Every step of the way, it requires the director's attention and direction. With such a huge workload, how could Lingu, a rookie director, possibly handle it? When Chao Ping was a director for the first time, he even nearly ran out of his own shoes. With doubt and disbelief, Chao Ping continued to walk into the crew. On the road, every crew member, every actor, is doing their job. Chao Ping didn't even see any of the touchy-feely. That's not normal, is it? Isn't groping the norm? When Chao Ping was a director, he also knew that most of the time the following people were actually just touching the fish. After all, there is only so much to shoot when the camera is turned on. In addition to the camera, lighting, actors, other people, even if they want to get busy, there is no place to get busy. We all have to wait for this scene to be finished in order to be ready to start the next scene. Therefore, Chao Ping never cared about the groping of the people below him either. As long as it does not delay the progress of their own filming, the rest of you love to touch the fish as you like. In Chao Ping's opinion, it was abnormal for the staff not to touch the fish, but instead everyone seemed to be busy with something at all times. However, today, this anomaly showed him. Chao Ping touched his forehead and realized that he didn't have a fever. In other words, this is not a dream, but a magical scenario due to Rinku's leadership? What kind of monster is Rinku anyway? It's okay that he's so good at acting, why is he even so good at directing? As he walked, Xiaoping suddenly spotted an acquaintance. The head of the editing team of A Picture of Heaven, Zhang Xingchen. Xiaoping had worked with A Painting to Open Heaven before when he was shooting Bright Heart of the Sun, and knew that it was a very capable and professional team. Xiaoping had some doubts in his mind. This time, the One Painting Opens Heaven team was brought by Chen Rosen to the Infernal Affairs cast. He was aware of the matter. But isn't this just the filming stage? At most, A Painting in the Sky will send a man to collect the film. What's Zhang Xingchen, the person in charge, doing here? After walking a few steps, Xiaoping laughed. Worker Zhang, why are you here? Collecting tablets, it's all necessary for you, the person in charge, to step in? Zhang Xingchen turned around and saw that it was Xiaoping. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as Zhang Xingchen shook his head and said, which is a collection of tablets. We've been working on it for 10 days. Nani? This statement was made. Xiaoping immediately felt as if the world had created a slight divide with him. Either he's wrong or the world is wrong. A Picture in the Sky is an editing team, not a lighting team, not a camera team. This damn thing, even if what that staff member had just said was true, Ringo had indeed led the crowd to pull the filming schedule to a small half. It's not your editing team's turn to make an appearance. Is it necessary for all of you to officially start working to get the film roughly edited? Facing Xiaoping's disbelief, Zhang Xingchen smiled and pointed to the shed in the back, saying, Look, Director Chow, that shed is our workspace. To be honest, in all the years we've been in the business, it's really the first time we've worked in such a poor environment. But that's okay, it's worth anything if you can learn something. Learn something? Learning from whom? Learn what? Xiaoping was filled with confusion. Zhang Xingchen also seems to realize that Xiaoping does not seem to know Lin Gu's feat of editing while filming. So, a quick explanation was given. You don't know, Director Lin these days asks us to cut while we're filming. No, all of us just moved right in to work on the crew. What? Xiaoping raised his eyebrows. A flash of anger appeared on his face. It's nothing personal, it's just that he thinks that it's not a joke to cut while filming. The overall plot hasn't been filmed yet, so what's the cut? To say it's okay to let the editing team in a little over halfway through the shoot. But listening to Zhang Xingchen, it seemed that from the first day, Lin Gu had let them start working? Isn't this nonsense? Who knows? Before the anger on his face could dissipate, he heard Zhang Xingchen continue. Hey, Director Lin is really a man of God. I've never convinced anyone else in my life, but to Director Lin, that's really convincing. Xiaoping immediately a little incomprehensible. Isn't this a waste of your time out of nowhere? Why are you still convinced of Rinku? Chapter 84, One person's hard work touches the whole crew. Cutting while filming is not a test of the editor's ability. The truth is, how a movie should be edited will actually end up being at the director's mercy. Sure. The director's cut will also take into account the views of the theater and the financiers. That's why a lot of movies have two versions now. An officially released censored version, a guided cut. But that's not the point. The point is, it's absolutely irresponsible to start editing before the movie is even finished and the footage has even been shot. Not only does it result in a greater amount of ineffective tasks for the editor, it may also interfere with the shooting schedule. Cutting while filming is not impossible, it's just too difficult. Lim Gu, a well-known director, a director who has already made many police films. Then he wanted to cut it while filming, and Xiaoping recognized it. But who is he, a rookie director, to attempt such difficult maneuvers? It's like someone who's never touched a Rubik's Cube before. In the beginning, he doesn't learn sets, templates, or techniques. Instead, you start looking directly at the Rubik's Cube and go about recovering it in the most unregulated way possible. What is this if not nonsense? However, Xiaoping looked at Zhang Xingchen's expression, and it didn't seem like a reaction of wasted time. He asked suspiciously, Mr. Zhang, you guys don't think this situation is undeserved? Haphazard editing, it's your energy that ends up being wasted. Listening to Xiaoping's words, Zhang Xingchen shook his head and laughed. At first, I had the same idea as you, Director Chow. It wasn't until that night that Director Lin took 21 segments of footage and, in less than 2 hours, edited the finished 6-minute 21-second clip. I'll be completely convinced. In director Lin's mind, there is a complete idea of the entire Infernal Affairs movie. What's that word? Yes, chesty. Director Lin just has it in his chest. Looking at Zhang Xingchen's excited look, Xiaoping instantly twitched the corners of his mouth a few times. What's the situation? How could something as unthinkable as editing while filming be accomplished by Rinku as well? This is not scientific. He didn't care to go to Lin Gu and Chen Rosen first, but directly dragged Zhang Xingchen to the editing team's shed. When he saw the editors on each of their computers, they were busy rendering and editing. The whole thing is a little numb. Are all of your missions given by Rinku himself? Xiaoping asked. Zhang Xingchen nodded with emotion. I thought Director Lin was just an excellent director, but I didn't realize that he was also a master with equally deep attainments in editing. During this time, my group and I have learned a lot of new editing techniques from Director Lin. Xiaoping won't be able to do it at all. His lips twitched a few times. Eventually, silently, he walked out of the editing booth. Looking at the busy crowd outside, Xiaoping felt as if it didn't matter whether he came or not. Ringu alone seems to have been able to pull off Infernal Affairs properly. Originally, Xiaoping still felt in his heart that joining Infernal Affairs was his way of helping Lin Gu, but now it seems that what he can do is just some transactional work. I'm actually a ING assistant director? Xiaoping muttered helplessly to himself. On his face, however, was a pleased smile. Of course he wanted Lingyu to succeed quickly because he had invested a lot in him. There is quite a bit of both emotional and monetary investment. Other than that, let's just say signing Lin Gu into Huai, a process that Xiaoping had taken quite a risk on. Coupled with joining Infernal Affairs for free, etc., the goodwill Xiaoping showed towards Lin Gu was no longer small. Xiaoping Yuan thought it would take at least a few years before the fruitfulness of all this would come to fruition. But now it seems he still underestimated Rinku. It's a ING monster. Changing too. It's like there's nothing Ringu won't do. Superb acting, and teaching others, and singing so well. Now he's even doing something as strange as editing while filming. Naturally, there was no need to question Ringu's directing ability. The mere fact that this crew was surprisingly so well organized says it all. Not much longer. Xiaoping arrived in the main studio. Lin Gu and Chen Rosen, among others, were filming a scene here. Xiaoping's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone is busy with their own things. And in this less than half an hour of shooting time, Xiaoping is considered to have thoroughly seen Lin Gu's directing ability. That's really not a minute to waste. Each command is directly precise to the individual, to the action. Every instruction is adjusted directly into place. In Ringu's eyes, each shot seems to require only one trial and error. And, for the most part, it was Rinku who spelled out everything that was required and then passed it in one shot. Powerful command, terrifying coordination, outrageous eye and judgment. Each and every item was beyond Xiaoping's cognizance. Is this a new director? Finally. After these shots were taken, Lin Gu and Chen Rosen spotted Xiaoping. Director Qiao, you came over? Ringo looked at him in surprise. To say the least, it's true that Xiaoping isn't needed for the filming of Infernal Affairs now either. But Lin Gu had a special gratitude for Xiaoping. After all, he was the one who directed the first movie he starred in. Moreover, afterward, Xiaoping had helped Lin Gu a lot. In Lin Gu's heart, Xiaoping is almost a guide kind of existence. Xiaoping smiled and nodded, coming over and gently patting Lin Gu's shoulder like before. Ringu, well done. I saw it all just now, your directing ability now should already be no worse than mine. Afterward, Xiaoping looked at Chen Rosen and teased. Old Chen, we're all getting old, in the future, otherwise we'll just follow Lin Gu. Chen Rosen let out a bitter smile and said. If it weren't for the fact that I have a large group of brothers over there who need to eat, I'd really want to follow Lin Gu. Old Xiao, you weren't here these past few days, I don't know what I've been through. Ringu, a genius director I've never seen before. Hearing Chen Luosan's words, Lin Gu just wanted to be modest. However, he saw Xiaoping shaking his head. Who knows, Xiaoping's words, more than Chen Rosen excessive. More than just a talented director, or a talented actor, or a talented singer. Lin Gu is the all-around heavenly king. This statement was made. The crew, both cast and crew, applauded hard. Each and every one of them couldn't agree more with Chen Luosan and Xiaoping's words. Only if you've worked under Lingua will you know what true efficiency looks like. No one likes to procrastinate.
It's just that, oftentimes, even when one wants to work hard and be more efficient, one gets bogged down by the mess. Over time, inefficiency, too, becomes the norm.
But here in Ringu, everyone feels a role, and everyone is unique. The instructions they receive are clear.
What they have to do is subtle but important. Each of them was at their jobs, knowing full well that they were needed.
The feeling is that it's no longer a matter of making or not making any money. Lingu's strong coordination ability even made them feel respected and needed. In Maslow's needs theory model, this is the fourth level of demand located at the tip of the pyramid.
Lingu looked at Xiaoping and Chen Rosen, who had praised themselves to the skies, and shook his head with a bitter smile.
Director Chen, Director Chao, what are you doing?
I also just did what I should do.
How can I afford for you guys to say that?
Xiaoping looked seriously at Lingu and solemnly said,
Ringu, don't be presumptuous in the entertainment industry. Everyone sees what you can do, and no one is a cutie. In the entertainment industry, ability reigns supreme.
Without ability, blowing the roof off, at best, you can only eat lousy money once, but with high enough ability, you're the meat and potatoes in everyone's eyes. Xiaoping's words were sort of heartfelt.
Ringu nodded, accepting it with an open mind.
But he was still humble.
Director Chao, although I'm happy that you said so, I do have a lot more and need to learn from everyone.
And I'm not being presumptuous, but I know that I have very many shortcomings.
What Ringu said was really not polite either. After all,
so far, he has only digested less than 30% of his advanced directing skills.
That means,
even for the advanced level of directing skills, he has not yet reached the pass line.
In this situation, of course Ringu wouldn't float. Listening to Ringu's humble words, there was a look of admiration on everyone's faces. The 10 days of filming Infernal Affairs. Ringu's hard work is obvious to everyone.
When an actor is not in good shooting condition, then Lingu immediately tells him the most crucial points to help him get into the state quickly.
When the staff made mistakes, Ringu wouldn't scold them and would only help the staff deal with it. Ringu has every job memorized and every staff member's name he has memorized. Daily, Ringu came the earliest and left the latest.
And, after the crew and cast finish their own work, Ringu has to go over to the editing team to guide them in editing.
Many staff members have seen Lingua alone, riding a shared bike, silently home late at night. With a director like that, how could the crew not take their work seriously? How could the actors not study the script carefully?
It can be said that it was Ringu's hard work alone that touched all the people in the group.
That's what made the scene Xiaoping just saw. Chapter 85, Harvesting Awards in Hollywood? Is Ringu crazy? Past. People work on other crews.
All you see is the director surrounded by a whole bunch of lickspittles, saying nice things and offering all kinds of food every day. As a result, when things go wrong, the director does nothing but blame.
In the eyes of the other directors, you pay for your own work, so it's your own job to do that work well. What's it to me if you guys don't do well? And every night, these crew members would always see beautiful women coming and going, in and out of the directors' and assistant directors' rooms. Can people balance their hearts? And so, since you don't care about us bottom feeders, we'll just swing for the fences. It's all about getting the job done anyway. Faster, slower, big difference? Someone else would have delayed it anyway. It's not like he's on strike, he's just dragging it out for a while, what does it matter? When everyone thinks so, the productivity of the entire crew would then be so low that anyone in the middle of it couldn't get motivated. A movie, in this case, would take at least 3 months to shoot. And here in Ringu? He came the earliest and left the latest. Eating the same boxed lunch as everyone else, with no one around to compliment because everyone is busy. Each of Ringu's orders will be precise to the individual. He even memorized every staff member's name. The command lights, 20 centimeters higher, was also given before. Until now. It's basically, Xiaofeng, push number 3 forward 2 meters. Lilei, brighten the light by 2 degrees, it's dark over here. Ringu's orders have been precise to this extent. How does the staff swing it? Plus, after they saw that Ringu was working so hard, I'd be embarrassed to swing for the fences myself. In the past, when filming in other crews, everyone just did their job and called it a day. Who cares what comes next? Can't we think about tomorrow's things tomorrow? Who doesn't want a good night's sleep and a little drink? But now,
Even if Ringu had a momentary lapse and didn't assign tasks to the staff, they would all find things to do on their own.
There's no way around it. In the whole crew, there is not a single idle person. Everyone's busy. Why are you idle when everyone can find something to do? If you really don't know what you should do, won't you ask Director Lin? Director Lin even knows our names, would he not know what your job is? It's in this atmosphere of almost everyone struggling that infernal affairs move so quickly. Less than 10 short days. 10 days to make a microfilm is probably just about ready to go. It's amazing that a production as big as Infernal Affairs, with a total investment of $45 million, is already more than halfway through filming. If this kind of record is taken out, I'm afraid everyone in the entertainment circle will be shocked. Xiaoping's arrival. It didn't cause much of a ripple. If placed before, when the staff knew that the director was Lin Gu, but the assistant director was Xiaoping, Chen Rosen, and other famous directors. I'm afraid I'll be cursing in my heart, it's another ing relationship that's coming to the Gilded Lily. After all, having two big, nationally recognized directors as assistant directors to a newcomer director. This doesn't look right in any ing way. However, during the 10 days of filming, everyone got a taste of Rinku's personal charisma. And they all know it. It's not gilding the lily, but Ringu really has the ability to direct. Therefore, the status of Xiaoping and Chen Rosen in their hearts naturally changed from famous director to ordinary staff. Director Lin treats everyone equally. You're an assistant director, you're just responsible for more than US. And with Lin Gu's horrible coordinating ability, Xiaoping didn't even have any discomfort and very naturally integrated directly into the work of the crew. Only those who have personally felt the leadership of Ringu to realize what an amazing feeling it is. It's safe to say, one doesn't need to use one's brain at all. Every step of the movement would be given a clear instruction from Ringu. In the process, it doesn't even feel dispensable yet. On the contrary, each staff member can feel that he or she is needed and respected. With an atmosphere that's more outrageous than even a Fortune 500 company, it's a wonder that people aren't more productive. In these 10 days, to say that the staff is the last thing they dare discuss. It's about Lin Gu and Yin Shui. When Yu Xiaoya entered the group, Lin Gu introduced her as his sister. Naturally, people don't make blind guesses. But every day Yu Xiaoya would follow Yin Shui home this matter, but it was something that everyone saw in their eyes off. Ringu's sister, why did she stay at Yin Shui's house? And Yin Shui brought a meal to Rinku every day. She said that she made it at home and she and Yu Xiaoya couldn't finish it, so she brought it to Ringu. But who can't see that it's a meal of love? So, speculations about Yin Shui and Lin Gu's relationship became the most enjoyable thing for the cast and crew to discuss in their spare time. Of course, everyone is also discussing in good faith. After all, one of the people involved is a policewoman. It's not even a question of guts to make a rumor about her in front of a policewoman. It's a matter of whether or not there's a pit in your brain. And the staff found something else. There was a time when they were kindly joking about Ringu and Yin Shui. Noticing that Yin Shui didn't seem to be angry, but instead looked a bit shy. This next. If people can no longer see Yin Shui's affection for Lin Gu, then everyone doesn't need to mix in the entertainment industry. Anyway, everyone in the crew knew about Yin Shui's feelings for Lin Gu, but none of them dared to discuss it much. At best, he smiled heartily when he saw Yin Shui bringing food to Ringu again. And because of Yin Shui and Lin Gu, everyone in the crew took care of her and Yu Xiaoya. Yin Shui and Yu Xiaoya weren't professional actors after all, so even though they didn't have much to do, they acted with great difficulty and nervousness. A lot of the emotions aren't really in place. But neither the regular cast and crew, nor heavyweights such as Rosen Shan, Donnie Yen, and Hua have ever given them any bad looks. Everyone is at peace. The reason, naturally, is Rinku. And the one who least wanted to see this scene was naturally Bai Binger. Bai Binger and Lin Gu had known each other even earlier than Yin Shui. Only, because of various concerns, in the end, Bai Binger suppressed that feeling in her heart. But when Yin Shui launched a fierce attack on Lin Gu with eye contact and bringing a love meal, Bai Binger is still upset to the core. There's a feeling that one's cabbage is being missed by someone else. But she can't say anything yet. After all, her relationship with Lin Gu was far from being that close. And Yin Shui? Ringa Du left his sister in Yin Shui's care. In the crew, Bai Binger never went anywhere without avoiding Yin Shui. When you can't avoid it, you'll just say a faint hello.
I can only say that it's a good thing that Yin Xue and Bai Binger don't have much to play against each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just having to deal with these two people would be enough to give Lin Gu a pot to drink. Relationships between women have been the hardest thing to deal with since the beginning of time. Otherwise, where would all the harem drama come from? Yin Xue wasn't very skilled at shooting other shots though. But when it comes to filming with Ringu, it gets into the swing of things quickly. She plays Chen Yongren's psychiatrist and the woman Chen Yongren silently loves in his heart. And when filming with Lin Gu, the imploring feeling in Yin Xue's eyes didn't even need to be played up. She already had a soft spot for Rinku. This makes. During the shooting of other scenes, Yin Xue and Ji at least 4 or 5 times. But on a couple of duo scenes with Ringu and Yin Xue. Yin Xue hadn't been NG once, and the speed with which she entered the state made Lin Gu a bit dumbfounded. After another 10 days of filming, Yin Xue and Yu Xiaoga's storyline is officially killed. They didn't leave the set, but since Yin Xue's scene had been killed off, it was only natural that she had to resume her work at the police station. A lot of times. It was all because after she sent Yu Xiaoya to the crew, she stayed with Lin Gu for a while and left silently. Whenever this time came, Xiao Ping would always look at Lin Gu with an odd expression. One night, Xiao Ping pulled Lin Gu aside and finally couldn't help but ask about this doubt. Lin Gu, can't you see how Yin Xue feels about you? Take my advice, Yin Xue is a good girl. If you like people too, why don't you be bold and just take it now? Xiao Ping truly appreciated Lin Gu. So the words are more honest. Take it from me, there are very few girls like Yin Xue in the entertainment industry. You wouldn't be unaware of how muddy the waters of the entertainment industry are, would you? Of course Rinku was aware of that. Actors, especially actresses, entering the entertainment industry is almost like having one foot in the dye bowl. There are almost none that can come out of this dyed vat and remain spotless. It can't be said that there are none, for example, by Binger, even if it is a white lotus out of the mud. But then she ran out of resources. How many people are willing to capitalize on their bodies in order to move up the ladder? There are too many to count. Listening to Xiao Ping's words, Lin Gu was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, Director Chow, on this matter, don't try to persuade me. Shortly, I won't be wasting my energy on these children's affairs. At least, won't consider it until Hollywood is reaping the awards. Hearing Lin Gu's arrogant words, Xiao Ping's eyes immediately widened. Harvesting awards in Hollywood. Rinku was really daring. But another thing was even more alarming to Xiao Ping. That's. After careful consideration, he realized that it really didn't seem impossible for Lin Gu to make this step. Chapter 86, the final scene of Infernal Affairs. Excuse me, I'm a cop. Just some of the abilities Ringu has shown so far are his superb acting skills, his ability to coach others in acting, singing, editing, and so on. What else is he hiding that he hasn't brought out? No one knows. In this case, what's wrong with Ringu saying that he might be collecting awards in Hollywood and the Oscars in the future? This is a genius with an unlimited future. The pride of heaven. Looking at Lin Gu's confident expression, Xiao Ping sighed deeply and patted his shoulder. Rinku, I'm watching you. I wish I could have been there with you on that day. Rinku smiled slightly. Even if he climbed a peak, he couldn't do it alone, there would always be people around. In Lin Gu's opinion, Xiao Ping was a good candidate. Xiao Ping, don't worry, no matter what heights you reach in the future, you are the director I respect the most. Hearing Lin Gu's words, Xiao Ping laughed out loud, his heart relieved. The filming of Infernal Affairs wasn't a hassle. Or rather, the movie doesn't have very difficult filming techniques, after all, in its previous life it was an O2 production. Put in this world, both the technology and the theory are much beyond that era. But put it on an average director, I'm afraid it would take 2 or 3 months to shoot. And it only took Ringu less than a month to already have most of the episodes already filmed. This day, he took it upon himself to start filming the final scene. It's also the movie's best and most iconic scene. The rooftop showdown. Let's start with the background of this scene. Lu Jianming, an undercover agent placed by the Triad in the police force, is on a 10-year journey to become a good guy. Even if he's still providing Hansum with tons of intel. But for Lu Jianming himself, he had long since stopped wanting to continue being a black shrieker who was in fear of his life every day. And so, in a previous operation, he punked his boss, Hansum. One shot and he's dead. Originally, he thought that after Han Chen's death, he had been left high and dry.
Results.
Before, when helping Chen Yongren to regain his status as a police officer. Instead, his identity was recognized by Chen Yongren.
Thus, there was this rooftop drama. For Chen Yongren.
At the moment, whether or not he can regain his identity depends almost entirely on Lu Jianming. Because, he got hold of the confidential file he left at the police station. He didn't know whether Lu Jianming had deleted the file now, but in Chen Yongren's heart, there was no trust in Lu Jianming.
What's so credible about an undercover agent?
Even if they had actually worked together once over the phone, in Chen Yongren's opinion, that was nothing more than a means for Lu Jianming to get rid of Han Chen's control.
Whether it is good or bad can only be left to the judge.
With their own different moods, the two men made their way to the rooftop. When Lu Jianming appeared, he directly pulled the telephoto and filmed the rooftop as a whole. This scene creates an atmosphere of the sky and the earth are so big that there is no place to run away. Hua, as Lu Jianming, also plays this feeling perfectly.
Alert, with apprehensive and complex moods, and helpless and hesitant eyes? He certainly didn't want to make the trip. But Chen Yongren took that crucial tape. That's enough incriminating evidence to get him killed. So he had to come, but what was he going to do when he got here? Lu Jianming actually doesn't know himself. He wants to be a good person from now on.
But the problem is, he's done too much enabling.
These things won't be erased just because he wants to be a good person.
Something like putting down the butcher knife and becoming a Buddha on the ground doesn't apply to him.
Lu Jianming walked up to the rooftop, but did not see Chen Yongren's figure.
And just as he looked around for it, a gun, directly at his waist.
Here, Ringu and Hua said a detail.
That is, the first reaction of a regular person who has a gun fixed to his backside must be fear, throwing up his hands, appeasing his opponent, etc.
But Lu Jianming can't be so.
Because he knows that he came on this trip to negotiate and to beg. And he also anticipated that Chen Yongren, being a police officer, would definitely subdue himself first before choosing to continue negotiating. So, even though he had a gun pressed against his back, his face did not change.
He even took the initiative to put his hands behind his back and let Chen Yongren cuff himself. This also reflects Lu Jianming as a police station undercover 10 years of veteran psychological quality. Where's what I want? Chen Yongren narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Here, the emotions he wants to embody are apprehension and tentativeness. Because Chen Yongren also didn't know if Lu Jianming had brought that file. The emotions embodied by Lu Jianming, on the other hand, were the complete opposite. He was actually more apprehensive in his mind, but on the surface, he had to appear very calm. Because that file is his amulet. If not that file, Lu Jianming will never be able to restore his identity.
In this world, except for himself, no one knows Lu Jianming is a police officer anymore.
This movie's biggest contradiction is right here, too. The helplessness of the undercover agent is exemplified. The police are undercover and need all sorts of proof to get their identity back.
Whereas an undercover agent of the Black Sharks can just get the incriminating evidence taken care of and be converted to a clean slate.
What I want, you may not have brought yet.
Lu Jianming was handcuffed and turned around, speaking calmly. Ringu and Hua looked at each other for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing.
What do you mean? You came up here to get a tan? The meaning of this line is very cryptic. First,
in Lu Jianming's view, he is here to negotiate, is here to exchange. The file in his hands was of equal value to that tape in Chen Yongren's hands. One means whether or not you will be convicted, and one means whether or not Chen Yongren will be able to regain his identity.
However,
in Chen Yongren's mind, it was not the same thing at all.
He is a police officer, even if he has been undercover for 10 years. As he once said while chatting with Huang Jiqing on the rooftop. We said 3 years, 3 years and 3 years, 3 years and 3 years, it's almost 10 years, boss. This decade.
Chen Yongren never forgot that he was a police officer. It was also for this reason that he would never negotiate with a criminal, even if the criminal had in his hands the key file on whether or not he could be reinstated as a police officer.
This is police justice and the bottom line for police officers.
Therefore, Chen Yongren's intention of coming up to the rooftop was just to let Lu Jianming say goodbye to that fake police career in the past in a decent way. He had no intention of being in the same boat as Lu Jianming. Nor did he intend to give the tape to Lu Jianming.
So, here comes the line. What do you mean? You came up here to get a tan? Translated, it means, what are you thinking? I'm a cop. You think I came up here to make small talk with you in a calm manner? After hearing this, Lu Jianming's heart has been completely desperate. He knew that Chen Yongren would not let himself go. That tape, it may have been mailed to the police by Chen Yongren. But he still wanted to struggle. Here, Hua's acting is spot on. The look on his face was one of helplessness with a hint of pleading, of the dignity of a decent human being, but also of deep despair and anguish. Turn the identities around. In Lu Jianming's mind, there is actually a pseudo-logic. I've already helped you get Han Shen killed, I've already tried to be a good person, why don't you let me go? However, he didn't think about the police officers who died because he sold information. Nor did he think about the ordinary people whose families were destroyed because he sheltered the black sharks. Lu Jianming knew that there was no way he could do anything to Chen Yongren. Kill him? Then he's not clean himself, and there's no telling where that tape is. Not kill, beg him? It's no use, because Chen Yongren is a cop. So, the last words Lu Jianming opened his mouth to say were actually just a weak struggle under despair. Give me a break. How do I give you a chance? I didn't have a choice before, now I want to be a good person. When saying this line, Rinku shouted click straight away. He came to Hua's side and said dryly, Hua, here you have a problem with your emotions. Lu Jianming has been handcuffed at this point, he has no room to resist, all the initiative is in Chen Yongren's hands. Here, the emotions you need to express are desperation and pleading. But at the same time, this emotion cannot be too much. Because Lu Jianming has been a police officer for 10 years and a decent person for 10 years, he doesn't want to lose this last bit of dignity. As you can imagine, Lu Jianming actually had a line left unsaid behind him. If it doesn't work, then can I be allowed to die with honor? The emotion of helplessness is to be greater than pleading and sadness. Rinku never misses a beat when he speaks about theater. Hua wasn't a newcomer to the game and knew what his problem was as soon as he heard it. After a brief thought, he nodded and spoke in a deep voice. Director Lin, I understand, let's do it again. Second time, action. Yeah. Go talk to the judge and see if he'll let you be a good person. So you just want me dead? Sorry, I'm a cop. Who knows? The event itself had come to a close when Ringu uttered the line with a sarcastic smile. Even though Lu Jianming still threatened Chen Yongren with the words who knows? Such a sentence threatened Chen Yongren. But in return, it was nothing more than Chen Yongren pointing a gun at his head in annoyance. If nothing else. After the scene, Chen Yongren will be reinstated as a police officer and Lu Jianming will get his due punishment. But the essence of the movie Infernal Affairs is here. Constable Big B, who is also another undercover agent of the Triad, suddenly appears on the rooftop. Chapter 87, a painting opens, the Sky Team joins, Infernal Affairs is completely finalized. Big B, another undercover agent of the Triads. Over the years, like Lu Jianming, he had helped the Triad and Han Shen pass on a lot of information and helped them cover up a lot of crimes. However, now Han Sum is dead. So, in Big B's mind, his own boss, it automatically becomes Lu Jianming. Holding Lu Jianming hostage, Chen Yongren took a step towards the elevator. In his mind, there was actually not much vigilance. After all, in his opinion Big B was a police officer. How could a police officer disregard the safety of the hostages and shoot at random? However, he doesn't realize that Big B isn't a cop, but an undercover agent for the Black Sharks. So, at the moment of entering the elevator, Big B shoots and Chen Yongren dies in front of the elevator. This scene has deep meaning. First meaning. Going undercover is dangerous and a lot of times it's a lost cause. The more you do, the more likely you are to be exposed, and when you are exposed, there is only one line of thought. Not even when you feel like you've got it all together. You can never imagine how low a criminal's bottom line really is. There are enemies everywhere, and everyone can't be trusted. This is what happens when you go undercover. Second layer. This elevator also happens to be the place where Chen Yongren's one-line boss, Huang Jiqing, died. Some time ago, in order to prevent Chen Yongren's undercover identity from being discovered, Huang Jiqing chose to deal with the surrounding Triad members alone. However, just as Chen Yongren reached downstairs along the fire escape, Huang Jiqing then fell from the sky and was dropped directly onto the car. This scene represents reincarnation. Third level. It's the counterpart to the name of the movie Infernal Affairs. The word infernal refers to the infernal hell. Legend has it that there are 18 layers of hell, and the infernal hell is the deepest layer. Once caught in the infernal hell, one can only endure the pain of reincarnation for 10,000 lifetimes, never to be transcended. Just like undercover. When choosing the path of being an undercover agent, it meant abandoning one's identity, abandoning all honor, and needing to do things against one's conscience and undergo great mental torture on the side of the Black Shibuya. Every day, every minute, every second, walking with death. Isn't this just infernal hell? As for Chen Yongren, he collapsed at the entrance of the elevator the very moment he was freed from the infernal hell. The elevator kept switching on and off. Just as Chen Yongren is struggling to regain his status as a police officer. But it's clear he's running out of chances. It is also sad that an undercover agent cannot regain his identity until he dies. 3 layers of meaning are brought to life in this scene. The moment when Ringo is shot and falls down, his acting is also very commendable. There was shock in his eyes, a hint of relief, and a sadness that came from nowhere. If Chen Yongren dies, can he live? Don't know. That tape is still out there somewhere. Chen Yongren, who was with him, died, and once the tape was exposed, then he didn't even have a chance to turn over. If anything, Lu Jianming had retained a point of decency for himself before. Then, from the death of Chen Yongren, a lot of things, it is necessary to do a little more thoroughly. He was ruthless. Shot in the elevator and killed Big B. From now on, except for that tape, no one knows about the fact that he is an undercover agent of the Triads anymore. But obviously, since Chen Yongren dared to come to the rooftop alone, he was naturally prepared for martyrdom. He wouldn't give Lu Jianming any chance to take advantage of it. Even after his own death, the tape, which had been sent to the police department. Eventually, the movie, which ends with Lu Jianming being put under investigation. Infernal Affairs was filmed over a total of 26 or 27 days. When the movie was all done, everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But everyone was at their jobs and didn't move. This is the majesty that Rinku has cultivated during this time. Ringo looked around and filtered through his mind again, realizing that indeed all the episodes had been filmed. A tired smile appeared on his face and he exclaimed, "Infernal Affairs, kill it." There were cheers coming from everywhere. During this time, it's safe to say that everyone's nerves are on edge at all times. Ringu is indeed not harsh. But that kind of efficiency to the max is the biggest test of everyone's working style. Working under Ringu will not be messy or useless. However, this also leads to doing too much effective work, and it can be easy to become mentally exhausted. It was only the feeling of being respected and needed that washed away the exhaustion so that all could keep going. Not to mention the staff underneath. Even Chen Rosen had a sense of relief. 20-something days to shoot such a production. It could be said that Lingu really didn't waste any bit of time. He, the assistant director, didn't have to be responsible for half as many things as Ringu, but it was tiring enough. Chen Rosen felt that it was even more exhausting than directing a production on his own. And all the effort and hard work of all the people was worth it. Because the quality of this movie will surely set a new record. It's a miracle that comes together with everyone's efforts, and in which everyone can find traces of their own endeavors. Chen Rosen came to Lin Gu's side and smiled. Finally, we've killed the movie. Tonight, let's have dinner together. Lin Gu thought for a moment, but finally shook his head and said, "Still have to catch up on the last part of the edit tonight. One more day of rendering tomorrow and basically the finished movie will be out for review. Director Chen, you and Director Chow have a lot on your plate as well, theaters, distribution, marketing, etc. I'm not too familiar with it, I'll have to leave that part of the job to you." Lin Gu's words caused Chen Luosan's face to instantly turn serious. He nodded and murmured, "Lin Gu, I know. Shame, 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 I'm surprisingly not as composed as a young man like you." That's right, the movie is done, but there's still so much to do that it's far from time to enjoy and relax. Hearing Chen Rosen's words, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Gu's face as he said, "Director Chen, you're overstating it, I'm just trying to get this movie done quickly. Don't worry, old Chow and I, we'll take care of the last hurdle." Chen Rosen smiled and continued, "Can't die in the last darkness before dawn like Chen Yongren. Aha! What comes next is much simpler." Ringu had the script and original plot of Infernal Affairs in his head. The One Picture, One Sky team has also edited most of the finished movie in the past 20 days or so. All that's left to do is to take those bits and pieces into pieces and arrange and combine them in the right way, and it's okay. Of course, some of these details will inevitably need to be adjusted.
But, of course, this kind of work is a lot simpler as opposed to going in and editing clips out of thin air with no end in sight. After Lin Gu announced the killing of the movie, it took another 2 days to finally bring out the finished movie of Infernal Affairs. The moment the clip was finished, the One Painting Opens the Sky team also showed a relaxed look. Zhang Xingchen came to Lin Gu's side with a look of emotion.
Director Lin, I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. I originally had some doubts about you when the first clip was cut. After all, even if the quality is finished quality, it's not certain that it will match up to the final movie.
But now, all the clips, surprisingly, don't need much adjustment and can be smoothly connected together.
Director Lin, I'm really convinced. Are you interested in taking our One Painting Opens the Sky team under your wing?
We don't ask for much, we just hope that we can always study and make movies under you in the future.
If Zhang Xingchen's words were to be heard by other bigwigs in the industry, I'm afraid my jaw will drop.
You know, over the years, there are many people who want to take the One Painting Opens the Sky team under their wing. The overall professionalism of this team, that's ridiculously high. The fact that less than 10 people in total are responsible for the editing of a high-quality movie can be called a myth in the industry. Also, they are responsible, for the most part, for special effects-oriented editing. Special effects, as always, are the most expensive and tested area of expertise.
So many people, countless olive branches. Zhang Xingchen didn't pick up once. Now, to choose to unconditionally want to join Rinku's side? Ringu was also a bit surprised. He thought about it and laughed. My current contract, it's still on the Wahi side. After this year, maybe I'll start my own entertainment company.
When the time comes, if you're still willing, then just join my company. During this period of time, Lin Gu was also very cognizant of the ability of the One Painting Opens the Sky team. Zhang Xingchen nodded with a face full of excitement.
Good. Then it's a deal. August 4th.
The movie, which lasted almost a month in total, was finally taken to the police station by Rinku for its first public performance. It was said to be a public performance, but in fact it was taken to the leaders of the Lycée Public Security Directorate to see the quality of the finished movie.
This day,
under Yin Shua's arrangement, the director, deputy director, leaders of various departments, and so on, of the Liking Public Security Directorate were all gathered in the large media hall. In addition to the mission, as well as unable to leave the workplace, all the other police officers also came to watch this police department investment of $5 million in publicity films. The director of the Liking Public Security Bureau was named Chen Dongxing, a middle-aged man with a country face, a serious face and sharp eyes. Even if you sit there and don't move, you give off a sense of nonchalance. Lin Gu was sitting beside Chen Dongxing at this moment. Looking at Lin Gu's calm face, Chen Dongxing smiled and said,
Ringu, speaking of which, this is the first time we've met since you became our police department's publicity ambassador, isn't it? Lin Gu nodded slightly and smiled. Yes, Director Chen. And I wonder what kind of a promo your boy has brought us. If the quality is bad, then watch out for me to hold you responsible. Chen Dongsheng said jokingly.
But Lin Gu knew that this was probably the meaning that was officially expressed. If the quality of the propaganda film cannot reach the qualified line in Chen Dongxing's mind, then their own position as the official publicity image spokesman may have to move a.
However, Ringu certainly had confidence.
Soon the media room went dark.
Chapter 88, Inside the Police Station Watch. Move the police to tears.
On the screen, light and shadow effects gradually appear.
The first act then officially begins.
It's a scene where Han Sam addresses his minions.
In this scene, the teenage Lu Jianming, following Han Chen's instructions, ends up in the police academy and becomes an undercover agent for the Triads. And in the meantime,
an honor student at the police academy, he was also spotted by the principal and Wang Qixing, and eventually chose to become an undercover police officer in the Triad.
The plot has officially begun. In the blink of an eye, both undercover agents had grown into adults. Hua, as Lu Jianming, and Lin Gu, as Chen Yongren, make their official debuts. The moment he saw Hua, Chen Dongsheng beside Lin Gu froze for a moment. Even if he didn't know much about the showbiz industry, he could roughly guess that a superstar like Hua shouldn't appear in this promo, right? A promotional movie that the police department only paid $5 million for has brought Hua over?
Chen Dongsheng straightened his body, feeling that something was wrong with the situation.
The shots are continuing. In the audio-visual store, Chen Yongren and Lu Jianming first encounter. In fact, it certainly wasn't their first meeting. There is a scene, in the previous footage, of teenage Lu Jianming watching teenage Chen Yongren get fired. So, technically, this was their second meeting. But a formal conversation, indeed, for the first time. Chen Yongren is here to collect protection money. Lu Jianming, on the other hand, had come to buy something. The conversation between the two, with little conflict, was calm and cozy. But the background relationships that are hidden behind the scenes give one a sense of uncontrollable sadness. Chen Yongren was originally a promising police officer, but became an undercover agent, now bearded, handsome face, there is no way to handsome up, the whole person is like a small gangster. It was part of the disguise he had to wear. As for Lu Jianming, he was obviously just a punk, but now he was dressed in a suit, like a decent person. The contrast between the identity and appearance of the two men carries a huge contrast. Of course, the main purpose of this scene is not to contrast, but to create a calm before the storm. If it weren't for the identity dichotomy, then Chen Yongren and Lu Jianming might be able to become friends. You can get that feeling out of the lilting soundtrack and the warm, genial atmosphere. And after the scene, the official conflict is about to begin. Next, the principal of the police academy died. Chen Yongren stood on the curb and gave the principal a salute. This scene serves to emphasize a message: in this world, apart from Huang Jiqing, no one else knows about the fact that Chen Yongren is an undercover agent anymore. And so, the camera pans again, straight to the rooftop. Chen Yongren and Huang Jiqing usually meet here, and this location, too, is an important one throughout the play. As soon as they met, Chen Yongren whined. Clearly we agreed on 3 years, and then 3 years after that, and then 3 years after that. It's been almost 10 years, boss. Faced with Chen Yongren's complaints, Huang Jiqing was also not in a good mood. Will you be nice to me? I'm the only one in the world who knows who you are now. I'm going to go back and delete your file, and you'll be a hack for the rest of your life, so I don't have to bother. After these words, Chen Yongren's expression lowered for a moment. This scene also serves to set up and set the stage for subsequent episodes. Later on, why did Chen Yongren, when he resumed his identity as a police officer and found out that Lu Jianming was the undercover agent, not choose to make it public in the first place, but left silently and chose to go head-to-head with Lu Jianming on his own? Because he was afraid. And that's where the roots of his fear began. The only proof of Chen Yongren's identity is that one confidential file. With such a fragile relationship, once Lu Jianming deleted that file, then Chen Yongren wouldn't have any possibility of regaining his status as a police officer. Obviously. At this point, Huang Jiqing joked and whined like a sentence. Yet it had a huge impact on Chen Yongren. Cops are human after all. He will have joys and sorrows too. What do you want from me? Remind yourself every day that you're a cop? Dreaming of reminders? Drop the gun. I'm a cop, like this? Ringo brings to life the image of an undercover agent who has been on tenterhooks for 10 years. These few lines, which were clearly not intentionally tear-jerking, spoke all of Chen Yongren's inner fear and panic. See this scene. Chen Dongsheng, who was sitting next to Lin Gu, looked serious and pursed his lips. He remembered an undercover agent he had planted out. That undercover agent, who provided the police with tons of information. But in the end, he unfortunately died. And even if he sacrifices, he can't be publicly honored or even have his picture taken. Because, once those black sharks know that this person is an undercover agent, then the undercover agent's family and friends will be subjected to crazy retaliation. The bad guys have a bottom line that the good guys can't even imagine with all their imaginations. And at this point, see this scene on the rooftop. In the media room, many police officers also showed empathy. They are police officers and have been exposed to more evil, so they can better appreciate the feeling of helplessness. Every day to be an undercover agent at the side of those poor and evil people, this kind of pressure, even just think about it, many police officers have a kind of heartbeat. Some of the cops are whispering. This actor is so good. Acts out both the justice of our police officers and the side of our police officers that are ordinary people. Just like he acted, we're police officers, yes, but we're also ordinary people who can be scared, who are afraid, who long for the light, who don't want to be exposed to the darkness. Next to him, a couple of cops nodded thoughtfully. They continued to look at it attentively. The movie goes on. The quarrel between Chen Yongren and Huang Jiqing does not mean that they have a bad relationship. On the contrary. As the only person who currently knows the identity of Chen Yongren,
Huang Jiqing is very concerned about Chen Yongren to Huang Jiqing, also 100% trust.
Not much longer.
Huang Jiqing took out a gift from his arms, a watch, and handed it to Chen Yongren.
Chen Yongren's reaction at this time was very real. Yeah? A pinhole camera? Where's the pinhole? As an undercover agent.
When Chen Yongren saw a watch, the first thing he didn't think of was that it was a gift, but that it was a pinhole camera. This alertness, this image of putting all one's energy into undercover work, was instantly and vividly erected.
25 is what you sound like. Brat. Huang Jiqing laughed and cursed, and told Chen Yongren that this was his birthday present. And the scene.
It made many police officers' eyes water. They're police officers, so of course they know that feeling better. A lone, undercover agent in a black tie base camp. Every day you don't see the light of day, you don't see any hope, you are exposed to evils you don't want to be exposed to, and you see crimes that cannot be punished.
No one knows how much psychological pressure Chen Yongren is under. However,
it was in this darkness, in this abyss, that Huang Jiqing handed him a watch.
Say, here's your birthday present.
The feeling that there was still a small piece of light in the midst of infinite darkness instantly swept through the media room. Many of the policemen were involuntarily red-eyed. Even Chen Dongsheng, who was sitting next to Lin Gu, pursed his lips, thinking in his heart about the undercover agent who had been martyred in the line of duty.
If, on his birthday, I go and give him a present too, wouldn't he be a little more comforted then, even in the darkness?
Chen Dongsheng gently leaned back, a hint of sadness in his eyes.
And the movie goes on. The official conflict drama begins.
According to Chen Yongren's sources, in the near future, Han Chen is going to make a deal with a seller in Thailand for a solo product. The time and place of the transaction, he would notify Huang Jiqing by way of Morse code.
Not much longer. The triads and the police are poised and ready.
As the screen flashes and switches, the two sides of the setup began to appear, tense BGM sounded, a rainy mountain full of buildings feeling came to the surface.
Everyone subconsciously held their breath. The situation, it has become clear. If you want to catch Sam, you need witnesses and material evidence. In physical evidence, money is one aspect, and most importantly, it's the solo product. Now that the location of the payment was known, but the location of the delivery was still unclear, Huang Jiqing could only wait for Chen Yongren's notification. And in the constant flashes of footage,
Ringo portrays an undercover agent who is in the enemy camp and still devoting all his efforts to find a way to get the message out. His eyes fluttered but were desperately steady. He looked out the window from time to time, but his ears were always pointed in the direction where Hansum was.
The flick of a finger is Morse code.
The nervous eyes and the tense atmosphere made all the spectators stare in disbelief.
Finally,
Chen Yongren got the delivery address and immediately notified Huang Jiqing in Morse code.
And at this point,
as the head of the listening team, Lu Jianming also saw Huang Jiqing's hand movements with Morse code.
With a little thought, he immediately analyzed that there were also undercover police officers on the triad side. In this situation, how could Lu Jianming not inform Han Chen? And so, he then sent out what in a previous life would have been called the root of all evil. There's a mole, stop the deal. The delivery guys got an immediate call from Sam Han. The solo product was thrown into the sea. This police operation was declared a failure. See this scene. A number of people in the media room sighed. This Lu Jianming really deserves to die. Helping criminals, how did he manage to stay in the police station? Doesn't this man have any humanity? Quite a few police officers discussed it that way. But that's where the greatest sadness lies. No sane person can know exactly where a criminal's bottom line is. Chapter 89, Police Confused. Let you shoot a propaganda movie, you shoot this? Criminals are criminals because they have abandoned their conscience and no longer care about the laws of conscience. Watching on the screen, the failure of the police operation. A number of police officers sighed regretfully. The picture goes on. The failure of the operation let both the police and the bandits know that they have each other's undercover agents inside. Chen Yongren is suspected by Han Chen. But Lu Jianming also hides very deeply. This scene made all the police officers sweat for Chen Yongren. The ups and downs of the plot have mobilized everyone's emotions. Next, Hansum was taken to the police station. But the police can't do anything with them since the solos are soaked. It also makes Hansum arrogantly lash out at the police station.
This scene saw many policemen gnashing their teeth. A young cop hated the sound. These drug dealers deserve to die.
Don't they realize how many families will be ruined by these one-offs? Have they no conscience at all? Sorry, drug-dealing criminals really don't have a conscience.
For the sake of profit, they have fed their conscience to the dogs. Chen Dongsheng, who was sitting next to Lin Gu, watched this scene with a thoughtful look in his eyes.
Actually,
the movie still hasn't shown the character of a promo movie until this moment.
Promotional videos that promote positive energy and a positive image of the police department. But so far,
the movie only shows the helplessness of the police and the arrogance of the drug dealers.
Is this still the promo they wanted?
However, the plot was just too exciting and thrilling, and Chen Dongsheng had become engrossed in it.
The movie continues. After Han Chen's fury at the police station,
immediately contact Lu Jianming and ask him to start tracking down who exactly is the undercover agent from the police station side.
No one can rest easy until the undercover agent is removed. Dramatic scene appeared. The police side, surprisingly, also traced the undercover agent. This matter handed over to Lu Jianming. Lu Jianming's entire body was helpless when he got these two tasks. Having an undercover agent track down an undercover agent? Isn't that getting the referee off the game?
On the triad side, Chen Yongren had also received orders from Huang Jiqing to start tracking down who the undercover agent was.
Here's a little tidbit.
In order to track down the undercover agent, Han Sum has the brothers fill out a dossier. When filling out the file, Silly Kung misspelled the word bodyguard. Chen Yongren originally wanted to teach him to write, but temporarily thought of himself as also an uneducated punk, so wrote a standard. This little tidbit of information becomes the most crucial ambush that follows.
Without this file, Chen Yongren would not have been able to recognize Lu Jianming's identity. In the theater, Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren, one walks, the other follows. Both people could not see the light, so Chen Yongren did not dare to chase too close. But he remembered the document bag, and Lu Jianming's posture of slapping his thigh with the document bag. In the end, the two did not meet. After returning to the police station, Lu has to continue to fulfill Han Chen's mission. There are a few images and shots here that have a special meaning. For example, the struggling look in Lu Jianming's eyes as he looked at his police officer's license. This showed that from this moment on, Lu Jianming no longer wanted to continue working for Han Chen. For he was already a policeman standing in the light with a promising future. Why do you continue to be in bed with the black shibboleths? But there's no way. As long as he no longer continued to work for Han Chen, then his identity would immediately be exposed by Han Chen. At that point, he'll be just as dead. So, it had come to this, and he could only go on with his head. And this scene becomes the ambush for Lu Jianming to kill Han Chen later. Lu Jianming wanted to track down the undercover agent and could only start with Huang Jiqing. He knew that Huang Jiqing would definitely contact the undercover agent, and as long as he followed him closely, he would be able to catch the undercover agent. And since he now had the power to track down undercover agents in his hands, he could send someone to follow anyone. So Lu Jianming directly assigned the group member Big B to follow Huang Jiqing. Finally, after a while, Huang Jiqing and Chen Yongren made an appointment to meet on the rooftop. This meeting became the death of Huang Jiqing. Big B passes the message to Lu Jianming, who immediately tells Han Chen. Han Chen was also evil and directly sent people to besiege Huang Jiqing. Huang Jiqing, who was surrounded on the top of the rooftop, could only let Chen Yongren go first in the end, and when Chen Yongren came downstairs, Huang Jiqing falls from the sky. This scene plays out. The entire media room fell silent. The helplessness of the police, the abominations of the undercover agents, and the damnation of the dark forces. An overwhelming emotion echoed in the hearts of the crowd. The media hall is full of police officers with a heart for justice. They are better able to understand the details and ambiguities in this movie. When Huang Jiqing fell from the sky and died on the roof of the car, the look in Lin Gu's eyes made all the police officers who came to watch the movie a little bit unable to hold back. Their eyes reddened, and they could deeply empathize with Chen Yongren's helplessness. Here, there is both the pain of the sacrifice of his one-line boss, Huang Jiqing, who was like a mentor to him. There is also the panic of who you are, and perhaps have never recovered. Lin Gu had portrayed that panic, bewilderment, and helplessness in Chen Yongren's heart almost perfectly. Every look, every gesture, the stiffness, the hand-wringing sadness. Everyone's mood is down. Until Silly Strong pulled Chen Yongren closer to the car.
They sped along until they hid in the wilderness, where Silly Strong sacrificed. There is also a very tearful scene in the process. Silly Kung, because Chen Yongren had helped him before write the word dart for bodyguard, so he, being simple at heart, chose to harbor Chen Yongren in this operation. Hansum said that whoever didn't show up for this operation is an undercover agent. Chen Yongren didn't show up, but only Silly Kung knows. He even still only knows that Chen Yongren made it up and went to massage such an excuse. When Silly Chang, who had been shot earlier on the side, died in Chen Yongren's arms,
Chen Yongren was equally anxious inside.
He's a cop, but not a saint, and he has likes and dislikes and feelings. Principles and bottom lines must be upheld, but there is also real affection in the triad with people like Silly John.
Silly Chang's death touched Chen Yongren.
On the other hand, Huang Jiqing's death, the same let Lu Jianming heart is very bad taste. He worked for the triad, yes, but in the 10 years he was in the police department, he was an agent of justice. It's safe to say, in a subtle way, he no longer wants to be a bad guy, he wants to be a good guy. Huang Jiqing was killed by him, and he certainly felt guilty in his heart. Take the bloody police tag.
An idea surfaced in Lu Jianming's mind.
He was going to use the connection between Huang Jiqing and the undercover agent to wipe out the triad. That way, he could erase his entire past and no one would know he was undercover.
The plan. The consent of Chen Yongren was soon obtained. 2 undercover agents working closely together. Finally, with the cooperation of the 2, Han Chen fell into the trap. Eventually,
the police wiped out the triads, and Hansum was shot dead by Lu Jianming.
He became a hero. Chen Yongren's mission has also been accomplished.
The moment Hansum collapsed,
everyone in the media room breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts.
But the one who killed Han Chen was Lu Jianming, which in turn caused many people to secretly raise doubts.
Now, no one knows Lu Jianming's identity anymore.
As long as Lu Jianming doesn't make a fool of himself and destroys all incriminating evidence, then it's unlikely that anyone will be able to know that he's an undercover agent.
Lu Jianming such a hand indirectly do not know how much blood-stained people, so escape the net of justice?
Such possibilities have caused many police officers to look righteously indignant.
However, the next scene only got better.
When Chen Yongren learns that Han Chen is dead, he knows that his mission has been accomplished.
No one can prove they're undercover anymore, though.
But at the police station, there's another confidential file to prove it. Therefore, Chen Yongren came to the police station to find Lu Jianming to help him restore his identity. The climax of this movie begins at that very moment. When Chen Yongren saw the bag of papers on the table with the word bid written on it. When he looked through the glass at Lu Jianming, who was printing materials and slapping his thighs with paper in an action pose.
Everything is understood. Lu Jianming is the undercover agent. Although Han Chen died, Chen Yongren, as a police officer, could not possibly let go of a tumor like Lu Jianming. But at this moment, he was also panicking in his mind. Will the undercover agent reinstate himself as a police officer? Would he just delete the file? Such panic very literally affected the subsequent actions of Chen Yongren. Logically speaking, when Chen Yongren found that tape on Lu Jianming's desk, as long as he exposed it, within the police department, no one could harm him. Even Lu Jianming could only resign himself to his fate. But panic and fear made Chen Yongren lose his bearings. The words Huang Jiqing had said to him on the rooftop earlier had also become the last straw that overwhelmed Chen Yongren's sanity. He took the tape away and left the station straight away. When Lu came back, he saw the disheveled bags of papers on the table, as well as the missing tape. It was instantly clear that he had been exposed. He immediately went to the file room and deleted Chen Yongren's file. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the police officers were lifted. Will Chen Yongren ever be reinstated as a police officer? What other stories will happen between Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren? Of course, the brilliant to the core plot, the well-designed ambushes and details, and the fact that these cops are all mesmerized. In days gone by, watching promos was almost tantamount to hypnosis. But this time, this promo, it seems very different. They don't seem to be watching a promo, but a big-budget movie. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Chen Yongren called Lu Jianming. Make an appointment to meet on the rooftop. From this moment on, the conflict has been at its most violent. What kind of conflict will arise between 2 undercover agents, when they both know each other's identity? Everyone subconsciously held their breath and looked on expectantly. Chapter 90, The Police, Comparing Gods with Mortals. With a calm with a hint of urgency soundtrack. Lu Jianming came to the rooftop. The camera pulls away and a feeling of loneliness sets in.
Whether for Lu Jianming or Chen Yongren, this world is actually lonely.
It's the destiny of undercover agents. After looking around, Lu Jianming did not find Chen Yongren's figure.
And just at that moment, a gun pressed against his waist.
Where's what I want? What I want, you may not bring. What do you mean? You came up here to get a tan?
In the media hall, the police officers saw the scene and some smiles appeared on their faces.
They are the ones who understand this scene best.
Oftentimes, criminals will try to negotiate a deal with the police.
Unbeknownst to them, the police never agree to any terms from criminals.
If it is promised, it is only for the safety of the hostages, or if some other unavoidable conflict arises, etc.
And in the movie, Lu Jianming has clearly run out of any wiggle room, so what makes him dare to negotiate with the police? Chen Yongren's answer also made many police officers burst out laughing. This Chen Yongren is quite interesting. That's an interesting thing to say, too. What do you mean? You came up here to sunbathe? Translated, doesn't it mean? What are you thinking? I'm a cop and you're negotiating with me? Absolute, this conflict setup is truly ingenious. If Lu Jianming didn't reveal those cracks, then Chen Yongren might never be able to find out who is the undercover agent. Alas, doesn't this also show that the system of our police department is, in fact, still not perfect enough? Keep reading.
After all, it was a propaganda movie, and these cops came to watch it prepared to learn something from it. But unbeknownst to them, they were so engrossed in the plot that they didn't even think about what the movie was actually trying to promote.
And until this moment, two undercover agents went head to head before they remembered this. The picture goes on. Can you give me my chance? How do I give you a chance?
I didn't have a choice before, now, I want to be a good person.
Yeah.
Go talk to the judge and see if he'll let you be good.
So you're just letting me die? Excuse me, I'm a police officer.
The last sentence kind of speaks for all cops.
They're cops, so they don't have half a tolerance for any evil.
They are police officers, so they are charged with the mission of protecting the lives and properties of the people. They are police officers, and as such, will not be in any form of meddlesome with criminals. Seeing this scene, a trace of pride surfaced in the hearts of all the police officers.
However, just then, Constable Big B showed up.
He took his gun and pointed it at Chen Yongren, yelling for him to put it down and surrender.
While facing the police officers, Chen Yongren was actually not much nervous. He said, I am also a police officer, and then walked towards the elevator while holding Lu Jianming hostage. In the process,
in fact, most of the cops who came to the movie were unaware that Big B was also undercover. Only a small group of intuitive ones realized that something seemed off about the situation. Whether it's the calmness and complexity in the eyes of Lu Jianming or the ruthlessness in Big B's eyes when he hears Chen Yongren say he's a cop too, it just doesn't seem right. These spectators were whispering.
Why do I have a feeling something is wrong? This Big B, he doesn't seem right, he doesn't look like a cop. Does it mean that? Held hostage all the way.
By the time the three of them arrived in front of the elevator, Chen Yongren was not paying attention, and Big B shot straight away.
Bang!
The sound of the gunshot caused many police officers to tremble, with unbelievable looks on their faces.
The police officer, who actually fired his weapon in this situation? How is that possible? Even if Big B thought that what Chen Yongren said was false, Lu Jianming could still be in Chen Yongren's hands. And, now that this situation has arisen, wouldn't it be more prudent to go downstairs and wait for the others to back up? How did he shoot?
And the next moment, Big B's words cleared the air for these cops. Turns out, he's also undercover. Now that Han Shen is dead, then he thinks that Lu Jianming, who has a higher rank than him, is his new boss. With the new boss being held hostage by Chen Yongren, Big B naturally wants to show his loyalty.
So, a shot results in Chen Yongren. Listen to Big B's voice full of disinterest. In the media room, all the police officers' breath caught. Chen Yongren, surprisingly, died at such a time when he was about to succeed. That's so unfair to undercover police officers, isn't it? An undercover agent of the triads who just needs to erase some evidence of his crimes and get away with it? And the police undercover agent, it is surprising that even staying alive is a luxury. It's all so hard trying to regain your identity.
Indignation flowed from the faces of the policemen, who apparently associated it with something else as well.
For example,
criminals can get away with it as long as they are not caught, while the police can only collect evidence bit by bit if they want to uphold justice.
For example,
until now, there are a number of inmates in prison who are dead set against admitting their crimes.
They just don't have to admit it. The chain of evidence isn't complete enough to get a conviction then. How similar are these helplessnesses to those played out in the movie?
Especially after the death of Chen Yongren, played by Lin Gu, he was stuck in the middle of the elevator door, which opened and closed again and again, seemingly symbolizing Chen Yongren's struggle again and again.
That atmosphere of sadness infected everyone in the media room almost instantly. Even director Chen Dongsheng, who was beside Lin Gu, had some moist eyes. Years ago, the undercover agent he was in charge of a single line of communication ended up dying in obscurity just like that. They couldn't even be bothered to collect the body of the undercover agent.
Chen Dongsheng continued to drop his gaze on the screen.
In the elevator, gunshots rang out.
And when the elevator door reached the first floor and opened, the only one who walked out was Lu Jianming.
He killed Big B.
If that tape hadn't been given to the police by Chen Yongren, then he might have really gotten away with it since then.
But then a group of people came here and took away Lu Jianming. Lu Jianming, we suspect you are an undercover agent of the Triad, come with us. Putting on the handcuffs, Lu Jianming looked back at the two corpses in the elevator with a puzzled expression. Eventually, the movie ends with the funeral of Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren was eventually reinstated as a police officer. Overall plot point: Infernal Affairs is not a conventional good will triumph over evil cop movie.
In this movie, good guys like Chen Yongren and Huang Jiqing die. People similar to Han Shen, who had committed great crimes, also died. The only one who survived was the one who did both a lot of bad things and some acts of conscience, Lu Jianming, but he couldn't escape the law either.
It's a movie that leans more towards reality than drama.
As the final soothing, sad music plays, lights are illuminated in the media room. Many police officers suddenly realized that their own faces and those of their colleagues next to them seemed to be covered with tears. They shed tears, not because of how touching the plot was.
Rather, they empathized with the heart of Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren is an undercover agent who has been lurking in the enemy's hometown for over 10 years. He was afraid to even tell his favorite to the psychiatrist. Nor are they afraid to contact any family members. He gave up glory, wealth, and a promising future just to fight criminals. And how is something like this not what every real-life police officer is going through? When the lights come on,
all the police officers spontaneously stood up and clapped hard.
Hear the applause.
Rinku also stood up, turned toward all the police, and bowed deeply. He knew that if it weren't for these police officers guarding the people day and night, evil would reign and people's lives would never be stable again. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a good time, just someone carrying a load. These police officers, they are the ones who carry the weight. By making this movie, Ringu also wanted to pay homage to the undercover agents who, perhaps until their deaths, were unable to go public with their information. They are the ones who put their lives on the line so that criminals have nowhere to run. It can be said that it is these heroes who, with their lives, have brought stability to this society. Lingu straightened up and calmly looked at the crowd. And all of them knew that Lingu seemed to have something he wanted to say to them. The clapping stopped and Ringu's voice rang out in the media room.
Police uncles and sisters? Hello everyone, I'm the director of this movie, Ringu.
He smiled and explained. Since I was a child, my parents have told me that if I have any difficulties, I should look for police uncles and police sisters, so for so many years, even though I have grown up, when I face police officers of any age, I subconsciously call them police uncles and police sisters. I made this movie to pay tribute to the unsung heroes and to tell the audience that in this world, there are such a group of heroes who can't even leave their pictures or names behind. It's the first thing I've directed, and it may have a lot of shortcomings, but the feelings I wanted to express are all in the movie.
Thanks for watching. Rinku bowed again. The applause rang out, louder than before. Every cop's eyes were moist. They know that their efforts have not been in vain and that the people of this country, too, have not taken them for granted. They are police officers, yes, but they are also mortals, not gods. They also need recognition, warmth, and inclusion. Ringu's words were like a bowl of hot soup that warmed their hearts. Chen Dongsheng stood up and patted Lingu's shoulder hard. Lingu, I wasn't wrong about you, kid.
Remember, Liking Public Security Directorate is your second home. In the future, if there is anything, remember to come back and talk to us. When these words came out of Chen Dongsheng's mouth, it was tantamount to a talisman. In the future, as long as Lin Gu does not break the law and commit crimes, then no matter who wants to use ghostly means against him, they may have to go to the bureau first.
Give the finished promise.
Chen Dongsheng also sighed deeply, with wonder in his eyes as he lamented.
Lingyu, I asked you to make a promotional video, you actually made me a movie. You boy, what a monster. Chapter 91, 5 months, for movies, shaking the entertainment industry. This project did start out as nothing more than a promotional movie. You can see it in the program funding.
$3 million, which seems like a lot, is really only enough to come up with one promo at best. It's not impossible to make a small-budget microfilm, but there must be no guarantee of quality. Initially, Chen Dongxing certainly did not expect that this last promo would be joined by heavyweight stars such as Donnie Yen and Wachai. Such a propaganda movie, not to mention the content, but the lineup alone, is enough to attract attention.
And naturally, the larger the audience for a promotional video, the better.
Only if enough people see it can the ideas that really need to be publicized be publicized.
Then again,
the degree of completion and quality of this propaganda movie also completely exceeded Chen Dongxing's imagination.
This isn't a promo, is it a movie? And definitely not a small production.
Chen Dongsheng late after understanding, only to realize that Huai surprisingly also invested 40 million.
Shooting a promotional movie doesn't even require Chen Dongxing's nod or anything.
So, it wasn't until now that he realized that the project was not at all what he had envisioned at the beginning.
But you have to ask Chen Dongxing whether he is satisfied. Look at the corners of his mouth grinning up to the sky, how could he not be satisfied? Especially, since the movie will end up in theaters, and with that kind of quality, it's impossible not to make money. Lyceum Public Security Directorate can be able to get as much as 40% of the final box office net income off.
Moreover, because the nature of this movie is publicity, so when Huai took the name of Liking Public Security Bureau to go out to talk about scheduling in theaters, the terms offered by the theaters are even more generous. Normally, the reason why a movie has to gross more than 3 times its cost to make a profit is because the theaters take too much. Basically, 60% of a movie's box office is taken by theaters. That's still if the theater has a relationship with the funders. If you don't have any connections and just want to get into someone's theater, then you have to put up 65% or more of the box office. Of course, there is no excuse for this. After all, the cost of theaters is really high too, and how much is the land alone worth? But this time, Huai went out to negotiate with the name of Liking Public Security Bureau promotional film. All theaters gave a straight 50% discount. They only take 50% and the remaining 50% is the net profit. A portion of local theaters in Lycée even offered 40%. They take 40% and the remaining 60% is net profit. It looks like just a 20% difference here though. But when translated to a movie's box office, that's tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in real money. Let's just say it's an official program and no one wants to touch that. In case you get stuck with the General Administration of Public Security in this regard, won't they just find an excuse to shut down your theater? Anyway, looking at the quality of Infernal Affairs right now, there's no problem at all with making a profit once it hits theaters. The question is how much you make. But no matter how much or how little money is made, the Lycée Public Security Directorate will never lose money. They're an official agency, but they're strapped for cash. Corruption is not involved, but what about the welfare of the police officers? What about public facilities? These can be traded for real money. Similar to this kind of open money opportunity, Liking Public Security Bureau may not be able to touch once in a few years. If this were to be told, it would be the envy of all the Brotherhood units, wouldn't it? The thought that because of this, his position may move a bit, in front of various brother units also have face, Chen Dongxing's mouth corners will not be flat down. So, he gave Rinku an amulet as soon as he became an adult. With this amulet, not to mention anything else, at least in this system of public security, Lin Gu will certainly not be subject to any difficulties. Even other brother units, when they saw Lin Gu, they would be courteous. Just like the relationship between Chan Wing Yan and Silly Kung in Infernal Affairs. Principles and bottom lines need to be upheld, but feelings are real, too. As long as Lin Gu didn't break the law or kill or set fire to anyone, then the police department certainly wouldn't begrudge helping out with some normal small favors. Explaining it in detail is a bit complicated and utilitarian though. But in the end, in fact, it is Lin Gu has got Chen Dongxing's appreciation and trust, and in the future, there are people in the officialdom, and it is easy to speak and do things through. After Infernal Affairs was shown in the media room, Chen Dongsheng immediately decided to send the movie in the form of a key to the public security bureaus and police stations all over Likang. All public safety system cadres and officers to watch and learn. In the past, this kind of order Chen Dongsheng will have a little bit of weakness when he gives the order. After all, the leader is not a little cute. The first thing he did was to ask him if those formalistic things were good or not, and he was not unaware of it in his heart. However, in order to fulfill the mission targets and subconsciously influence the quality of the public security system staff, those are also things that cannot be helped. And this time it was different. When Chen Dongsheng gave the order, he could already think of what those cadres underneath were thinking. When did old Chen grow a conscience? Holy! I can't believe they let us watch a movie at public expense. How is this watching and learning? Isn't this just watching a movie? Chen Dongsheng didn't have the good sense to laugh and curse himself. Let you little brats enjoy yourselves. After thinking about it, he gave another order. Starting today, every staff member in the entire public safety system, 1 bonus. As for where the prize money comes from, naturally, it's the box office of Infernal Affairs. When Chen Dongsheng saw the final death of Chen Yongren in Infernal Affairs, his eyes also moistened, which is why he decided to give out bonuses. We can't have everyone fighting for their lives when life can't get any better. After Ringu and the others had a meal at the police station, they left. Next, Lingu would have to follow Chen Rosen and Xiaoping to deal with all sorts of messy things. Movies are far from being shot and finished. There are tons of things that need to be taken care of from release to promotion to finally recouping the money. But before that, he had to send Yu Xiaoya back first. This afternoon, Lingu took Yu Xiaoya and boarded the high-speed train to Dengjia village. In the car, Yu Xiaoya asked, "Brother Ringo, can I still make movies with you in the future?" Lingu touched her head and smiled gently. "As long as Xiaoya studies well, brother promises that he will definitely take you to the movies again in the future. How about this? How about for every time you get first in town on a final exam, your brother takes you to a movie?" Yu Xiaoya's eyes brightened up. If anything, before, she had studied hard just because she didn't want to let down Lingu's good intentions and thought about making her future a little brighter. Now then, one more reason to study well. You can make a movie with Rinku. Aha! Yu Xiaoya nodded her head vigorously with a sweet smile on her face. This time, Yu Xiaoya, as an official supporting role, was given a paycheck by Lingu even though her part was very small. It was only $3,000, but it was really earned by Yu Xiaoya herself. It wasn't that Ringu didn't want to give her more, but on second thought, it's not good to expose Yu Xiaoya to a lot of money too early. He would also give this money to the old village chief, so that the old village chief would take care of Yu Xiaoya in general. After sending Yu Xiaoya back to the village, Lingu refused the village head's kind offer to leave him for dinner and returned on the latest high-speed train on the same day. After all, while the main movie of Infernal Affairs has been edited, things like the end credits, promos, theme songs, etc., haven't been fully processed yet. Ringu, as the director, had to be hands-on. After returning to Lisei, Lingu once again fell into hard work. In the meantime, I Am Not the God of Medicine, directed by Xiaoping, has also been finalized. After over a month of editing, I Am Not a Drugstore is close to 100% complete. After Xiaoping realized that Lingu could also edit, he immediately called him over to supervise the editing of I Am Not the God of Medicine. Ringu also had the original movie of I Am Not the God of Medicine in his head, and he definitely still had no problem making some suggestions to the editors. Finally, this day, I Am Not a Drugstore is officially scheduled for July 15th. It's not a special day, it's just a time that's just big enough to leave half a month of publicity for I'm Not the God of Medicine. After the finalization, Xiaoping directly released the promo and set photos of I Am Not the God of Medicine, as well as a scheduling announcement on the official website of the scarf. I Am Not the God of Medicine set for July 15th, starring Su Shanshan, Lingu, by Binger. After posting, Ringu retweeted it as well. He now has a horrifying 17 million followers on his scarf. Almost less than 10 minutes after the scarf was retweeted, the comments have already exceeded 7,000. The likes are even going straight to 30,000. A few of the highly favorable comments are below. Ayaha hubby, you're making a movie again? It looks like Rinku is playing a patient this time? That's not right. Didn't Rinku say in an interview before that he's still playing a criminal in the next movie? Look what I squatted into. By the way, when are you going shopping again, Ringo?
Anyone who can send out a comment so quickly is indeed a die-hard Ringo fan. At this point, Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan, too, were soaking in Lingu's super talk. The girls found out the first time Rinku retweeted the scarf. Aha! Look, Rinku was having another movie released. Hearing Meng Yan's words, Xiao Yuan hurriedly opened his cell phone and looked through it. Then, somewhat dubiously, he said, "My uncle told me that nowadays, even those top streaming stars only make about 2 movies a year at most. How did Rinku shoot so fast?" Meng Yan shook her head. She didn't know as much about the entertainment industry as Xiao Yuan. And just as they were talking, suddenly, he realized that Ringo's scarf had, once again, been updated with an update. "I'm directing a police drama movie, Infernal Affairs, which will meet you all in the near future." Below the text, it was accompanied by 2 set photos of Ringo himself and Hua. This is now. It wasn't just Xiao Yuan and Meng Yan who were puzzled and surprised. Rather, the entire entertainment industry shook. Chapter 92, Ringo gets sprayed, and the officials come right out and stand up. In the Dragon Kingdom in 1314, the market was nowhere near as exaggerated as it was in later years. This can be felt from the highest box office being just under $1 billion. Markets determine output. When the market can't digest a lot of movies, capital doesn't come in, they all vote with their feet. So, as Xiao Yuan said, even the top streams in the entertainment industry can actually only make 2 movies a year, 3 at most. And Rinku? That's not even 5 months and already 4 movies. 2 of them are members of the 500 million club. The next one, I Am Not the God of Medicine by Chao Ping, is not much to look at from the set photos alone, and the promos are just the usual conflicts. One can only see that this is supposed to be a realistic movie. But it's clear that with Chao Ping and Lin Gu teaming up, the box office won't be bad. Their last movie, called Blazing Sun, broke the box office record for suspenseful crime movies outright. With that combination, there's no way I'm Not a Drug God can even go lower at the box office. And that is not the most shocking for those in the entertainment industry. What shook them the most was the next scarf Ringo posted. "I directed the movie." Directing? Ringo is the director of the movie Infernal Affairs? A newcomer actor who entered the entertainment industry and has only been in the industry for 2 years in full reckoning, but he just became a director? Where does his investment come from? Is there a capacity for that? Yes, because of the movies Blazing Sun and One Man's Martial Arts, people have recognized Ringo's acting skills. Even for those sour dogs in the entertainment industry, at most, they would use Lin Gu's lack of seniority and being too young to suppress him, but they cannot say that Lin Gu's acting skills are not good. Because the acting is there for all to see. Xin Xiaofeng in Bright Sun, Bright Heart and Feng Yuxiu in One Man's Martial Arts. Which one isn't looking all over the entertainment industry and not always finding the right actor for the role? And Ringo performed both of these demanding roles with soul. This is what Rinku is capable of, and his acting skills are impossible to question. Therefore, those who sang the praises of Lin Gu before were actually very few, and even those sour dogs who couldn't stand to see a newcomer actor like Lin Gu rise too quickly were actually not very vocal. Because, as everyone could see, as long as Lin Gu didn't cause trouble or break the law, then it's almost a given that he'll end up on top. Lin Gu's acting skills are so exaggerated that those sour dogs don't even have a good way to snipe Lin Gu. But the moment this scarf from Lin Gu was sent out, these sour dogs and black people instantly became excited. It's okay for you, Ringu, to be a good actor, and it's okay for you to be handsome. Being low profile, we recognize it. There's really no way to hack you on any of these. But you're an actor who has to get involved in the director's business, isn't that making things worse for yourself? Are there fewer actors in the entertainment industry who think they're good enough to make a movie and end up falling for the director? By any random count, with both hands and feet added, it's simply too much to count. For a while, the first scarf that Ringu retweeted was filled with the goodwill of his fans. And the second scarf he posted himself was filled with black malice. Oh, so you've drifted off? The success of 2 or 3 movies has made you so desperate that you can't go any further, right? You want to be a director now? You don't even think about whether you have the ability. Does Lingu treat the profession of directing like child's play? Do you really think that just because you have a bit of talent, you can do anything in the industry? Must puff. What kind of hot dares to make its own movie? Why can't you shoot honestly? Give you another 10 years, the movie star is basically a sure thing, so you have to be so pushy? I was wrong about you,
Off the hook, 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 off the hook.
Don't need to see it, it must be a hot chick flick. A rookie actor who has to get involved in the director's business, right? What can be good if it's made in such a short time? Oh, I threw up.
Honestly, I don't even want to support you for I'm not the god of medicine because of this scarf of yours.
Deflowered, deflowered.
Underneath this scarf, it's almost entirely filled with these kind of vitriolic comments.
The netizens, on the other hand, are undoubtedly all the more interested in eating and getting along.
In just half an hour, both of Lin Gu's scarves were rushed onto the hot search list.
Hashtag Ringo drifted away.
I can't believe I'm directing myself.
Hashtag
Lin Gu's new movie, I Am Not a Drug God, is set.
Hashtag. It can be said that at this time in the entertainment industry, Lin Gu is synonymous with flow.
He's not a traffic star in the universal sense, but he lives hard by his incredibly handsome appearance and amazing acting skills.
There is no new actor who can be labeled as an idol and an actor at the same time. Let's just say that Ringo is truly an anomaly. That said, because Ringo posted these two bibs,
I'm Not a Drugstore's buzz broke the circle almost instantly. The I Am Not the God of Medicine hypertext, which was built up 3 minutes after Lin Gu retweeted the scarf, had a hypertext topic of conversation that went straight to 4 billion an hour later.
And it's growing at a frightening rate.
The total number of comments and likes on Lin Gu's two necklaces was even more than anyone could have imagined. For the first one, there were 900,000 likes and 130,000 comments. The next day, 1.7 million likes and 340,000 comments.
You know, that's an hour or so of data.
There is no doubt that this has been a record-breaking statistic. Comparatively speaking, the second scarf has more heat, and justifiably so. After all, the news of the new movie's finalization, naturally, can't catch up with the news that Lin Gu is going to be a director is powerful. It's definitely not just Rinku's black fans who are going down this time, either.
And then there are the sour dogs of the entertainment industry.
Lin Gu has been recognized by many for his acting skills in Blazing Sun and One Man's Martial Arts. Relatively speaking, it also attracts a lot of hate. In this case, the Friends of Hawaii's door, naturally, is the main force. How can these big entertainment companies, which are capitals in their own right, not go down when they see this? Throughout Lin Gu's second scarf, the highly liked comments, basically none of them were in favor of Lin Gu, all of them were sprayed. A big part of that has to be attributed to those rival entertainment companies. Although Lin Gu doesn't consider himself as an artist of Hawaii, those companies don't care about this. Since you, Rinku, have a contract with Hawaii, you're Hawaii's man. To suppress you is to suppress Hawaii, yeah.
Anyway,
I'm afraid that Lin Gu himself wouldn't have thought that just posting a scarf had caused such a big ripple. After Rinku posted his scarf, he went about his business. And by the time he was done, washed up and ready for bed. 2 hours had passed since he posted the scarf. In those 2 hours, the total number of comments on Lin Gu's two bibs was already approaching 1 million. The total number of likes is a whopping 3 million. Lin Gu was dumbfounded when he saw this data. A look through the comments, but also the corners of the mouth continue to twitch. Didn't he just make a movie on his own? How is it that these people make it seem like they are guilty of pushing the nuke button with their own hands? He doesn't know that the world doesn't love to see geniuses awaken. Especially with a good-looking, superbly talented actor like Ringu, people really don't want to believe that Ringu still has directing talent. You're so powerful, Rinku. Does your family know? Do you still want to give others a chance to live? Let's just say that this horrible heat is a double-edged sword. If Rinku shoots a really tie infernal affairs, it will lead his fans to disenchantment. At the very least, it would leave an indelible stain on Ringu's career. That's what the sour dogs are trying to accomplish the most. But if, for example, the quality of the infernal affairs that Ringu made is really okay, none of them have to be very good, so that kind of talk is pretty much a non-starter. By then, these fans of Black Linku would automatically be transformed into Linku's Iron fans. The kind you can't even fight your way out of. So it's a double-edged sword. And the sour dogs, the capitalist masterminds, are unable to think of this? Of course they want to. It's just that they simply don't believe that Lin Gu, a rookie director, can really make any good works. Based on statistics, basically every director who makes a debutante is a piece of. What makes Rinku an exception? Just because he's a good actor? Good acting doesn't mean good directing.
Directing and acting, they're two completely different things. General. The heat just got up somehow. Lin Gu realized that he seemed to have some kind of special physique. Every time a new movie comes out, it makes big news. Not when it comes to Blazing Saddles. When One Man's Martial Arts came out, the news that Ring the New Real Kung Fu pretty much dominated the bib hit list for those days. This time, I Am Not a Drug God is in theaters. The heat, however, is not because of this movie, but because of the fact that Ringu was a director. He was genuinely surprised that he would just be a director, as to be sprayed with such bitterness and hatred. I don't even want to support I Am Not the God of Medicine because of your scarf. Put the phone down. Rinku didn't care about this. After all, he was nowhere near the point where he had to enlist fans to make money. Making movies and acting in movies is the main way for him to make money and fulfill his movie star mission. However, just because he doesn't care, doesn't mean others don't. Yin Shui was at work, and when she happened to look through her cell phone, she found out about it. Almost instantly, Yin Shui exploded. Not caring about anything else, Yin Shui directly ran to Chen Dongxing's office. Bureau Chen, look, Lin Gu is being scolded online. Chen Dongxing was happily handling his work, and when he heard it, his face immediately became serious. Rinku was sprayed on the internet? How the hell can you stand it? Bring it here, let me see. Chapter 93, Big Shock in the Entertainment Industry. Countless people stood out to support Lin Gu. Take Yin Shui's cell phone. Chen Dongxing was getting angrier and angrier the more he looked at it. A few minutes later, the fire in Chen Dongxing's eyes was coming out. To know, Lin Gu first directed the shooting, but their liking Public Security Bureau of the propaganda film, and, in which, Lin Gu's respect for the police intention, is sincere, this every police officer who watched that movie can feel. From this point of view, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Chen Dongxing had already treated Lin Gu as one of his own. Help the officials make a movie, and you have to be sprayed like this as a result? Those filthy words, Chen Dongxing could no longer watch. After thinking about it, Chen Dongxing directly snorted coldly. Yin Shui, you use our official number to send out a scarf, retweeting the one from Lin Gu, and at the same time, ate the other official numbers. Rinku was scolded for helping us with the movie, we can't just stand around and do nothing. As soon as Yin Shui heard this, her face instantly became excited. She came to see Chen Dongxing for this very thing. Liking Public Security Directorate's scarf official number cannot be used casually, that after all represents the official will, once misinterpreted by others, the resulting impact will be too bad. Therefore, it was necessary for Chen Dongxing to open his mouth before Yin Shui could use this power to help Lin Gu stand. She immediately saluted and exclaimed, "Yes, Bureau Chen, I'll get on with it." Watching Yin Shui bounce and run out of his office, Chen Dongxing smiled helplessly. Immediately afterward, his face stagnated, and a thought abruptly surfaced in his mind. This girl Yin Shui, she can't be in love with Lin Gu, right? Yin Shui's identity, but Chen Dongxing knows everything. If she's in love with Rinku. Although, judging from the results, Chen Dongxing is definitely in favor of it. He could see that Lin Gu was not the kind of messy person in the entertainment industry, but a young man with real ideals and ambitions. Chen Dongxing agreed to let Lin Gu be the son-in-law of the police station. But that one doesn't always agree. Thinking like this, Chen Dongxing abruptly remembered the scene when he was being lectured a few months ago, and his body violently trembled. With that, he hurriedly picked up the phone and put it on the air. "Hey, I'm Chen Dongxing, the director of the Liking Public Security Directorate, looking for Director Yin." Chen Dongxing's movements were naturally unclear to Yin Shui. She had now returned to her office and directly opened her computer and logged into the official number of the scarf. As the head of the publicity office, it was Yin Shui who was in charge of the operation of this number. It's just that you can't just make any remarks without Chen Dongxing's orders. At this moment, opening her scarf, Yin Shui went to take another look at the two scarves of Lin Gu, and the more she looked at them, the more angry she became. Yin Shui directly opened the editor. Recently, our publicity ambassador, Mr. Ling Yu, filmed a promotional video for the Bureau, Infernal Affairs. After a joint viewing by 500 police officers, we confirm that this is an unparalleled police drama masterpiece. According to the instructions of the Liking Public Security Directorate General, Infernal Affairs will be used as an image propaganda film and will be screened publicly in the subordinate sub-bureaus and police stations of Liking for the police officers to learn from. After editing these relatively official messages, Yin Shui bit her lip and ruthlessly added another one directly. In response to the verbal violence suffered by Mr. Lin Gu on the internet, the Lycée General Directorate of Public Security reminds the general public. The internet is not an outlawed place, and individuals must be held accountable for their statements. After editing, Yin Shui directly etched dozens of official numbers and then directly chose to send them. At the same time, she retweeted that scarf of Rinku's. Humph, let's see who else dares to bully Lin Gu. Yin Shui wrinkled her nose in a milky fierce manner. And all of this, apparently unbeknownst to Ringu, he was asleep. But Ringu slept. There are so many other people who can't sleep. Xiaopeng and Chen Rosen, for example. They're both getting pissed off. They are never expected. Lin Gu just sent a line he directed and shot a movie, but was sprayed like this. The number of comments on that scarf is damn near record-breaking. At this point, the two were trying to think of a response. Xiaopeng held a cigarette on his finger, his brow furrowed. Halfway through the day, he spoke harshly. No, we can't let Ringo fight alone. In this situation, if the two of us don't help Ringo, no one else will either. Chen Rosen thought deeply. Xiaopeng added. Let's also send a scarf in solidarity with Rinku. Naturally, Chen Rosen would not refuse. On the contrary, he was even more action-oriented than Xiaopeng, and directly told Yandan, Wachai, and the others about this news. Half an hour later. Big showbiz shake-up. Xiaopeng posted a blog. In response to the netizens' slander of director Lin Gu, on behalf of Huai Entertainment Corporation and personally, I would like to offer a stern condemnation of these netizens who have smeared and abused Mr. Lin Gu. I also participated in the filming of Infernal Affairs and assumed the position of Assistant Director of Infernal Affairs. During the filming of this movie, the leadership shown by director Lin Gu was evident for all to see, and I vouch for the reputation of my directing career that Mr. Lin Gu is definitely a talented director, and the work that was filmed is an equally fine work. Please stop the related violence immediately. After Xiaopeng sends his scarf, Chen Rosen picks it up. The remarks were largely different, all condemning those black sailors and showing solidarity with Rinku. At the same time, it's not just these two directors who have spoken out. Among the cast, Dada Yen, Wachai, Fan Huang, Wang Yengui, Sushan Shang, Bai Bing'er, Liang Chaowei. Regardless of whether they are famous or not, almost all of the actors who have worked with Lin Gu have all come out in solidarity with Lin Gu. Please stop the internet violence immediately. Rinku is definitely not a person who sells his name. I am convinced of Lin Gu's directing ability. I just hope that the general public will not jump to conclusions. Please read the work before commenting on it. The internet is not a foreign place. Please don't smear Rinku for no reason. Support Ringu. I'm standing up for Infernal Affairs. Scarfing like this, in just half an hour, directly swept the entire entertainment circle. In particular, heavyweight movie stars such as Liang Qiuwei and Donnie Yen came down to the net. One time. I'm not a drugstore is getting all the heat. The uncharted hypertext was built right up, and the hypertext conversation went straight to 2 billion. Don't think this number is small. It's a damn hard pile of heat on Ringu's back without even a promo for Infernal Affairs. And Lin Gu's personal super talk topic level has directly exceeded 10 billion. On the Weibo hot search, 8 out of 10 were related to Rinku. #crowdstand, does Ringo have a heavenly background or does he have the real deal? Hashtag Xiaopeng and Chen Rosen speak out. They're actually the assistant directors of Infernal Affairs? Hashtag Donnie Yen, and Liang Qiuwei speak out. Please stop the cyber violence immediately. Hashtag will capital triumph over talent or will talent triumph over capital? Hashtag where do all the black fans come from anyway? Hashtag officials speak out. Hashtag less than an hour later after Xiaopeng, Chen Rosen, and their tweets were sent out. The scarf that Yin Shui had sent using the official number of the Liking Public Security Directorate had finally been topped on the hot search list. One moment. All the netizens flocked to it. The comments on this microblog sent by Yin Shui directly broke 100,000. Also, almost all of the highly liked comments in the comments section are official numbers. The General Directorate of Public Security of Luojiang City, support the sister organizations. Support Lin Gu. Support Infernal Affairs. The internet is not an outlawed place. Shanghai City Public Security Bureau, please rest assured that all the cadres of Shanghai City will immediately introduce Infernal Affairs from Liking. White City Public Security Directorate, support Ringu. Support Infernal Affairs. White City will immediately introduce Infernal Affairs.
This fire, not even just the public security system of the official number burned in. Shortly after these official numbers of the public security system spoke out,
a scarf quietly hit the hot seat. Donut, he who gathers the wages of all should not be made to be shrouded in cold. The accompanying photo below is a still from Ringo's Infernal Affairs. Sorry, I'm a cop. It was the scene where Chen Yongren said this to Lu Jianming on the rooftop.
And the reason why the group sent such a tweet.
It was because of that phone call made by Chen Dongsheng. After the donut goes down, the whole bib is almost entirely about Rinku now. All the netizens went crazy. This is too good to be true, isn't it? What is Lin Gu's background?
Surprisingly, he was able to induce so many official numbers to come down, and he even pulled the troop right down.
So many directors, so many actors. One time. Ringu's personal superlatives are littered with posts about provoking black people. Blackie speaks. So many official numbers down, so many directors and actors down, and you're still saying Infernal Affairs is crap? There can't be anyone who really thinks that the officials will stand up for a piece of trash, can there? Doesn't the fact that Tuan Tuan went down say it all? Where's Blackie? Why is there no sound? Oh, that's all the courage, huh?
I thought you guys were going to flush the official number.
Support Ringu. Support Infernal Affairs. Boycott cyber violence.
There's one thing to say, I'm starting to look forward to Infernal Affairs, even more than I'm Not the God of Medicine, it's director Lin Gu's first movie. Help, how come Ling Gu is so powerful, even the official number is down?
My husband is so strong, I'm so honored. And the orgy quickly evolved into a social experiment.
A lot of marketing numbers, new directors, are starting to come out and speak out. Every director has transitioned from this step of being a rookie director, and they know best the pain of not being recognized for their first work.
So, they also began to stand up for Ringu.
These, even the sour dogs and eye-catching entertainment companies, have caved in. After all, no one can stand up to everyone. Ringu was invincible the moment he was stood up by the official number. Just as Chen Dongsheng had promised Lin Gu in the beginning. In the future, if you encounter anything, come to us, liking Public Security Directorate is your home.